Lin Manqing had not expected Feng Tianming to lose his temper nor to reject her so bluntly, yet she was unwilling to give up just like that. Uncle Ming, if you let my friend go today, I will remember this favor and repay you one day. Feng Tianming was slightly taken aback. He had not expected Lin Manqing to remain neither servile nor overbearing at such a moment, and could not help but regard her with a bit more respect. And how will you repay me? He asked. Feng Tianming squinted as he posed the question. Lin Manqing knew that if she did not offer something tangible, he would never agree to release them. Yet what real benefit could she possibly put on the table? She furrowed her brows and gently bit her lip. Just then a burst of ringtones suddenly pierced the silence of the private room, sounding particularly jarring. Lim Yukin took an old Nokia from his pocket and glanced at the caller ID. Even with a gun pointed at him, he remained unhurried and composed, answering the call as though nothing were out of the ordinary. Hello, Brother Li, it's Qian Kuan. Lim Yukin immediately recognized Qian Kuan's voice. Go ahead, brother, he replied. Brother, there's something I wanted to let you know, Qian Kuan said. Qian Kuan sounded very pleased. I checked into it. The developer of Lingshan Lake is the Feng family's Huazhou group. I've already spoken with the head of the Feng family. They won't touch the land at Shitan for now, so you don't have to relocate your grandfather's grave just yet. Thank you. Lim Yukin had been troubled by this matter. Disturbing the peace of the dead was in his eyes the greatest disrespect. Qian Kuan had truly done him a great favor, and his gratitude was sincere. No need to thank me. Oh, I'm just doing it so it'll be easier for me to go fishing, Qian Kuan said with a laugh on the other end. Lim Yukin smiled, faintly knowing Qian Kuan was deliberately downplaying the favor. But Lim Yukin was a man who always repaid kindness. The more Qian Kuan brushed it off, the more deeply he etched this debt into his heart. Have you taken the medicine? He asked. I have. I had someone fill the prescription you wrote as soon as I got back, Qian Kuan replied. Good. Take it on schedule. In half a month I'll come give you acupuncture. All right, then I'll be counting on you, brother, Qian Kuan said. You're welcome, Lim Yukin replied. Just as he was about to hang up, something occurred to Lim Yukin, and he asked, are you on close terms with the Feng family? Fairly close, but Qian Kuan answered. Do you know Feng Tianming? I do. Why? He's pointing a gun at my head right now, and I'm wondering whether I should give him a break for your sake. The words flowed from his lips with such natural ease that everyone listening thought they must have misheard. Who was sparing whom? Zhou Na and Lin Manqing stared at him in utter bewilderment. My. Zhao Qijiao blinked first, then nodded. Yes, my old man came from the military, and among the high-ranking members of the council there are his war comrades from back in the... The man in black beside them pressed the muzzle of his gun against Lim Yukin's temple. If Li took even one step closer, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Feng Tianming signaled the man not to move, cast a puzzled look at Lim Yukin, and finally took the phone. Hello, he began, then froze, a hint of shock flashing across his face. Master Kuan. His attitude instantly became deferential. Yes, understood. A short while later he ended the call and returned the phone to Lim Yukin, letting out a hearty laugh. Brother, my apologies, this was all a misunderstanding. With a wave of his hand his men holstered their guns and withdrew to either side. Feng Tianming then turned to Lin Manqing. To have Miss Lin herself come in person to ask for someone, I am truly ashamed. Now I return him to you safe and sound. If we have failed in our hospitality, I must ask Miss Lin not to hold it against us. Lin Manqing had no idea why Feng Tianming's attitude had swung a full 180 degrees. She only knew it had everything to do with the phone call Lim Yukin had just taken. She looked over at Lim Yukin. He walked toward her with a smile and said, thank you for today. Let's go. Lin Manqing shot him a sideways glare, said nothing, and turned to lead Dingxiang out. Lim Yukin and Ma Shan followed them out. Watching them leave, Zhou Na asked Feng Tianming in confusion, Uncle Ming, whose call was that just now? Why did you? Master Kuan, Feng Tianming replied. I never imagined that kid was one of Master Kuan's people, he added. I nearly made a grave mistake today. Master Kuan. Zhou Na racked her brain, but could not recall any such figure in Huqing. Which Master Kuan is that? She asked. Qiantang's Master Kuan, Feng Tianming said. Zhou Na was taken aback. From the Qian family. Yes, Feng Tianming sighed. In Nanjiang province, who would dare deny the Qian family face? Is Master Kuan's status within the Qian family very high? Zhou Na asked. Very high, extremely high, Feng Tianming repeated, then suddenly added, if you get the chance it wouldn't hurt to get a bit closer to that kid. Zhou Na was briefly stunned, then immediately understood what he meant. A trace of disappointment flickered through her, yet she could not help feeling a sliver of expectation as well. Outside the bar, Zhang Yiping and the others had been waiting all this time. When they saw Lin Manqing emerge, they hurried up to her. Manqing, your influence really is something else. Being able to get someone out of Uncle Ming's hands is incredible. Zhang Yiping gave her a thumbs up as he praised her. Exactly, Yao Lily chimed in, flattering her. Who is Manqing? She's the eldest young lady of the Lin family. In Huqing, who would dare refuse the Lin family? Dingxiang, are you all right? Zhou Su stepped forward to ask with concern. We really have to thank Miss Lin this time. Otherwise you would have been in real trouble. He shot a glance at Lim Yukin and Ma Shan. Two grown men, and you still need a woman to come rescue you. Truly disgraceful. Have you said enough? Lin Manqing's face hardened. If you want to talk about disgrace, you should take a good look at yourselves. Zhou Su flushed and glanced at Zhang Yiping. Zhang Yiping's expression was rather ugly. He truly had lost face today. Yet even if he were given another chance, he still would not dare confront Lu the Scarface Heathen, nor go begging Uncle Ming. Zhang Yiping cast a look at Lim Yukin, feeling that this man was nothing but a jinx. Let's head back, he said. He wanted to get away from this walking disaster as quickly as possible. Once they were back, he would think of a way to coax Lin Manqing, and once she was in a good mood, perhaps she would simply forget about what had happened today. However, Lin Manqing said, you go on ahead. I'll take Dingxiang home. Of course, Zhang Yiping objected. No way, Manqing. We were the ones who asked you out today. I'd feel uneasy if you went back alone. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't be able to explain myself to Uncle Lin. You don't need to answer to my dad, Lin Manqing said coldly. How could she possibly like a man so utterly lacking in responsibility? By contrast, she found herself admiring Lim Yukin and Ma Shan more. They had neither illustrious family backgrounds nor lofty status, yet they were loyal and upright, willing to risk everything for their younger sister. At times she even felt a touch of envy toward Dingxiang for having two older brothers who cared for her so deeply. Without hesitation, Lin Manqing hailed a taxi and ushered Dingxiang, Lim Yukin, and Ma Shan into the car with her. Zhang Yiping watched them leave, seething his thoughts in disarray in the night breeze. Zhou Su stepped over to comfort him. Brother Zhang, don't be angry. Miss Lin will be yours sooner or later. What happened today wasn't Miss Lin's fault, he continued. It was all because of that Lim Yukin. He's the one who stirred everything up, and he's the one who had Miss Lin look after Dingxiang. Otherwise she never would have gone back to ask Uncle Ming to release them. Zhang Yiping slammed his fist against a lamppost in fury. That Lim Yukin. I need to find a chance to teach him a lesson. Brother Zhang, leave this kind of small matter to me, Zhou Su said. Zhang Yiping knew he mainly wanted an excuse to get close to Dingxiang, but he did not expose him. Instead, he patted Zhou Su on the shoulder and said, then I'll trouble you with it. Dingxiang did not feel at ease letting Lin Manqing go home alone, so she asked Ma Shan and Lim Yukin to escort her. Naturally, the task fell upon Lim Yukin. Lin Manqing did not refuse. Lim Yukin tried to hail a taxi by the roadside, but to his surprise there were hardly any empty cabs at this hour, and even after a long wait none stopped. Watching Lim Yukin wave again and again, Lin Manqing laughed. You don't have DDA? Lim Yukin froze. You mean Didi, little brother? Of course I have a younger brother. Then use it, she said. Huh. Use it now. Lim Yukin's expression became wildly exaggerated as though he had just seen a monster. Realizing something, Lin Manqing explained, the Didi, is an app for calling a taxi. What? No matter how he thought about it, Lim Yukin could not understand how one could use a little brother to call a taxi. Lin Manqing glanced down at her phone and said, never mind. Lim Yukin went on, raising his hand to stop cars. Lin Manqing said, how about you walk back with me instead? Walk back? Lim Yukin glanced down at her feet. It's so far. Can you really walk that distance? Of course I can, Lin Manqing replied, stepping forward. Suddenly she turned back with a charming smile. I do aerobics. This distance is nothing to me. Aerobics? What sort of exercise is that supposed to be? Lim Yukin shook his head and strode after her. Why did you entrust Dingxiang to me back then, he suddenly asked. Lin Manqing asked abruptly. Because I don't trust anyone else, Lim Yukin answered. You trust me? Lin Manqing turned her gaze on him. I do, Lim Yukin replied without the slightest hesitation. Why? Lin Manqing asked, deeply curious. No particular reason. Trusting someone is like falling in love at first sight. There's no need for justification. A slightly roguish smile played at the corners of Lim Yukin's lips. Lin Manqing froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. What kind of reason is that? I told you, there is no reason. Who was on the phone just now? The call that made Uncle Ming let you all go. Oh, just a friend, he said. Knowing that Lim Yukin would not reveal who it was, Lin Manqing did not pursue the matter. She merely looked at him in fascination. If that call hadn't come through, what would you have done? Lim Yukin laughed. Well, I had you, didn't I? What good would I be? Uncle Ming didn't show me any respect at all. That's not true, he said. Lim Yukin continued. Uncle Ming would definitely give you face. He was just looking for a way to climb down from his position. My call merely added a bit of weight to the scales, helping him make up his mind more quickly. Half convinced, half doubtful, Lin Manqing suddenly fixed her eyes on him. Did you know who I was from the start? Lim Yukin shook his head. No, you definitely knew, she insisted. Tilting her head in thought, Lin Manqing said, you just asked whether I could walk such a long way. But I never told you where I live. How could you know whether my home is far or near? You gave Dingxiang to me because you knew my identity. As long as she stays with me, she is perfectly safe. That's why you confidently declared that Uncle Ming would definitely give me face. Lim Yukin had to admit that his fiancée was very clever. Clever, kind-hearted, and willing to shoulder responsibility. quite unlike that Madame Lin. Yet he had no intention of revealing his own identity, for he had come precisely to dissolve the engagement, and the Lin family did not seem eager to welcome him in any case. Uncle Ming didn't grant me any face, he merely gave face to the person on the phone, he said. Curiosity glimmered in Lin Manqing's eyes as she looked at him. Who exactly are you? My name is Li Mukin. I come from the mountains. You really come from the mountains? Lin Manqing still found it hard to believe. Yes, he said. Then tell me which mountain. Kunlun. Please, Kunlun is all snow-covered peaks, she snorted. Lin Manqing was even less convinced. Li Mukin said Kunlun is vast. Many places are indeed snowbound all year round, but our Tiandu Peak has no snow because at its summit lies the 10,000 Immortals, sword formation constantly releasing sword chi more scorching than sunlight. Hearing his explanation grow more and more outrageous, Lin Manqing simply stopped responding. Once no one spoke, the air grew strangely heavy. The two of them walked in silence through the night streets of Huqing. You're out so late. Won't your family worry? Li Mukin asked. They don't know I came back to Huqing today. You don't tell them when you come home. If I tell them, they'll send a driver to pick me up, and I won't have a scrap of freedom, she said. So you're walking home now, just to stretch this bit of free time a little longer. A sly smile curved Lin Manqing's lips. You saw through me. Then shouldn't you pay me some hush money? Li Mukin joked. To his surprise, Lin Manqing readily agreed. Then I'll treat you to a late-night snack. How about over there? Following the direction of her finger, Li Mukin saw a haze of smoke ahead, an area packed with night stalls with 2 barbecue stands billowing thick clouds. Sounds good, said Li Mukin. It had been a long time since he'd eaten Huqing's late-night snacks. They found a stall and sat down, ordered dozens of skewers and a pitcher of beer. Just then 2 men in plaid t-shirts sat down at the table beside them. Li Mukin had already noticed that these 2 had been tailing them all the way. He pretended not to see them. The smell from the roadside stall transported him back to his childhood. Back then the streets were not so neat and clean, but far more lively, with little food stalls like this everywhere. Ma Shan and Ding Xiang would often sit on the curb watching the diners from afar. They could not afford to eat, but even the smell alone was a form of satisfaction. Ma Shan often smacked his lips and declared, when I grow up, I'll earn lots of money and eat barbecue every day. Children are that simple. Once touched by society, they may know they must earn money, yet their dream is still just to eat barbecue. Seeing Li Mukin lost in thought, Lin Manqing busied herself with her phone. When he came back to himself, he leaned over curiously to look. With a snap, Lin Manqing slapped her phone down on the table. How can you peek at my WeChat messages? So that's what you call WeChat, he asked. You really don't know how to use a smartphone. Li Mukin shook his head in confusion. After a moment's thought, Lin Manqing said, wait here. She rose, crossed the street, and went into the shopping mall opposite. Li Mukin noticed that one of the men at the neighboring table also stood, but when he remained seated, one of them sat back down, while the other followed her. Li Mukin concluded that these 2 were targeting Lin Manqing. He pretended not to notice and lowered his head to sip his beer. After a while, Lin Manqing returned carrying a shopping bag. The man who had followed her came back as well and sat at the neighboring table. The 2 bent their heads together, whispering about something. Here, said Lin Manqing, handing the bag to Li Mukin. What is it, he asked. A phone, she said. Li Mukin took the bag, drew out a delicate phone box, opened it, and found a large-screen smartphone inside. What's the meaning of this, he asked. It's a gift for you, Lin Manqing replied. Li Mukin shook his head. I don't know how to use it, and I don't need it. If you don't know how, I'll teach you. How could it possibly be useless? With that, Lin Manqing took out the phone, powered it on, and began teaching Li Mukin how to use a smartphone. Li Mukin was dumbfounded. How could this thing be so complicated? In the past 10+ years, he had not been completely isolated in the mountains. He sometimes went down to handle affairs. But he had truly never used a smartphone, not because he couldn't afford one, but because he had no use for it. For him, the only purpose of a phone was to contact his senior brothers and the various sects when he was on business. Earlier at the bar, when he said Zhou Su could never afford to compensate him for his damaged phone, he had not been bragging, for that phone contained the numbers of the heads and key contacts of various immortal sects. The value of that contact list could not be measured by worldly wealth. As she taught him, Lin Manqing finally became convinced that Li Mukin truly had never used a smartphone and was unfamiliar with many aspects of modern society. You're not some time traveler, are you? Lin Manqing joked. What's a time traveler? Li Mukin asked. Lin Manqing could only shake her head helplessly as she continued teaching him the phone's functions and along the way some basic modern common sense. Li Mukin quickly mastered the basic functions of the phone, registered a WeChat account, and added Lin Manqing as a contact. The next difficulty was that he could not type. Although he had learned pinyin as a child, faced with an unfamiliar keyboard, he was completely at a loss. This is too hard, harder than cultivating immortality, he complained. He had no choice but to use the handwriting function, and with some effort sent Lin Manqing his first WeChat message. This humble one is Li Mukin. Please guide me well, he wrote, complete with a symbolic clasped fist salute. Seeing such an old-fashioned turn of phrase written in traditional characters, Lin Manqing couldn't help but burst out laughing and replied, I wouldn't dare, with a matching clasped fist emoji. She thought the conversation would end there, but to her surprise another message arrived. Do you have any enemies? Startled, Lin Manqing typed back, no, followed by a question mark. She had no idea why Li Mukin would ask such a thing, but watched him swipe and tap for a long while before another message finally came through. From now on, don't go out alone at night. Be wary of strange men. Feeling even more bewildered, she did not reply, but instead looked up at Li Mukin. Li Mukin was still swiping across the screen when another message popped up. You are far too beautiful. Lin Manqing had not expected this man to flirt with her in such a manner. Though it was a simple, ordinary sentence, the old-fashioned build-up gave it an unexpectedly striking effect. If a man had said that to her face, she would have felt nothing at all, perhaps even resentment. Yet now she actually felt a faint joy inside. The man before her truly seemed out of step with the world, but he was not boring in the least. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, she was usually chauffeured in a private car whenever she went out, and sometimes accompanied by bodyguards. Rarely did she have the chance to sit alone with a man at a roadside stall, eating a midnight snack undisturbed. Only now did Lin Manqing feel herself to be real vivid, no longer merely the young miss who lived in the Lin household. Then do you count as a strange man? She replied. Of course not. I'm your fiancé, he wrote back. Get lost, she answered. Pretending to be angry, Lin Manqing set down her phone, though she felt no anger at all. Yet Li Mukin seemed to take it literally. He replied with a single word, fine, then rose to his feet and walked away. Lin Manqing stared blankly for a moment, watching his departing figure, unable to understand what had just happened. Could he really not take a joke? He had been the one joking first after all. Then she thought again that perhaps coming from the mountains he could not accept a word like, get lost. I really shouldn't have said that, she thought, feeling a pang of guilt. She wanted to call out to him and say, hey, I was only joking. But the dignity of a young miss kept the words caught in her throat. Her heart suddenly felt hollow, as though she had lost something. Her eyes reddened slightly as she murmured to herself, forget it, let him go. Who needs his company anyway? Picking up her bag and phone, Lin Manqing walked along the road in the opposite direction from Li Mukin. She did not notice the two men at the neighboring table exchange a glance, stand up and fall and step behind her. After crossing an intersection, a park lay ahead. It was already late, the dancing aunties of the square had long since gone home, and only a few scattered people still strolled through the park. Lin Manqing entered the park. A river ran through it, and along its banks the lights were dim, hardly a soul could be seen. Just then the two men suddenly appeared before her, blocking her way. Beauty, walking alone so late at night. Aren't you lonely? One of the men said with a leering tone. What are you trying to do? Lin Manqing exclaimed in alarm. What we're trying to do is you. The man replied, his gaze roaming shamelessly up and down her body, finally fixing on her chest. Get away from me, or I'll call the police. No sooner had the words left her mouth than one of the men snatched the bag from her hand. He pulled out her phone and waved it smugly in the air. Go ahead, call them. I'd like to see what you used to dial. You'd be better off holding on to me instead. Ha, he jeered. Terrified, Lin Manqing cried. Give me back my bag, or I'll start screaming for help. Fine, here you go, the man said, extending the bag toward her and waving it teasingly before her eyes. At that moment the other man slipped behind her and clamped a hand over her mouth. Lin Manqing wanted to scream, but no sound came out, only a soft whimper escaped her lips. The man's grip was strong, and she could not break free. Another man threw the bag on the ground and approached her with a wicked grin. Beautiful lady, let us have some fun today. As long as you serve us well, we will not harm you. As he spoke, he clawed at her with his hands, ready to pounce. Lin Manqing was filled with despair. Just then a voice came from behind her. Let her go. Lin Manqing's heart leaped with joy as she recognized the voice of Li Mukin. The two thugs were taken aback. Kid, mind your own business. One of the thugs pulled out a folding knife from his pocket, its blade glinting coldly under the dim streetlight. He recognized that the newcomer was the one who had just eaten late-night snacks with the girl. They'll say it one last time, let her go, Li Mukin stated. Let her go, the thug sneered. You've ruined my fun, so I'll teach you a lesson today. The knife spun in his hand, creating a dazzling flash. But suddenly his vision blurred, and the knife somehow ended up in Li Mukin's grasp. Li Mukin was already in front of him, sweeping his hand lightly across the thug's chest. The thug flew back and crashed against a tree. As he slid down from the tree, just as his heels touched the ground, and he had not steadied himself, he heard a thud as the knife pierced the tree trunk right next to his neck. The hilt of the knife trembled, emitting a buzzing sound. He could feel the coldness of the blade against his neck. The thug was so terrified that he dared not move. The other thug released Lin Manqing, cursing as he charged forward. Li Mukin waved his hand, and that thug was also sent flying, crashing to the ground. The two thugs sensed the danger and abandoned their knives, fleeing in panic into the thick greenery, disappearing from sight. Lee Myukin sneered, his fingers moving slightly as two invisible waves of energy penetrated the foliage. Lin Manqing clutched her sore neck and coughed twice. Lee Myukin picked up the bag and phone from the ground and handed them to her, asking, "Are you all right?" Lin Manqing shook her head. "I'm fine, thank you." As she said thank you, her gaze was somewhat complex. "Why are you back?" Lee Myukin smiled and replied, "Then what about earlier? I just stepped away for a moment. Be careful at night, especially with strange men. You shouldn't be walking alone on such a secluded path." Lin Manqing, confused, said, "It seems you knew someone was going to." Lee Myukin explained, "Those two have been following you since you came out of the barbecue place. They sat at the table next to us." Lin Manqing recalled that she indeed noticed those two. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" "To catch a thief, you must catch them in the act," Lee Myukin replied. "Besides, if you didn't experience a little hardship, how would you remember my words, eh? You jerk," Lin Manqing retorted angrily. Lee Myukin feigned innocence, saying, "I saved you, how can I still be a jerk? You are really hard to please." "Who asked you to please me?" Lin Manqing rolled her eyes. "Sigh," Lee Myukin sighed. "You're so fierce even before marriage. If we were married, I wouldn't be able to handle you. Get lost." Lin Manqing, realizing he was getting increasingly ridiculous, decided to ignore him and walked ahead angrily. After walking a few steps, she looked at the dim path, remembering the earlier incident, and felt a wave of fear wash over her. There was no sound behind her. Could it be that this guy really left just because I told him to get lost? She hurriedly turned around to see if Lee Myukin was still there, only to find him right behind her. With her sudden turn, they faced each other close enough to hear each other's breath. "Ah!" Lin Manqing was startled and took 2 steps back. "Why are you like this?" "What's wrong with me?" Lee Myukin asked innocently. "Why are you so close? Don't you like me following you? Then I'll leave." Lee Myukin turned to walk away. "Wait a second," Lin Manqing called out. "What now?" Lee Myukin turned back and asked, "Are you really leaving? Then do you want me to leave or to follow you?" "I." Lin Manqing bit her lip, looking aggrieved. Lee Myukin shook his head and smiled. "All right, let's go. I'll walk you home." Lin Manqing softly responded with an and obediently followed behind Lee Myukin. The streetlights were dim, the winding path seemed secluded, and insects chirped in the grass, creating a harmonious sound. For the first time, Lin Manqing felt that a summer night was so beautiful, and the man beside her gave her a sense of security that completely swept away her earlier fear. With the summer insects chirping, her steps began to feel light. As they were about to exit the park, Lee Myukin suddenly said, "Can you teach me how to use the younger brother?" "What?" Lin Manqing was taken aback, thinking she misheard. "I tried it just now," Lee Myukin said, shyly scratching his head. "It was my first time, and I really didn't know how to use it." "You just tried." Lin Manqing pointed at Lee Myukin. Lee Myukin didn't understand why her expression changed so weirdly, and said, "Why don't you help me out? Get lost." Lin Manqing was genuinely angry this time. She decided to ignore this guy completely. Lee Myukin shouted from behind, "Hey, if I don't take a taxi, how will I send you back? Are you really going to walk?" Lin Manqing stopped and abruptly turned around. "What did you say about taking a taxi?" "Yeah, the younger brother takes a taxi, just like you said." Lee Myukin shook his phone in his hand. Lin Manqing stood silently for a while before finally bursting into laughter. First, she let out a soft snort, covering her mouth with her hand. Then she simply let go and laughed heartily. This was probably the most unrestrained laugh she had ever had in her life. Under Lin Manqing's guidance, Lee Myukin finally learned how to use the younger brother to hail a taxi. He dropped Lin Manqing off at the villa area where her family lived. Although it was already night, Lee Myukin saw that a thin layer of clouds still covered the villa area, undisturbed by the rising winds around it. As they parted, Lee Myukin reminded Lin Manqing, "Try not to stay home too much, get out more often." Lin Manqing didn't understand why Lee Myukin said that, but she just nodded. She didn't really like living the life of a young lady here, so she preferred to stay at school. Lee Myukin watched Lin Manqing enter the gate, and then headed back the same way. He returned to the spot where Lin Manqing had encountered trouble, pulled the knife from the tree, and walked deep into the greenery where the thugs had escaped. The 2 thugs lay unconscious in the bushes. Lee Myukin had used a unique technique to numb them, controlling the force so they could walk a distance before becoming incapacitated. He gently patted the 2 of them, releasing the pressure points on their upper bodies. The 2 thugs looked in terror as Lee Myukin scraped the knife across their faces, slowly moving down to their chests, bellies, and all the way to their groins. "Speak, who sent you?" Lee Myukin asked. "No one. Really no one." Lee Myukin's hand came down with the knife, leaving 2 large holes in the thug's pants. "Why, you didn't get hit at all." He looked disappointed. "Let's do it again." As he spoke, he raised the knife to stab down. There was already a puddle of yellow liquid on the ground, accompanied by a foul smell. "Kaitu. It was Kaitu who sent us. It's not our fault. Please spare us." The thug babbled incoherently. "Who is Kaitu? Why did he have you follow her?" Keita, that's Kai Wayman. He told us to follow that girl and find an opportunity for a kidnapping. That's everything we know. When did you start following her? Since she came out of the Blue Bridge bar. Lee Myukin frowned. Where is Kaito? He has several nightclubs, but recently he's been at the dog-fighting arena. If we succeeded in the kidnapping, we would have gone there too. Dog-fighting arena? It's a place specifically for dog fights. Where is it? In the south of the city, there's an abandoned factory at the edge of the city interchange. Lee Myukin asked a few more questions, but didn't gain any significant information, so he sealed their mute point. With their lower body pressure points unresolved and their mute points sealed, they could not call for help in the dense bushes. Whether they would be discovered depended on their luck. Even if they were rescued, if no one released their pressure points, they would never be able to stand up or speak. Lee Myukin was confident that in this world few could unlock his unique technique. Lin Manqing returned to the villa late at night, only to find that her family was still awake. Her father sat on the sofa in the living room looking grave, while her mother appeared to wear a worried expression. Her younger brother Lin Yun was playing a game on his phone. Even butler Luo was present. Lin Manqing sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off and asked, "Dad, Mom, is something wrong?" "Manqing," Yin Huimin responded with some surprise, "why are you back? Didn't you say there was an event at school, and you wouldn't come home this weekend?" "Oh, the event was cancelled at the last minute," Lin Manqing explained. "Then why didn't you inform us and have the driver pick you up?" Yin Huimin reproached, "It's dangerous for you to be alone out there." "I'm old enough, for what danger could there be?" Lin Manqing said, though she couldn't help but feel a little guilty inside. Remembering her experiences on the road made her uneasy, and her mind was filled with the image of Lee Myukin and his words, which she couldn't shake off. "No matter if there's danger, you shouldn't act like this," Lin Xiaoxing said sternly. "You are the daughter of the Lin family. When you go out, you represent the Lin family. Do you think I want to assign drivers and bodyguards to you? Outside there are countless eyes watching us. Where have you been coming home so late?" "I was just out having fun with classmates." "Which classmates?" "Zhang Jie, the one you know, and Zhang Yiping." "Zhang Yiping? Is he not the son of Chairman Zhang Zhenmao of Yongqing Corporation?" Hearing that she was with Zhang Jie, and Huimin felt relieved and said, all right, at least my daughter isn't associating with unsavory people. You don't have to pry further and give her a bit of freedom." Lin Xiaoxing snorted coldly. "What does Zhang Zhenmao's son want?" "I still don't know. He wants to climb the family tree. The Zhang family isn't worthy of my daughter." Yin Huimin rolled her eyes at her husband and said, "No matter how the Zhang family is, they are still wealthy, and Huqing and the Yongqing group has dealings with us. If you ask me, I'd rather let Manqing marry Zhang Zhenmao's son than that country bumpkin." Lin Manqing sensed something was off and said, "Mom, what are you talking about? What country bumpkin? What marriage are you discussing?" Lin Yun, who was playing on his phone, chimed in, "Sister, you have a fiancé, you know." "What?" When Lin Manqing heard the word fiancé, for some reason the first name that popped in her mind was actually Li Myukin. Lin Yun said, "You have a fiancé. It was a childhood betrothal arranged by Grandpa, and today he came to the door with the marriage contract." Lin Manqing's eyes widened. "Impossible. Lin Yun, what nonsense are you talking?" If you don't believe me, ask Mom." She sent him away, and later Grandpa found out, and he wasn't happy. He summoned the family, even Uncle and them came. Grandpa said that if we don't bring the person back, he'll kick Mom out and send her back to Meiqing. "Mom, is this true? What exactly is going on?" Lin Manqing questioned loudly. Yin Huimin glanced at her husband's side and said, "Manqing, I didn't mean to hide this from you. I thought it was just a misunderstanding when your grandfather was drunk back then and he arranged that marriage contract. It hasn't been mentioned in years. Who would have thought that person would show up today?" "Who is it?" Lin Manqing asked. "I heard he's a Taoist," Lin Yun interjected with a mischievous grin. "Sister, marrying a Taoist sounds good. He could help me get some elixirs for immortality." Lin Manqing shot him a fierce glare. "Shut up." Lin Yun stuck out his tongue and fell silent. Lin Xiaoxing asked, "Huimin, have you investigated this person's family background?" "Dad wouldn't just engage us without reason." Yin Huimin replied, "Do you think I wouldn't investigate? Ever since Dad mentioned this 18 years ago, I started looking into it. That person was orphaned and lived with Grandpa, and the two of them survived by scavenging. Later, when the old man passed away, the child disappeared. I thought he was dead. Oh, who would have thought that after more than a decade he would come back? No way, just a scavenger." Lin Yun was greatly disappointed. "I thought he was a disciple of some secret sect. Where has he been all these years?" Lin Xiaoxing asked. Yin Huimin shook her head. "I don't know that. However, judging by his appearance today, dressed in rags and with a bun hairstyle, he truly looked like a Taoist. He must not have had a good life. He must have calculated that now that Manqing has come of age, he hopes to rely on becoming our Lin family's son-in-law to turn his fortunes around. I won't marry him. No matter what he does, I won't marry." Lin Manqing declared loudly. "What age is this still talking about arranged marriages? Feudalism. Sister, you should go and tell Grandpa that." "All right, I'll go find Grandpa," Lin Manqing said as she turned to leave. "Stop!" Lin Xiaoxing barked. Your grandfather is over 80 and has been unwell lately. You mustn't go and add to his troubles. There's nothing more to discuss. If the person can't be found, then that's it. If the person can be found, I will arrange the engagement banquet for you immediately. Dad. Lin Manqing wanted to say more. Lin Xiaoxing, however, issued a command. All right, you go back and rest. Luo make arrangements for the young lady. She is not allowed to go anywhere except school for now. Lin Manqing had no choice but to stomp her foot in frustration and return to her room. Back in her room, she lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Born into a prestigious family, beautiful and an academic star, she was the jewel of the family and the center of attention wherever she went. Yet she couldn't even date freely. A person she had never met suddenly came to her door with a marriage contract. It was clear that this person wasn't someone desirable. Her grandfather actually wanted her to marry such a person. The more Lin Manqing thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more she felt like crying. She took out her phone and scrolled through her contacts, hoping to find someone to confide in. But she realized that there wasn't a single true confidant with whom she could share these things. If she weren't the young lady of the Lin family, how many of those names in her contacts would treat her as a friend? Finally, her gaze landed on the name Li Mukin. She hesitated and sent a message, "Are you asleep?" Li Mukin replied, "I am asleep." Lin Manqing felt a wave of disappointment. Just as she was about to put her phone down, she received another message, "I am awake now." She smiled and replied, "Sorry to wake you." "No problem." Lin Manqing thought for a long time and finally wrote a message, "What would you do if someone forced you to marry a man you've never met?" After a long while, she finally received Li Mukin's reply, "I'm a man and no one can force me to marry a man." Lin Manqing couldn't help but chuckle. Thinking about how quickly Li Mukin typed, she was surprised he wrote such a long reply. "My family wants me to marry someone I've never met. What do you think I should do?" Lin Manqing had initially just wanted to vent, not expecting Li Mukin to give any useful advice. Unexpectedly, Li Mukin quickly replied, "Just marry him." Lin Manqing was furious. "How can you say that? I've never met that person. What if he's old, ugly, and bad?" Li Mukin responded, "Let me calculate for you." Lin Manqing asked curiously, "You can predict fortunes?" After another long wait, Li Mukin finally sent his reply, "Your fiancé is handsome and elegant, charming and talented, a true dragon among men, practically a celestial being." Lin Manqing lay on her bed, finally unable to suppress her laughter. All her previous unpleasantness was swept away. In the downstairs living room, once the children left, Lin Xiaoxing held his forehead and said, "Huimin, you need to take this matter seriously and try to locate the person as soon as possible. Business has been going poorly lately, and I have a meeting early tomorrow, so I will go rest now." Yan Huimin nodded, and only she and butler Luo Mingsha remained in the living room. "Has everything been taken care of?" "Yes, all taken care of." Butler Luo was unaware that the people he sent out had encountered trouble. He still thought they had killed Li Mukin and left Huqing as instructed. That 2 million would naturally end up in his own pocket. "Are you sure that kid took the money and won't return to Huqing?" "Mrs. Lin still felt a bit worried." "Don't worry, he won't appear again," Butler Luo said confidently. "It's just that, Madam Yu. It's nothing, the old man won't really kick me back to Meiqing." Mrs. Lin was also quite confident. "Tomorrow send everyone out to search and make it grand so that the old man knows we did our best." Li Mukin had just arrived in Huqing and had nowhere to stay, so he spent the night at Ma Shan's place. What passed for a home was merely a damp, airless basement, barely 15 square meters, permeated with the musty odor of mildew. "Brother Shan, you're doing well at the bar? Why don't you live somewhere nicer?" Li Mukin asked. Ma Shan replied, "One mouth to feed, one bed to sleep on. What's the point of living lavishly? I do manage decently at the bar. Sister Na has treated me fairly over the years and my wages have never been shorted, not by a single coin. Yet I'm terrible with money. My circle is full of fair-weather friends, and a few meals are enough to drain my entire paycheck." Li Mukin knew Ma Shan was streetwise, and thought nothing amiss in a man living simply, but he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow for Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang lived next door to Ma Shan in a room identical in size, except for a small ventilation window that made it slightly drier. Her diligence kept it immaculate, and a faint pleasant fragrance lingered in the air. It was only then that Li Mukin learned Ding Xiang's parents had both passed away. In their childhood, they'd all lived in the same compound. Her parents had cared for him and Ma Shan as if they were their own children. Yet in the blink of an eye, all three had become orphans. "Has Ding Xiang secured tuition for university?" Li Mukin asked. Ma Shan said, "I've saved 10,000 yuan. She works part-time too, should be enough." "Weren't you just saying you can't hold on to money?" "This is for Ding Xiang. I'd originally planned to save 50,000, so she could study in peace without needing to work. Ah, damn it. I should have cut off my hands long ago." Ma Shan cursed himself bitterly. Li Mukin paused, then asked, "How much does a house cost around here?" "Depends on size. 10,000 yuan per square meter." "You figure it out," Ma Shan said. "Wait, you're thinking of buying?" Li Mukin nodded. "Yes. I want us to buy a place, To live together, all three of us. No more separations. Ma Shan shot upright from the bed. You've got money. Li Mukin shook his head. No. Ma Shan laughed. Then what the hell are you talking about? Even if we squeezed into one room, Ding Xiang needs her own. We'd need at least a 2-bedroom unit. That'll run no less than 7 or 800,000 yuan. A 3-bedroom. Over $1 million. You're daydreaming. Li Mukin asked what's the fastest way to make serious money. Ma Shan pondered. If it's legal, jade speculation, underground boxing. Then he looked sharply at Li Mukin, eyes alight. Right? Your martial skill is extraordinary. You dominate in the ring. How much does a fight pay? Small venues, tens of thousands per win. I've heard of elite circuits where matches fetch hundreds of thousands, or even more. Li Mukin shook his head. A few tens of thousands per bout. Exposing himself publicly as a fighter held no appeal. What exactly is jade speculation? It's betting on raw stones, whether they conceal jade inside. No one knows what lies within until the stone is sliced open. One decisive cut, and if emerald green jade floods the surface, fortune is yours. Exceptional pieces have fetched millions, even tens of millions. Ma Shan explained. Li Mukin found this promising. Then let's try jade speculation. Ma Shan countered, that requires capital. Who's got capital? Don't you have 10,000 yuan? That's Ding Xiang's tuition. Ma Shan snapped. Don't even think about touching it. Rest easy. I studied jade identification under my master up in the mountains. I never strike without certainty. I won't risk your money. Ma Shan hesitated, weighing the matter long and hard, then chose finally to trust his brother. Fine, I'll trust you once. If it fails, I'll eat nothing but pickled vegetables till I've rebuilt Ding Xiang's fund. I'll scout jade markets tomorrow. Li Mukin nodded, then suddenly asked, what about dogfighting? Ma Shan blinked. Dogfighting? Sure, it's gambling, fast cash. But dog rings are treacherous. Without connections, you're just meat for the slaughter. Why ask? There's an abandoned factory near the southern city exit. Rumor says it's a dog ring. You know people, find out who runs it. Ma Shan didn't question where Li Mukin had gotten the tip. He simply said, all right, I'll dig. They discussed details further. Ma Shan, seasoned in the underworld, knew enough about such trades. Through his insights, Li Mukin gradually gained clarity. The next morning, Ding Xiang arrived early and roused them both. After breakfast, Ma Shan left to gather intelligence and also to visit the bar. Yesterday's incident had escalated violently, even injuring someone. Though Uncle Ming had surely smoothed things over, Ma Shan felt obligated to report personally to Zhona. Ding Xiang then led Li Mukin to the restaurant where she worked. Brother Mukin, I've already spoken with our boss. He's agreed to hire you. Li Mukin stood stunned. The girl still hadn't stopped worrying about finding him work. Don't worry, he's kind-hearted, not intimidating at all. I'll be off to university soon and the restaurant is short-staffed. Ding Xiang chattered cheerfully. Li Mukin, touched by her sincerity, couldn't bring himself to refuse. He reasoned for now he had no pressing plans. This would at least give him shelter. Once Ma Shan located a jade market and they earned some capital, they'd decide their next move. The restaurant's owner, Mr. Wang, was stout and ever smiling, a living embodiment of the Maitreya Buddha. As Ding Xiang had said, he truly was warm-hearted, matching his gentle appearance. His wife, Madame Mei, went by Sister Mei. Though past her prime, she retained undeniable charm, strikingly beautiful by ordinary standards. Unlike her husband, Sister Mei possessed a bold, fiery temperament, uninhibited and daring, occasionally flirting playfully with patrons. Yet beneath that bravado lay genuine kindness. Only Mr. Wang bore the brunt of her sharp tongue. Everyone else received her warmth and generosity. Mr. Wang usually labored in the kitchen while Sister Mei manned the front desk. When business slowed, she'd step out for manicures or hair appointments, and Mr. Wang would take her place at the counter. On his first day, Li Mukin shadowed Ding Xiang, clearing tables and performing light duties, effortless, unhurried work. In the afternoon, Sister Mei departed for a hair appointment and paused to call out to Li Mukin, little Li, care to join me? My stylist Tony is a genius. He'll make you look absolutely dashing. She pinched his cheek lightly as she spoke. Li Mukin's scalp prickled. No thank you, Madam Mei. I'm new here and still learning. I'd rather stay and observe. Very well, study hard then. She swayed away, hips undulating like liquid silk. Li Mukin half feared her spine might snap. And so began his first day as a waiter. That same day, word spread swiftly among Huqing's elite. The Lin family was searching urgently for a Taoist master surnamed Li. At Tianqing Temple on Wangjiang Mountain in southern Huqing, Abbot Zhang Daoyuan practiced breath cultivation in the courtyard. Suddenly, a young Taoist disciple rushed in, breathless. Master! Master! Zhang Daoyuan concluded his meditation and rebuked him sternly. What's the urgency? Why so flustered? Master! The city buzzes with rumors the Lin family seeks a Taoist named Li. Does this concern us? Traditionally, any Taoist arriving in Huqing registers at our temple. Matters are always brought before you. So how did a Taoist named Li appear in Huqing unannounced? Just now the Feng Cha and Zhao families all called. asking whether you knew this Master Li's origins. No person, only a name. Yet it stirs Hutching's 3 great clans. Zhang Daoyuan shook his head. The young disciple ventured then. Master Li must be formidable. Zhang Daoyuan burst into laughter. Not Master Li. Lin family's power commands such attention. Shall I respond to those callers? The disciple pressed. Zhang Daoyuan paused, then murmured, let me divine. He counted silently on his fingers, then frowned deeply. Strange, most strange. Master, what is it? The disciple asked, curiosity piqued. Zhang Daoyuan sighed. I cannot discern Master Li's origin, though that's unsurprising since he may be entirely mythical. Yet the Lin family. He gazed northwestward, eyes clouded with uncertainty. Dark clouds loom overhead, ominously heralding decline, yet a sliver of dawn pierces through. Alas, I cannot fathom it. Cannot fathom it. A Taoist surnamed Li. In the Zhao family manner of Hutching, Patriarch Zhao Sihai furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing his steward's report. No one knows, replied the steward. Yet the Lin family appears deeply anxious, mobilizing nearly all their resources in search of this man. Father, could the Lins have learned something? Why suddenly seek out a Taoist? Asked Zhao Qinyang, Zhao Sihai's son. Zhao Sihai turned to his steward. Go and invite Master Wu. Also inquire with Zhang Taoist of Tianqing Temple. Does he know the origins of this Taoist surnamed Li? Yes, sir. The steward bowed and departed. Moments later, an elderly man entered, white-haired, yet rosy-cheeked, bearing the vigor of youth. Zhao Sihai rose to greet him. Master Wu, please be seated. The elder was Wu Xian, a master of Yinyang arts retained by Zhao Sihai. With a courteous bow, he sat without hesitation on the chair beside him. What brings you to summon me, Patriarch Zhao? I've heard the Lin family is urgently seeking a Taoist. Zhao Sihai continued. Could they suspect our maneuvers and seek a Taoist to unravel the formation Master Wu has laid? Wu Xian stroked his snowy beard and laughed heartily. Rest assured, Patriarch Zhao. The art I employ is a secret transmission of my sect, unfathomable to anyone in Hutching. Even if they discerned it, they'd lack the means to break it. Zhao Sihai still harbored doubt. Master Wu, must we truly sit idle, do nothing, while trusting the Lin family will simply crumble of its own accord? Wu Xian replied calmly, fear not. The Lin family is shrouded beneath a pall of ill omen. A misfortune clings to every endeavor. Their decline is inevitable. Zhao Qinyang added, Father, according to my intelligence, the Lin family has recently suffered setbacks across multiple ventures. Lin Xiuxing is overwhelmed with crises. Moreover, reliable sources report that Elder Lin Shangyi's health deteriorates day by day. Oh! Zhao Sihai's eyes lit with delight. Once that old man breathes his last, the Lin family's enterprises will bear the Zhao name within half a year. Then the Zhao family shall reign supreme in Hutching. Wu Xian smiled faintly, a trifling matter. Bring me Elder Lin Shangyi's birth chart. I'll inscribe a nailhead curse scroll. Within 7 days his spirit shall depart for the netherworld. That afternoon, with few patrons at the restaurant, Li Mukin idly fiddled with his new smartphone. Ding Xiang spotted it and exclaimed in surprise, Brother Mukin, did you buy a phone? Li Mukin replied, Miss Lin gave it to me. Wow, Miss Lin is so generous. This is the finest model available. Ding Xiang said, her voice tinged with envy. If you like it, it's yours, Li Mukin offered, extending the device. Ding Xiang shook her head. No, I won't take it. Miss Lin gifted it to you. Li Mukin smiled. Then I'll earn enough to buy you one. Ding Xiang beamed, promise. Just then the shop door burst open. 2 young men entered, hair dyed yellow and green, dressed in garish, disreputable attire. They strode straight to the counter and rapped sharply on its surface. Boss Wang had been dozing inside. He lifted his drowsy head, saw them, and instantly plastered on a wide, ingratiating smile. Gentlemen, so early. Would you like a couple of stir-fried dishes? Shut your damn mouth, one youth snarled, thrusting out his hand. Boss Wang chuckled nervously, pulled a stack of 100 yuan bills from his drawer, counted them, and handed them over. The youth pocketed the cash without a word, and as he passed Li Mukin and Ding Xiang, he halted, leering at Ding Xiang with a lewd grin. Well, where'd this beauty come from? Ding Xiang flinched, shrinking behind Li Mukin. The youth glared at Li Mukin, blind. Move aside now. Li Mukin didn't budge. He uttered a single word, leave. You're courting death. The youth's face twisted into a snarl. Boss Wang rushed from behind the counter, stepping between them with a forced smile. No harm done, no harm done. They're new here, don't know any better. Brother, please forgive their rudeness. He pressed 200 yuan into the youth's palm. Buy yourself cigarettes. Smart move, the youth sneered, jabbing a finger toward Li Mukin. Watch your tongue, or I'll bury you alive. Then they stormed out, cursing under their breath. Li Mukin asked, Boss, who are they? Why pay them? Boss Wang's expression soured. Local thugs, collecting protection money every month. Don't the police intervene? They do, but reporting them only lands them in jail for a few days before. Then they'll stalk you daily, harass, retaliate. 2 alone wouldn't trouble us. but they answer to Ba Ba Lu, the scarred sixth. We run a business. We seek harmony, not conflict. Who can afford such endless attrition? With a yawn, Boss Wong ambled back behind the counter. Who is Ba Ba Lu? Boss Wong glanced toward the door and lowered his voice. A monstrous villain, rotten to the core. Heaven itself will surely strike him down. It was the first time Lim Yukin had seen Boss Wong truly enraged, proof of how deep his hatred ran. Where might I find Ba Ba Lu? At the street corner. He runs the Alu Mahjong parlor, keeping a gang of idlers. Boss Wong fixed Lim Yukin with a sharp look. What are you planning? Don't get reckless, boy. Ba Ba Lu isn't someone to trifle with. He's killed before, and set fires without remorse. Just curious, Lim Yukin replied lightly. Good, that's good. Young men like you should never step foot in Mahjong parlors. 9 out of 10 lose everything, and some even lose fingers. Boss Wong lectured earnestly, then abruptly shifted tone. Though just next door lies a bathhouse. Its masseuses are exceptional. If you're interested, give it a try. Lim Yukin blinked. How had talk of Ba Ba Lu veered into bathhouses? But seeing the mischievous glint in Boss Wong's eye, he fell silent, unsure how to respond. Suddenly the door slammed open. Mei Jia, Boss Wong's wife, burst in, pointing at him. What's exceptional? What exactly were you suggesting trying? Boss Wong paled, shaking his head frantically. Nothing. Nothing at all. I was just joking with Shaoli. He shot Lim Yukin frantic, pleading glances. Lim Yukin caught the cue and chimed in. Yes, Sister Mei. Boss was telling us jokes. Jokes? He tells jokes. Then the sun must rise in the west. We've been married decades. When did he ever tell me one? Go on. Tell me one now. Boss Wong grinned, sheepishly gesturing toward her hair. Honey, did you get your perm done? Mind your own business. Mei Jia scoffed and ignored him, turning instead to Lim Yukin with a sudden radiant smile. Shaoli, it's sweltering. Let me fetch you some chilled plum juice. She hurried to the kitchen, returned with icy plum juice, and poured bowls for Lim Yukin and Ding Xiang. Boss Wong piped up. Wife, could I get a bowl too? Can't you fetch it yourself? She snapped. He chuckled awkwardly and slumped back to nap. Lim Yukin couldn't help wondering, were they truly husband and wife? As he sipped his plum juice, Mei Jia sat opposite him, gazing intently, her eyes shimmering with liquid warmth. Shaoli, what do you think of my new hairstyle? Leaning forward, she gathered her hair in one hand, her chest pressing against the table's edge, full and firm. Lim Yukin half feared the table might collapse beneath her weight. He studied her hair, yet found no discernible difference from before she'd left. Still he nodded. It's lovely. Truth be told, Mei Jia was striking. Had she worn finer makeup and more elegant attire, she might rival Zhou Na of Blue Bridge Bar. Yet in Lim Yukin's eyes, neither compared to Ding Xiang. Only Ding Xiang embodied pure, unadulterated beauty, untainted by artifice or worldly vanity, just as her name suggested. Ancient poets described the lilac blossom as a mound of fragrant snow, and such was her grace. That evening, Ma Shan, called the jade polishing venue, had been secured, and leads on the dogfighting arena in southern Cheng had surfaced. Lim Yukin was to meet him at Blue Bridge Bar. After dinner time, Lim Yukin noticed the shop was not very busy, so he asked the boss lady for a leave to go out for a walk. The boss lady readily agreed, and even gave him 200 yuan, telling him to have fun. Lim Yukin declined the money, feeling it was inappropriate to take the boss lattice money after just a day's work. However, the boss lady insisted, saying it was an advance bonus. She specifically advised him to avoid those small alleys lit with pink lights. The boss watched from behind the bar. Lim Yukin gave a few instructions to Ding Xiang, reminding her to be careful returning home alone at night, before hurriedly heading to the Blue Bridge Bar. The bar was still lively, as if nothing had happened the previous night. Ma Shan directly took Lim Yukin to the private room on the second floor. Mr. Li, welcome. Zhou Na greeted him in a charming manner, her attitude vastly different from last night. Lim Yukin, being a disciple of Tiandu under the Immortal Lord, of course felt comfortable being addressed as Mr. He responded naturally. You're too kind, Miss Zhou. Zhou Na replied, I'm just a bar owner, not a CEO. My friends call me Na Jia out of respect, and if you don't mind, you can call me that too, or just my name. Lim Yukin said, alright, I'll call you whatever Ma Shan does. Zhou Na smiled slightly, and got to the point, I heard you want to gamble on stones. Lim Yukin nodded. Zhou Na cautioned, this industry is quite treacherous. Like any gambling, 9 out of 10 lose. Most stones, as long as they are wrapped in skin, no matter how much you pay for them, once cut open they remain stones. She glanced at Lim Yukin. However, it's not entirely without the chance to get rich. I heard there's someone in Yunnan who opened his heavenly eye and can see through the skin to the stone inside. A few years ago, near the border of Myanmar and Vietnam, he uncovered precious materials worth billions. Na Jia, that sounds too unbelievable. Can someone really see through? Ma Shan expressed his doubts. However, Lim Yukin believed it to be true. For someone with an opened heavenly eye, seeing through a stone is a trivial matter. The reason he dared to gamble on stones is that he too could open his heavenly eye. Of course, opening the heavenly eye is not as simple as Ma Shan thought. It does not allow mere sight. The heavenly eye utilizes divine sense, a unique perception ability of cultivators, which could also be described as the seventh sense. Don't dismiss it, Jonah said. This is widely circulated in the circle, so it shouldn't be fake. I have a few friends who claim to have seen that person back in the day. But can you guess what happened to him later? He got rich, right? Mashan replied. Jonah shook her head. You're wrong. That person later died, brutally killed, dismembered, and his eyes were gouged out with his body dumped in a ravine at the border. Mashan gasped in shock. That's so brutal. Lee Myukin couldn't help but frown. How could someone who opened their heavenly eye be easily killed? There are only two possibilities. Either his heavenly eye was fake at most, a Inyan eye, or the one who killed him was a master among masters. So as they say, 9 out of 10 lose, and 1 even died. If you want to participate in gambling stones, you need to think carefully, Jonah said. Lee Myukin replied, thank you for the reminder, Najia. We're just playing around. Jonah nodded. All right, wait for me here a moment. I have a few things to take care of. I'll take you to a place later. After she finished speaking, she left. Lee Myukin frowned slightly, wondering why the gambling stones would be held at. While waiting for Jonah, Mashan told him about the dog-fighting arena in the south of the city. I found out the place you mentioned indeed has a dog-fighting arena. The owner is called Kai Wayman, nicknamed Big Head Kai. His underlings call him Kai too, and I heard this guy has quite the background. His arena is fierce with substantial stakes involved. Only regulars go there. Newcomers need someone to guide them in, and you must have at least 200,000 in cash to enter. After Mashan finished speaking, he asked Mu Chun, how did you know about that place? Lee Myukin didn't hide anything and told him about the day he escorted Lin Manqing home and encountered the thugs. Mashan was furious. If those two punks fell into my hands, I'd definitely deal with them. Moreover, Miss Lin pleaded for us in front of Uncle Ming yesterday, and I heard it. Just for that we can't ignore her. Brother, tell me, how should we proceed? Should I go gather people and raid his dog den? Lee Myukin said, let's not act impulsively. Anyone who dares to target Miss Lin is definitely not an ordinary person. Let's first go to his dog arena and check it out, figure out his bottom line, and maybe make some money on the side. Masha nodded. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Do you have someone who can take us in? Yes, do you remember Huang San? Huang San, the one who often fought with us when we were kids. Lee Myukin recalled there was indeed such a person who lived off collecting garbage and had fought with Ma Shan several times over turf. What stood out in his memory was that Huang San, unable to defeat Ma Shan, would bully Ding Xiang whenever Ma Shan was absent. That time, to protect Ding Xiang, Lee Myukin risked his life to fight Huang San, and finally, by using a handful of quicklime, he managed to blind Huang San and escape with Ding Xiang. What's that kid doing now? He opened a recycling station, but his business isn't clean. He knows Kai too from the dog arena and often goes there to hang out, and he would bring customers along. You used to beat him up as a kid. Will he trust you? Ma Shan chuckled. He doesn't trust me, but he trusts me even less if I were to be a cop. Lee Myukin laughed and said, all right, then it's settled. Next we need to figure out how to get the 200,000 entry fee. Around 9 o'clock, Zhou Na called and told them to go straight to the parking lot. When they arrived at the parking lot, Zhou Na was waving at them from a red Porsche. Ma Shan and Lee Myukin got into. Aren't you going to ask me where we're going? Zhou Na asked while driving. Ma Shan replied, aren't we going to the gambling stone venue? Lee Myukin remained silent. Zhou Na glanced at Lee Myukin through the rearview mirror and saw him resting with his eyes closed, then asked, does Mr. Lee not want to know? Lee Myukin said, you will naturally tell us what we need to know. If you don't want us to know, asking is pointless. Zhou Na smiled and stopped playing coy. You must be curious why the gambling stone venue opens at night. Actually, this isn't just a simple gambling stone venue. If you really want to gamble on stones, you have to go to Yunnan or even cross the border. Here it's all small stakes that takes years to uncover a good piece. But the place I'm taking you to today is different. It not only features gambling stones, but also sells other things that aren't meant to be seen, so it can only be open at night. It's not just for the upper class, right? We can't afford that. Ma Shan recalled he only had 10,000 yuan in cash, which was all his savings. That's not the case. The clientele is very diverse from all walks of life. Even tomb raiders are present. As for money, you don't need to worry. There are affordable options inside. Gambling stones, after all, is all about the gamble. Zhou Na was somewhat surprised as she looked at Lee Myukin through the rearview mirror. Mr. Lee is truly a clever man, Zhou Na admitted candidly. Lee Myukin did not say anything further and continued to rest with his eyes closed. The car entered the underground parking lot of an old 6-story building in the west of the city. After parking, Zhou Na led them into the elevator, swiped her card, and pressed the button for the 6th floor. This used to be the largest second-hand market in Hucheng. The bottom 3 floors were all stalls. The 4th floor was for furniture, and the 5th floor was the office area. The 6th floor was previously unused until Uncle Ming bought it and converted it into the current trading hall, Zhou Na introduced. You can go anywhere on the other floors, but the 6th floor requires a card to enter. As she spoke, the elevator arrived at the 6th floor. The elevator door opened, revealing a shadow wall about 2 meters high in front of them. The wall was carved with a relief of a qinglong emerging from the water with a large blue and white jar, placed right beneath the dragon's head. Water flowed from the dragon's mouth into the jar resembling a waterfall. The primary function of the shadow wall is to serve as a feng shui barrier typically placed at the entrance of ancient courtyards. It is quite rare to see a shadow wall moved indoors. The owner here did not use a screen, but opted for a shadow wall, likely fearing that a screen would not block the negative energy. Li Mukin assessed that the goods coming in and out of here must often contain unclean items. It seems that Uncle Ming is also quite superstitious about feng shui. Passing the shadow wall, they entered a small hall, and then moved through a corridor to see a large door. The door was open, revealing a hall. However, the luxurious scene one would expect from a private club was absent. This was merely a bare space, without any decoration. Inside the hall, dozens of stalls were set up like a trade fair, some large, some small. There were tea tables and rattan chairs where groups of 3 to 5 sat together drinking tea, while others just sat on the floor with their items carelessly spread around. Many people were wandering around the hall, stopping to inquire about items they were interested in. Ma Shan curled his lip and said, "Isn't this just a night market?" Zhou Na smiled and replied, "You have a point, but don't underestimate this place. Sometimes transactions worth tens of millions can happen in a single night, and that's not uncommon." Ma Shan gasped, "So much? Just the commission alone would make us rich." Zhou Na countered, "Uncle Ming never takes a commission except for special auctions. Alright, you can go in and look around. I'm not too knowledgeable about these items, so I want to accompany you. Just give me a call when you're ready to leave," she said. Li Mukin nodded, thanked her, and entered the trading hall with Ma Shan. They wandered casually, with their main goal being to gamble on stones. There were several stalls selling jade rough stones, one of which was relatively large, occupying a corner of the hall, and surrounded by many people examining the stones. Li Mukin walked over, expanding his divine sense as he scanned the stones. Wherever his divine sense passed, the internal textures of the stones became vividly clear in his mind, revealing exactly what materials were inside. Li Mukin walked over, expanding his divine sense as he scanned the stones. Wherever his divine sense passed, the internal textures of the stones became vividly clear in his mind, revealing exactly what materials were inside. Li Mukin was not familiar with the jade market. Even if there were good materials inside, he couldn't be sure of their value. For most stones, he didn't need to understand the market to know they would definitely result in a loss. For example, there was a stone weighing around 10 pounds with a full green opening priced at 300, yet only the opened area showed a bit of green. The internal quality was poor, the flesh rough, and there were cracks, making it insufficient even for a plaque. "So have you found anything appealing?" Ma Shan noticed that Li Mukin wasn't squatting down to take a look and was anxiously wandering among the stones. Li Mukin shook his head, saying, "Let's go check over there." On the other side of the 6th floor hall, Feng Tianming and Zhou Na were sitting in a luxuriously decorated, elegantly arranged office drinking tea. In front of him was a large screen displaying scenes from various locations in the trading hall. At that moment, one of the scenes was magnified, showing the corner where Li Mukin was gambling on stones. In the footage, Li Mukin was slowly walking through the piles of stones. He walked slowly but did not stop. "Are you sure they are here to gamble on stones?" Feng Tianming asked, looking at the screen. Zhou Na nodded, saying, "I don't know this Li Mukin well, but Ma Shan is straightforward. He wouldn't deceive me." "Why do you care about him so much? Just because he knows Lord Qiantang?" she asked. Feng Tianming shook his head and replied, "If he were just a friend of Lord Qiantang, I would have only shown him some respect. But yesterday he defeated Master Hong, who is the representative of the Southern Tai Chi in Huqing. After returning, I asked Master Hong. Although he verbally disagreed, he was convinced in his heart. What made Master Hong angry was that this Li Mukin clearly used Tai Chi techniques, but refused to acknowledge it. Didn't he say he learned it on the spot?" Learning on the spot. Master Hong has practiced for 30 years to achieve such success. He easily defeated Master Hong. Do you think it's possible for someone to learn on the spot? So does that mean he is also a disciple of Tai Chi? Master Hong believes he is from the Northern Tai Chi, deliberately trying to disrupt things. But yesterday was clearly a coincidence. Regardless of whether it was a coincidence or intentional, that is an internal matter of their Tai Chi sect. Hong Tiancheng has already reported to the Southern Tai Chi headquarters, and in due time, whether he is Li Kuei or Li Gui will naturally be determined. So Uncle Ming wants. Feng Tianming took a sip of tea, saying, "In my line of work, it is inevitable to encounter situations that require resolving issues through force. Master Hong is someone I went to great lengths to invite. But as you know, these elderly Tai Chi practitioners pride themselves on being from prestigious schools and are very concerned about their reputation. There are some things they disdain to do. I need someone like Li Mukin by my side. Uncle Ming wants to recruit him, but I see this person is very proud, and it might be difficult to tame him," Zhou Na said with concern. Everyone has weaknesses, since he came to gamble on stones today it indicates he is in need of money, Uncle Ming said confidently. Zhou Na was slightly startled, saying, Uncle Ming, you didn't set a trap for them, did you? Feng Tianming laughed. What kind of underhanded methods would I use on someone like him? I am just curious. With his skills there are many ways to make money. Why does he choose to gamble on stones? Gambling on stones is not a fighting contest. Relying solely on brute strength will not work. One must rely on discernment. There were still several other stalls selling jade rough stones, but they were all smaller in scale. Li Mukin walked through 2 more stalls, but still did not find any stones worth buying. Ma Shan was a bit anxious. Mu Chun, are we going to find something, or not? If not, why don't we just buy a random piece? It's just a one-time deal. If we win, we get the club's models. If we lose, we go home and eat instant noodles. Li Mukin smiled and said, Don't worry, we won't leave empty-handed today. His confidence stemmed from the fact that while he had not found a good stone earlier, he did see several valuable antiques. One of them was an antique bronze mirror, clearly recently unearthed, still bearing the aura of the under. From the thick green rust covering it, Li Mukin deduced that this was a magical artifact in ancient times, though it was now damaged and needed restoration. However, this level of magical artifact would not catch his eye even if fully restored. The primary purpose of today's visit was still to gamble on stones. If he truly couldn't find any good jade, he might consider buying the mirror, which should fetch some money once restored. In a corner there was the last stall selling stones, which was the smallest, and thus quite inconspicuous. Li Mukin nearly overlooked it. However, upon arriving at this stall, Li Mukin's eyes lit up. On this small stall there were actually several decent stones. As soon as the owner saw them approach, he greeted them enthusiastically. What kind of stone do you like, gentlemen? He pointed to a stone with an opened window, the color at the opening very green, saying, How about this one? This is authentic old mine material, absolutely good quality. Li Mukin, however, did not even glance at it. He pointed to a pile of inconspicuous stones beside it, and asked, How much for this one? Oh, that one. The owner rolled his eyes and his tone immediately became much less enthusiastic. 500 each, take your pick. Li Mukin casually picked 2, had Ma Shan pay 1,000 yuan, and asked, Will they be cut? I don't cut here, they can cut over there, the owner said, pointing to the largest rough stone stall where Li Mukin had initially gone. Li Mukin then walked over to the stall with Ma Shan holding the stones. The owner over there glanced at the materials they held and said, Since the materials were not bought here, the cutting fee is charged per cut. These 2 pieces are small, so it will be 51 for 1 cut. But I must clarify beforehand, these are rough materials. You might not even recover the cutting fee, the owner added. Li Mukin said, No problem, cut them. The owner did not waste time and took the stones to be cut. The first stone was cut open, revealing nothing inside, resembling a white bun with no trace of jade light visible. The owner asked, Shall I cut another? Li Mukin replied, Cut it. The owner began to cut the second stone. With one slice he exclaimed, What the heck? It was fully green. The boss exclamation immediately attracted the attention of those nearby. When the people saw the stone that had been split in half, they all gasped in astonishment. This color, this water quality, it's rarely seen in years. Unfortunately, the piece is a bit small, or otherwise we could have struck it rich. This isn't too bad. Ask him how much he bought it for. Just look at the outer skin, it's an ordinary kilogram rough stone. This kind of material has been assessed by the quarry workers, who confirmed it has no value, which is why they sell it by the pound. The odds of selling such a stone are lower than winning the lottery. Yeah, before it was cut open, this kind of rough stone could only fetch a few thousand. A few thousand. Nonsense. He bought it from me for 500. The boss who sold the stone to Li Mukin came over upon hearing the commotion, and upon seeing the cut stone, he regretted it deeply. How could he have sold it for only 500? He wished he could slap himself, and hurried back to hide the pile of stone. From the outer skin, young man, are you selling this stone? He'll buy it for 50,000. A buyer nearby, Ma Shan was already grinning ear to ear. 500 turned into 50,000. This is what they call a profitable deal. Just as he was about to sell it for 50,000, he overheard someone say, 50,000. Are you kidding? There are at least 2 bracelets worth here, and a piece can be made from it. Look at this color and water quality. The finished product price is over 300,000. 50,000. Have some conscience. Hearing this, Ma Shan immediately widened his eyes. Exactly 50,000. What a joke. All right, I'll offer 80,000. I'll bid 100,000. I'll offer 120,000. As more and more people gathered around Zhou Na and Feng Tianming were drawn over. Uncle Ming is here. As soon as Feng Tianming appeared, people immediately cleared a path for him. He walked up to Li Mukin, glanced at the stone, and said, It's a sure thing. You have quite the skill. How did you tell that this stone contained material? Just picked it randomly, luck. Li Mukin casually replied. That's truly good luck. Feng Tianming turned to the seller. Old Qin, how much do you estimate this stone? Old Qin, the seller said. It's hard to say, but just looking at the cut face, the finished product is worth around 350,000. Feng Tianming nodded and said to Li Mukin, then it's 350,000. He'll buy it. Everyone present gasped. 350,000, that's the finished product price, and it's still an estimate. It's clear that this is a loss. But since Uncle Ming is the one making the offer, no one dared to question it. However, Li Mukin shook his head and said, I'm not selling. This kid's heart is too black. Someone beside him couldn't help but comment. Exactly, not satisfied with 350,000. I thought I had encountered a master with a discerning eye today, but it turns out to be a fool. Ma Shan also didn't understand why 350,000 wasn't enough, but as a brother he said nothing. Even if Li Mukin smashed the stone on the spot, he wouldn't frown. Zhou Na looked on with confusion and disappointment. A person who is greedy will never achieve great success, no matter how capable they are. Feng Tianming frowned slightly and asked, then how much do you want to sell it for? Li Mukin thought for a moment and said, if Uncle Ming really wants it, then 20,000. Feng Tianming was taken aback and laughed heartily. Good, then it's 20,000. The crowd finally understood this young man wasn't trying to jack up the price, he just thought the price was too high. Someone gave him a thumbs up praising him for understanding righteousness at such a young age. Others thought he was foolish for not making money. Was Uncle Ming short of those tens of thousands? Zhou Na was also surprised. Her gaze towards Li Mukin became complex, feeling that this young man was hard to read. Feng Tianming said, let's go to my office to get the money. Li Mukin nodded and followed Feng Tianming to the office along with Ma Shan. Feng Tianming took out 20,000 in cash from the drawer and handed it to Li Mukin. Count it. Li Mukin didn't even look at it and let Ma Shan put it away. Feng Tianming said, let's sit down and have a cup of tea. Shauna, your tea skills are good, you brew it. Zhou Na took the main seat and smiled. Then I'll just embarrass myself. I must say Zhou Na's charm is innate. Even sitting there she exudes grace. With exquisite teaware, her fingers danced across the tea table like flowing water, mesmerizing those who watched. Before long, several cups of hot tea were served, and the fragrance of tea wafted through the air. Feng Tianming picked up a cup of tea and sniffed it, praising, the tea I just drank was also this kind of leaf, but the taste is entirely different. Xiaona's hands can turn decay into wonders. You all should smell this. Within the tea's fragrance there's a faint scent of a woman, which is the extraordinary aspect of a beauty brewing tea. Uncle Ming, you flatter me. Zhou Na replied modestly. Li Mukin also picked up the cup and sniffed. It was indeed good tea, both in quality and in brewing. As for the mention of a woman's scent, that was purely jest. Uncle Ming, just speak your mind. Li Mukin said while holding the teacup. He wasn't one for beating around the bush. Good, straightforward. Feng Tianming laughed heartily. Then he'll be direct. Mr. Li is a remarkable person. Oh, if I were to ask Mr. Li to be my bodyguard, that would be disrespectful, so I wish to collaborate with Mr. Li. How do you intend to collaborate? Two things. First, Mr. Li is highly skilled. Both Tai Yihuang Hai and Master Tai Chi Hong have been defeated by you. With your abilities, I cannot claim that you can establish your own sect, but opening a martial arts school is well within your capacity. If Mr. Li opens a martial arts school, I can do my part. It'll cover the venue and funds, and you won't need to worry about the management. You just need to teach your disciples. Feng Tianming took a sip of tea and quietly watched Li Mukin. Ma Shan was filled with excitement. He had always dreamed of learning martial arts from a master, but the idea of opening his own martial arts school was beyond his wildest dreams. Unexpectedly, his good brother, after spending over a decade in the mountains, returned ready to open a martial art. Li Mukin understood the implications clearly. It sounded nice. Opening a martial arts school with the money, venue, and management provided by you is just like being a martial arts instructor. How is that different from being a bodyguard? I suspect that the master Tai Chi Hong from the southern school had his school opened by Hong Tianming. Moreover, a disciple of Tian Du, just a step away from entering the innate realm, coming to his city to open a martial arts school is simply laughable. In the world of martial arts, those who can achieve transformation are already rare. After achieving transformation and breaking through the pinnacle of martial arts, one can be called a master. The ultimate goal pursued by a martial arts master is to transition from the acquired to the innate, thus entering the Tao. Those who become masters are all extraordinary talents in martial arts, rare in a century, who devote their lives to martial arts, practicing for decades, and only when they reach old age can they achieve the master realm. At that point, stepping into the innate realm becomes exceedingly difficult. Yet Li Mukin, at just over 20 years old, already has one foot in the door of the innate. How could he lower himself to open a martial arts school? But Li Mukin did not immediately refuse. His main purpose in coming to his city was to uncover the truth behind his grandfather's death. Due to the long passage of time, the clues had faded. Now he needed to establish himself in his city first, then leverage various forces to slowly search for new leads. Feng Tianming mainly engages in undefeatable dealings and has many connections to the underworld. This person could be useful. Li Mukin smiled slightly and asked, "Are there any masters in Yi City?" Feng Tianming was taken aback and said, "A martial arts master is a person of great esteem. In a small place like Yi City, where would a master come from?" Looking at the entire South Jiang province, only Qiantang's He Changsheng is recognized as a master. Li Mukin exclaimed, "Is there really so few masters? I thought with so many people practicing martial arts there would be masters in every region. I didn't expect there to be only one master in an entire province." Feng Tianming's face darkened. "Those are masters, not just some jade stones that you can stumble upon. In the face of true martial strength, even wealthy families like theirs are insignificant. It's not to say there's only one Lu Jinxing from Yongqing, and the brothers Wang Zhongyu and Wang Zhongxing from the Southern Tai Chi School are said to have achieved the master realm in recent years, but their fame is not as great as Master He Changsheng. Of course, there are also some reclusive experts who enjoy the beauty of nature, but those are beyond our reach." Li Mukin nodded. "Let's put the martial arts school idea on hold for now. In a place without even a master, opening a martial arts school would be pointless. Perhaps I should wait until I take on disciples and let my disciples open it." Feng Tianming found Li Mukin's words a bit arrogant, but since he had politely declined, he didn't press further and said, "As for the second matter, I see that Mr. Li seems to have quite a bit of knowledge about antique jade stones. I often collect some rare stones and antiques, and I would like to ask Mr. Li to help me appraise them. The price is negotiable. Additionally, I have some friends in Yunnan. If Mr. Li is interested in gambling stones, we can go there to have some fun. They'll cover the initial costs, and if we make a profit, we can split it 50-50. Li Mukin thought this was acceptable and replied, "That sounds good. You can arrange it, and as long as I have the time, I can join you." He was already planning to make money to buy houses for Dingxiang and Mashan. "All right, it's settled then." Feng Tianming raised his cup. "I'll toast to you with tea instead of wine, Mr. Li." After sitting in Feng Tianming's office for a while, Li Mukin and Mashan took their leave. Back at the trading hall, Li Mukin headed straight for the stall selling copper mirrors. After some haggling, he bought the damaged ancient copper mirror for 3,005. Since it was a newly unearthed item, there was a heavy aura of Yin energy on it. Li Mukin didn't let Mashan carry it, and instead kept it with himself. He continued to wander around the hall, hoping to find materials to repair the mirror. Li Mukin originally didn't hold much hope, as such materials were hard to find. While mirrors could be excavated from ancient tombs, the materials couldn't. Ancient people wouldn't use materials as burial goods. As expected, he found no materials for magical tools here. However, it wasn't a total loss. He unexpectedly discovered a piece of mysterious stone. The mysterious stone is an ancient meteorite that, after falling to the ground, underwent geological changes, becoming deeply buried underground to absorb the essence of geothermal heat, evolved over millions of years. Mysterious stones are categorized into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. This one is a middle-grade mysterious stone, not comparable to the upper-grade ones in the warehouse of the Wandering Immortals sect at Tiandu Peak, but still quite rare. The uses of the mysterious stone are numerous. The most direct use is to refine it into talismans or protective seals. Li Mukin thought that purchasing this piece would allow him to make a few protective talismans. This stall wasn't selling jade rough stones for gambling, but mainly focused on rare stones and miscellaneous items, all at reasonable prices. "Boss, how much for this stone?" Li Mukin squatted down and asked. "Oh, young man, weren't you the one who just made 200,000 from a stone?" The previous commotion had drawn the attention of many stall owners. "This stone? You aren't here to take advantage again, are you?" The boss hesitated a bit, flipping the stone in his hands as if he were the buyer. Li Mukin said, "I just like this stone, and name your price." "Then, 2,000, the boss replied, his eyes flickering with cunning. Li Mukin knew that the boss intended to take advantage of him. Although the mysterious stone is also a meteorite, after being buried in the ground for hundreds of millions of years, its surface appears indistinguishable from regular stones on Earth. Even instruments can only detect slight radioactive anomalies. Only cultivators can sense it with divine sense, or by placing it in a special magnetic field. Looking at the stones around, it was clear that the items here were all quite cheap. 1,000, Li Mukin countered. The boss nearly jumped up. "Brother, you're quite bold. I offered 2,000, and you counter with 1,000. Just say if you're selling it or not," Mashan impatiently interjected. "At a bid, 8,000. The boss held up 2 fingers. Mashan replied, "Do you really call jumping from 1,000 to 8,000 adding a bit? We agreed on 1,000, and if you're not selling, we can leave." 1,000 is too little, make it 2,000, the boss insisted. Mashan pretended to leave, and Li Mukin held him back, saying, "All right, fine, 2,000 it is." The two of them acted out a clever ruse. Mashan, not having enough fun with the act, grumbled as he took out the money from his bag, counted out 2,000, and handed it to the boss. Just as the boss took the money, someone suddenly said, "Wait, I'll buy this stone." The three men looked up simultaneously to see a short man approaching, pointing at the stone and saying, "I'll offer 10,000. Hearing the price, the boss smiled broadly and was about to return Mashan's 2,000. Mashan yelled angrily, "What, trying to back out?" "He offered 10,000, the boss replied. "A bid is binding. We've already paid, and if you dare back out, I'll overturn your stall." Mashan's eyes widened, displaying a fierce demeanor. Although the boss was reluctant, he was also somewhat afraid of Mashan, and indeed a bid was binding in this place. He looked at the short man and said, "Sir, would you like to see some other stones?" "No need, I want this one," the short man said, his accent heavy, sounding like someone from the Lingnan region. "How about this? I'll offer 50,000. The boss was stunned. 50,000. Originally, he could accept losing 8,000, but losing 48,000 was too much for anyone to bear. He looked at Mashan and said, "Brother, it's not that I'm backing out. This guy offered 50,000. How about you add a bit too?" Mashan, being an old hand, knew that once the price started to go up in such situations it would never end. "Impossible. We've already given you the money. If you want to back out, there's no way." Their argument drew a crowd of onlookers. "Yep, that stone for 50,000. It must be a plant. No way would anyone plant in Ming Shu's venue. They must want to mix in with the crowd." Li Mukin's attention was entirely on the short man. Anyone who could offer 50,000 must know the value of the mysterious stone. Moreover, this person had a sinister aura, likely a practitioner of some obscure Yin-based techniques. The short man glanced at Li Mukin and said, "If you let me have the stone, I can give you an additional 50,000. This statement caused an uproar among the onlookers. "What stone is this worth 100,000? This guy can't be that foolish, can he? No, did you not see those two young men also wanting to buy? Just now they made 500 from a stone earning 200,000. Is that true? But this one isn't even jade." People were buzzing with speculation. The stone-selling boss was delighted. "See, he's not my plant, right? Young man, sell the stone to him. I'll give you 50,000, and you'll also earn 50,000. It's a win-win." Mashan thought this was a good idea, but he wasn't sure how much the stone was really worth, so he looked at Li Mukin. Li Mukin shook his head, saying, "I don't want to take advantage of others." Upon hearing this, Mashan understood and said, "My brother said he won't take advantage, so we're going to keep the stone." The boss was now unhappy, cursing, "Hey, you two really don't know what's good for you. Fine, I won't sell you anything anymore. He'll return your money. You can go buy from someone else." Mashan got angry too and grabbed the boss by the collar, saying, "Who are you cursing? You wouldn't dare to hit me, would you?" The boss shouted, "Help. Someone's hitting me." Suddenly, several security personnel appeared, loudly scolding, "I want to see who dares to fight here." They eyed Mashan threateningly. Mashan was not afraid and still held on. Suddenly someone said, "Uncle Ming is here." Feng Tianming walked into the crowd, his face serious, asking, "What's going on?" Only then did Mashan let go and say, "Uncle Ming, this person is being unreasonable. We bought something, and he wants to back out." Seeing Uncle Ming arrive, the boss became somewhat flustered, explaining, "Uncle Ming, it's not that I don't want to sell. We just agreed on a price and haven't finalized the deal yet. They offered 2,000 and someone else offered 100,000. How do you expect me to sell it?" Uncle Ming glanced at the short man and said, "This friend seems unfamiliar. May I ask which old friend brought you here?" "Mr. Fong, he's the one I brought in." A man in his 30s, slightly plump with a pipe in his mouth, stepped forward as the crowd parted. "Mr. Fong wouldn't refuse me, would he?" Feng Tianming laughed heartily upon seeing the man. "So it's young Master Cha?" "Of course I would welcome young Master Cha's friends." Some people in the crowd whispered, "That's Cha Minghui, the young master of the Cha family. I didn't expect to see him here." "Which Cha family?" "Hey, you don't even know the Cha family in Lianhai City, and you're out here trying to mix in." This was the first time Li Muchun had heard of the Cha family, and he couldn't help but feel a bit curious. At that moment, Zhou Na walked up to Li Muchun and whispered in Huqing, "Among the major families, the Cha family is not as powerful as the Lin Feng or Zhao families, but in terms of heritage, no one can compare to the Cha family. The Cha family has produced many high-ranking officials throughout history with deep roots and flourishing branches. However, their base is in Haiqing and their descendants are scattered overseas, which is why they have always been low-key." Li Muchun did not understand why Zhou Na was telling him all this. He merely nodded numbly. Cha Minghui walked over to a short man and introduced him to Feng Tianming, saying, "He is a friend of my second uncle in Nanyang here to visit Huqing for a few days. Knowing he enjoys antiques and stones, I brought him to Ming Uncle's place to have a look." Feng Tianming nodded and said, "Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name?" "Lai Shigong." The short man's tone was quite stiff. Feng Tianming looked slightly displeased, his face darkening. Cha Minghui seemed unfazed, puffing on his pipe, with his eyes half-closed, looking like a spectator. "Young Master Cha, it's rare for you to come. Why don't you come over for some tea?" "No need for tea, we're just here for fun." "Second Master, are the things in your shop no longer for sale, even if one has money?" "Young Master Cha, it's just an ordinary stone, not worth that much money. Why bother? I do have some good jade, but why don't you two come over and take a look?" Young Master Cha shrugged him, not interested in jade. Whether it's money or not doesn't matter, we just want to have fun. If Mr. Lai likes this stone, then it's this one. How about this, Mr. Lai just offered 100,000, and I'll add 500,000 as compensation for you too. The stone seller was dumbfounded, unable to understand what exactly he was selling. Others began to murmur amongst themselves. Feng Tianming glanced at Li Mu Chun, who was also looking at him. Li Mu Chun was determined to have that mysterious stone. However, he was very curious about Feng Tianming's attitude. Logically speaking, both sides had valid points, but just depended on who Feng Tianming favored. Feng Tianming pondered for a moment and said, "Young Master Cha, I'm afraid this will disappoint you. Once a price is offered, it cannot be taken back. That's the rule of our establishment. Since the deal has been agreed upon, the item now belongs to Mr. Li. If you truly want it, you can buy it from him." Feng Tianming's attitude surprised Zhou Na greatly. On one side was the Cha family from Haiqing and the Nanyang merchants. Even if the Feng family was unafraid, offending the Cha family would ultimately lead to trouble. On the other side were just two relatively unknown young men who, aside from being able to fight, seemed to have nothing particularly special. Although she leaned towards Li Mu Chun and Ma Shan, there was something about that Lai character that made her very uncomfortable. However, there were still many compromises to be made in handling this situation. But Ming Uncle was so direct, leaving no face for young Master Cha. Could it be that Li Mu Chen's displayed strength truly impressed Ming Uncle this much? Or was it still because of Master Chanting Koan? Zhou Na was curious about what Koan had said to Ming Uncle on the phone. Cha Ming Hui was not angry, either, still puffing on his pipe, wearing a half-smile, and his eyes contained a hint of excitement, as if anticipating something. Ma Shan cheerfully picked up a stone from the ground. "You can't take that." Lai Shigong suddenly reached out and grabbed Ma Shan's wrist. Ma Shan felt a tight grip on his wrist, as if it were trapped in an iron claw. He considered himself strong, but could not break free from Lai Shigong's hold. As soon as Lai Shigong released him, the stone fell from his hand. Lai Shigong caught it in midair with his other hand and gave Ma Shan a cold smile. However, his smile quickly froze, because Li Mu Chun had also grabbed his wrist just as he had grabbed Ma Shan's. After struggling a couple of times without success, Lai Shigong loosened his grip and the stone fell. It fell into Li Mu Chun's other hand. Li Mu Chun smiled. "No need for your help, we can carry it ourselves." Lai Shigong's expression changed dramatically. "Who are you?" "A customer buying stones," Li Mu Chun said lazily. Cha Ming Hui also sensed something was off and walked over, asking Brother Lai what's wrong. Lai Shigong glared at Li Mu Chun, a layer of frost covering his dark, thin face, his sinister gaze flashing with a hint of killing intent as he coldly huffed, "Let's go." Cha Ming Hui glanced at Li Mu Chun, but said nothing, following Lai Shigong out. Li Mu Chun was unconcerned and told Ma Shan to put the stone away, then bowed slightly to Feng Tianming. "Thank you for today, Ming Uncle." Feng Tianming was quite courteous, smiling as he said, "It's nothing, I'm just following the rules." "Then we shall take our leave," Li Mu Chun said. Feng Tianming did not insist on keeping them, and merely said, "Come visit often. I hope Mr. Li can consider the two matters I mentioned earlier." Li Mu Chun nodded and left the trading hall with Ma Shan. Today had been quite fruitful. They had made a profit of 200,000 from a piece of jadeite rough, an ancient bronze mirror, and a piece of medium-grade mysterious stone. This had far exceeded expectations. Zhou Na, as their designated driver, naturally followed along. In the elevator, Zhou Na asked, "What exactly is this stone you bought, and why is it so valuable?" "It's just a 2,000 yuan item. What's so valuable about it?" Li Mu Chun replied. Zhou Na thought for a moment and realized that it was indeed bought for 2,000. "Young Master Cha has already offered 500,000. You bought it for 2,000. I really don't know what a great fortune you stumbled upon." Zhou Na couldn't help but laugh. "Didn't you see?" The stone seller's face turned green. He probably felt like he had swallowed your hearts. Li Mu Chun smiled. The value of the medium-grade mysterious stone was far more than a mere 500,000. "You offended the Cha family this time, so be careful in the future." Zhou Na reminded them. "What's there to be afraid of?" Ma Shan, having just made 200,000, was in high spirits. "When soldiers come, we fight. When water comes, we block. Who are we afraid of?" Zhou Na shook her head. "You don't understand. The Cha family, although low-key, is notoriously ruthless. They have many businesses in Nanyang and are rumored to have connections with sorcerers over there." "Nanyang sorcerers?" Li Mu Chun's heart stirred. When they reached the underground parking lot, Zhou Na went to get the car, while Li Mu Chun and Ma Shan waited nearby. Ma Shan was in particularly good spirits, draping his arm over Li Mu Chun's shoulder, saying, "Mu Chun, you're amazing. You made 200,000 in one shot. If we keep this up, we can buy a house." Li Mu Chun smiled. "This time was just good luck. Do you think there's a fortune waiting for you every day?" Suddenly, they heard Zhou Na scream sharply. Li Mu Chun and Ma Shan rushed over immediately. They saw Zhou Na pointing in terror at her car. The car door was already open, and the driver's seat was crawling with snakes densely packed, sending chills down one's spine. One of the snakes was coiled around the steering wheel like a snake skin with only its raised head and the red, apricot-like tongue indicating that it was a living snake. Upon closer inspection, there were also snakes on the passenger seat and in the back. As the car door opened, some snakes began to slither out of the car. What the hell? Ma Shan cursed, but felt utterly helpless. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but when it came to snakes, one or two would be manageable, but a whole swarm was a different story, and he truly didn't know how to handle it. Take care of Sister Na. Li Muqin said a word and walked towards the car. Unbeknownst to him, he had a talisman in his hand which he gently shook, causing the talisman paper to ignite. Li Muqin silently recited a few incantations, and with a flick of his hand, the burning talisman paper transformed into a stream of light flying into the car. Suddenly, a large burst of crimson flames erupted, engulfing the entire vehicle. A foul burnt smell filled the air. After a moment, the flames extinguished. The vehicle was intact, but all the snakes had turned to blackened ashes. Li Muqin lightly blew and a gust of wind arose, scattering the ashes into nothingness, leaving no trace. Zhou Na and Ma Shan were left dumbfounded. Such celestial magic was beyond their experience, feeling almost unreal, as if they were watching a movie. Li Muqin said, "It's fine now, let's go." However, Zhou Na was adamant about not wanting to drive that car again. Just thinking about the earlier scene made her legs go weak. "I don't want this car anymore." Ma Shan felt it was a pity, saying, "You're just going to let such a good car go." Zhou Na threw the keys to Ma Shan. "If you want to take it." With that, she turned and walked directly out of the parking lot. Ma Shan, holding the keys, called out, "Sister Na, let me drive you home. I'd rather walk than sit in that car." Zhou Na was very determined. Ma Shan shouted from behind, "Be careful, there might be snakes on the road." Zhou Na screamed and jumped back, clinging tightly to Ma Shan's arm, as if she had grasped a lifeline. Ma Shan laughed heartily. Zhou Na then realized he had tricked her on purpose, and angrily said, "You Ma Shan have really grown bolder, daring to play me for a fool." Anger aside, her hand still clung to Ma Shan's arm. Ma Shan said, "I'm not joking, I mean it. This season there could be snakes by the roadside, so you should be careful. Then you two come with me." No matter how strong or mature a woman may be in critical moments, she will always resort to her trump card, acting cute. And in the presence of a woman acting cute, men will invariably lose their resistance. Ma Shan was reluctant to part with that Porsche, but since Zhou Na had said so, he simply couldn't refuse. Li Muqin smiled at their interaction and said, "Brother Ma Shan, take Sister Na home. Don't let her walk. Just grab a taxi outside." "What about you? I have something to attend to. Oh, by the way, hand me that stone." Ma Shan guessed what he was about to do, took out the Shin stone and handed it to Li Muqin, saying, "All right, just be careful." Li Muqin nodded, sending them to the parking lot exit and watching them get into a taxi. Then he turned back to the dark corner where he had parked earlier and said, "Come out." A small figure stepped out from the corner, speaking in a stiff and eerie Mandarin. "Xiao Ji, you have some skill. You actually burned my snake with a talisman." The newcomer was none other than Lai Shigong. Li Muqin weighed the Shin stone in his hand. "Aren't you the one who wanted this stone?" Lai Shigong sneered. "If I had known it would come to this, why did I bother in the first place? You had the chance to make 500,000, but you insisted on giving it to me for free." Li Muqin said, "What do you want to rob me? It's a tooth of sandy you in stone. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" 2,000. Lai Shigong laughed heartily. "Xiao Ji, do you even know what you're holding? Do you know how much it would sell if made into a Buddha amulet?" Upon hearing Buddha amulet, Li Muqin finally confirmed Lai Shigong's background. Zhou Na had mentioned the Jia family was connected with sorcerers from the South Seas, and Lai Shigong was indeed from there. He was undoubtedly a southern sorcerer. Southern sorcerers are most adept at black magic, curses, and other wicked arts. In fact, both the 5 poisons and curses originated from the Gu techniques of the Sichuan and Yunnan regions, which in turn stemmed from shamanistic practices. The ancient shamanic legacy was originally part of the Orthodox Taoist tradition, but unfortunately it gradually transformed in transmission and became utilized by many evil cults. Once it reached the South Seas without any Orthodox guardians, it evolved into black magic. "How much would it sell for?" Li Muqin asked, mimicking his accent. "Xiao Ji, you're looking for trouble." Lai Shigong was furious. "Don't think that just because you have a few talismans you can save your life." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a dark light flew out. Li Muqin saw clearly that it was a centipede. Lai Shigong was wearing short sleeves, so the centipede didn't come from his sleeves. That only leaves one possibility. The centipede flew out from his arm, meaning it was a life bug he had nurtured with his own blood. Li Muqin chuckled softly, placing his thumb on his middle finger, a small light appearing at his fingertip, and gently flicked it. The light shot out, colliding with the dark light sent by Lai Shigong. In midair, the light exploded, flashing with numerous tiny arcs. Lai Shigong was taken aback. "Finger lightning? Who exactly are you?" As he spoke, the centipede fell to the ground, releasing a puff of green smoke, twisting a few times before dying. "Uff!" Lai Shigong spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Li Muqin in disbelief, horror evident in his eyes. Li Muqin slowly approached. I originally didn't want to kill you, but your actions were too vicious. If we were just ordinary people, your current fate would be far worse than death. You possess extraordinary techniques and should follow the will of heaven, acting in accordance with Tao. Instead, you resort to black magic and indiscriminately kill the innocent. Such crimes deserve death. Since you have been learning your craft in the South Seas, you should stay there and behave. Coming to the mainland and acting so rampant, do you truly think there is no one in this great nation? Today I will show you what true celestial magic is. With that, he raised his right hand and grasped at the void. Thunder rumbled in the parking lot. Suddenly a startling clap of thunder echoed. A bolt of lightning manifested from thin air. It struck Li Shigong's chest. A large hole instantly appeared in his chest, his entire thoracic cavity hollowed out, leaving only a charred edge. Li Shigong's body slowly fell, his face frozen in an expression of extreme terror. Until his death, he could not believe this was real. In the following days, Li Mu-chun worked odd jobs at the People's Inn during the day, and at night, he refined the Shin stone at his place. Ma Shan continued working at the Blue Bridge Bar, but his position had elevated from floor manager to assistant general manager. After he took Zhou Na home that day, he returned to the underground parking lot of the flea market and drove back the red Porsche. The moment Zhou Na saw that car, images of snakes filled her mind. That car now belonged to Ma Shan. He drove that red Porsche every day, feeling quite pleased with himself. Working late at the bar often meant he returned home past midnight. This actually facilitated Li Mu-chun's work. He spent 3 nights refining the Shin stone and made 4 protective talismans. The remaining scraps were just enough to repair the copper mirror. He gave the first protective talisman to Ding Xiang. Among the 4, this one had the most materials and the best effect. Li Mu-chun personally put it on Ding Xiang, saying, "Remember, you must wear this at all times and do not take it off." When the talisman hung against her skin, it felt warm, and Ding Xiang's heart warmed as well. I will always cherish the gift from Brother Mu-chun," Ding Xiang said. The second one was given to Ma Shan. Additionally, Li Mu-chun took another one to give to Zhou Na. If Zhou Na hadn't taken them, they wouldn't have earned even 200,000, let alone by the Shin stone. Moreover, that day Zhou Na had been frightened and lost a car, which made Ma Shan gain an advantage without cause. Ma Shan was unbothered and didn't take the talisman too seriously. However, upon hearing it was made by Li Mu-chun, Zhou Na eagerly put it on. Li Mu-chun planned to give the remaining one to Lin Manqing. Since she gifted him a phone, it was only proper to return the favor. Furthermore, there was a marriage contract between them, although Lin Manqing was unaware. Additionally, the Lin family was facing heavy clouds, and Lin Manqing would also be affected if she stayed at home. This protective talisman was just right to shield her from calamity. Li Mu-chun sent Lin Manqing a WeChat message saying he had something for her and asked her to meet. But Lin Manqing replied that she was busy and suggested meeting at the hospital if it was urgent. Hospital? Are you sick? Li Mu-chun was surprised, wondering if the talisman had arrived too late. That couldn't be, the situation of heavy clouds wasn't that severe. Oh, it's not me, but it's my grandfather who is seriously ill. Our whole family is at the hospital. Lin Manqing's tone conveyed urgency. Which hospital? He'll come over right away. Li Mu-chun was unaware whether Lin Shang he had met with an accident or was nearing his end. Regardless, he had to see the old man and inquire about the events of the past. How could Grandpa, just a scrap collector, possibly know the old man from the Lin family? And why would the old man agree to the arranged marriage? Li Mu-chun always found Grandpa's death suspicious. Did the old man from the Lin family know something? Furthermore, the marriage contract was signed by Lin Shang-yi and his grandfather with both their signatures and fingerprints. If Lin Shang-yi were to die, the marriage contract would be rendered meaningless. Even if it was a cancellation, it had to be done in front of the old man, or it would end up unresolved. This was not in line with Li Mu-chun's character, nor could he face his grandfather in the afterlife. Upon arriving at the hospital, Li Mu-chun sent a message to Lin Manqing, and they met at the hospital entrance. Lin Manqing appeared quite haggard. "What do you need me for?" she asked. Li Mu-chun took out an amulet and said, "I made this by hand, it's for you." Lin Manqing was somewhat surprised. When she held the amulet, a warm sensation spread through her palm. "Thank you." The exhausted Lin Manqing was a bit touched. Li Mu-chun asked, "What illness does your grandfather have that caused him to suddenly be admitted to the hospital?" Lin Manqing shook her head. The hospital couldn't find anything, they just said he was old and his organs were degrading significantly. Li Mu-chun frowned. This did not sound like something a professional doctor would say. "How is his health usually? Your family should have a private doctor, right?" "Yes, usually my grandfather was in good health, exercising daily. Sometimes he had more energy than the young ones. The problem started about 3 months ago. He would get tired easily with minor movements, and his appetite decreased. At that time the doctor checked him and said there was no problem, so the family didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just old age. However, a few days ago, just the day after you took me home, he suddenly became bedridden. All the possible tests were conducted and experts from Qiantang and Xinzhou were consulted, but they could not find the cause of the illness. Lin Manqing's mood was low. The old man was the stabilizing force for the Lin family, once he was gone it was uncertain how chaotic the family would become. Moreover, the old man had always cherished his granddaughter, and their relationship was very close. Has anything happened in your family recently? Li Muchen asked. What do you mean? Lin Manqing replied confused. For example, family conflicts or business setbacks. I don't pay much attention to family matters, but it seems my father has been having a hard time with his business lately, and his temper has worsened. Why do you ask? Has it been about 3 months? Lin Manqing thought for a moment, and said, about that, yes. Li Muchen could roughly confirm that the ominous situation had begun to unfold 3 months ago. This also aligned with the nature of such schemes. Changing a family's fortune, even the most powerful feng shui setup, requires time. However, the old man suddenly falling ill did not seem to conform to logic, because the one setting the trap aimed to cause the Lin family to decline unconsciously. If one were too eager to achieve results, it would be easily detected. Families like the Lin family would inevitably retaliate once they noticed. May I go see your grandfather? You? Lin Manqing replied puzzled. His condition is very critical, why would you want to see him? Li Muchen said, I know some medicine, perhaps I can help the old man. You know medicine, eh? Lin Manqing felt a surge of hope, but then suddenly remembered that this was the best hospital in Huqing with experts from Qiantang and Xinzhou. If they couldn't cure her grandfather, what could Li Muchen do? She forced a sad smile and said, Thank you for your kindness, but my grandfather's illness. Do you trust me? Li Muchen looked into Lin Manqing's eyes and asked. For some reason Lin Manqing felt an inexplicable trust in Li Muchen. I do, she said. Then let me take a look. Perhaps she saw sincerity in Li Muchen's gaze, or perhaps she recalled his miraculous performance that day. Although she knew it was unrealistic, she still held a glimmer of hope. After all, her grandfather's condition could not worsen any further, so she decided to let him take a look. All right. Lin Manqing led Li Muchen into the hospital. This was a branch of Huqing First Hospital, also known as the Cadre Healthcare District. The area was not large, but the environment was excellent, and there were few people. Those coming here for treatment were either wealthy or noble. However, the Lin family was concerned that the hospital environment might disturb the old man, so they had nearly booked an entire floor of special care rooms. The medical team included the chief physician team led by the director of Huqing First Hospital, as well as experts invited from the first affiliated hospital of Nanjiang University and Xinzhou Huajin Hospital. The security on the floor was extremely strict. Besides the hospital's security and nurses, there were also bodyguards arranged by the Lin family. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Manqing faced no obstruction. Li Muchen followed her and smoothly arrived at Lin Shangyi's ward. The room was spacious, equipped with a full range of medical devices. The old man lay on the bed, oxygen tubes in his nostrils and many wires connected to various instruments. His eyes were closed, his brows tightly furrowed, looking very pained. 3 doctors in white coats were discussing the condition in low voices, occasionally shaking their heads. The Lin family members stood quietly nearby listening. Li Muchen followed behind Lin Manqing. Since everyone's attention was on the old man and the doctors, no one noticed him. Scanning the old man with his divine sense, he quickly understood the situation. This was not an illness nor a case of nearing the end of life. He had been cursed. To be precise, he was under a curse. Vitality had been taken away, and his 3 souls were fading. If no measures were taken, at most in 3 days the old man would pass away. After discussing for a while, the doctors seemed to reach a conclusion and called the Lin family members to the waiting room outside. The leading doctor shook his head at Lin Xiaosheng and said, Mr. Lin, you should prepare for the worst. Director Yao, is there no other way? As long as my father can be cured, I am willing to pay any price, Lin Xiaosheng said anxiously. Director Yao sighed. I understand your feelings. If it were only my opinion, you could choose not to believe me, but Professor Sun from Qiantang and Director Zhong from Xinzhou are both here. We truly have no way to help your father. Lin Xiaosheng knew that pressing further would be futile. The director of Huqing First Hospital, Professor Sun from Nanjiang University, and Director Zhong from Xinzhou Huajin Hospital. Even such a medical team could not cure the old man's illness. Sending him abroad would likely yield no better results. The room fell into a dreadful silence. Lin Manqing hesitated for a moment and said, Dad, I brought a friend. The grieving Lin Xiaosheng merely responded with a grunt, not paying attention to what his daughter was saying. Dad, my friend wants to see Grandpa. What? Only then did Lin Xiaosheng react. At such a time, with Grandpa in this condition, how could we let someone disturb him? At this moment, people finally noticed Li Muchen's presence. A young man looking quite spirited, yet, Lin Manqing explained, my friend knows some medicine, he might be able to help Grandpa. Lin Xiaosheng glanced at Li Muchen. Oh, a young man like him, what medical knowledge could he have? He was already in a low mood, so he did not give his daughter a good look and said in a deep voice, Do you even realize where this is? Director Yao and the two experts are here, and don't embarrass me. Lin Manqing also understood that bringing someone to treat her grandfather in front of Director Yao was a slap in the face. However, her grandfather's life was more important than anything else, as she still held on to a glimmer of hope. Dad, how much worse can Grandpa's condition get? Let my friend give it a try. Lin Xiaosheng hesitated. Yes, how much worse could it get? He looked at Director Yao. Director Yao, my daughter is being unreasonable. Please forgive her, you see we've brought someone. Director Yao forced a stiff smile. It's fine, Miss Lin's intentions are commendable, I can understand. Then he turned to Li Muchun and asked, may I ask which esteemed institution you graduated from, and where you are currently practicing? I never attended school nor am I a doctor, Li Muchun answered honestly. Director Yao was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly laughed lightly. You never attended school, are not a doctor, yet dare to come out and treat people. Nonsense. Lin Xiaosheng was furious. At that moment Lin Furen suddenly exclaimed, You are Li Muchun. What? The members of the Lin family were all taken aback. Is he Li Mukin? Yes, that's him, no doubt about it. Lady Lin pointed at Li Mukin and said, I didn't recognize him at first after he changed his clothes and styled his hair until he spoke just now. Lin Manqing felt puzzled. Mom, do you know him? Yin Huimin looked at Lin Manqing and questioned, You don't know who he is? Lin Manqing shook her head. I've only known him for 2 days. How dare you, Li Mukin, to have your sights set on my daughter? Mom, what are you talking about? He's a good person, he saved my life a few days ago. A good person? Do you know who he is? Who? He is the fiancé you were crying and shouting against a few days ago, refusing to marry him, and you have never met him before. Just a few days ago he came to our door with the marriage contract, and I sent him away. What? Lin Manqing could hardly believe it. She stared blankly at Li Mukin. This man was actually her fiancé. In an instant a mix of emotions swirled in her heart. At this moment no one noticed that the butler Luo Mingsha, who had been standing aside, quietly slipped away. Manqing, you mustn't fall for his tricks. Lady Lin reminded her. He didn't gain anything from our family, and now he's targeting you. You're innocent and kind, too easily trusting others. What do you mean he saved your life? It could be a trap he set for you to fall into. Lin Manqing shook her head. She didn't want to believe it, but it was hard to refute her mother's words. For some reason her eyes became moist, tears swirling in her eyes. Tell me, is this true? She asked. Do you believe it? Li Mukin countered. As long as Lin Manqing said she believed, he would turn around and leave. He didn't care about the fate of the Lin family. Let them be overshadowed by clouds and slowly decline. Lin Manqing took a deep breath and shook her head. I don't believe it. Li Mukin smiled slightly. That's good if you don't believe it. But you clearly know who I am, why not tell me? Lin Manqing asked. If I told you, how would we interact? Would you still treat me as a friend? Li Mukin replied. Lin Manqing fell silent. Indeed, if she had known earlier that Li Mukin was her betrothed, how could she have let him take her home? How could she have given him her phone? How could she have eaten roadside barbecue with him? Manqing. Lady Lin was extremely angry. At this point, are you still going to be deceived by his sweet words? He's just a swindler. Mom. Lin Manqing felt her mother's words were a bit excessive. You may not like him, but you cannot insult his character. Insult his character. Lady Lin sneered coldly. Ask him how I insulted him. Li Mukin, weren't you very tough that day? Did you not say you would come to break off the engagement? Did you not look down on 200,000? How come you accepted it later? Since you accepted it, you should keep your word and stop bothering the Lin family. Now you come to seduce my daughter Tsk Tisk. I've never seen such a shameless person like you. What 200,000? Lin Manqing exclaimed. I didn't take any money from the Lin family, Li Mukin said. Did not take. Ha Manqing listened to him, lying through his teeth. The money was given to you by Uncle Luo personally. Lin Manqing looked at Li Mukin. Meanwhile, Li Mukin looked at Lady Lin. I did not receive the money, though I did encounter a few assassins. I thought it was Butler Luo acting on his own, but it turns out it was Lady Lin who ordered it. Li Mukin's face turned cold, and his gaze was icy. Yin Huimin was startled. Assassins? Impossible. I only asked Butler Luo to find someone to teach him a lesson. I didn't mean to. Suddenly she covered her mouth, realizing she had misspoken. That day she didn't mention those things, and the old man was already furious. If she knew that Li Mukin had almost been assassinated, she would really have a hard time staying in the Lin family. Huimin, what on earth is going on? Lin Xiaoxing vaguely guessed something. Yin Huimin shook her head. It's impossible. Old Luo has been with us for so many years, he wouldn't lie to me. Where is old Luo? Butler Luo. She turned around and looked, but Luo Mingsha was already out of sight. At this moment, even a fool could guess that Luo Mingsha must have embezzled the 200,000 and then hired someone to kill and silence him. He recognized Li Mukin just now, and seeing the situation exposed, he ran away. For the Lin family, if this got out, it would definitely be a scandal. Lin Xiaoxing had recently been overwhelmed with business issues, and the old man was clearly on his last legs. Now there was such a thing happening. How could he not be angry? He glared at Yin Huimin, but ultimately they were husband and wife, and he could not do anything to her. Lin Xiaoxing looked at Li Mukin and said, "All right, you can leave. I don't want to pursue this matter. I will have someone send you 200,000 later." Li Mukin coldly said, "If you don't want to pursue it, does it mean you don't have to?" Lin Kaisheng's pupils constricted. "What do you want?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Lin Manqing tugged at Li Mukin's clothes. "Li," not knowing how to address him after learning his identity. "Li, Mr. Li, there must be a misunderstanding here. You mentioned you know medicine, why don't you take a look at my grandfather first? But your family doesn't seem to want the old man to get better, do they, eh?" Li Mukin said. This statement made Lin Xiaoxing utterly furious. "What did you say?" He stood up and pointed at Li Mukin, shouting. Xiaoxing, Lady Lin hurriedly advised, "Don't argue with someone like him. Your blood pressure has been high lately, be careful." Li Mukin looked on coldly. "Security." Lady Lin shouted outside, "Get this person out of here." Two security guards came in, walking to Li Mukin's side, one on the left and one on the right, gesturing for him to leave. If he didn't leave, they would not hesitate to grab him and forcibly take him away. Just then the door of the sick room opened and Lin Chanming, who had been accompanying Old Man Lin in the sick room, came out. "Are you Li Mukin?" Lin Chanming asked. As soon as he appeared, Li Mukin recognized him as a martial arts. "Yes," Li Mukin answered. Lin Chanming nodded, saying, "Let him give it a try." "Second uncle." Lin Xiaoxing wanted to stop him, but saw Lin Chanming had already turned back and closed the sick room door. Lady Lin said, "Xiaoxing, this can't do. How old is he? He hasn't even been to school. How can he treat the old man? If anything happens." Lin Xiaoxing interrupted, "Since second uncle said so, let him give it a try." Director Yao said, "Mr. Lin, letting him give it a try is fine, but we must clarify that if anything happens after he starts, our hospital will no longer be responsible." Li Mukin understood immediately. They were trying to push the responsibility. "Director Yao, if I can't cure him, I will of course take responsibility, but what if I do?" "Impossible." Director Yao blurted out, then realized he had lost his composure, laughing. "If you cure the old man's illness, I will present you with a banner." "I'm not a quack, what would I want with your banner?" "Then what do you want?" Li Mukin thought for a moment, and said, "You can make a banner for yourself that says I am a quack." Director Yao felt displeased, but could not vent his frustration in front of the Lin family, snorting coldly, and saying no more. Professor Sun beside him said, "Young man, if you cure him, I will take you as my master." The director from Shenzhou also said, "Count me in, or if you can cure him, I will also take you as my master." "Are you both serious?" Li Mukin asked with a smile. He found these two people to be better than Director Yao. Although they didn't believe him, at least their attitude was sincere, and taking them as masters was evidently a more genuine offer than a banner. Both experts said at the same time, "Of course it's true." Lady Lin sneered coldly. "Li Mukin, if you can really cure my grandfather's illness, I will personally sweep the dust and welcome you into the Lin family, at the door serve you tea and apologize to you." In the hospital room, Li Mukin sat in front of the bed. Lin Chanming stood beside him, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of trouble. Members of the Lin family, along with Director Yao and two experts, stood behind him watching. Lin Shangyi lay on the bed, eyes tightly shut, already in a coma. Even in his unconscious state, his brows were furrowed as if he were enduring immense pain. Li Mukin reached out and gently touched Lin Shangyi's pulse. The pulse was extremely weak. A thread of spiritual energy flowed into the pulse, coursing through Lin Shangyi's entire body along his meridians. Li Mukin's expression subtly changed. "This is the needle of the head arrow. No wonder the old gentleman's soul energy is weakening. However, this needle of the head arrow requires the old man's birth date. The caster sets up an altar, creates a doll, writes the person's name and birth date on the doll, and uses talismans to bind their spirit, reciting incantations daily to shoot arrows at them. After 7 days, the cursed person's soul dissipates. This is an ancient witchcraft. How could it appear here? Could the ancient witch sect have resurfaced? Before descending the mountain, my master Yunyangzi warned me to watch out for the movements of witchcraft. I didn't expect to find clues about the ancient witch sect just after arriving in Huqing." Seeing Li Mukin frowning in deep thought, Director Yao let out a soft sneer. "So, little brother, have you figured anything out?" "What could he possibly figure out? It's just an act," Lin's wife scoffed, not believing Li Mukin could heal. Only Lin Manqing felt anxious inside. Of course, she hoped her grandfather would recover, but she also knew the hope was slim. And regarding Li Mukin, she felt conflicted. If she wanted him to truly heal her grandfather, but if he succeeded, how would she face him? What if he couldn't heal him, or worse, what if he was a fraud? No, that wouldn't happen. Lin Manqing quickly shook her head, dismissing the horrifying thought. Li Mukin paid no mind to the thoughts of those behind him. Right now he needed to determine how to treat Lin Shangyi. To awaken Lin Shangyi was simple. All it took was a breath of true energy entering his body. But to ensure his complete recovery, he needed to find that sorcerer and dismantle the altar they had set up. Otherwise, whether relying on magic or medicine, he could only prolong the old gentleman's life, and not for long. Does your hospital have acupuncture needles? Li Mukin asked. Director Yao replied, of course we do. He then instructed a nurse to fetch them. Lin's wife asked in shock, you aren't actually going to use needles, are you? Li Mukin replied, that's correct. No way, you can't use needles on him. Just looking is enough. How could you let someone randomly stick needles into my grandfather's precious body? Don't you want him to wake up? Do want that. But can you actually use needles? At this moment Lin Xiaoxing said, forget it, since father is already in this state, let him try. I want to see what he can accomplish. With Lin Qiasheng's words, Lin's wife no longer opposed. The nurse quickly brought in a large box of needles. The needles were stainless steel, far inferior to the golden needles Li Mukin usually used. However, he did not mind. He could use even fishing line as a needle, let alone stainless steel needles. Whatever he picked up could work as a sword. That is the mark of a martial arts master. Whatever he picked up could serve as a needle. That is the mark of a medical master. Li Mukin was already above the level of a master, just a step away from entering the innate realm. This mundane world was merely a place for his training. Once he comprehended the truth, he would no longer be entangled in this mortal realm. In fact, Lin Shanji's illness did not require acupuncture. But if a breath of true energy could awaken the old gentleman, others might not perceive his greatness. They might even say it was a miracle from heaven that the old gentleman just happened to wake up. Thus, a skilled warrior does not seek fame, and a true healer does not seek renown. A true master of medicine heals before the illness manifests, and how would you know of their prowess? People admire those heroes they can see. Therefore, Li Mukin must perform acupuncture. Using his extraordinary needle technique, he aimed to impress these arrogant and prideful individuals. He gently pinched a needle, and with a sudden force the steel needle pierced into the old gentleman's glabella. Those nearby gasped in shock. No one had ever seen such a method of acupuncture. Who would start by piercing the glabella so deeply? But before they could question him, Li Mukin had already picked up a second needle, this time piercing into the Shinting point. Then with both hands moving simultaneously, he held a needle in each hand, and with a forceful push pierced the old gentleman's left and right C-by points. This maneuver left Professor Sun from Qiantang in awe. But before he could finish his admiration, Li Mukin's next action astonished everyone. He used 5 fingers to simultaneously grasp 4 needles, 2 in each hand, making a total of 8 needles. Are you crazy? Lin's wife exclaimed. Even Lin Manqing thought Li Mukin was being too reckless. Yet undeterred, Li Mukin waved his hands, and all 8 stainless steel needles pierced into the old gentleman's 8 acupoints. Everyone was left speechless. But Li Mukin did not stop. His hands moved up and down rapidly, faster and faster, until only afterimages remained. No one could see how many needles he had taken or how many acupoints he had pierced. Looking at Lin Xiaoxing now, his head, face, shoulders, arms, chest, and even legs were dotted with needles. The onlookers held their breath, and the hospital room became eerily quiet, as if even the sound of needles piercing flesh could be heard. After a moment, Li Mukin finally stopped. People heaved a sigh of relief, as if a grand performance had finally come to an end. Li Mukin then settled back down, gently feeling Lin Shanji pulse, quietly channeling a breath of true energy. The true energy flowed through the meridians throughout his body. The multitude of needles across his body were not without purpose. They could help the true energy circulate more effectively. Suddenly Lin Shanji's lips moved, and he let out a breath. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Dad! Grandpa! Dad! The Lin family members were both astonished and overjoyed, calling out in unison. Li Mukin turned his head and shot them a glance, and they instantly fell silent. At this moment no one doubted his medical skills. No one dared to disrespect him. Li Mukin stood up, waving his hand to extract a large handful of needles from the old gentleman. He waved his hands several times, and all the needles from the old gentleman's body were effortlessly removed, not leaving a single one behind. In his hands he held a sizable bunch of needles. Li Mukin tossed the needles into the needle box and gently patted the old gentleman's chest twice. The old gentleman coughed twice, and a spark returned to his eyes. Looking at everyone, he let out a long breath and said, "Charming, I walked a circle around the gates of hell and came back." Everyone was overjoyed. Lin Manqing's eyes were filled with hot tears. She wanted to cry, but couldn't. Professor Sun from Qiantang exclaimed, "A miracle. Indeed, it is a miracle." Director Zhong from Shenzhou was also full of admiration. Their gazes toward Li Mukin now held a hint of fervor. Director Yao's face showed signs of embarrassment. But even more embarrassed was Lin's wife. At that moment she wished she could find a hole to burrow into. The old gentleman had awakened and would surely know everything. She had no idea how to face the old gentleman. "Are you Li Mukin?" Although Lin Xiaoxing was in a coma, he was not entirely unaware of his surroundings, having heard the commotion in front of him. "I am," replied Li Mukin. "I never expected that you would be the one to save my life." Lin Xiaoxing chuckled at some memory, laughing until he coughed. Li Mukin pointed at his chest, tapping the Tianzhong acupoint, sending a thread of true qi into him. You're still unwell and very weak, so it's best to speak less. Lin Shangyi felt warmth in his chest, feeling much more comfortable. He nodded, saying, all right, I'll listen to you. Li Mukin stood up and said to the Lin family, let the old man rest. I'll write a prescription and you need to fetch the medicine immediately. After saying this, he was the first to walk out of the hospital room. The Lin family and 3 experts from the hospital followed him out, leaving only Lin Shanming behind. In the reception room outside, the Lin family and the experts stood, with no one raising any objections. At this moment, they regarded Li Mukin with utmost reverence. Li Mukin picked up the paper and pen from the table, wrote out a prescription, glanced at the Lin family members, and finally handed it to Madame Lin. She was somewhat surprised, even feeling a bit overwhelmed. Madam, I trouble you with this. Remember, the medicine must be fetched precisely according to the prescription, with no errors in names or dosages. Also, you must supervise the entire process from fetching to brewing the medicine. Li Mukin was very serious. This matter could not be taken lightly. Since someone wanted the old man's life, it was likely they would resort to even more extreme measures if the curse failed. The reason he chose Madame Lin was also to test her. He would certainly investigate the matter of Luo Mingsha, and if it truly originated from her orders, he would not hold back. All right, I understand, said Yan Huimin as she took the prescription, looking very solemn. She did not expect Li Mukin would assign her the task of fetching the medicine. This was equivalent to giving her an opportunity. She could personally fetch and brew the medicine for the old man. Therefore, even if she had made mistakes before, the old man would not be able to blame her too harshly. This young man really knows how to handle people. Without realizing it, she had completely forgotten her initial impression of Li Mukin. Changing one's view of a person can be that simple. As long as one shows their strength, they can conquer her. What Li Mukin displayed was absolute strength. At this moment, Director Yao stepped forward and praised, indeed, the later generations surpassed the former. I never expected that Mr. Li at such a young age possesses such remarkable medical skills. I would like to invite Mr. Li to our hospital's renowned physician clinic in the acupuncture department as an expert. The treatment would be on par with a top-tier expert. What do you think? Li Mukin smiled and said, I don't have a medical qualification. How can I be an expert? Aren't you afraid of being sued? Director Yao replied, Mr. Li, don't worry. I will take care of the qualification issue. You just need to see patients. Li Mukin remained non-committal. Suddenly, Professor Sun from Qiantang stepped forward, slightly bowing, and said, Teacher Li, today, I have truly opened my eyes. Your acupuncture skills are simply extraordinary. The term Master of the Apricot Forest and Sage of Qihuang probably refers to someone like you. If Teacher Li doesn't mind my age, please accept me as your disciple. Everyone was taken aback. Although there had been a bet earlier, Professor Sun was after all a respected professor at Nanjing University, with a high reputation in the medical field, and being over 50 years old, he was not afraid of being laughed at for taking a young man in his 20s as his master. As soon as Professor Sun finished speaking, Director Zhong from Xinzhou also stepped forward, standing side by side with Professor Sun, saying, Me too. I'm even older than Professor Sun, but I'm not sure if young Teacher Li is willing to accept me. Director Yao felt a bit awkward, i.e. both of these men held higher positions in the medical field than he did. If they became disciples, what would he do? Oh dear, why must both of you do this? At your age, you are both respected seniors in the medical field. This would be quite inappropriate. The bet was just a momentary jest, Mr. Li wouldn't take it seriously, would he? However, Professor Sun shook his head and said, A gentleman does not make empty promises. Since we made a bet, we must be willing to accept the outcome. Moreover, Teacher Li's medical skills are superb. If he is willing to accept us as disciples, it would be to our advantage. In medical practice, only those with both talent and virtue can command respect. Why should age matter? Director Zhong also said what Professor Sun said is correct. Teacher Li's medical skills are more than sufficient for us to learn from him. We would be taking advantage of him. My face doesn't count for much in the realm of medicine. Director Yao stamped his foot and said, All right, since both of you have such noble character, I will throw in my lot with you too and humbly accept this young Mr. Li as my teacher to learn acupuncture. The Lin family watched them as if they were watching a show. Combined, they were nearly 200 years old, yet they were eager to take a young man as their teacher. This would surely become a remarkable tale. Li Mukin slowly stood up, walked over to Professor Sun and Director Zhong, and smiled. All right, I'll accept you two as students. Professor Sun and Director Zhong were overjoyed, saying, Thank you, Master. They immediately prepared to perform the ceremony of respect. Li Mukin held them both and said, There's no need for any ceremony. You need not call me master. As healers, we all have compassion, aiming to save lives and heal the sick. There's no need for sectarian distinctions. Professor Sun and Director Zhong were even more impressed, repeatedly saying, Teacher is truly insightful. Meanwhile, Director Yao could not help but feel awkward and asked, What about me? You. Li Mukin chuckled, Didn't you bring a banner? Alright, don't forget to bring one for yourself with, I am a quack doctor written on it. Director Yao's face turned as red as a cooked liver. Lin Xiaoxing coughed lightly and cleared his throat saying, Mr. Li, may I ask what illness does my father have? What is his current condition? Li Mukin asked, are you the head of the Lin family? Lin Xiaoxing was taken aback, unsure why he asked this. He glanced at his cousin Lin Lifeng and replied, in modern society, there's no such thing as a family head. I mostly manage the family's enterprises. He is my father. Lin Manqing, worried that Li Mukin might not recognize him, added a sentence, and after saying it her face turned red, feeling it was somewhat strange. Li Mukin nodded and said to Lin Xiaoxing, let's go to the hospital room. Lin Lifeng asked, what about us? Li Mukin replied, the others can wait outside. The old man is still very weak. Having too many people around is not good. Lin Lifeng's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of discontent, but he said nothing further. Li Mukin then said to Lin Manqing, when your mother has brewed the medicine, bring it in with her. The way he called her Manqing made her heart race. Oh, Lin Manqing replied. Li Mukin and Lin Xiaoxing entered the hospital room together. Lin Shangyi was already able to sit up, leaning against the head of the bed and talking with Lin Shanming. Seeing Li Mukin enter, he smiled and waved, Mukin, come sit here. Li Mukin was slightly taken aback. The old man called him so affectionately that it made him feel a bit awkward. Lin Shanming naturally made space for Li Mukin to sit down. Li Mukin glanced at Lin Shanming. He did not know Lin Shanming, but he could tell that this person held a very high position in the Lin family and was trusted by the old man. Mr. Li, my dad's illness. Lin Xiaoxing was still pondering the question he had just asked, but in front of the old man it seemed inappropriate to ask. Li Mukin looked at Lin Shangyi. Lin Shangyi said, speak your mind, there are no outsiders here. You need not worry about whether I can accept it. If I can't even bear this, then I have wasted this life. This old body of mine, living one more day is a gain. Li Mukin shook his head and said, old sir, it's not an illness, but rather a curse placed on you. A curse? Lin Xiaoxing and Lin Shanming were both taken aback. Li Mukin did not explain further, but asked, in your family, how many people know the old man's birth date and time? Our family is quite big and prosperous, so we are wary of being used by schemers, which is why we strictly manage the birth dates and times of our family members, especially my father's, which only close relatives are privy to. Outsiders can at most find out the year and month of birth, but they would never know the exact hour and direction of birth, Lin Xiaoxing said. To be more specific, who knows? Li Mukin pressed on relentlessly. Only my wife Huimin, my daughter Manqing, my cousin Lin Lifeng, and my cousin's son Lin Xiaoxing know. Lin Xiaoxing listed the names. That should be all. Even my son Lin Yin doesn't know. My cousin has a younger son studying in Dongying who likely doesn't know either. Also me, said Lin Shanming from the side. What about the steward? Li Mukin asked. Lin Xiaoxing replied, the steward doesn't know, but if they are determined it wouldn't be too difficult for them to find out. He added, the steward of the Lin family has been with our elders for a long time. As for steward Luo and you, there might be some misunderstanding. Li Mukin didn't believe in any misunderstanding, but he didn't take a minor character like Luo Mingsha seriously. The old man was cursed with some evil magic like the Nailhead Arrow Book. Nailhead Arrow Book. Lin Xiaoxing had never even heard of it. That's right. The practitioner sets up an altar, makes a straw man, writes down the old man's birth date and time, and then pricks it with needles or shoots arrows at it. Usually within about 7 days the cursed person will lose their soul. Lin Xiaoxing was taken aback. Lin Shanming also frowned involuntarily, while only Lin Shangyi burst into hearty laughter. I didn't expect that my old life almost ended up nailed to a straw man. Having lived a lifetime, I can still witness such a wondrous technique. It's not in vain for me to have lived this long. Lin Shanji's bold and carefree demeanor impressed Li Mukin. It seemed that this old man was indeed not an ordinary person. Lin Xiaoxing asked, so is my dad okay now? Li Mukin shook his head. I have only used my true qi to extend the old man's life. To completely resolve this, we must find the practitioner and break their spell. Where can we find that person? Lin Xiaoxing was at a loss. You don't have much time. I can continue to extend the old man's life, but at most for 3 to 4 days. If the old man is fine, that person will become aware. Li Mukin reminded. What will happen then? 2 possibilities. If that person discovers their scheme is exposed, they will disappear without a trace. In that case, you may never know who wanted to harm the old man. Of course, that would be the better outcome. After all, the old man's life would be secure. But there is another possibility. If that person is determined to claim the old man's life and realizes the Nailhead Arrow Book has failed, they might resort to more radical measures, such as a blood sacrifice, using human blood to enhance the spell's effect, trading half of their own life for the old man's. Lin Xiaoxing was alarmed. Can you stop that? Li Mukin shook his head. It's hard to say. How can you stop it if you can't even find the person? Lin Shanming said. It seems we can only start from the traitor within. Lin Xiaoxing punched his fist hard. I will definitely root out that person and tear them to pieces. Lin Shangyi waved his hand. Alright, don't let this throw you off balance. Oh, just do your part. I'm already satisfied to have regained my breath. Next I have some things to discuss with Mu Chun. Charming Xiaoxing, you two step out for a moment. Li Mukin reminded. You two don't mention what we just talked about to anyone. The true situation of the old man should only be known to the four of us. If others ask, let them come to me. Once Lin Chanming and Lin Xiaoxing left, Li Mukin's heart was filled with anticipation, because he knew that some mysteries that had troubled him for years were about to be unveiled. Lin Shangyi looked at him, remaining silent for a long time. Li Mukin was not in a hurry. After cultivating in Tiandu for so many years, he still had some composure left. Lin Shangyi nodded slightly. You must have many questions for me, right? Yes. Then go ahead and ask. Li Mukin was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing he didn't know where to begin. After thinking for a long time, he asked the question he was most concerned about. How did my grandfather die? Lin Shangyi didn't expect him to ask this directly, and said in surprise, shouldn't your greatest curiosity be about the marriage arrangement made between me and your grandfather? Is there a connection between these two matters? Li Mukin's gaze was sharp. Lin Shangyi knew he had misunderstood, and sighed. I bear some responsibility for your grandfather's death. I have felt guilty about this for many years, especially after you went missing. Li Mukin narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Lin Shangyi. If it was indeed as he guessed that his grandfather had been deceived by Lin Shangyi to secure the marriage agreement, and thus met his demise, he would not hesitate to strike Lin Shangyi dead in revenge for his grandfather. This matter is quite long to explain. Lin Shangyi stared at the ceiling, his expression distant, as if recalling events from long ago. Over 40 years ago, the Lin family faced a great disaster. To escape my enemies, I fled alone to the capital. But my enemies still found me. At that time, I was at my wit's end. Just when my life was hanging by a thread, the head of the Li family in the capital, Li Tiance, saved me. Back then, the Li family was one of the 4 great families in the capital, and Li Tiance was renowned as the richest man in the world. With the protection of the Li family, my enemies could do nothing against me. Later, I returned to Huqing, using a sum of money provided by the Li family to make a comeback, restoring the Lin family's former glory. I always wanted to repay the life-saving grace of the Li family. However, the Li family was immensely wealthy, and I could find no opportunity to do so. Unexpectedly, 20 years ago, the Li family encountered a great change and almost disappeared overnight from the capital. Li Mukin vaguely guessed why Lin Shangyi mentioned the Li family in the capital, but was somewhat reluctant to believe it. What happened to the Li family? I don't know. Lin Shangyi shook his head. In those years, I also tried to find out about the Li family, but the information I received was conflicting, and no one could clarify what exactly happened. I thought I would never have the chance to repay the Li family's great kindness. Until one day your grandfather came to Huqing. My grandfather. That's right, your grandfather Li Yuquan. At that time he was dressed in rags, looking like a beggar, and he had a child with him, and that child was you, Li Mukin. You. Lin Shangyi's expression turned solemn as he looked at Li Mukin. You are from the Li family in the capital. Your father is Li Yunhua, the #1 young master in the capital back then, and Li Tiance is your biological grandfather. Li Mukin, no matter how composed he was, felt his heart racing upon hearing this. My biological grandfather. Then what about my grandfather? Li Yuquan is not your grandfather. He is a close confidant of your grandfather Li Tiance. According to Brother Yochuan, your grandfather Li Tiance had a premonition before the incident with the Li family and instructed several trusted confidants to take the children of the Li family to seek refuge with relatives and friends in various places. You were taken by Li Yochuan, and he sought refuge with the Lin family in Huqing. So are there brothers of... Lin Shangyi shook his head. There should be none left. The reason you and Brother Yuquan survived is that I had no dealings with the Li family in the 20 years after returning to Huqing. Perhaps it was for this very reason that the old man Li allowed Brother Yuquan to bring you to me. Brother Yuquan was very cautious. Although I had no dealings with the Li family, those who are attentive can still find out about my past favors from the Li family. So he brought you and made a living scavenging on the outskirts of the city. Because of this, I have felt quite guilty. Later, I arranged this marriage, agreeing that when you grew up, you would become the son-in-law of the Lin family. As early as 17 years ago, I had already set up a will through a lawyer stating that after you married Manqing, you would inherit half of the Lin family's fortune. Half of the Lin family's fortune is indeed quite enticing. Yet what shocked Li Mukin even more was his own origins. As a child, he scavenged with his grandfather, often going hungry and wearing inadequate clothing. Looking at those brightly dressed peers, Li Mukin had fantasized more than once that perhaps his parents were wealthy and would one day come to pick him up in a car from the garbage yard, allowing him to live a life free from worry. But reality is cruel. Fantasies never shield one from the storm. He could only work hard to scavenge merely to have a full meal and to lessen the burden on his aging grandfather. Li Mukin could never have imagined that he actually hailed from a wealthy family. Unfortunately, that family had long since perished. Some things are better left unknown. He finally understood his grandfather's painful heart. He had repeatedly asked his grandfather why others had both parents while he did not. His grandfather had always remained silent. When no one was around, his grandfather would also shed tears. He recalled his grandfather's death once more. That deep autumn, his grandfather, who had never left Huching, suddenly said he needed to go on a long journey. Before leaving, he took out the marriage contract and told Li Mukin to keep it safe, instructing him to become a son-in-law of the Lin family when he grew up. He was gone for several months. When he returned, heavy snow fell. His grandfather was covered in injuries, and when he finally reached home, he had only one breath left. It was said that his grandfather was hit by a car and the driver fled. Some elders, based on experience, said that his grandfather's injuries did not resemble those from a car accident, but rather from being beaten by someone. How exactly did my grandfather die? This was the question that Li Mukin had buried in his heart for 13 years. I only know that he returned to the capital, Lin Shangyi said. Before he left, he came to see me, saying he had something very important to do. If he did not return, he asked me to take care of you. He didn't say what it was about. No, but I guessed it was related to the extermination of the Li family. He must have uncovered some clues. Li Mukin felt something was off. If he died because of this, then his return would surely expose his whereabouts. How could those people possibly let me go? Lin Shangyi said. Yu Qian is meticulous. If he hadn't shaken off the pursuit, how could he have returned? Li Mukin clenched his fists. Who on earth harmed him and the Li family? Lin Shangyi said, over the years I have secretly investigated as well, but found no clues. The Li family in the capital is prosperous with numerous enterprises. It isn't easy to wipe out the Li family without leaving traces. Logically speaking, the greatest beneficiary should be the most suspect. After the fall of the Li family, their assets were gradually swallowed by several major families. But these families or forces that devoured the Li family's wealth did not possess the strength to annihilate the Li family. What if they united? That wouldn't be possible. Lin Shangyi shook his head. You have to understand, the extermination of the Li family happened almost overnight. How large the Li family was, how many people, how many enterprises, how many connections to the outside world. To make such a family vanish overnight from the capital, as if it never existed, I can't fathom what kind of power could achieve that. Even if the other three great families in the capital allied together, they couldn't do it. I've pondered this question for a long time and have simulated it for quite a while. Li Mukin frowned. Is there any conclusion? Lin Shangyi seemed somewhat hesitant, pausing for a moment before saying, my conclusion is that such a power does not exist in the mortal realm. Li Mukin was greatly astonished, instantly understanding Lin Shangyi's meaning. The force that eradicated the Li family did not reside in the mortal realm. Beyond the mortal realm there indeed exist many powers, such as immortals, sorcerers, Buddhas, and demons. For example, the Wanshan sect on Tiandu Peak reigns over the world of immortals. Could it be that they offended the sorcerers or demons? If it were a major sorcerer or demon faction, extinguishing a family in the capital overnight would indeed not be difficult. Lin Shangyi said, I know there are many places in this world that we mortals are unaware of. You come from those places, right? Li Mukin nodded. Lin Shangyi continued, when you went missing back then, I once thought you had fallen victim to an enemy's plot. For those years I felt very guilty. If I had brought you into the Lin family earlier, perhaps nothing would have happened, and Yu Qian wouldn't have died. But I was still timid and afraid. That invisible enemy is too terrifying. To make the Li family perish overnight, dealing with my Lin family, would be like crushing an ant. I owe you and Yu Qian an apology. You don't need to blame yourself. Oh, I should thank you for your care during those years. Li Mukin was well aware that without Lin Shangyi's covert assistance, he and his grandfather would not have survived. A force capable of making the Li family vanish overnight is truly terrifying. Lin Shangyi looked at Li Mukin and said, fortunately you have returned and have acquired great skills. Your grandfather should rest in peace in the afterlife. That marriage contract is still valid. While I am still alive, let's arrange your marriage with Manqing in the coming days. Li Mukin was taken aback, saying, Grandfather Lin, let's discuss the marriage contract later. Oh, Lin Shangyi asked in confusion, are you not interested in Manqing? That's not the case. Miss Lin is outstanding and flawless. Then is it because you know your background and feel that my Lin family is not worthy of your Li family? That's even less the case. Then why exactly? Li Mukin contemplated for a moment and said, actually, it's nothing much. I just feel that the marriage contract set by you and my grandfather was too hasty, unfair to both me and Miss Lin. Lin Shangyi laughed heartily. Do you wish for a love marriage? That can also be arranged. We won't rush the wedding. Just get engaged first. You two can take your time dating, and it wouldn't be too late to marry after Manqing graduates from university. Li Mukin felt a bit overwhelmed. How could this old man be so stubborn? Grandfather Lin, I appreciate your kindness, but with a deep-seated blood feud and my revenge yet to be taken, I truly have no mood to think about these matters. This reason sounded justifiable, and he thought the old man would surely relent. But unexpectedly the old man suddenly asked, "Do you want revenge?" "Of course I do," Li Mukin replied. Not to mention the Li family in the capital who he had never met, but his grandfather Li Youqian had met a tragic end before his eyes. This was a grudge he must repay. "Then how do you plan to take revenge?" Li Mukin was momentarily at a loss for words. With no clues, merely knowing that the enemy was involved with non-secular forces among the myriad of hidden paths and countless left-hand ways where ancient sorcerers and demonic sects might be hiding, who should he seek for revenge? Lin Shangyi smiled slightly, saying, "Actually, I have long thought of a way for you. Finding the enemy may be difficult, why not let them come to find you? Let them come find me." The extermination of the Li family did not incur direct financial losses, indicating they are not after wealth, but are afraid of something specific. That something is in the hands of the Li family. Only when the Li family is completely wiped out will they feel at ease. "You mean? Re-establish the Li family. Re-establish the Li family." "Exactly," Lin Shangyi said excitedly. "Re-establish the Li family, allowing the Li family, which vanished for 20 years, to reappear in the capital. Retrieve what your grandfather and father lost back then. At that point they will naturally be afraid and will come looking for you." Li Mukin nodded repeatedly. "Grandfather Lin, that's brilliant. What should I do?" Lin Shangyi smiled. "Re-establishing the Li family requires 2 things. "What 2 things?" "The first is capital. Without capital, no matter how capable you are, it is impossible to recreate the glory of the Li family in a short time. And the second? The second is to have a wife to bear children and ensure the family flourishes." Li Muchen's face darkened. This old man, after all the talking, still wanted to marry his granddaughter to him. Becoming the son-in-law of the Lin family meant acquiring half of their wealth, which was the capital for reviving the Li family. Moreover, marrying Lin Manqing would naturally allow him to have children. But how could Li Muchen willingly become someone else's son-in-law? Even if he were to marry Lin Manqing, he would do so by relying on his own true abilities, openly taking her as his wife, rather than relying on a marriage agreement to live off her family's wealth. "Grandpa Lin, we can discuss this matter later. The most important thing now is to find out who wants to harm you." Upon mentioning this, Lin Shangyi couldn't help but furrow his brows. Li Muchen was right. If this person wasn't found, the Lin family would forever live in the shadows. Today it could be Lin Shangyi facing danger, and tomorrow it could be Lin Xiuxing. "Grandpa Lin, do you have any enemies?" "Of course I have enemies. After a lifetime of doing business and supporting such a large family, if I say there's no one who wants me dead, I wouldn't believe it myself. Take the several major families in each city for instance. On the surface, everyone appears harmonious, but behind the scenes they might all be cursing me." Lin Shangyi laughed self-deprecatingly. "Then we can only start from the inside. I'll have Chan Ming investigate it." Li Muchen said, "Let's not alarm the snake in the grass. You don't need to worry about it, leave this matter to me. However, before I find this person, it's best for you to continue pretending to be ill to avoid drawing attention." Lin Shangyi nodded and said, "All right, I will follow your arrangements. My old life is in your hands." Li Muchen was just about to comfort him a bit, telling him not to worry. Suddenly, he heard the old man say again, "Are you really not considering getting the marriage done first?" At once Li Muchen was at a loss for words. Just then the door to the hospital room opened and Madame Lin entered with Lin Manqing. Yin Huimin was carrying a thermos, smiling as she said, "Dad, the medicine is ready. Drink it while it's hot." She poured the medicine into a bowl. Li Muchen picked up the bowl, sniffed it, and asked, "Were you present throughout the whole process?" Yin Huimin smiled and said, "As per your instructions, I was present the entire time. I supervised every ingredient they used, each one was particularly checked by me. I personally brewed the medicine, and I even washed the pot myself, not letting anyone else touch it." Li Muchen chuckled and set the medicine bowl down. Yin Huimin, along with Lin Manqing, helped the old man sit up and personally fed him the medicine. Lin Shangyi said, "You are very considerate." Yin Huimin replied, "This is what I should do. Fortunately, you had the foresight to find a good husband for Manqing. Once your health is completely restored, I will arrange for their marriage." Lin Manqing's face turned red. "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" "What nonsense?" "I'm speaking of serious matters." Yin Huimin looked at Li Muchen, growing increasingly fond of this young man, finding him spirited and handsome. Indeed, the more a mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more she liked him. Li Muchen felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze and deliberately tried to leave. "Grandpa Lin, you should rest well. I will come to see you every day for the next few days." Lin Manqing glanced at Li Muchen, who happened to look back at her. Lin Manqing opened her mouth to say something, but then immediately lowered her head. It felt as though there was some expectation in her heart, causing it to thump rapidly. Upon hearing Li Muchen's departing footsteps until the door to the hospital room closed gently, her heart felt as if it had lost something, becoming empty. Returning to the Qiming restaurant, it was the busiest time of the day. The divine doctor who had just displayed his skills in the hospital room had now turned into a busy waiter. The celestial beings imagined by people are all ethereal and graceful, their long sleeves fluttering. But the reality is often that the monks sweeping the floor and the old man guarding the door are the true masters hidden in the world. And perhaps the waitstaff in the small restaurant under your home could be a celestial being who can spit out flying swords. Li Muchen took a moment to call Ma Shan, asking him to arrange a visit to Kai Tu dog fighting arena as soon as possible. He intended to investigate Kai Tu to find out who was trying to target Lin Manqing. This person was likely the same one who wanted to harm the old master of the Lin family. Ma Shan quickly returned the call, saying he had arranged to meet Huang San for dinner that evening, suggesting that Li Muchen disguise himself as a wealthy young master to attend. After lunch, the boss lady Mei Jie slung her bag over her shoulder and walked out with a swaying figure. Li Muchen called out to her from behind. Mei Jie, I need to take a leave this afternoon. Granted, Mei Jie said casually without looking back. Li Muchen knew that the boss lady was going to do her hair again. He was curious about what was so good about doing hair. Since he had to dress up as a young master to meet Huang San in the evening, Li Muchen decided to also redo his hairstyle. If he was going to disguise, he might as well do it well. After wrapping up things at the shop and saying goodbye to Ding Xiang, he went to the barber shop at the corner. To his surprise, he ran into Mei Jie at the shop. Upon seeing Li Muchen enter, Mei Jie exclaimed, "Shaoli, you aren't following me, are you?" Li Muchen smiled awkwardly and said, "I came to get a haircut." Mei Jie gave him a sidelong glance, seeming a bit skeptical of his words, then smiled and said, "Come upstairs to find me in a bit, room 3. She then walked up the stairs in her high heels. The barber's skill was quite good. He quickly styled Li Muchen's hair, making it simple yet stylish. Li Muchen was very satisfied and asked how much it would cost. The barber replied, "Since you're a friend of Mei Jie, no charge." Li Muchen recalled that the boss lady had called him to find her upstairs, but he didn't know what it was about. After all, he was currently an employee who relied on their kindness. Upon reaching upstairs, Li Muchen found room 3, gently knocked on the door, and called out, "Mei Jie." "Come in, the door isn't locked," Mei Jie said. Li Muchen pushed the door open and saw Mei Jie lying on a narrow bed, her back bare with her chest spilling over the sides, and she was only covered by a piece of white cloth at her hips with her white thighs exposed. A girl was pouring oil into her palm and then applying it to Mei Jie's back. Her back was already smooth, and with the addition of the oil, it looked slippery and enticing. Mei Jie turned her face to look at Li Muchen's freshly cut hair and said, "Not bad, very handsome." She then gestured to the girl, "You can go now, I'll let him come." The girl smiled at Li Muchen, put down what she was holding, and walked out. Li Muchen was dumbfounded at what was going on. Could this be what the master meant by the hardships and toxicities of the mortal world? He heard Mei Jie say, "What are you standing there for?" Li Muchen remained still. He had already tempered his bones on the Kunlun snow mountain, making them impervious to the trials of the mortal world. He wasn't averse to the mortal world. The mortal world can erode the bones, yet it also holds affection. But he could distinguish between what is affection and what is desire. His master said when celestial beings enter the world, they should have feelings, but no desires. With feelings, one is gentle, but without desires, one is strong. Only by balancing strength and gentleness and harmonizing yin and yang can one avoid being biased and falling into madness. He quite serious, Mei Jie said, seeing he didn't move as she laughed and got off the beauty bed, causing the towel to slip from her body. Li Muchen stood aside, neither intentionally looking nor avoiding to look. "Mei Jie, if there's nothing else, I should take my leave." "Why the rush? Accompany me to a place," Mei Jie said, putting on her clothes and stepping out of the barber shop, heading to the Lu Mahjong house across the street. Seeing the sign for a Lu Mahjong house, Li Muchen recalled the two little gangsters who had come to collect protection money that day. Boss Wang had said they were from Scarred Lu. A Lu Mahjong house was owned by Scarred Lu. "Do you think I come out every day just to do my hair?" "Who goes to do their hair every day? They'd be bald by then." "I come here every day to take a cut of the money Scarred Lu makes from our shop, winning a bit back." Mei Jie looked at Li Muchen, chuckling, her eyes filled with mirth. "Today I'm in a good mood, let's play big, how about it?" The facade of the mahjong parlor was modest, but the interior was quite spacious. On the second and third floors there were dozens of tables along with a few private rooms. Sister Mei was familiar with the people inside, and quickly found a table to sit down. She asked Li Muchen if he wanted to play a few rounds, but Li Muchen shook his head and simply watched from the side. Sister Mei had good luck. After several rounds, she had won 700 or 800. However, Li Muchen knew that she was already holding back. With her skill, it would be hard not to win. Because she was cheating. Li Muchen did not understand the tricks of cheating, but like magic it relied on sleight of hand. Sister Mei's hands were quick, yet they did not escape his eyes. In just over 2 hours, she had won nearly 10,000. "That's enough, the shop will be busy soon. If I don't go back now, my husband will scold me again." Sister May pushed the tiles away, took the money, and prepared to leave. Suddenly a group of people blocked her way. The leader had a scar on his face. Someone beside him called him Sixth Master. Lee Mukin guessed that this person was Scarface Lu. Sister May, you won money, and you want to leave just like that. Oh, Sixth Master, the little money I won isn't even enough for you to take your cut in a day. Why would I disturb you? Winning isn't about how much as long as you win openly. In my place you can come and go as you please. But someone said you were cheating, and everyone knows I Lu don't tolerate such behavior. If you don't clarify things you won't be leaving today. Sister May pointed around and shouted, who said I was cheating? You scoundrel, it's always the villain who cries first, isn't it? Come out. Scarface Lu sneered. Sister May, stop acting. You come here every day and win every day. Even a fool can see you're cheating. Sister May retorted, I only win 300 to 500 a day. What does Sixth Master's place not allow anyone to win that much? It's precisely because you win so little that no one cared about you. But today you've won a bit too much. If I don't intervene, it would ruin the rules of this establishment. What evidence do you have to say I was cheating? You need to catch the thief red-handed, right? Sister May argued. Evidence, you say? Scarface Lu squinted. You have cards hidden on you. I don't think I don't know. Take off your clothes. Lee Mukin knew Sister May had cards hidden on her. Once she took off her clothes, she would surely expose herself. He was curious to see what Sister May would do next. Sister May's expression changed, and she turned to grab Lee Mukin's hand. Shall we let's go? The burly men behind Scarface Lu stepped forward, blocking their way. People nearby began to jeer. Hurry and take off your clothes. Cheating means losing a hand. Take off your clothes so everyone can see if you're a cheater. Yes, take off your clothes, hurry up. The men were nearly drooling with anticipation. Scarface Lu said, Sister May, if you don't want to take off your clothes in front of so many people, you can come to my office. Sister May spat. You wish. You just want to see my body. Fine, I'll do it. Saying this, she prepared to take off her clothes. Lee Mukin stepped forward and said, wait. Scarface Liu's pupils constricted. What do you want to do? Sister May looked at Lee Mukin with a mix of curiosity and expectation. Lee Mukin said, you claim she has hidden cards, so she must take off her clothes. Does that mean anyone who comes to play here can be made to undress at your whim? The people around listened and found it reasonable. This was a matter of their own interests. If this became a precedent, Scarface Lu could make anyone undress he suspected. In public, even men would lose face. Scarface Liu's face darkened, and he asked, so what do you want? Lee Mukin replied, if she has hidden cards, she should naturally be punished. But what if she doesn't? Sister May added, yes, if I haven't hidden anything, how will you compensate me? If she hasn't hidden anything, I'll give you double what you won today. From now on, whenever Sister May comes, I won't interfere with her winnings. Scarface Lu said. Lee Mukin felt this condition was not enough. The terms were unequal. But before he could speak, he heard Sister May say, and one more thing, don't let your underlings come to my shop to collect protection fees anymore. Lee Mukin couldn't help but smile as Sister May was thinking about the restaurant at this moment. All right, no problem. Scarface Lu agreed to Sister May's terms. Sister May steeled herself. Look, I'll show you all. Saying this, she took off her jacket and skirt, leaving only her intimate clothing. The crowd gasped. Sister May's figure was incredibly alluring. Sister May stood confidently glaring at Scarface Lu. Open your eyes and see where I've hidden cards. Someone nearby shouted, take off your underwear too. But anyone with eyes knew that such tight underwear could not hide mahjong tiles. Asking her to remove her underwear was a bit excessive. Scarface Lu frowned and looked at Lee Mukin beside Sister May. Kid, did she hide the cards on you? You take off your clothes too. Sister May panicked and scolded Scarface Lu, don't drag my little brother into this. Yet Lee Mukin remained unafraid, saying, if you want me to take off my clothes, fine. But what if I don't have anything either? Sister May anxiously said, Shally, don't listen to him. You haven't even sat at the table, why should he check you? Scarface Lu replied, I just stated the conditions. Lee Mukin said those conditions were between you and Sister May, she has already complied. Now it's my turn. You make a living by gambling, how about we gamble? How do we gamble? I've heard about your casino's rules. If someone cheats, they lose a hand. If I have hidden cards, then take one of my hands. But if I haven't hidden anything, it means you've misjudged, and your eyes are useless, so I'll take one of your eyes. So what do you say? Are you brave enough to gamble? Lee Mukin stood there, his expression calm, as if he were discussing someone else's gamble. Kid, are you trying to con me? Scarface Liu's face was as cold as ice, filled with murderous intent. Lee Mukin sneered, just consider it a con, all right. Let's gamble, and if you're afraid to gamble, step aside. The scene fell silent. Oh, all the mahjong tables had stopped. This was a mahjong parlor, not a large casino. Such a gamble of hands and eyes was unprecedented. Even Sister May's alluring figure no longer attracted anyone's attention. In the eyes of gamblers, there was only the gamble itself. Scarface Liu's scar twitched. Find you something else. Kid, we'll see. With that, he turned and left, followed by his men. The scene erupted into thunderous applause. Young man, tell us, did you cheat? Young man, you're impressive. You made Sixth Master back down. Sister May put her clothes back on and linked her arm, with Lee Mukin laughing lightly. Shall Li Guli Yi, today you are my master. Upon exiting the Alu Mahjong Hall, Sister May took out 10,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to What's this for? It's for you. I don't want it. Li Mukin shook his head. Sister May persisted, determined to shove the money into Li Mukin's pocket. You deserve this. Sister May, why did you cheat? Li Mukin asked. Me? When did I cheat? Li Mukin pulled out 2 mahjong tiles from his pocket. One was a 1-character tile, and the other a 9-character tile. Here, take it back. Sister May's expression changed slightly. She glanced back and, seeing they had already distanced themselves from the mahjong hall, finally sighed in relief. Did you know I hid the tiles on you? Then why did you gamble with Scar 6 just now, eh? What was I supposed to do? Let him search me. But what if Scar 6 decided to gamble with you? Sister May's eyes were filled with worry. He wouldn't gamble. How can you be so sure? What benefit would he get from winning just one hand against me, eh? Li Mukin smiled and said, if he loses one eye, he loses everything. Scar 6 isn't a gambler who goes all out. He's the one running the gambling house. Sister May looked at Li Mukin as if watching a fascinating spectacle. You're so young, yet you speak like a seasoned player. You weren't a hustler before, were you? I used to scavenge when I was a child. Sister May burst out laughing. Scavenging isn't the same as hustling. Li Mukin then remarked, Sister May, your hands are so swift. You weren't a magician before, were you? Just your keen eyes. Sister May rolled her eyes at him. I was a little beggar who occasionally stole money when I was young. So are we a good match? Li Mukin didn't take the bait and asked, Sister May, how much did you win at the Alu Mahjong Hall for Scar 6 to target you so specifically? Not much, really. I just win 300 to 500 each day to cover his protection fee. I won a bit more today, but who knew Scar 6 would be so petty, accusing me of cheating over such a small win? Li Mukin didn't believe it, as Scar 6 wouldn't make such a fuss over such a small amount. But since Sister May was unwilling to say more, he stopped asking. Sister May said with concern, Scar 6 is a vengeful person. After you embarrassed him today, he won't let it go. You need to be careful. Of course, Li Mukin wasn't afraid. However, Sister May's words made him worry a bit about Ding Xiang. Sister May, aren't you afraid he'll come to the shop for revenge? Not at all. Scar 6 is very concerned about his image. Since he said he wouldn't come to disturb our restaurant today, he definitely won't. Li Mukin still felt skeptical. Would someone like Scar 6 really keep his word? Seeing him frown, Sister May linked her arm with his and leaned in sweetly, saying, Li Yi, my little Li Yi, don't worry. With me around, Scar 6 won't be able to harm you. As he caught a whiff of the lingering scent of essential oil from Sister May, Li Mukin thought of the ever-smiling Boss Wong at the shop. He was concerned that Boss Wong might come at him with a kitchen knife. Sister May, I have something to do. I'll be leaving first. Li Mukin didn't return to the restaurant, but went directly to the south of the city. He had arranged to meet Huang San also came from a background of scavenging, and although they weren't in the same area, they often crossed paths. Like Ma Shan, he was also known as a notorious scavenger. The two often got into fights. Li Mukin's impression of Huang San was merely that this kid was petty and liked to steal. Moreover, since he couldn't beat Ma Shan, he would bully him and Ding Xiang. He once fought Huang San for Ding Xiang blinding him with quicklime. Li Mukin didn't know what happened afterward. He heard from Ma Shan that Huang San was still in the scavenging business, but it had grown. He opened a recycling station. They agreed to meet at a large food stall. Huang San was dressed in expensive brands, wearing a big gold chain around his neck and a gold watch on his wrist, though it was unclear whether they were real or fake. Ma Shan touched his gold chain and asked, Can it float if I put it in water? Huang San squinted with his triangular eyes and scoffed, Am I that kind of person? I know you've made money, Huang San, don't be so stingy. Bring your brothers along to earn some too. I deal with big money, not small change. As long as you have capital, I'll take you along, if not, stay away. Ma Shan pointed at Li Mukin and said, I have no money, but he does. Huang San glanced over. Li Mukin had just gotten a new hairstyle, making him look somewhat like a young master. Who is this? Huang San felt he looked familiar, but couldn't place him. Ma Shan said, Li Gongzi, a wealthy person. How wealthy? Huang San considered himself worldly. How wealthy? If I told you, you'd be scared to death. Ma Shan said, Do you know the Lin family of Huqing? He's the son-in-law of the Lin family. Li Mukin had no idea how Ma Shan came up with this. He had never told him about his relationship with Lin Manqing. Ma Shan probably remembered the time Li Mukin took Lin Manqing home. Son-in-law of the Lin family. Huang San laughed heartily, nearly doubling over in pain. If he's the son-in-law of the Lin family, then I'm the head of the Lin family, ha. Li Mukin slapped him. This kid had a loose tongue. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't know his place. Huang San jumped up cursing, What the hell, why did you hit me? Li Mukin sternly replied, Watch your words, kid. Hitting you is too lenient. If my father-in-law hears that, your tongue will be gone. Huang San's eyes flickered. Why, you really the son-in-law of the Lin family? Ma Shan nearly burst out laughing, not expecting Li Mukin to act so convincingly. Huang San, what can I say about you? Since you were young, you've had a loose tongue. It's one thing in front of us, but in front of Li Gongzi. Tisk tsk. Ma Shan shook his head looking disappointed. Huang San half convinced asked, if you're a son-in-law of the Lin family, why are you here eating at a food stall with us? Li Mukin leaned back in his chair crossing his legs, and said, I just enjoy playing and love the streets. As long as you take me to interesting places, I won't treat you unfairly. As he spoke, he pulled out 10,000 yuan from his pocket and tossed it in front of Huang San. That slap just now was compensation. Huang San accepted the money, and a big smile instantly appeared on his face. He wished for Li Gongzi to slap him a few more times. A slap for 10,000 yuan. He could kneel and let someone hit him all day. Ma Shan was also surprised watching the 10,000 yuan just land in Huang San's hands, feeling heartache. But he believed Li Mukin could earn the money back. It was just temporarily entrusted to Huang San. What does Li Gongzi like to play? Huang San lowered his voice, yellow, white, black. As long as it's available on the street, I can get it for you. I'm tired of those. Li Mukin replied, I heard you have a dog fighting ring. Huang San said, I do, but I don't run it. If Li Gongzi is interested, I can take you there to play. Then let's stop talking and go. Ma Shan stood up first, starting the red Porsche parked by the roadside, and respectfully opened the door for Li Mukin. Seeing this scene, Huang San no longer doubted that this Li Gongzi was indeed the son-in-law of the Lin family. Huang San drove his van ahead, while Ma Shan followed in the Porsche. The two cars quickly drove into the old factory by the overpass in the south of the city. As soon as they parked, the sound of barking dogs echoed from inside the factory. The parking lot was filled with cars of various types, including many luxury vehicles. Ma Shan initially thought it was just an underground dogfighting arena, and his Porsche was already impressive enough. However, upon parking here, and comparing it to the nearby Rolls-Royce and Bugatti Veyron, it paled in comparison. Hey, is this place selling smuggled cars? Ma Shan remarked. Ma Shan, your perspective is limited. Don't underestimate this place. The big bosses from Qiantang and Xinzhou often come here to play. Huang San said proudly, as if he owned the place. That Rolls-Royce belongs to Boss Zhou from Wuzhou, who has been playing here for several days with his purebred Tibetan Mastiff. If it weren't for his presence, Kai, too, wouldn't be here every day. Li Mukin responded with an O, pretending to casually inquire, who is Kai Tu? Kai Tu is the owner of this place. To run such an establishment, he must be someone extraordinary, right? Indeed, Kai Tu is quite a figure, someone with significant influence. Huang San gave a thumbs up, suddenly recalling that Li Gongzi was the son-in-law of the Lin family, and smiled awkwardly. Of course, compared to your Lin family, he is somewhat lacking. But in our Hetching's underworld, Kai Tu is still a notable character. Are you familiar with Kai Tu? Of course, we're buddies. Huang San flicked his hair. Li Mukin pointed to a nearby Bugatti Veyron with a Xinzhou license plate, and asked, whose car is that? Huang San shook his head. I really don't know, I've never seen it before. It's probably a new guest. Not far from the parking lot was a large factory building. There were 2 security guards at the entrance. Huang San was familiar with them, greeted them, and went inside. They have security for dog fighting? Ma Shan asked curiously. Oh, they are just ticket collectors. If something happens in the dog arena, those 2 won't be able to handle it, Huang San replied. They charge for tickets here. 100 each, but since you are my guest, the tickets are free. Oh, it's on me. The factory had been transformed into a dog fighting arena. In the center was a 3-meter square area surrounded by iron bars where 2 dogs were currently locked in a fierce battle. The outer area featured tiered stands that could accommodate hundreds of spectators. The venue was quite crowded, with about a third of the seats already filled. The factory also had air conditioning, but due to the large space and the number of people, it was still very hot. Many spectators were shirtless, cheering loudly for the dogs in the arena. Huang San led them further inside to find a comfortable spot. The 2 dogs were still tearing at each other, covered in blood, and it was unclear which one was which. After a while, the black dog had a firm grip on the yellow dog's neck. The yellow dog struggled desperately at first, but lost strength after a few minutes. The black dog began to shake its head, trying to tear the yellow dog's neck apart. A person by the fence shouted anxiously, "Let go. I concede." Immediately, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Someone brought a high-pressure water gun and sprayed it on the dogs, separating them. The person who had called for a concession walked dejectedly inside, taking the nearly lifeless dog with him as he left. The winning dog was also battered and bruised, while its owner, overjoyed, rushed in and waved to the audience. A tray was brought out holding a pile of money and a medal. A middle-aged man in his 40s approached, hung the medal around the dog's neck, and handed the money to the owner. The venue erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. The dog sat there in confusion, clearly unaware of what had just happened, merely lowering its head to lick its wounds. Its owner looked extremely excited, clutching the money and vigorously waving his fists. After they went down, the cleaning staff came over to start tidying up the arena. Huang San seized the opportunity to begin introducing the situation to Li Mukin. This venue holds about 5 matches in a night, sometimes 7 or 8. Dog owners from various places can sign up for the competition, and if they win, they can receive a prize ranging from 50 to 100,000. Tickets are sold for entry and spectators can place bets on site. Only cash is accepted, which is counted on the spot, and wristbands are issued after registration. Once the dog fighting begins, the bets are locked in and the audience must wait for the results. Lee Mukin followed Huang San's gaze and saw a square betting table surrounded by many people. There were several stacks of red bills on the table along with a few bill validators. The middle-aged man who had just presented the awards was seated behind the table. "Is that Kai Tu?" Lee Mukin asked. "No," Huang San replied. "This is the outer area. It's just small games meant for excitement. Kai Tu should be inside playing with Boss Zhou from Wuzhou right now." Ma Shan angrily exclaimed, "What the hell do you mean by not bringing us to the inner area?" Huang San looked troubled, saying, "Li Gongzi is a newcomer. The inner area is reserved for VIPs." Before he finished speaking, Ma Shan grabbed him by the collar. "Huang San, do you think you can mess with me like this?" Lee Mukin intervened with a gesture, saying, "Forget it. If they don't trust us, let's leave. A few $1,000 of a small game isn't worth it." Ma Shan realized that his brother was quite good at acting, speaking like a wealthy son-in-law, as if he truly belonged to the Lin family. Huang San immediately put on a smile. "Li Gongzi, please don't be angry. How about this? You all stay here and enjoy yourselves while I go talk to Kai Tu." Lee Mukin nodded. "That sounds good. Please have a seat. We'll be back shortly." Huang San left. At that moment, 2 dogs were led over. A young woman came up holding a sign that displayed the dog's breed name and weight. Someone on the far side shouted, "Bets are open, bets are open." The staff began washing the dogs by the fence. Ma Shan was puzzled. Why do they need to bathe before a fight? Suddenly someone nearby said, "This is to prevent anyone from applying drugs to the dogs." "Applying drugs? Are they poisoning them?" Ma Shan inquired. Ma Shan suddenly understood. Damn, there are so many tricks even in dog fighting. The person laughed heartily. "This industry is quite deep. Dog bites it, its mouth will be numb, and it won't have fighting power." Ma Shan suddenly understood. Damn, there are so many tricks even in dog fighting. The person laughed heartily. "This industry is quite deep." Lee Mukin then noticed a young man in his 20s sitting not far from them. Earlier, when there were many people, they were separated by several seats, but now that everyone had gone to the betting table, he finally noticed him. Those who came to watch dog fighting were all fierce-looking individuals, either with tattooed arms or inked backs. But this person was different. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and appeared refined, which was quite out of place in the dog arena. Lee Mukin looked at him, and he was also looking at Lee Mukin. "This is your first time in a place like this, right?" the young man asked. Lee Mukin countered, "Do you come here often?" "Not really, just occasionally for fun." "This venue is also my first time here," the young man replied. Lee Mukin nodded. "You seem cultured, different from them." The young man chuckled, saying, "Just a cultured rogue." He added, "You also seem quite refined." Lee Mukin said, "But I'm not a rogue." The young man burst into laughter. Lee Mukin laughed too. "You are quite interesting. My name is Chun Wenxue. How should I address you?" Lee Mukin. "Mu Chun, bathing in the mundane world, enjoying life." "That's a wonderful name. Unlike me, whose name is literature, yet I can't write half a paragraph. How vulgar." Lee Mukin didn't expect that even introducing a name could elicit so much sentiment. It seemed this guy had quite a grievance regarding his background. People who had placed their bets returned, and it was inconvenient for them to converse due to the crowd, so Lee Mukin lost interest in chatting. Unexpectedly, Chun Wenxue proactively sat down beside him. "Aren't you going to play a few hands?" Ma Shan had been itching for a while, and said, "I don't even know the betting." Chun Wenxue explained, "Nothing special. Oh, just bet on whichever dog you think will win, starting with a brick as the minimum bet, capped at 20 bricks. The term brick refers to a stack of cash, 10,000 per stack, called a brick. 20 bricks mean 200,000. But this round is a death match," Chun Wenxue reminded. "What does that mean?" Ma Shan asked. Chun Wenxue clarified, "Like just now when the dog owner conceded, and they separated the dogs with a high-pressure water gun, that's called a live match. If it's a death match, one dog must be killed to count. Some dogs may not seem fierce, but can't actually kill. Many have turned the tables in the end." The 2 dogs had been washed clean by the staff, and the betting table was urging, "We're about to close the betting. Hurry up if you want to place a bet." Ma Shan asked Lee Mukin, "How about we play a little? Which one do you think will win?" Lee Mukin replied, "All right, then let's bet on the yellow one." Ma Shan said, "They'll go place the bet. You tell me how much to bet." Lee Mukin casually replied, 200,000. Ma Shan was taken aback. They had brought a total of 200,000. To stake it all in one go seemed too reckless. Ma Shan felt that his brother was taking on the role of Li Gongzi a bit too deeply. Really betting 200,000? If you have a grudge against money, you can bet less. Seeing Li Muchin's resolute tone, Ma Shan stopped asking further questions. "All right, I'll go place the bet." Ma Shan chose to trust his brother. Worst case, if they lost 200,000, they could just go home and eat instant noodles. Chun Wenxue looked at Li Muchun with great curiosity. "Do you know how to evaluate dogs?" This was the first time Li Muchun had heard of such a thing, and he shook his head and replied, "No." "Then how can you be sure the yellow dog will win?" I can't evaluate dogs, but I can read people. The owner of that yellow dog has a calm aura. He is a practiced fighter. A martial artist is inherently sensitive to strength and speed. His dog shouldn't be lacking either. Chun Wenxue turned to look and noticed that the yellow dog's owner indeed seemed more composed than the other, but he still felt it was too far-fetched to determine the outcome of the dogs based solely on that. He glanced at Li Mu-chun and shook his head saying, I don't believe it. Li Mu-chun replied, you don't need to believe it. Chun Wenxue was taken aback and laughed saying, okay, then I'll bet 200,000 with you. Li Mu-chun said, whatever. Chun Wenxue carrying a backpack followed behind Ma Shan heading to the betting table. Li Mu-chun felt a bit curious. This person didn't seem like a gambler, as gamblers wouldn't bet so casually. Of course, this 200,000 would definitely not be lost. Such dogfights were almost like giving money to Li Mu-chun. Dogfights, much like human martial arts matches, rarely ended in a tie where the victory was decided by a hair's breadth. In most cases, there was a noticeable gap between the two sides. However, most people couldn't see it, and even the fighters themselves might be unaware. Only true experts could instantly discern the outcome. As the saying goes, a true expert reveals their skill at a glance. Li Mu-chun could see the injuries on Qian Kun at a glance, just as he could tell whether a raw stone contained jade. Of course, he could also see which of the two dogs was stronger. This was difficult for ordinary people, but for him, it was like a simple question. Ma Shan and Chun Wenxue quickly returned. A clear bell rang out, and the dog fight began. The two dogs were released into the arena, and soon began to bite each other at the owner's command. The fight lasted for about half an hour. It ultimately ended when the yellow dog killed the other dog. Ma Shan stood up excitedly. 200,000. They won 200,000 in one go. Chun Wenxue had a look of disbelief. Li brother, how did you see that? I truly suspect you cheated. Huang San, who had returned midway, was confused and asked to find out that Ma Shan had just won 200,000. He was also quite surprised, not expecting that Li Mu-chun would win 200,000 right off the bat. This made him even more convinced that he had dug up a money tree today. Impossible to cheat. Huang San said confidently, no one dares to cheat in this establishment. Anyone who tries to cheat never leaves in one piece. Ma Shan went to cash out. 200,000 turned into 400,000, and the bag in his hand became bulging, making him feel quite elated. Huang San, are you capable of taking us to the inner arena? If not, just forget it. Huang San replied, of course, if I don't take you, why would I come back? But let me just say, you need at least 1 million in funds to enter the inner arena. Of course, for someone of Li Gongzi's status, 1 million is a trifling matter. You can just swipe your card during the capital verification later. Ma Shan's inflated confidence immediately deflated. He winked at Li Mu-chun and said, well, Li Gongzi, should we play outside for a bit first? They had no bank cards, just 40,000 in cash. Given that the maximum single bet here was 200,000, they could bet separately and just needed to win 2 more matches. Li Mu-chun thought for a moment that this was the only way to go, just as he was pondering how to deflect Huang San. Huang San sensed something was off and said, you two don't have just this little money, right? Ma Shan glared, don't talk nonsense, or our Li Gongzi would be out of money. We just rushed out and left our bank cards behind. No bank card. You must have your phone with you, right? Huang San said. Ma Shan was momentarily speechless. Li Mu-chun replied, sorry, I prefer to use cash. This is my first time at this establishment, and am not comfortable with swiping cards or using my phone. That reason sounds quite convincing. But then your money isn't enough. Ma Shan said, it's fine, I'll win 2 more matches, and we'll have 1 million. Just guarantee that you can win. Besides, the bosses in the inner arena are playing. By the time you finish your 2 matches, they'll have already left. Ma Shan was taken aback, realizing he had forgotten that each dog fight lasted quite a while. Just as he was in a dilemma, Chun Wenxue suddenly spoke up. I have 40,000 here plus the 200,000 you helped me win earlier. That's exactly 60,000. You can take it. All of them were momentarily stunned. They had just met, and he was giving them 60,000 in cash directly. Huang San asked, do you know each other? Chun Wenxue replied, I still trust Li Gongzi. You can pay me back later when you come out. Li Mu-chun didn't understand why Chun Wenxue would do this, but he couldn't find a reason to refuse. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of any traps here. All right, thank you then. Li Mu-chun gestured for Ma Shan to take the money. Huang San thought it was just Li Gongzi running into an acquaintance, and didn't say much, leading the two out. This factory area was quite large. The previous dogfighting arena was converted from one of the workshops. Now Huang San was taking them to a factory in another workshop. They took several twists and turns, passing many factories and warehouses. If not for someone leading the way, it would have been hard to find. If something happened outside, they could easily evacuate from the back after receiving the news. There were several hidden sentries along the way, and Huang San had to reveal his identity to pass. This factory was much smaller than the outside, but the decoration was much better. At the entrance, there was a security check, and Ma Shan's 2 daggers were confiscated. Then came the capital verification. Perhaps because of Huang San's presence, it wasn't very strict, just a cursory glance. Once inside, the arena was circular in shape. Surrounding it were 2 rings of sofas. It looked more like a high-end round-table conference. There weren't many people aside from the staff. There were only about 10 individuals on the sofas. They were all focused on the 2 dogs in the arena. These were 2 pit bulls engaged in a brutal fight, blood everywhere with chunks of flesh already falling off their bodies. The scene was quite horrific, but no one called for a stop. Huang San quietly introduced Li Mu-chun to the person sitting in the middle wearing a floral shirt. That was Kai Tu, also known as Kai Weiman. The chubby person next to him was Boss Zhou from Wuzhou. The others were either local big brothers or wealthy bosses from somewhere. It wasn't clear whether Huang San didn't know many of them or deemed them unimportant, but he didn't introduce them to Li Mu-chun. However, to Li Mu-chun's surprise, he actually recognized someone here. They weren't exactly close, as he had only just met this person that afternoon, Scarface Liu. The fierce battle between the 2 dogs had reached a boiling point, with no one noticing Li Mu-chun and his companions entering. Huang San approached and whispered to Kai Weiman. Kai Weiman merely waved his hand, not even glancing towards the door. Huang San led Li Mu-chun and Ma Shan to find a place to sit. As time passed, signs of a victor began to emerge among the 2 dogs. Everyone held their breath, and the atmosphere grew tense. Especially Scarface 6, whose scar on his face twitched ceaselessly, his expression as if he were the one fighting. Li Mu-chun couldn't help but find it amusing. The dogs were fighting, yet the people were anxious. After about 10 minutes, one dog finally collapsed, whimpering a few times before it breathed its last. Scarface 6 slammed his hand on the table, cursing, "Damn it, useless thing." Kai Tu let out a whistle. The winning dog limped over, lying down at his feet, waiting for its master's reward. Kai Tu took a piece of beef from a box beside him and tossed it to the dog. Scarface 6, your dog is no good. Barton wouldn't even rank in the top 3 among the dogs I raise. If you can't win against Barton, what do you have to challenge the Tsar? Damn it, it looked like it was going to win. How did it lose? Scarface 6 seemed quite unconvinced and suddenly caught sight of Li Mu-chun. He was slightly taken aback, then furious, pointing at Li Mu-chun and saying, "Damn, why is this kid here?" Everyone turned to look at Li Mu-chun. Huang San was startled and quickly said, "This is young Master Li. It's his first time here to have some fun. Oh, please take care of him." "Young Master Li, my ass." Scarface 6 yelled loudly. "He's just a freeloader working as a waiter in a restaurant, and he claims to be young Master Li. I say, Kai Tu, your place is getting worse and worse. Even someone like this can enter the VIP area." Kai Weiman frowned. "Huang San, what's going on?" "Sixth Master, is there some misunderstanding? This is really young Master Li. He is the son-in-law of the Lin family." "Son-in-law of the Lin family?" Scarface 6 asked. "Which Lin family?" "Which Lin family is there in Huqing?" Huang San replied. "Ha ha." Scarface 6 suddenly burst into laughter, doubling over the son-in-law of the Lin family. "Ha ha ha, if he is the son-in-law of the Lin family, then I must be the ancestor of the Lin family. Ha." Kai Weiman slammed his hand on the table. "Scarface 6, watch your words." Scarface 6 stopped laughing, glaring, and saying, "Kai Tu, don't think I'm afraid of you. I know you have the Lin family backing you, so what? Who doesn't have a backer?" Li Mu-chun was taken aback. So Kai Tu was backed by the Lin family. Then why did he send people to kidnap Lin Manqing? Kai Weiman's pupils contracted slightly, his gaze icy. "Scarface 6, are you here to have fun or to stir up trouble? If you can't take a loss, then don't come out to play. I came to have fun, and I can afford to lose $1 million or $2 million. But I don't want to see someone as unlucky as this." Scarface 6 pointed at Li Mu-chun. "What son-in-law of the Lin family bullshit? This afternoon he was cheating at my place with an old woman. A freeloader. Huh." He spat a thick lump of phlegm onto the ground. "What did you say?" Ma Shan's veins bulged. He stood up. Suddenly a few people emerged from the corners, dressed in black, each holding a crossbow, with arrows glinting ominously. "I advise you to stay put." Kai Weiman said, "These crossbows are to deal with the dogs to prevent them from going berserk and hurting people. The arrows are coated with cyanide. I don't want them to hit a person." Li Mu-chun gently tugged at Ma Shan, shaking his head to signal him to sit down. He certainly wasn't afraid of a few crossbows, but he needed to clarify the situation. As for Scarface 6, he had already thought of a punishment. Kai Weiman asked Scarface 6, "Is what you said true?" Scarface 6 replied, "Of course it's true. That woman opened a small restaurant on our street, quite flashy. You can check it out, everyone knows her." Kai Weiman shot a sideways glance, his eyes sharp as blades, looking at Li Mu-chun. Li Mu-chun smiled slightly. "Scarface 6, you can insult me, but do you know the consequences of insulting the Lin family?" "Lin, your mother." Scarface 6 angrily retorted, "Are you someone from the Lin family? Acting like a big shot, huh? Just because you say I'm not, does that mean I'm not? How about we make a bet? Are you up for it?" "Bet on what?" "If I'm not the son-in-law of the Lin family, then I'm talking nonsense, and it'll cut off my tongue for you. If I am, then it means you're blind and your eyeballs are useless. I'll have them dug out to feed the dogs. So what do you say, dare to bet?" Ma Shan was taken aback, thinking his brother was taking a big risk. What if Scarface 6 isn't scared and actually goes through with the bet? He looked around. There were 2 doors, but both were guarded by people with crossbows. The arrows were coated with cyanide, sealing the throat upon bleeding. It was almost impossible to rush out. Scarface 6 laughed heartily. Kid, trying to scare me. You had your thrill stealing a chicken by day, right? Lee Mukin coldly stared at Scarface 6. So will you bet? Boss Joe from Wuzhou, who had been sitting and watching the show, clapped his hands. Interesting, very interesting. This is even more fun than dogfighting. I say, Boss Kai, how about opening a betting line for us to participate? The spirit of competition lies in participation. Someone beside immediately echoed, exactly, such a fun thing. Just watching isn't enough. Kai Weiman thought for a moment. I have no problem as long as you all have fun. Scarface 6, what do you say? But I'm not afraid of a freeloader. Scarface 6 was angered by the events of the day. He was convinced that Lee Mukin was trying to cheat him. Kai Weiman nodded. All right, since no one has objections, well, proceed with the bet as you agreed. He'll open a betting line. Everyone can have a go. The usual rules. 10% cut. You can place your bets at will. I bet 200,000 on Scarface 6 to win as 6th master. Is quite a character in Hutching. I believe he won't cheat us. I also bet on Scarface 6 50,000. There were only about 10 people in total, and they began to place their bets one after another, most betting on Scarface 6. Scarface 6 crossed his legs, sneering, Kid, didn't expect to try to cheat in front of 6th master. You're still too green. Kneel down and call me grandfather, and when it's time to cut your tongue, I'll make it quick so you suffer less. Hearing his confidence, the remaining people who hadn't placed bets also took out money to bet on Scarface 6. Only Boss Joe from Wuzhou hadn't placed his bet. Boss Joe, you proposed opening the betting line. Oh, what about you? Kai Weiman asked. This must have at least 3 million, right? How can all the bets be on one side? How can we play like this? Boss Joe chuckled. How about this'll bet a little less, 2 million still on Scarface 6 to win. Boss Kai, you won't be unable to cover that, will you? With that, 5 million was suddenly bet on Scarface 6. This meant that if Scarface 6 won, not only would Lee Mukin's tongue be cut off, but Kai Weiman would also have to pay 5 million. Kai Weiman's expression darkened. Clearly he hadn't expected the bets to be so one-sided. But thinking about it, Scarface 6 had been in this line of work for a long time, and everyone knew him well. In contrast, the young Master Lee before him had suddenly appeared, and he had never heard of a son-in-law of the Lin family with the surname Lee. Kai Weiman glared fiercely at Huang San. Huang San was in a state of complete bewilderment, not understanding how things had escalated to this point. He had brought Lee Mukin here, and if he turned out to be a fraud, and Kai too lost millions, his good days would come to an end. Lee Mukin suddenly asked, Can I bet on myself? Of course, Kai Weiman said, somewhat surprised. How much do you want to bet? I only brought 1 million, so I'll bet 1 million. Ma Shan, get the money. Ma Shan stood up with a bag of money and poured it all out in front of Kai Weiman. Kai Weiman didn't even look and said, Is there anyone else who wants to bet? If not, I'll close the betting. Wait, how can such a fun game not have me in it? 2 people walked in at the door, an old man and a young man. The old man was in his 60s with a spirited demeanor and a vigorous gait, exuding the aura of a distinguished person. The young man wore gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined and gentle. Lee Mukin was taken aback. The person was none other than Chun Wenxue, whom he had just met outside and had borrowed 60,000 from him. As Chun Wenxue entered, Boss Zhou from Wuzhou burst into hearty laughter. Young Master Chun, if you hadn't come back, we would have thought you had run away. How could I run away from a gathering arranged by Boss Zhou? Chun Wenxue walked over and sat beside Lee Mukin. I bet on this young Master Lee to win, or whatever the difference on the table, I will make up for it, balancing both sides. Then tilting his head towards Lee Mukin, he said, How about it? I arrived just in time, didn't I? Everyone was taken aback, not because of his large bet, but because of what he had said to Lee Mukin. Young Master Chun, do you know him? Kai Weiman asked. Of course, Chun Wenxue nodded. Boss Zhou from Wuzhou slammed the table. Then what's the point of gambling? If young Master Chun knows him, he must be a genuine person. Scarface Lu, are you messing with everyone? Scarface Lu was flustered. Impossible. This kid was just playing with that scandalous woman in my mahjong parlor this afternoon, almost got caught cheating by me. Are you stupid? What status does young Master Chun from Xinzhou have? How could he know a good for nothing freeloader? Boss Zhou said unhappily, Scarface Lu, you might as well dig out your eyes now. Lee Mukin didn't expect Chun Wenxue's status to be so esteemed. Everyone here valued him so highly. He looked at Chun Wenxue again, who still appeared very refined. Beside him sat an elderly man, moving with steady steps and exuding a composed aura. He was clearly a master of internal martial arts. Chun Wenxue smiled slightly and said, Hey, don't misunderstand, I only just met this young Master Lee. We hit it off outside, just making a friend. As for who he is, I have no idea. Then why bet so much? It's just a game, a few million at most. Scarface Lu breathed a sigh of relief. I told you, how could this kid be a son-in-law of the Lin family? Boss Zhou laughed. Young Master Chun is indeed generous, throwing around money for a chance encounter. Where's the generosity, Boss Zhou? I'm just looking for some excitement. Chun Wenxue replied. What excitement. I wonder if young Master Chun has brought his dog along. Don't just get caught up in the excitement and forget our serious business. Boss Zhou looked at Chun Wenxue with a half-smile. Chun Wenxue said, Don't worry, Boss Zhou, how could I forget? Before our competition begins, shall we have an appetizer first? What appetizer? In this round we each add 10 million to the bet, how about that? Boss Zhou spread his hands. I have no objection, 10 million is just for fun. The two of them took out their bank cards to swipe. Kai Weiman's face lit up with joy. Regardless of winning or losing as the banker, he would pocket a guaranteed 100,000. After swiping the card, Chun Wenxue whispered to Li Mukin, Brotherly, it's all up to you. If you're a fraud, my loss will be huge. Li Mukin smiled, but said nothing. At this moment, Scarface Lu began to feel uneasy. This game was getting a bit too big. While others were betting money, he was wagering his eyes. He had been very confident, but with Chun Wenxue's appearance and his apparent familiarity with Li Mukin along with his 10 million bet, he felt uncertain. He certainly did not believe Li Mukin was the Lin family son-in-law, but he suspected there might be some trap involved. Kai Tu, how do you plan to verify this kid's words? Kai Weiman replied. It's simple, just ask someone from the Lin family if this person is their son-in-law. Scarface Lu said, Who will ask? Who to ask? If you lean towards him, just make a call, and say he is, then I won't accept it. Kai Weiman frowned. Scarface Lu, you know what kind of person I am. There are so many friends in the circle, and with Boss Zhou and young Master Chen here, how could I fool you about whether he is the Lin family son-in-law? Scarface Lu was momentarily speechless, unable to think of how this could be faked. Li Mukin saw Scarface Liu's hesitation and sneered. If you're scared, you can concede. Kneel down and admit your mistake, and I can spare you one eye. Scarface Lu was furious. Shut your mouth. At this point you still want to swindle me, you're dead. By this time Scarface Lu found it impossible to back down. There was no way not to gamble. However, he still did not believe Li Mukin was the Lin family son-in-law. Among everyone present besides Chun Wenxue, no one believed he was Lin's son-in-law, including Kai Weiman. Because the Lin family was not far away, located in Huqing, one of the top families there, and everyone present were also prominent figures from Huqing, they knew a bit about the Lin family, and had never heard of such a son-in-law. Is there anyone else who wants to place a bet? If not, let's finalize the bets and close the table. No one responded. Kai Weiman looked at Chun Wenxue and Boss Zhou asking, You two should know people from the Lin family, right? Who will make this call? Chun Wenxue spread his hands. I don't know, don't ask me. Boss Zhou said, Kai, I know you have connections to the Lin family, you should make the call. Kai Weiman looked at Li Mukin and Scarface Lu. Do you both have any opinions? Both expressed no objections. Young Master Li, may I ask your full name? Li Mukin. Kai Weiman smiled slightly, took out his phone, and dialed a number. The name displayed on the phone screen was Lin Xiaoying. Li Mukin saw this name and deduced many things. Everyone held their breath, the atmosphere deathly silent, with only the long beep from the phone. After several beeps the call connected, and a voice came from the other end. Hello. Hello Xiaoheng, this is Kai Tu. What's up? Oh, nothing much, just wanted to verify if the Lin family has a son-in-law named Li Mukin. How do you know? The voice on the phone sounded somewhat surprised. He is playing with me right now, Kai Weiman said. Did he tell you? Yes, he said so himself. There was a moment of silence on the other end. If he says so, then it must be true. Then the call ended. With the call ending, the room fell silent for a few seconds. Boss Zhou suddenly picked up the phone beside him and slammed it against Scarface Liu's head. You bastard, Scarface Lu, I'm going to kill you. Scarface Lu dodged to the side, avoiding the phone, then jumped up from his chair, pointing at Li Mukin. Impossible. He absolutely could not be real. Just now Lin shouted, not confirm it on the phone, did he? Kai Weiman's eyes turned cold. Scarface Lu, are you treating us like fools? Willing to bet, willing to lose, I advise you not to cause trouble in my place. Scarface Liu's eyes darted around, and he suddenly flipped over the sofa and escaped towards the back door. At the back door, 2 crossbows were aimed at Scarface Lu. The cold gleam of the arrows forced him to retreat. Scarface Lu slowly backed away. Don't act rashly. Kai Weiman ordered, hold him down. 2 burly men came over and pinned Scarface Lu down on the sofa with his head resting against the armrest. "2 Kai? Damn you, you all conspired to set me up." Kai Weiman sneered. Scarface Lu, no one set you up, you wanted to gamble yourself. Willing to bet, willing to lose. Today, you must leave an eye behind. Scarface Lu seemed to be somewhat afraid. "2 Kai, try touching me. If anything happens to me, young Master Chow won't let you off. Don't think, because you have the Lin family backing you, no one will dare to touch you." Kai Weiman frowned, seemingly a bit hesitant. "Young Master Li, this person is under the command of the eldest son of the Cha family from Haiqing. What do you think?" Upon learning that Li Mukin was indeed the Lin family's son-in-law, Kai Weiman's attitude became much more respectful. "The Cha family, it's always the Cha family." Li Mukin shook his head, stood up, and walked in front of Scarface Lu, lowering his head to look at him. "The young Master Cha you mentioned, wouldn't it be Cha Mingwei?" Yes, yes, it's Cha Minghui, young Master Cha. Scarface Liu's scarred face trembled uncontrollably. Li, young Master Li, I was wrong. Let me go this once, and I will definitely repay you. Young Master Cha will remember your kindness too. Scarface Liu finally caved in. Li Mukin smiled slightly. Cha Minghui, huh? Suddenly he reached out, grabbed a small fork from the dessert plate on the table, and plunged it into Scarface Liu's eye. Li Mukin's movements were clean and swift, not a drop of blood splattered on him or his hands. Scarred Liu let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. Blood smeared across his face. No one expected Li Mukin to suddenly take action. Although everyone present was ruthless, such a scene was rarely witnessed. The eyes of the onlookers reflected a hint of awe towards Li Mukin. Only the old man beside Chun Wenxue twitched his eyelids upon seeing Li Mukin's technique. Li Mukin picked up a small fork from the side and aimed it at the remaining eye of Scarred Liu for a moment. Scarred Liu's eyes were filled with terror, forgetting to resist or plead. Li Mukin tossed the fork aside and said, "Enough, heaven has mercy, ooh, I will spare you one eye for now. Go back to your mahjong parlor and do more good deeds in the future. If I find out you continue to bully others with your dog's eyes, I will take your other eyeball at any time." After saying that, he clapped his hands and turned back to his seat. Scarred Liu, as if granted amnesty, covered his injured eye and attempted to flee, but his legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground. Looking down, a damp puddle emitted a foul odor. It turned out he had wet himself. The people nearby pinched their noses in disgust and cursed. Damn, thought he was a man, but he's just a coward. Kai Weiman ordered his men, "Quickly get him out of here." Some came over to carry Scarred Liu away while others began to clean up the area. Chun Wenxue looked at Li Mukin with a half smile, his eyes sparkling. "Brother Li, I truly did not misjudge you. This one move has won me 10 million. Boss Zhou across the table laughed heartily. "It's just 10 million pocket money only." Chun Wenxue replied, "Zhou, I've told you long ago, don't gamble with me. Ooh, I never lose. 10 million is indeed a small amount for you, but it will be different soon. You can still back out now to minimize losses. There's no shame in doing business." Boss Zhou's expression darkened as he said in a deep voice, "Chin, this isn't Shinzhou. I don't think you can do as you please. When our game begins later, we'll see if you're still smiling. Always at your service." Chun Wenxue appeared indifferent. Li Mukin was curious about what kind of game these two had arranged. A casual bet, and joining in meant 10 million, and losing without batting an eye. Such wealth made it sound like they had significant backgrounds. One from Wuzhou and one from Xinzhou, meeting in the underground arena of Huqing to pit dogs against each other. Is this how the rich play? After Scarred Liu was taken away, Kai Weiman had a cheerful smile. An unplanned betting game had earned him 1 million as the dealer. How could he not be happy? He began to count the bets and make payments. In fact, there was no need to count, as there weren't many bettors, and only 2 had bet on Li Mukin to win. After counting, Kai Weiman prepared 2 million in cash, specifically having someone pack it in a small suitcase and deliver it to Li Mukin. "Young Master Li, this is yours." Kai Weiman wore a smile that carried 3 parts flattery and 7 parts reverence. It was unclear whether it was due to Li Mukin's status as the Lin family's son-in-law or his thunderous methods against Scarred Liu. Ma Shan was already overjoyed. He was completely in awe of his brother. With a 10,000 yuan principal, a trip to the gambling stone field turned into 200,000, and another trip to the dogfighting arena turned into 2 million. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he would be the richest in Huqing. As for being the Lin family's son-in-law, he could just directly become the head of the Lin family. As for how Li Mukin became the Lin family's son-in-law, Ma Shan no longer cared. No matter how he did it proving his brother was capable. At Li Mukin's reminder, Ma Shan recalled that the 2 million included Chun Wenxue's 60,000. He took out 60,000 to return to Chun Wenxue. Chun Wenxue, however, said, "No need to return it. You let me win 10 million, so consider this 60,000 as a reward." Li Mukin did not refuse, saying, "Then thank you." Chun Wenxue smiled and said, "Saying thank you sounds too common. Oh, I think we can cooperate more in the future." Li Mukin replied indifferently, "Whatever." Young Master Li. Kai Weiman hesitated before reminding him, "Scarred Liu is someone who will seek revenge. You've blinded one of his eyes. He definitely won't let it go. Of course, you certainly aren't afraid of him. But as the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, it's the thief who keeps watch. Moreover, I know he has a good relationship with young Master Cha from the Chaz of Haiqing, and the Cha family handles some unsavory business in Huqing." "The Chaz of Haiqing, huh?" Li Mukin chuckled lightly. What good could come from a family that associates with sorcerers from the South Seas? If he doesn't come looking for me, that's fine, but if he dares to come, I'll make sure the Cha family no longer exists in Haiqing. Kai Weiman was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Although the Cha family of Haiqing isn't as powerful in business as the Lin family, their foundation is deep and their actual strength is not inferior to the Lin family. The two families have always kept their distances. Even the legitimate son of the Lin family wouldn't dare to speak like that, let alone a son-in-law. Kai Weiman, after all, depended on the Lin family for his livelihood, No matter how unreasonable Li Mukin's words were, he could only frown. In any case, he had given the warning, whether they listened was up to them. Others, however, did not think so. Except for Chun Wenxue and Ma Shan, everyone looked at Li Mukin as if he were an idiot. To say there will no longer be a Cha family in Haiqing. This statement cannot just be described as arrogance. Boss Zhou sneered. The Cha family in Haiqing is not any less powerful than the Lin family. I ask your father-in-law if he dares to say such things. A son-in-law winning $1 million should know when to quit. Be careful, or you'll get burned. Li Mukin shot a glare at Boss Zhou and said, do you think my backing is the Lin family? Isn't it? Then tell me who is your backing. My backing has always been myself. Li Mukin replied, remember my surname is Li with the character for wood. I come from the capital. The old man beside Chun Wenxue raised his eyebrows sharply, looking at Li Mukin with a hint of confusion. Boss Zhou burst into laughter. Others nearby laughed as well. This did not sound like the words of a mature heir to a prominent family. It was clearly that of an immature youth who had never seen the world. The Lin family, how could they have accepted such a son-in-law? Many among them had heard that the Lin family's fortunes had recently declined, and that they were facing numerous business problems. Moreover, the fact that the Lin family's elder was hospitalized could not be hidden from the well-informed. Could this be a sign of the Lin family's decline? I thought there was some backing, turns out he's just a madman. Little brother, I have business dealings with the Lin family too. Out of respect for them, I advise you to behave well as a son-in-law and not speak recklessly. Don't pretend to be impressive outside, go home, and kneel on a washboard, it's not worth it. Ha ha. Boss Zhou continued to laugh. Li Mukin, however, remained unfazed. The words had been spoken and the purpose had already been achieved. This was the first step in revitalizing the Li family. He needed to make a name for himself in Nanjing. The people present were the best sounding board. Before long, both the black and white circles of Nanjing would know that young Master Li from the capital had arrived. The bet between Scarface Liu and Li Mukin was merely an interlude. The most important event of that night was the confrontation between young Master Chun from Xinzhou and Boss Zhou from Wuzhou. Li Mukin later learned that they were competing for certain businesses at Xinzhou port, which were certainly not legitimate. Boss Zhou, named Zhou Lijun, was a big shot in Wuzhou with businesses spread across half of Nanjing province. He had his eyes on the smuggling business at Xinzhou port, which had always been controlled by the Qin family. The Qin family held substantial power in Xinzhou, and of course they would not willingly relinquish their business right in front of their door. Zhou Lijun clashed with the Qin family and suffered a setback. Realizing he couldn't compete with the Qin family in Xinzhou, he took another approach, seeking someone to mediate and negotiate with the Qin family. It was unclear how they negotiated, but in the end it turned into a contest in Huqing, using dogfighting to determine the ownership of the dock business. For fairness, or rather to gain the Chun family's consent for this plan, Zhou Lijun put forth a trade route he controlled that connected Wuzhou Xinzhou and the southwest as a wager. Of course, the business along that route was also not legitimate. The representative sent by the Qin family was Chun Wenxue, a young master who called himself a refined scoundrel. Li Mukin couldn't quite understand why they chose dogfighting. If the focus was on combat, perhaps a martial arts competition would be more direct and better reflect the strength of the two families. If the emphasis was on gambling, they should have rolled dice and let fate decide. What was the point of dogfighting? Letting two dogs fight to determine the ownership of the business. The minds of these wealthy people were truly different from ordinary people. Kai Weiman attached great importance to this gamble, so he had been at the dog arena these past few days. Zhou Lijun's dog was a purebred Tibetan Mastiff, and even the dog trainer was brought in from the Tibetan. The trainer was dark-skinned, dressed in traditional Tibetan clothing adorned with various necklaces, and wore a string of heavenly beads on his wrist with 8 of his 10 fingers decorated with gemstone rings. Chun Wengshu's dog was a Japanese Tosa, and similarly the trainer was from Japan, but unlike the previous one, this trainer was an undeniable beauty from Japan. The two sides formed a stark contrast, making the competition all the more interesting. Chun Wenxue quietly asked Li Mukin, brother Li, who do you think will win? If it were on the plateau, your Tosa couldn't possibly defeat his Mastiff, but here in the oxygen-rich plains, as long as it withstands 5 minutes, your Tosa is guaranteed to win. Hearing what seemed like the final result, Chun Wenxue sighed with relief, saying, then I can rest easy. If this doesn't go well, I'll be scolded when I get home. Li Mukin was astonished, not understanding why this guy trusted him so much. Kai Weiman began to announce the rules. Gentlemen, before the match officially begins, there are a few things to clarify. First, both dogs have been given to me in advance. Upon inspection, neither dog was found to have used any stimulants or tranquilizers. Both are in good condition and meet the dog fighting standards. Do you have any questions? No, Zhou Lijun replied. We trust Boss Kai's credentials in this field. I have no questions either, said. Second, Kai Weiman continued, this match is wagered between Boss Zhou and young Master Chun. If either party concedes, the match will terminate immediately. Otherwise, it will turn into a death match until one dog is killed and the surviving party will emerge victorious. Any questions? None, they both replied simultaneously. Third, your wager consists of the business rights at Xinzhou port and the trade rights along the Wuzhou route. If Boss Zhou wins, he can freely conduct business at Xinzhou port, and young Master Chun and the Chun family cannot interfere for any reason. If young Master Chun wins, the Chun family can freely traverse the Wuzhou route, and Boss Zhou cannot interfere for any reason. Do either of you have objections? I have none, said Chen Wenxue. Zhou Lijun, however, did not reply immediately, but smiled at Chen Wenxue. Young Master Chen, shall we raise the stakes? Chen Wenxue frowned slightly, but still asked how much more. I have a piece of land in Wuzhou. It may not be of high value, but it is a necessary route for private merchants in Wuzhou. To use the Wuzhou route without a transfer point makes it very difficult for you to do business even if I do not interfere. This chip was very tempting. With Zhou Lijun's land, the trade would not only be a passage, but would also establish a foothold in Wuzhou. What do you want in return? I know the Qin family has a very special ship at sea. As an equal exchange, I want to bet on that ship of yours. Chen Wenxue adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, seemingly deep in thought. The elder beside him spoke up. Third, young master, the family only agreed to the dock matter. That ship. I know. Chen Wenxue waved his hand, indicating he needn't elaborate. After a moment of contemplation, he said, all right, I agree. Young Master Chen, can you make that decision? Of course I am here today, representing the family. Great. Zhou Lijun exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Words alone aren't enough. We need to draft a written agreement. He took out a prepared contract from his bag. Young Master Chen, please review it, and if there are no objections, just sign it. Chen Wenxue paused, taking the paper and glancing at it. So this is your true intention. It was obvious to anyone with insight that this was a trap laid by Zhou Lijun, but they did not understand why Zhou Lijun was so confident that his mastiff would definitely defeat the Japanese Tosa brought by Chen Wenxue. Li Mukin also found it strange. This mastiff was indeed an excellent choice, but mastiffs were kings of the high mountains, and their combat effectiveness would decrease significantly in the plains. Although the Tosa was slightly smaller in size, it was muscular and sturdy, clearly a specially bred fighting dog. As long as it could withstand the mastiff's initial onslaught, the mastiff was sure to lose. Yet Zhou Lijun was so confident. Li Mukin believed he wouldn't misjudge. If the dog was fine, then the issue must lie with the dog trainer. The elder reminded Chen Wenxue again, third, young master, this is clearly a trap, but don't fall for it. Chen Wenxue was evidently hesitating. He turned to Li Mukin. Was what you said earlier true? Of course it's true, Li Mukin replied. All right, I trust. Even if it's a trap, he'll step into it. Chen Wenxue gritted his teeth, then took out a pen and signed a contract. The elder sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Young Master Chun is straightforward. Zhou Lijun laughed heartily. Boss Kai, let's begin. Wait, Chen Wenxue suddenly said. Boss Kai, such an important bet, shouldn't you open a betting board for everyone to participate? Kai Weiman replied, we can open a betting board as per the usual rules, everyone can bet freely. Chen Wenxue cheerfully said to Li Mukin, brother Li, since you have such faith in my dog, why not wager your entire 1.4 million on my victory? Li Mukin was taken aback, thinking, isn't this a form of coercion? He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, saying, all right then, I'll bet it all. Chen Wenxue was overjoyed, as if Li Mukin placing a bet meant he was guaranteed to win. As Li Mukin placed his bet, others followed suit. This time the bets were more balanced, with people wagering on both. Since Zhou Lijun's mastiff had been raised here for several days, many had seen its might, and given its massive size there were naturally more supporters. Counting Li Mukin's 1.4 million, both sides were almost even. For the house, it was yet another guaranteed win. The two dogs approached the arena under the guidance of their trainers. The female trainer from Japan crouched down and whispered in the Tosa's ear. She was fair-skinned and beautiful, petite, easily reminiscent of leading ladies from certain Japanese action films. In her presence, the Tosa appeared even stronger and more powerful. On the other hand, the indigenous trainer from the Tibetan region merely stood there, gently stroking the mastiff's head with one hand, while pressing the other against his chest, muttering incantations, as if in prayer. No one understood what he was saying, but those who listened felt increasingly uneasy. Meanwhile, the mastiff began to grow restless, emitting a low growl. The competition officially begins. The female dog trainer from the East Japan gave a heavy pat on the Tosa's back and commanded go. Meanwhile, the local dog trainer from the Tibetan region let out a series of strange noises, walla walla. Both dogs darted out almost simultaneously. The enclosure closed in. This would be a life-and-death match. Everyone knew that today one dog would surely die here. One was the god of the plateau, and the other was the king of Asian dogs. As soon as the two dogs met within the enclosure, they launched a fierce attack. The Tibetan Mastiff was incredibly ferocious, quickly gaining the upper hand due to its size advantage. However, the Tosa was quite agile. Though it was thrown to the ground several times, it evaded deadly attacks. The beauty from the East Japan occasionally shouted from the sidelines, whether as commands or exclamations, Gambata, Soga, Yamamata, Haiku, Baka. The Tosa seemed to understand her words and gained some sort of spiritual support. Even in a disadvantageous position, as long as the female dog trainer's voice rang out, it was as if the Tosa had been injected with a stimulant, charging forward relentlessly. About 10 minutes passed. The fierce momentum of the Tibetan Mastiff finally diminished, as the high oxygen content of the plateau caused it to inhale too much oxygen while breathing. If it continued to attack fiercely, its lungs would burst. Gambata. With the beauty trainer's shout, the Tosa launched a counterattack. Just as Lee Myukin had predicted, as long as it withstood the first wave of fierce attacks, the advantage would shift to the Tosa. Indeed, the Tibetan Mastiff began to retreat, relying only on its thick fur to avoid being bitten in the neck by the Tosa. It soon retreated to the edge of the enclosure. The trainer standing behind the fence seemed a bit anxious as well. He reached out and gave the Tibetan Mastiff a pat on the head, followed by a series of strange noises. The sound was enough to make one's head spin. The Tibetan Mastiff seemed stimulated by something, howling and suddenly lunging forward, pinning the Tosa to the ground. Yamamata, the beauty trainer exclaimed. Upon hearing her voice, the Tosa perked up, kicking vigorously and escaping from under the Tibetan Mastiff. The Tibetan Mastiff, however, did not give it a chance to catch its breath and lunged forward again. The Tosa fought back with all its might, and the two dogs became entangled once more. Lee Myukin narrowed his eyes. This Tibetan Mastiff does not seem right. While fierce, its endurance was not strong compared to professional fighting dogs, especially in the plains. In theory, the Tosa had already survived the first wave of strong attacks and would gain the upper hand afterward. The previous performance indeed confirmed this judgment. However, just when the Tibetan Mastiff appeared to be losing, it suddenly regained its ferocity, as if reborn. This was illogical. The problem must lie with that dog trainer. The battle once again reached a fever pitch. The Tosa was already injured, blood streaming down its face and shoulders, while the Tibetan Mastiff remained vigorous. Chun Wenxue closely observed the situation in the arena, furrowing his brows. The East Japanese Bowtie's voice had grown hoarse, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. But no matter how she shouted and commanded, she could not change the situation, where the Tibetan Mastiff grew more courageous, while the Tosa gradually faltered. The injuries on the Tosa worsened, and blood flowed more profusely. In her cries, the East Japanese beauty began to sound tearful. Despairing, she looked at the dog in the arena that was still fighting for its owner, then turned to Chun Wenxue, with pleading eyes, tears welling up. According to the rules, only if Chun Wenxue admitted defeat would the fight between the two dogs end. Otherwise, they would have to wait until one dog was bitten to death. Chun Wenxue looked at Lee Myukin. Lee Myukin remained motionless. Chun Wenxue kept a serious face, remaining silent for a long time. Amidst the East Japanese Bowtie's tearful cries, he finally sighed and said, "Separate them, I admit defeat." A high-pressure water gun sprayed out a jet of water, separating the two dogs. The East Japanese beauty rushed forward, embracing the injured Tosa and weeping. The Tosa hung its head, seemingly deep in self-reproach for not completing its owner's task. Meanwhile, the Tibetan Mastiff, perhaps exhausted from the earlier exertion, lay on the ground, panting with its tongue out. Zhou Lijun laughed heartily. "Young Master Chun, I told you long ago that you wouldn't win. My dog is a champion who has never lost." He shook the paper that had just been signed. "The ship belonging to your Chun family at sea now belongs to me." Huh. Chun Wenxue looked gloomy, casting a resentful glance at Lee Myukin before turning his face away. Kai Weiman stepped into the enclosure. "I announced that in the bet between young Master Chun and Boss Zhou, the winner is—" Wait. Kai Weiman's words were interrupted by Lee Myukin. "Boss Kai, I want to ask, according to your dog fighting venue's rules, what happens if someone cheats?" Kai Weiman replied, "If cheating is discovered, that person loses and the other side wins. In my venue, no one who cheats has ever walked out unscathed." Lee Myukin nodded. "Then let me ask you, injecting something into the dog, does that count as cheating?" "Of course it does." "Young Master Lee, what do you want to say?" "I want to say Lee Myukin pointed at the Tibetan dog. "He cheated." The crowd erupted. Chun Wenxue looked at Lee Myukin with surprise, his eyes filled with expectation. Even the old man beside him showed a flicker of emotion. "Bullshit." Zhou Lijun shouted, "You lost money and are talking nonsense." "Who cheated?" "My dog was brought over 3 days ago, kept under supervision by Boss Kai, 247. Where did it get the injection?" "Kid, if you can't take a loss, don't play. What's son-in-law of the Lin family?" "I think Scar 6 was right, you're just a freeloader." Kai Weiman frowned slightly. The Lin family was his backing, and Zhou Lijun's words had already offended the Lin family. However, Zhou Lijun was not Scar 6. He was a big shot from Wuzhou, and even if Lin Xiaoheng was here, he might not dare to offend him. Unless he really cheated, otherwise Kai Weiman could not touch him. "Young Master Lee, you need to provide evidence when Boss Zhou's Tibetan Mastiff was indeed brought over 3 days ago. I have been taking care of it these days, overseeing its diet and daily life. It was inspected before the match, and no abnormalities were found. During the match, it indeed did not cheat." "You're saying, during the match?" "Exactly, during the match." Lee Myukin said, "Just now the Tibetan Mastiff showed signs of losing, and when it retreated to the edge of the enclosure, this trainer patted the dog's head. I wonder if everyone remembers that. Kai Weiman nodded. This does raise some suspicion of violation, but it's not outrageous. After all, dogs are dogs. Sometimes they lose their fighting spirit and need encouragement from their owners. Boss Kai, if you don't believe it, you can check the back of that dog's head. The needle should still be there. As soon as Lee Mukin's words fell before Kai Weiman could move, the two dog trainers almost simultaneously sprang into action. The Tibetan Mastiff's trainer was very close to the dog. However, the seemingly delicate East Japanese beauty surprisingly took the lead, reaching the Tibetan Mastiff's side. Upon seeing a stranger approach, the Tibetan Mastiff growled and prepared to attack. The East Japanese Bowtie's left hand moved like lightning, grabbing the fur at the back of the Tibetan Mastiff's neck. Suddenly, the Tibetan Mastiff froze, behaving like a docile puppy. The East Japanese Bowtie's right hand swept across the back of the Tibetan Mastiff's head, revealing a long, thin needle. The Tibetan Mastiff was held by the neck by the woman from the East, motionless, completely losing its ferocity. The East woman was very confident in her dog training skills, not even glancing at the Mastiff, only focusing on the needle pinched between her right fingers. The Tibetan dog trainer seemed unhurried, not stepping forward to intervene. Lee Mukin couldn't help but shake his head. This woman was too impatient. This needle should be removed by Kai Weiman. Kai Weiman is the owner of this venue and the referee of this gambling match. Only he could do it to ensure that the thief was caught red-handed. Alternatively, if the Tibetan dog trainer removed it himself, it would be irrefutable evidence of guilt. But with the woman acting first to pull out the needle, if the other party insisted that she was framing him, it would be quite difficult to handle. Boss Zhou, what's going on? Kai Weiman asked. Sure enough, Zhou Lijun began to play tricks. What's going on? How would I know? Boss Zhou, you know the rules of my venue. Your status is noble, but I cannot ignore cheating here. It must be dealt with properly. Zhou Lijun continued to argue. All I know is that this woman rushed over, controlled my dog, and had a needle in her hand. If a dog couldn't win, did a person come down? If we're talking about cheating, it's her. You should really handle her properly. Kai Weiman's expression darkened. Boss Zhou, don't treat us like fools. You won't leave this room today unless you clarify this matter. He gently raised his hand. For subordinates at the doors raised their crossbows, aiming them at Zhou Lijun. Zhou Lijun's expression changed. Whoever accuses must provide evidence. If you say I'm cheating, you need to present proof. Chen Wenxue said, Boss Zhou, is it really fair to act like this? The physical evidence is already in Miss Qian Dai's hands. Oh, what more proof do you need? It's just a needle, what can it prove? Besides, the needle is in that woman's hand. Why don't you say she's framing me? It's rare for someone to act so shamelessly in a dogfighting arena. If it were an ordinary person, Kai Weiman would have acted long ago. But Zhou Lijun was a local tyrant from Wuzhou, daring enough to come to Shenzhou to compete with the Chun family for business. Kai Weiman was merely riding on the coattails of the Lin family's young master, scraping by and hutching. If he were to really chop off Zhou Lijun's hand, he would have to face the consequences later, and Lin Xiaoheng might not be able to protect him. But if he ignored cheating in his own venue, he would have no way to survive in the future. More importantly, offending the Chun family of Shenzhou would likely lead to a quicker demise. This matter left him in a dilemma. Unless there was undeniable evidence that left Zhou Lijun without any room for argument, Kai Weiman would find it difficult to take action. Lee Mukin chuckled lightly. That needle is hidden in the ring on the right middle finger of that dog trainer. If you have him take off the ring, you should be able to see the hole where the needle was inserted. If I'm not mistaken, there should also be some liquid in his ring that can excite the dog's nervous system. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lijun's face changed dramatically. Meanwhile, the East woman called Qian Daizi dashed forward, trying to snatch the ring off the Tibetan dog trainer's finger. Lee Mukin smirked, realizing she was indeed impatient. No wonder she made such noise during the dog fights. The Tibetan dog trainer was not flustered. Upon seeing Qian Daizi approach, a glimmer of lewdness appeared in his eyes. Qian Daizi clearly had martial training, her movements agile, and her strength was not weak. She immediately seized the dog trainer's wrist, twisting it upwards to try and take off his ring. However, the Tibetan dog trainer smiled, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. That smile was filled with an indescribable lewdness and absurdity. As Qian Daizi met his gaze, she felt a jolt in her heart, a sudden wave of weakness washing over her. The Tibetan dog trainer reached out and embraced Qian Daizi's waist. "He come back with me for dual cultivation, beautiful woman," he said in broken Mandarin. "You dare?" Chen Wenxue shouted. Zhou Lijun, quickly let your man release Qian Daizi. Zhou Lijun spread his hands. What Master Gungbu wants to do I cannot command. Chen Wenxue was furious and looked at the elder beside him. The elder frowned indifferent. Kai Weiman had no choice but to take action. "Boss Zhou, this is a bit too much." He waved his hand. For subordinates, 4 crossbows, all aimed at the Tibetan dog trainer, named Gungbu. Gungbu ignored them, a lewd smile plastered on his face as he gazed at Qian Daizi, whom he had embraced. Kai Weiman was furious. Zhou Lijun had no respect whatsoever. He didn't dare to act against Zhou Lijun, but shooting a dog trainer posed no psychological burden for him. Shoot, Kai Weiman ordered. The 4 crossbows were about to pull the trigger. Just at that critical moment, the heaven beads on Gungbu's wrist suddenly exploded. 4 heaven beads shot out, striking the wrists of the 4 men. The crossbows fell from their hands. Gungbu reached out, and all 4 crossbows landed in his grasp, which he then smashed down onto the ground. Kai Weiman was taken aback, not expecting this Tibetan to be a master of hidden weapons. Chen Wenxue looked at the elder beside him and said, "Uncle Gu, if you don't take action, the Chen family will truly lose face." The elder sighed deeply and slowly raised his eyelids. Suddenly his eyes radiated brilliance, and he gently pressed his palms on the table, propelling himself into the air, instantly arriving before Gungbu. In midair, he twisted his feet, kicking towards Gungbu's shoulders. Gungbu realized he was facing a master and didn't dare to underestimate him. He pushed Qian Daisy away towards the sofa, bending his arms to block the elder's kick. The elder flipped his palms, gripping Gungbu's arms. In midair, he executed a swift maneuver, flipping over Gungbu's head and landing behind him. With a twist and a pull, he turned Gungbu sideways. He stretched his right leg forward, his knee pressing against Gungbu's waist. With another flip of his palms, he seized and released successfully, snatching the ring from Gungbu's hand. With a flick of his right leg, he kicked Gungbu away. These moves were executed swiftly and decisively. Everyone around was left dumbfounded. The elder remained calm and collected, not sparing Gungbu a glance as he approached Qian Daisy and patted her a few times. Qian Daisy seemed to wake from a dream, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. The elder handed the ring to Kai Weiman. Kai Weiman took a few glances, sneering and saying, "Basho, what else do you have to say?" Zhou Lijun's face fluctuated between dark and light. "What do you want? You cheated in my venue, caught red-handed. You can't blame me for this. Considering you are a powerful figure, I won't demand much. Oh, just chop off one of your fingers as a gesture to my fellow practitioners in the martial world." "You dare?" Zhou Lijun glared. "The two Kai, call your master behind you, see if he dares to chop off my finger." Kai Weiman's face darkened as he shouted, "Come on, hold him down for me." Immediately someone stepped forward, pinning Zhou Lijun to his seat, one hand placed on the table. Kai Weiman pulled out a military dagger, walking step by step toward Zhou Lijun. Zhou Lijun finally showed some fear, shouting loudly, "Master Gungbu, why aren't you taking action?" Gungbu, who had just been kicked away by the elder, slowly rose from the ground and said to Zhou Lijun, "Double the money." Zhou Lijun hurriedly nodded, "Double." Gungbu looked at Qian Daisy again. "This woman, give her to me." Zhou Lijun said, "Give her to you, money woman, all yours." Gungbu grinned, saying, "Good," then pulled out a broken bowl. Upon closer inspection, it was not a broken bowl, but a piece of a human skull. Suddenly Gungbu let out a strange cry, raising the bowl in his hand. A cold wind blew in from nowhere. The temperature in the room dropped to freezing. From all directions, faint sounds of barking dogs could be heard. As the cold wind passed, a shadow of a dog appeared. It walked out from a dark corner, covered in wounds, with several bloody holes in its neck, bleeding profusely. From all directions, faint sounds of barking dogs could be heard. As the cold wind passed, a shadow of a dog appeared. It walked out from a dark corner, covered in wounds, with several. The most shocked in the entire venue was Kai Weiman, for he knew that all of these were dogs that had died in his dog arena. They were howling and grieving, coming to collect their debts. Soul summoning technique. Li Mu-chun squinted his eyes and looked at the bowl that Guobu was hiding. It was a complete refined skull. Certain sects secret to the Tibetan region, as well as Western necromantic factions, enjoy crafting such magical tools. The skull is indeed the closest part to a person's soul. Powerful mages use this kind of magical tool to communicate with human souls. It can also gather lingering souls, often used for malevolent spells. For instance, right now the souls of the dogs that have died in this dog kennel are being summoned here. These dogs usually meet a tragic end. They completely trust their owners, bravely fighting for them, never retreating, even when severely injured. But once they are gravely injured, most dog owners abandon them, just like discarding a used bandage. Some dogs die on the spot, while others are left in the kennel's storage to slowly perish. Or they are slaughtered by butchers, their flesh exchanged for the last bit of value. Thus the souls of these dogs are filled with resentment. Such vengeful spirits are the favorites of soul summoners. Soul summoning technique. The elder beside Chen Wengshu's face changed dramatically. Third young master run. He grabbed Chen Wengshu's hand, leaped over the sofa, and ran toward the door. Two dog souls blocked their path. The elder struck with one arm, releasing his internal force, and his palm burst forth with true energy, creating a sonic boom in the air. The blocking dog souls were forced aside by this palm, their forms dimming significantly, nearly dissipating. As they reached the door, the elder suddenly halted, shielding Chen Wenxue behind him. Chen Wengshu's scalp tingled because he saw countless dog shadows outside the door. These dogs, hideous from injuries, were all baring their teeth at this moment. In the depths of his mind, the whimpering of the dogs echoed a sound that seemed to come from hell. How many dogs have died in this place? The usually composed and elegant elder couldn't help but curse, pulling Chun Wenxue back. No matter how high his martial arts skills were, he couldn't deal with so many spectral entities. These things cannot be killed, they can only be dispersed using the true yang energy within. 10 or so could be handled, but hundreds or thousands. If it were just him, maybe he could escape. But protecting Chun Wenxue made it nearly impossible. Capture the thief by seizing the king. This was the best method he could think of, and the only one available. The number of spectral dogs summoned into the room was still low. As long as they rushed in and took down Guobu, these spectral dogs would naturally disperse. The elder was confident in his martial arts abilities. He indeed had such capability. He pulled Chun Wenxue to Li Muchen's side. "Young Master Li, could you please take care of my young master for a moment?" After saying this, he leaped into the air, striking down 2 dog souls, and landed right in front of Guobu. Guobu was not in a hurry. He formed a strange hand seal with one hand and tapped the skull with the other. The bone emitted a crisp sound like metal, resonating like the distant ringing of a bell. People's spirits were. A door opened into the void, revealing an endless darkness. From the darkness floated many gray-white shadows, emitting sharp, uncomfortable howls. Upon closer inspection, those shadows were actually human faces. The phantoms darted about, stirring a chilling wind in the room. No one had seen such a scene, and everyone turned pale with fright. Chun Wenxue sighed. "It's over, it's really over. I was originally hoping to gain some face at home, but now I can't even save my life. Uncle Gu, hurry and leave. Don't worry about me, go back and tell my mother that I'm unfilial and could not. I Gu Yanzhou am not someone who fears death." The elder replied, "Young master, don't be afraid. These dogs are not physical. They can only erode the soul and won't harm your body. Use the breathing method I taught you to calm your mind. As long as you maintain righteous thoughts and a strong yang energy, they won't be able to harm you for the time being." Hearing this, Chun Wenxue felt as if he had woken from a dream, quickly standing straight, legs slightly apart, chest out, and back straight, assuming a standing posture. He even pulled Li Muchen along. "Do as I do, it might help. Pay attention to my breathing." Li Muchen knew very well that this was entirely futile. But this young master was indeed kind-hearted, thinking of others, even at such a time. Gu Yanzhou's expression was grave, stepping into the bagua stance, his palms crossing continuously, his clothes billowing, without wind, intently watching the drifting phantoms and Guobu in the midst of them. Suddenly a human face opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of stark, white teeth, lunging towards Gu Yanzhou. Gu Yanzhou exerted force in his palm, releasing his internal energy, and struck the face. The face was repelled by his strike, still gnashing its teeth in the air. Another face lunged forward immediately. Gu Yanzhou struck again. This face was also pushed back. Gu Yanzhou stepped forward, attempting to take this opportunity to cut into the phantoms and attack Guobu. However, at that moment a strange cry rang out and a swarm of faces rushed at Gu Yanzhou. Gu Yanzhou slapped left and right, keeping the phantoms at bay to prevent them from lunging directly at his face or chest. As the ghostly faces multiplied, Gu Yanzhou's expression grew increasingly grave and his movements began to slow. He understood very well that if this continued, once his internal energy was exhausted, he would surely be devoured by these faces. These entities would gnaw at his soul, and then he would turn into a dried corpse. The only way out was to self-detonate his true energy, instantly unleashing a century's worth of power to carve a path and take down Guobu, causing these vengeful spirits to dissipate. Of course, the consequence of this would be that he would expend all his power, becoming a cripple, or in a more severe case, he might shatter his meridians and perish. "Young master, I can no longer follow. If I can escape, please tell the old master that I Gu Yanzhou will repay the Chun family's kindness in my next life." After saying this, he suddenly swung his arms forcefully, striking 2 palms to repel the ghostly faces in front of him. Suddenly his body swelled, his clothes puffing up as if wrapped around a blower. Although Chun Wenxue didn't understand what was happening, he sensed something was off and hurriedly shouted, "Uncle Gu, don't." He was about to rush forward. Suddenly a hand rested on his shoulder, stopping him. Chun Wenxue turned around. "Young Master Li, what are you doing?" Li Muchen shook his head. "Don't get close, people will die." "But Uncle Gu." Chun Wenxue was anxious. "Let me handle it." Li Muchen gently patted his shoulder and walked forward. Chun Wenxue opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but said nothing and just stared blankly. Li Muchen, seeking death. Zhou Lijun saw him coming, his face twisted, shouting loudly, "Master Gu, kill this person first." A dog spirit blocked Li Muchen's path. It whimpered, letting out a low growl. Yet it did not advance, seemingly afraid of something. Guobu muttered a few words and tapped the skull artifact. Several more dogs appeared, surrounding Li Muchen. Li Muchen remained unperturbed, taking one step at a time. Everyone was sweating for him. "Muchen!" Ma Shan rushed over, standing beside Li Muchen. He was sweating, not knowing how to deal with these entities despite being a skilled fighter. But he would not back down. At worst, he would fight ready to die alongside his brothers. Li Muchun stopped and smiled at him. Brother Ma, go back, I can handle this. Seeing Li Muchun so confident, Ma Shan nodded. But he did not retreat. Instead, he stood his ground. If his brother were in danger, he would rush forward without hesitation. Li Muchun continued to walk forward. Those dog spirits still surrounded him, but maintained their distance, not daring to attack, as if there was something about him that frightened them. He walked to Gu Yanzhou's side. Li Muchun gently patted him. Gu Yanzhou was already at the limit of his true energy, about to self-detonate. With Li Muchun's pat, his energy leaked out, and his body deflated like a punctured balloon. Old sir, go back and take care of your young master. I will handle this here. Gu Yanzhou was somewhat skeptical. However, at this moment his true energy had leaked, significantly reducing his combat power, leaving him with no choice but to trust Li Muchun. The old man nodded and silently returned to Chen Wengshu's side. Chen Wenxue asked in a low voice, Uncle Gu, are you alright? Gu Yanzhou shook his head, his eyes fixed intently on Li Muchun. The drifting phantoms were now all surrounding Li Muchun. Yet like those dogs, they seemed to be afraid of something, always maintaining a certain distance. Uncle Gu, do you think young Master Li can win? It's hard to say. Young Master Li must possess some talisman or similar protective item that prevents the evil spirits from approaching, but to break this situation, we must subdue the hidden shaman. This person is quite powerful. Not only does he know shamanistic techniques, but he also uses hidden weapons. Young Master Li is likely. Gu Yanzhou shook his head. Regardless, the fact that he didn't escape alone shows his loyalty. Upon hearing Gu Yanzhou's words, those surrounded by the pack of dogs immediately felt deflated, sensing that today they were doomed. To them it seemed that Li Muchun was merely walking to his death. Chen, I originally intended to win just one ship from your family and do some business at the Shenzhou dock. You forced my hand. Chen, I originally intended to win just one ship from your family and do some business at the Shenzhou dock. You forced my hand. Ha ha, if you know what's good for you, call your father now and have him hand over half of the Chun family's business. And ha ha. Gu Yanzhou advised young master, make the call. The one named Zhou wants money. If your father intervenes, we might still have a chance. Chen Wenxue hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, no way, even if I die, I cannot bring shame to my mother. Gu Yanzhou sighed upon hearing this and said no more. Zhou Lijun sneered, even in death, you still want to maintain your dignity. Do you know you will die a miserable death? When I take the signed gambling contract to your father, he will still give me the ship and dock. Once you're dead, how will he know you were still trying to protect the Chun family's face? The people of the Qin family will only see you as a useless fool, dying as a useless fool. Ha ha. Chen Wengshu's face turned ashen, his whole body trembling. He knew that Zhou Lijun was speaking the truth. Yet even so, he was still unwilling to make that call. He could only silently say in his heart, Mom, I'm sorry, I couldn't earn face for you. Master Gongbu, hurry up and kill these people. The women and money are all yours. Zhou Lijun shouted loudly. However, Gongbu did not respond to his command. Master Gongbu. Zhou Lijun turned to look back, but saw Gongbu's expression grave and serious, his eyes fixed intently on Li Muchun. Li Muchun stood less than 2 meters away from Gongbu. Around him floated many gray-white face shadows. The vengeful spirits of dozens of dogs also surrounded him, densely packed. Gongbu continuously chanted incantations, his fingers changing several different hand seals in quick succession. He then tapped several times on the bone-made bowl. A crisp sound rang out as the gate of the void opened wider. More vengeful spirits surged from the endless darkness. You summon souls and control ghosts. Aren't you afraid of being backlashed by them? You aren't afraid of ghosts. The hidden shaman Gongbu raised his head, looking at Li Muchun with great confusion. Li Muchun smiled slightly. Only those who have done wrong should fear ghosts. Why should I fear ghosts? I want you dead. Gongbu's eyes gleamed with malice as he removed a string of beads from his neck. This string of beads was quite large, each bead the size of a child's fist. Each bead was carved into the shape of a skull, and it had been polished smooth, making it hard to notice without a keen eye. Gongbu grasped one of the beads tightly and squeezed it forcefully. The bead shattered, releasing a puff of white mist. The mist quickly coalesced into a human shape, floating in the air like a ghost. However, this ghost had no head. Soon a face floated over, attaching itself to the neck of the headless ghost, forming a complete entity. The ghost's body shook and let out a piercing shriek as it lunged at Li Muchun. Seeking death, Li Muchun raised his hand, his palm like a blade slicing gently. A streak of blade light appeared in the air. In an instant it cleaved the ghost in two. The blade energy remained unyielding and struck the ground with a puff. A long cut about 2 meters long and several inches deep appeared on the marble floor. Blade energy. Gu Yanzhou was greatly shocked. Internal energy externalized, true energy formed into a blade. This is a master's technique. He had practiced martial arts since childhood, and after decades of effort he had finally broken through to the stage of transformation. In the grand scheme of things he could be considered a master. However, compared to a true master he was far from it. He had practiced martial arts since childhood, and after decades of effort he had finally broken through to the stage of transformation. In the grand scheme of things he could be considered, yet the eyes do not deceive. Gu Yanzhou saw clearly. That streak of blade energy was executed with such ease, who but a master could perform it? Even the head of his Gu family might not be able to achieve this with such ease. Gongbu was also taken aback. Though not in the Central Plains, he was not a person of the martial world and did not know the name of the master. But how could someone who could wield a blade with a wave of their hand be an ordinary person? Gongbu's face turned sinister as he crushed all the remaining skull beads in his hands. A misty white fog filled the entire room. Instantly, it transformed into dozens of white headless ghosts merging with those floating faces. Let's see how many you can take on. Dozens of ghosts lunged at Li Mukin. This time Li Mukin did not use blade energy. Instead, he gently extended his hand, reaching into the void. The group of ghosts all fell into his grasp, coalescing into a thick white mist which seeped from his finger. You. Panic flickered in Gongbu's eyes. Who are you? Have you heard of the heavenly ladder on the plateau? Heavenly ladder. Gongbu was taken aback. You came from the sky. He quickly shook his head. No way, the heavenly ladder, no one can ascend it. These people, you caused their deaths, didn't you? Li Mukin slowly opened his fist, revealing a white mist ball in his palm. Many figures struggled within the mist. I heard their wails, their inner hatred. They must have died a miserable. Before they died, they must have been tormented by you for a long time, which is why they have such great resentment. The ancestors of the hidden shamans would surely be outraged to know that you used the shamanistic techniques passed down to commit such heinous acts. Li Mukin approached Gongbu step by step as he spoke. Gongbu, both surprised and frightened, stammered, No, it's not like that. They all will receive my protection and never die. They will thank me. Is that so? Then let them express their gratitude to you shortly. Now let me show you the light of the righteous path, and what true magic is. With that, Li Mukin raised his right hand. Let there be light. Suddenly from all directions in the void a multitude of flashes came flying in. It was as if the entire sky's radiance was being absorbed into Li Mukin's palm. Then the void darkened and light was lost. The entire room was plunged into darkness with only a white luminous sphere remaining in Li Mukin's palm. He gently squeezed it. The light sphere shattered. People heard a tremendous sound in their minds like thunder on a clear day. A burst of light appeared. From Li Mukin's fist countless bolts of lightning erupted. All struck into the endless darkness behind the gate of the void that Gongbu had just opened. From the darkness came the wails of demons akin to the cries of hell. A blinding white light erupted. The gate of the void closed and the boundless darkness vanished. The bowl made from a skull on the ground cracked into 4 pieces with a thud. Gongbu saw this scene and suddenly collapsed to the ground. The vast factory fell into an eerie silence. No one made a sound, not even the atmosphere. Only the white mist in Li Muchen's palm was swirling. The figure within the mist seemed to sense something twisting and struggling incessantly, as if trying to escape. Gongbu, do you know what it means to reap what you sow? No. Gongbu's eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Li Muchen's hand. I beg you, immortal on the heavenly ladder, spare me. Gongbu knelt on the ground, banging his head repeatedly. Your sins are unforgivable. Li Muchen flipped his wrist. The white mist fell like a waterfall. The mist suddenly dispersed, transforming into dozens of figures that let out piercing howls. No! Gongbu cried out in fear, instantly surrounded by these ghosts. At the same time, the surrounding ghostly dogs seemed to receive some kind of signal, all pouncing towards Gongbu. Hundreds of dogs and dozens of ghosts created a spectacular scene. They growled and bit. Although they had no physical form, it seemed as if the flesh on Gongbu's body was being torn apart piece by piece. Even a ruthless person like Kai Wei Min was horrified. Meanwhile, Zhou Lijun was already pale with fright. It was hard to tell how much time passed before everything fell silent. The ghosts and dogs stood there in confusion. Li Muchen took out a talisman and said, You are innocent, yet suffer torment. Leaving this resentment in the mortal realm is suffering upon suffering. Today I shall grant you salvation, release your suffering, disperse your resentment, and return you to the heavens and earth. Remember, your suffering is not the fault of the heavens, but human calamity. If you are reborn as a human one day, always do good deeds and never harm the mortal realm. After saying this, he shook his hand, and the talisman transformed into golden light. The golden light filled the room as if countless stars were falling. It landed on these resentful spirits and ghostly dogs, seemingly cloaking them in shimmering golden robes. They all looked at Li Muchen. Humans knelt, dogs lay prostrate, showing expressions of gratitude. After a while, the golden light dissipated. The resentful spirits vanished, and the entire room was once again filled with the vitality of the mortal world. Only Gongbu lying on the ground had turned into a dry corpse. It looked so eerie. People felt as if they were dreaming, unable to believe that everything that had just happened was real. In the end, it was Gu Yanzhou who spoke first. Young Master Li, today you saved the lives of the old man and the young master. In the future, if you have any orders, just say the word, I Gu Yanzhou will not hesitate to lay down my life for you. Chen Wenshui's eyes sparkled as if he had discovered a new continent. Thank you, Brother Li. I can't guarantee the Chen family in Xinzhou, but from now on my life belongs to you, Chen Wenshui. Li Muchen smiled and said, you two are being too serious. Kai Weimin finally regained his senses. He understood why Li Muchen had the confidence to say that if the Jia family dared to come looking for him, they would no longer have such arrogant words in High City. A person who wields thunder and controls light, not even fearing gods and demons, certainly has the qualifications to say such things. No matter how powerful the Jia family is, they cannot contend with life and death. If everyone is dead, what significance is there in noble families? Kai Weimin felt fortunate that he had not easily believed the words of Scarface Liu at the beginning, but had instead called Lin Xiaohong. Although that young Master Lin's attitude was very strange, at least it prevented him from foolishly driving Li Muchen away or opposing him like Scarface Liu. He could not afford to offend the son-in-law of the Lin family, nor could he afford to offend a god who could grasp life and death at any time. Young Master Li, today you saved my life. In the future your matters will be my matters, Kai Weimin. In Heecheng, as long as you give a command, I will go through fire and water, Kai Weimin said, signaling to the people around him. These people were all involved in the underground scene of Heecheng combined. They represented almost half of the underground forces in Heecheng. They were all shrewd individuals who understood Kai Weimin's intentions. Although they were frightened today, having connected with a big shot like Li Muchen, such an opportunity was hard to come by. Thus they all followed Kai Weimin, bowing in unison. Today we were saved by young Master Li. In the future your matters will be our matters. In Heecheng, if young Master Li has any needs, just give the command. Li Muchen nodded and looked at Kai Weimin. Are you Kai Weimin? Yes. Are you with Lin Xiaohong? Yes. Kai Weimin felt a sense of pride when Li Muchen mentioned Lin Xiaohong. Young Master Li is the son-in-law of the Lin family, and as someone connected to Lin Xiaohong, they were naturally part of the same family. Unexpectedly, Li Muchen suddenly questioned, who told you to lay hands on Miss Lin? Kai Weimin, no. As he spoke two words, he suddenly saw the murderous intent in Li Muchen's eyes, causing his legs to go weak, and he directly knelt down. It was Lin Xiao who made me do it. Compared to Lin Xiaohong, Kai Weimin was even less willing to offend this young Master Li. Lin Xiaohong had power and money, but young Master Li was a blade when he struck and thunder when he punched. This was no longer a human, it was clearly a god. One can offend a human, but cannot offend a god. Nonsense, Miss Lin is Lin Xiao's younger sister, why would he do such a thing? It is clear that you have ulterior motives, committed a wrongdoing, and still want to use Lin Xiao as a shield. Li Muchen grabbed Kai Weimin by the collar. Kai Weimin hurriedly denied. No, young Master Li, I am not lying. What really was Lin Xiao who made me do it. He told me to send someone to keep an eye on Miss Lin and find an opportunity to kidnap her. Why kidnap? I don't know, I was just doing my job. I dared not go against Lin Xiao's orders. Kai Weimin finally understood why Lin Xiaohang's attitude on the phone was so strange. This young Master Li's wife or fiancée was likely that Miss Lin. And if Lin Xiao wanted to harm Miss Lin, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Fortunately, he had failed with those two. At that time, he had been furious, thinking those two were too foolish, not only failing, but also making themselves disabled. Looking back now, it was not foolish. Being able to keep his life was already a blessing from the Bodhisattva. Li, young Master Li, I truly did not know it was all arranged by Lin Xiao. I beg you spare me this once. Li Muchen understood in his heart that Kai Weimin was telling the truth. It seemed there were many conflicts within the Lin family. However, it was not appropriate for him to intervene directly in the affairs of the Lin family. The current question was to clarify what Lin Xiaohang's intentions were and what he had done. Would the ominous clouds over the Lin family be related to him? And whether the old Master Lin's secrets had been leaked by him? If it was truly him, then he would be deserving of death. Li Muchen released his grip, helped Kai Weimin up, and gently brushed off the dust from his clothes. I can spare you, but do you know what you should do? Yes, I will no longer associate with the Lin family from now on. No, you are still part of the Lin family. You can continue to follow Lin Xiaohong, Li Muchen said, but you can only be mine. Kai Weimin was overjoyed, saying, Young Master Li, I now know what to do. Li Muchen nodded and said, Good, if you have any matters in the future, you can come find me at the Qingmin restaurant, or look for my brother Ma Shan at the Blue Bridge bar. Yes, young Master Li. Alright, let's leave it at that. Everyone should get back to what they were doing. Alright, you'd better not reopen this dog kennel, accumulate some good karma. Yes, yes, even if you didn't say it, I would have closed this place. Kai Wei Min was genuinely scared. If he kept it open, he feared those dogs would come looking for his life. Young Master Li, how should we deal with him? Kai Wei Min pointed at Zhou Li Jun, who was slumped in his seat. Li Muchen glanced over and said, follow your rules. Understood. Kai Wei Min seemed to have received a holy decree, picking up a cleaver from the side. With Li Muchen's backing, he was no longer afraid of any tyrant in Wuzhou. Zhou Li Jun, do you want to keep your left hand or your right hand? Zhou Li Jun knelt down pleading, young Master Li, I was blind and did not recognize the great mountain. Please spare me, spare me. Li Muchen didn't even glance at him, saying, you finish up and hand him over to young Master Chun. Having said that, he left without looking back, while behind him came Zhou Li Jun's desperate wails. It was already late at night when they left the dog-fighting arena. Ma Shan was particularly excited, laughing all the way as he drove. Brother no Li Gu, from now on I'll call you Gu. Ma Shan was thoroughly impressed by Li Muchen. With such a good brother, anyone would feel proud. Ma Shan Gu, you're joking. Since we were kids, you've always been the big brother to me and Ding Xiang. If you call me that, it means you are taking away our brotherhood, Li Muchen said. Ma Shan chuckled, him just too excited. Brother, what were those moves you showed earlier? Were they martial arts or spells? Both, I suppose. Hey, that's Ma Shan was extremely envious. Li Muchen smiled. Actually, Ma Shan Gu, your skills are quite good too. You've never lost a fight since we were kids. If someone guides you, you'd be formidable. Ma Shan slapped his thigh and looked at Li Muchen sideways. Right, how did I not think of that? You're so skilled, I will take you as my master, and you can teach me martial arts. Li Muchen had been thinking along those lines. He didn't know how long he could roam the mortal world this time. Moreover, with deep-seated blood feuds, he couldn't stay in any city forever. What he couldn't let go of the most was Ding Xiang. This girl was too innocent. When he wasn't around, only Ma Shan could protect her. Ma Shan had a good foundation. He was a suitable candidate for martial arts training. Although he was past the optimal age for cultivation, Li Muchen was a disciple of Tian Du, and this was nothing difficult for him. Additionally, his high-profile behavior today was also paving the way for Ma Shan. Sometimes forces like Kai Wei Min were useful, but Li Muchen couldn't deal with these people every day. He would let Ma Shan manage them in the future. Ma Shan Gu, I can teach you martial arts, but we are still brothers. Don't mention being my disciple, or I won't teach you. Okay, I understand. We will always be brothers. Ma Shan laughed heartily. He was impulsive and immediately asked, so, when will you start teaching me? Li Muchen replied, practicing martial arts requires a lot of preparation. I need to refine some pills for you first to help make up for the lack of basic skills from your youth. Also, we need a place to practice. When we buy a house, consider one with a yard or a rooftop. Ma Shan suddenly slapped the steering wheel. Oh no. What's wrong? Li Muchen asked. Our money. Ma Shan exclaimed, 140,000 is staked on your win, and the money is still with Kai Tu. As he spoke, he turned the wheel to head back. Li Muchen smiled, why the rush? The money is with Kai Wei Min, it won't get lost. Don't worry, we don't need to retrieve it ourselves. He will obediently bring it to us. Ma Shan was still a bit uneasy. After all, he had never seen so much money in his life, and with it not beside him, he felt insecure. What if that kid plays tricks? I know he's afraid of you, but what if he runs away? Li Muchen confidently replied, he won't be able to run. So you deliberately didn't take the money. Ma Shan began to understand, but seemed a bit confused. Li Muchen smiled, and said, behind Kai Tu is Lin Xiaoheng. I still don't know what situation the Lin family is in, but Lin Xiaoheng definitely has issues. Kai Tu has been with Lin Xiaoheng for a long time. For him to suddenly switch sides requires courage and vision. His agreement today is not due to his boldness, but rather because he's afraid of me. I left the money with him to see what he would do next. If he schemes behind the scenes or hides to wait and see, then he shouldn't blame me for being rude. Ma Shan suddenly realized, I understand now. So you deliberately left that Boss Zhou for him to handle. Kai Tu cut off Boss Zhou's hand, and Boss Zhou will definitely retaliate. If Kai Tu is smart, he will definitely side with us, because Lin Xiaoheng won't be able to protect him. Li Muchen suddenly discovered that Ma Shan, apart from being loyal and able to fight, wasn't actually stupid. Ma Shan Gu, I've been quite busy lately. You handle the house buying matters. No problem, leave these small matters to me. Also, with people like Kai Wei Min and Huang Xin, their backgrounds are not clean. I will contact them in the future. You are Li Gongzi, just focus on your big tasks, and don't let your status drop. Ma Shan quickly found his own positioning. By the time they returned to their place, it was already early morning. Ma Shan parked the car and walked home with Li Muchen. From a distance, they saw a delicate figure standing in the night, illuminated by moonlight, resembling an ethereal fairy. Ding Xiang. Li Muchen hurriedly jogged over. Why are you still awake so late? It's dangerous outside with all the mosquitoes. Ding Xiang's worried expression faded when she saw them return, and she happily said, I'm glad you're back. You weren't just waiting for us, were you? Yes. Ding Xiang said, Ma Shan Gu often does night work and comes back late, but Muchen Gu, you just arrived in his city and don't know many people. I was worried if you didn't come back. Then why didn't you call me? I was afraid you were busy with something important. I didn't want to disturb you, so I only sent a WeChat message and didn't call. You sent me a WeChat message. Li Mu-chun took out his phone to check. Sure enough, there were several little red dots on the WeChat icon. He had just started using a smartphone and hadn't developed the habit of checking his phone all the time. So with so much happening at the dogfighting arena today, he hadn't noticed the WeChat messages. There were 3 messages in total, 2 from Ding Xiang. Mu-chun, go, where are you? It's too late, be careful. I made a late-night snack for you, await to eat when you get back. Li Mu-chun said, silly girl, don't wait for me this late in the future. Ding Xiang pouted and murmured, it's so late, and you didn't come home, oh, I was really worried. Li Mu-chun smiled and patted Ding Xiang's head. Now that I'm back, what delicious food did you make? Ma Shan-gu and I are both hungry. Only then did Ding Xiang cheer up, saying, I bought roasted lamb trotters. Mu-chun, good, do you remember? When we were kids, there was a Northwest barbecue place next to where we lived, and the best thing, there was the roasted lamb trotters. You and Ma Shan-gu saved up money for a long time to buy 3. 1 for each of us that taste oh so fragrant. I still remember it to this day. Ding Xiang chattered about their childhood as they walked. Li Mu-chun and Ma Shan exchanged smiles. Those 3 lamb trotters were not bought with saved money. They couldn't afford it, and even if they had saved money, they wouldn't have gone to eat something so extravagant. Those 3 lamb trotters were stolen by them. But they dared not say it, fearing Ding Xiang would be upset and Grandpa would scold them. Afterwards, he and Ma Shan used a broken basin to wash their hands, creating a golden basin washing hands ceremony. The 2 swore under the moonlight that they would pick up a lot of scrap in the future, sell it for a lot of money, and eat roasted lamb trotters openly. How pure the world was back then. More than a decade has passed, and they had long since thrown their vows aside. Times change, people change, and dreams change. Only Ding Xiang remained as innocent as the little flower that bloomed in the beginning. Back in Ding Xiang's small room, Li Mu-chun munched on the delicious roasted lamb trotters while browsing his phone. Besides the messages from Ding Xiang, there was another message from Lin Manqing. It only contained 2 words. Li Mu-chun was still figuring out the modern internet slang and didn't quite understand what "are you there" meant. He thought for a long time. If he replied not there, that would definitely be wrong. If he wasn't there, how could he reply? As long as he replied, it would mean he was there, so replying there would seem redundant. After thinking for a while, he replied, eating barbecue. Then he received Lin Manqing's reply, I want to. Li Mu-chun thought for a moment and replied with 4 words, see you at the usual place. Then he continued munching on the lamb trotters. By the time he finished all 6 lamb trotters Ding Xiang bought, he returned to the neighboring room with Ma Shan. Back at Ma Shan's place, Li Mu-chun told Ma Shan, I invited Miss Lin to eat barbecue. Li Mu-chun and Lin Manqing arranged to meet at their usual place. It was already late at night, and there were few people at the barbecue stall. From a distance, Li Mu-chun spotted Lin Manqing sitting at the same table they had last occupied. He walked over and pulled out a chair to sit down. Lin Manqing was clearly not as relaxed as last time. She glanced at him and then lowered her head. Li Mu-chun didn't know what to say, and seeing that Lin Manqing hadn't ordered anything, he asked, what would you like to eat? Lin Manqing then lifted her head and said, let's have the same as last time. Li Mu-chun shouted to the boss, the same as last time. Lin Manqing wanted to stop him, but it was already, The boss was taken aback. Last time. Who are you? Lin Manqing couldn't help but grin and quietly said, silly, how would the boss remember what we ate? Li Mu-chun looked aggrieved and said, I can't remember either, it all went into my stomach. Lin Manqing chuckled, let me handle it. She stood up and walked to the vegetable selection stand, took a basket, and began to pick ingredients. Li Mu-chun smiled unconsciously at her silhouette. One must admit that Lin Manqing was a quintessential beauty. It was nearly impossible to find a flaw in her. Her looks, figure, and temperament were all perfect. Her aura seemed innate and was not diminished by her status as the young lady of the Lin family. Even dressed in ordinary denim shorts and white sneakers today, it couldn't hide her unparalleled beauty. Her legs were long and fair, with a cascade of black hair falling like clouds down her back. Just from her back view, she could captivate the imagination of men. Most of the men's gazes at the night market were fixated on her, including the boss, who was grilling skewers. Smoke rose from the barbecue, and a charred smell spread through the air. The boss wife slapped him hard on his bare arm, and the sound was painful to hear. The boss shuddered, finally flipping the skewers in his hand, applying some oil to mask the unpleasant burnt smell. Li Mu-chun caught a whiff of the essence of life. He seemed to understand a little about what it meant to be entangled in the mortal world. The smell of barbecue, the scent of beer, the foul odor of trash on the roadside. Beautiful women, men with drunken eyes elude jealous and intertwined gazes, and the neon lights on the sign, along with the twinkling stars overhead. The beautiful, the ugly, the kind, the evil, forever mixed together. This is life. My master said the mortal world is bitter, yet people find joy within it, indulging in pleasure to the bone. Li Mu-chun now understood that people find joy not because they are unaware of the bitterness, but because the mortal world is a net from which one cannot escape. Knowing the bitterness yet unable to escape, one can only find joy amidst the suffering. The summer night at dawn was still hot, but occasional cool breezes felt especially refreshing. At this moment, those still drinking and drowning their sorrows at the night market were all finding joy amidst the suffering. Lin Manxing returned and saw the dazed look on Li Mu-chun's face, asking, "What are you looking at?" "Looking at you," Li Mu-chun replied. "Me? What's there to see about me? Look behind you, which man here isn't?" Lin Manxing was slightly taken aback, and only then did she notice many people were looking at her. She looked down at herself a few times to confirm she was dressed correctly, then leaned on the table and quietly asked, "Is there something wrong with me?" Li Mu-chun said yes. "Huh, what? Beautiful." Lin Manxing's face flushed, and she rolled her eyes at him, saying, "You're so cliché. This is the mortal world. The mortal world is also called the secular world. What can we do if it's not cliché?" Li Mu-chun spread his hands. "I would prefer to remain in the mountains carefree, but unfortunately, I have a marriage pact, and I can't run away." Lin Manxing's face turned even redder at his words. "Why didn't you say anything last time?" "Say what? About the marriage pact? Didn't I tell you that day that I was your fiancé?" "Huh." Lin Manxing was stunned, and only then did she remember that Li Mu-chun had indeed said such a thing that day. At that time she thought it was just a joke. "You?" Lin Manxing hesitated for a moment. "Did you really come to break off the engagement that day?" Li Mu-chun nodded honestly, "Yes." "Why? Neither of us has met each other. Just because of this piece of paper we are to be tied together. This isn't fair. An agreement between two old folks shouldn't sacrifice the happiness of two young people for a lifetime. Can you accept that?" Lin Manxing shook her head. "To be honest, I really cannot accept it. I never knew there was such a thing. When I heard about it that day, I threw a huge tantrum at home." She suddenly laughed, "But I never imagined that the person would be you. If it weren't me, what would you have done? Fight to the end. What if that person were handsome, charming, talented, able to bring peace to the state with his literature and secure the nation with his martial prowess, and came from an extraordinary background? Where would you find such a person? It's a hypothetical. No matter who he is," Lin Manxing said solemnly, "I absolutely will not be with someone I don't like, no matter how perfect he is, even if my grandfather forces me." Li Mu-chun sighed, "Alas, it seems you will not like me." "What do you mean?" Lin Manxing was confused. Li Mu-chun propped his chin with one hand, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and said, "Can't you tell? What I just said was about me." Lin Manxing couldn't help but laugh, looking at Li Mu-chun. The more she looked, the funnier he became, covering her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. "I'm being serious." Li Mu-chun was serious. Lin Manxing waved her hand with a smile. "Please don't make me laugh anymore. If you say other things, it's fine, but saying you can bring peace to the state with your literature and secure the nation with your martial prowess is a bit much, right? So you admit that I am handsome and charming?" Li Mu-chun said with a smile. Lin Manxing suddenly realized that this person had an extraordinary thickness of skin. "What did you used to do?" "I used to pick up trash." "You just said you came from an extraordinary background." At that moment the boss brought over the grilled skewers and just happened to hear their conversation, saying coming from an extraordinary background and picking up trash aren't contradictory. Giving up a noble status to scrape by picking up trash is what makes one extraordinary. Just like me, I also come from an extraordinary background, but that doesn't stop me from selling barbecue, right? The boss smiled as he left, winking at Li Mu-chun before departing. Li Mu-chun gave him a thumbs up. Lin Manxing was lost in thought. Li Mu-chun didn't disturb her and picked up a meat skewer to eat. While eating, he said, "In this world, only food must not be let down." Lin Manxing glanced at him, half-heartedly resentful. She also picked up a skewer, gently bringing it to her lips without eating. It seemed she was contemplating something. After hesitating for a long time, she finally asked, "So do you still want to break off the engagement now?" Li Mu-chun countered, "Now that you know your fiancé is me, would you still oppose it?" Lin Manxing thought for a moment and shook her head. "I don't know." Li Mu-chun smiled and said, "Then don't think about it, don't ask, let everything take its natural course, okay?" Lin Manxing nodded. "That's right, let it take its natural course." "Exactly, don't be bound, just be natural, like a lyric that sings." Li Mu-chun began to hum lightly, "Let us freely and happily fall in love." Hearing the off-key tune of the song, Lin Manxing laughed heartily. Is this the song of a great hero who can bring peace to the state with his literature and secure the nation with his martial prowess? Ha ha. Suddenly, she came to her senses, glaring at Li Mu-chun. "Who wants to fall in love with you?" A sweet scent unexpectedly filled the air. The soft moonlight poured down, the night was silver, and the smoke rising from the barbecue grill became infused with spirit. Everything felt light, as if far away in a dream. Suddenly a phone rang, breaking the dream. Li Mu-chun saw a string of unfamiliar numbers. "Young Master Li, are you at the night food stalls on Weiye Road now?" "Yes. Young Master Lin knows you and Miss Lin are meeting there. That could spell trouble for you." Li Mukin knew of course that Kai Weiman had informed Lin Xiaoheng, but he did not expose him. Did he order you? Yes, but I refused. I said there was trouble at the kennels, and I could not spare any man. Did he believe you? He did. I told him about Zhou Lijun. Li Mukin smiled faintly. Zhou Lijun was a powerful figure in Wuzhou, and after Kai Weiman hacked off his hand, the name alone would give Lin Xiaoheng a headache. Aside from you, who would Lin Xiaoheng usually hire for something like this? That is uncertain. Where there is money, people to do dirty work are never in short supply. Alright, I understand. Li Mukin ended the call. Kai Weiman's conduct matched Li Mukin's expectations and even exceeded them a little. When he had Masan let Huang San pass the information to Kai Weiman, most people unable to see the full picture might choose to sit tight and feign ignorance. That way they offend nobody and can wait to see who prevails, then back the winner. Such people appear clever, but are truly foolish. If Kai Weiman had chosen that path, he would no longer earn Li Mukin's trust. If he were even more foolish and reported directly to Lin Xiaoheng, without informing Li Mukin, or worse, helped Lin Xiaoheng against Li Mukin, he would be courting death. Naturally, Li Mukin would not let him off. But Kai Weiman first warned Lin Xiaoheng, and then told Li Mukin. On the surface, he still echoed Lin Xiaoheng, yet in practice, he was working for Li Mukin. This was precisely the outcome Li Mukin desired. Kai Weiman was clever and had chosen the optimal course. Li Mukin was pleased with Kai Weiman's performance. After hanging up, he asked Lin Manqing, "Is Lin Xiaoheng your paternal cousin?" Lin Manqing paused, surprised by the sudden question. "Yes, he is my uncle's son. How are you two on ordinary terms?" "Our relationship? It's so-so. We are of one clan, interests are intertwined. Actually, my uncle is the son of my grandfather's elder brother, so he and my father are paternal cousins. Originally, they might have become two separate households, but my grandfather values unity. He insisted we remain one family." "Are there other members of the Lin family?" "I have two aunts who married out. There are also descendants of my grandfather's generation of siblings who manage various enterprises. They count as part of the clan. They seldom come by, only turning up for the annual family assembly." Li Mukin nodded. For the Lin family to be a top-tier house, rather than mere nouveau riche branching out, was inevitable. "What is Lin Xiaoheng like?" "Him." Lin Manqing curled her lip. How to put it, somewhat unlearned. To be blunt, a bit of a prodigal. He performed poorly in school, and was later sent overseas to polish his credentials. There he fell in with a crowd of wealthy heirs racing cars, and frequenting nightclubs. After causing trouble, my uncle brought him back. He was given several projects to run, and lost money on most of them. He often mixed with dubious characters. My mother dislikes him, but my father forbids us from speaking ill of him. Why is that? Probably because of my grandfather. I heard the headship of the Lin family should have belonged to my grandfather's elder brother, my great-uncle. When the Lin family fell into hardship, my great-uncle died, and my grandfather survived. Grandfather felt indebted and treated my uncle as if he were his own son, and naturally pampered my cousin." "I see." Li Mukin's expression cleared. This made the matter trickier. Initially, Li Mukin had intended to be direct, determine Lin Xiaoheng's motive, find the person who had targeted old patriarch Lin with that malicious letter, and leave the rest for the Lin family to handle. But knowing this layer made things thornier. Even if old patriarch Lin learned it was Lin Xiaoheng behind it, so long as no substantive harm had been done, he would likely be lenient. Moreover, the affair would strike deep into the old man's heart. Li Mukin already knew his own origins, and understood that were it not for Lin Xiaoheng, his grandfather, and he might not have survived in Huqing. Not only had Lin Xiaoheng aided them in secret, he had promised a marriage, and pledged to hand half of the Lin family's estate to Li Mukin as capital to restore the Li household. Li Mukin felt grateful toward old patriarch Lin, and naturally did not wish him harm. With insufficient evidence, it was best not to strike at Lin Xiaoheng. If the snake is not killed, it will bite again. Fiddling with his phone, he asked, "Does your uncle know about these matters?" "He should know," Lin Manqing said. "My uncle is protective. Lin Xiaoheng used to pick on Lin Yun and me as children, but my uncle always defended him and never scolded him." "Does your uncle have only one son?" "There is another Lin Xiaoping. He is impressive. Bright from a young age, a good student, well-behaved, hailed as the Lin family's prodigy. A few years ago, he went to study in Japan. Now he serves as an executive assistant at a well-known corporation. He attained that position through his own efforts, not through the Lin name. So my brother is under great pressure." "How does that concern your brother?" Li Mukin asked curiously. "Because he is the heir apparent. Everyone favors Lin Xiaoping, including my grandfather. It is likely he will be named the family's future successor. My father frets constantly watching my brother study and calling him dull. My mother feeds him tonic after tonic. I worry she might make him stupid by overdoing it." Li Mukin could not help smiling and shaking his head. To be born into wealth is not always a blessing. Time passed, and the night deepened. Normally at this hour the night stalls would be closing. But tonight, strangely, the later it grew, the more people arrived. He brought another large plate of skewers and set it on Li Mukin's table. Li Mukin asked in surprise, "We did not order more, did we?" On the house, the owner, he brought another large plate of skewers and set it on Lee Mukin's table. Lee Mukin asked in surprise, "We did not order more, did we?" "On the house," the owner replied. The proprietor said generously, "Since you came tonight, my business has been much better than usual. Consider this my thanks." He glanced at Lin Manqing, and as he turned away murmured under his breath, "Ah, beauty brings favor. Even ruffians become paying customers." Lin Manqing was puzzled for a moment. Lee Mukin, however, heard the implication. The owner was warning them that some of the patrons nearby harbored ill intent. Indeed, it made sense. A girl of Lin Manqing's background might not notice, but a seasoned stall owner would immediately see that these late-night arrivals were unusual. These people had come for the two of them. Lee Mukin observed discreetly and estimated there were a dozen or so. They were clearly not the principals, however. No single figure stood out as their leader. Still unaware, Lin Manqing looked at the unexpected plate of skewers and asked, "Why would he give us food?" Lee Mukin smiled. "Didn't I say? You're beautiful. You draw a crowd for him." Lin Manqing burst out laughing. "You're a quick study picking up trendy phrases like draw traffic. How do you know they weren't summoned by you? Aren't you dashing and elegant, civil enough to govern a state, and martial enough to secure it?" At the thought of those words, she could not help laughing. Lee Mukin said, "At this hour scattered, and all men, how could they possibly be here to admire me?" Lin Manqing finally sensed something amiss. At that moment, two sports cars roared up. 4 men stepped out, one of whom was Lin Xiaoheng. Lin Xiaoheng strode directly towards Lee Mukin and Lin Manqing. Approaching their table, he stepped up onto a chair looking down from above. "Quite romantic, isn't it? Meeting here in the middle of the night." Lin Manqing frowned. "What are you doing here? Why can't I come?" Lin Xiaoheng sneered. "Are you afraid I'll catch you too in your infidelity?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Manqing was greatly displeased. "Nonsense? So many people saw it. How could it be nonsense?" Lin Xiaoheng raised his hand, and the surrounding people all stood up, rushing in to encircle them. Many were even recording videos with their phones. It was evident that this was all part of Lin Xiaoheng's premeditated plan. Tomorrow, once the video was edited and uploaded online, it would surely create a sensational news story. The few passers-by who witnessed the commotion had long since fled to a safe distance. The owner of the barbecue shop had also hidden in a corner, quietly picking up the phone to dial 110. Lin Xiaoheng said, "Manqing, you are the young lady of the Lin family. If you have no shame, we Lin family members still have our dignity. You're out here in the middle of the night on a date with a wild man in a place like this. If this gets out and ends up online, don't you think you'll ruin our Lin family's reputation? What exactly do you want to do?" Lin Manqing was confused, wondering what Lin Xiaoheng's true intentions were. Lee Mukin answered for him. What else could he want? He just wants to tarnish the reputation of the young lady of the Lin family, and in turn ruin your father's reputation. That way the Lin family's assets would fall into his and your uncle's hands. Lin Manqing was shocked, her expression one of disbelief. "However, it seems that the young master Lin has forgotten that I am Manqing's fiancé. What's embarrassing about having a late-night snack with my fiancé?" Lee Mukin continued, pointing at the crowd. "Hey, you people recording videos, when you post this online, be sure to cut out what I just said. Otherwise it will be this young master Lin who ends up embarrassed." Those filming looked at each other in confusion and then lowered their phones. Lin Xiaoheng's expression changed as he pointed at Lee Mukin, saying, "You surnamed Li are quite something. When you're lying on the ground looking for your teeth later, let's see if you can still act tough." Lin Manqing shouted angrily, "Lin Xiaoheng, have you caused enough trouble? Cousin, I'm doing this for your own good, reminding you not to be deceived by such a man." Lin Xiaoheng feigned a concerned expression. "Do you have any idea who he is? Just a moment ago, he was using the identity of the Lin family son-in-law to fight dogs at a dog fight, almost wetting his pants from fear of losing." "Impossible," Lin Manqing said. Lin Xiaoheng shrugged. "Believe it or not, but I must teach this person a lesson today." "You dare?" Lin Manqing took out her phone. "I'll call my dad right now. Go ahead, tell him you were caught cheating on a date by me right here." Lin Xiaoheng appeared shameless. Lin Manqing was furious and was about to dial, but was stopped by Lee Mukin. He knew that making that call would play right into Lin Xiaoheng's hands. The Lin family cared the most about their reputation, especially Lin Xiaoxing, who after the old man stepped back from the front line, became the de facto leader of the Lin family. Lin Xiaoxing would likely compromise for the sake of reputation and his daughter's dignity. Lin Xiaoheng could then take the opportunity to present his demands, at which point Lin Xiaoxing would have no choice but to comply. And Lee Mukin would become a tool and victim in the infighting of the opposing family. He certainly wouldn't allow Lin Xiaoheng to succeed. "Manqing, there's no need to call your dad. We should thank the young master Lin for his heartfelt concern." Lin Manqing looked puzzled. "What heartfelt concern?" "You see, I wasn't sure whether to withdraw the engagement, and your family isn't sure whether to accept me either. But after this commotion today, if news of it spreads, your parents will have no choice but to accept me. I originally thought today was the first step in a long journey, but unexpectedly before the 3 major battles even began, the red flag is already planted at the presidential palace. Li Mukin looked at Lin Xiaoheng. Next, it'll be the capitalist running away with its tail between its legs. Lin Manqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Lin Xiaoheng furious cursed and waved his hand. Get him. Knock his teeth out. As his men moved, the sound of police sirens suddenly rang out, and a police car approached. 2 police officers got out of the car and frowned at the large crowd. What are you doing here? Upon seeing the police, Lin Xiaoheng's expression changed. He thought Li Mukin had called the police, sneering. How bold of you to call the cops. The police approached. What are you doing? Show your ID. Lin Xiaoheng said. Which precinct are you from? I know Director Yi from the City Bureau. Sorry, even if you know the director, it has nothing to do with us. The police pointed to their badges and body cameras. Lin Xiaoheng felt a bit embarrassed. When had the young master of the Lin family ever been subjected to such treatment? You wait here. I'll make a call, and make sure you regret this. He went aside to make a call. The police did not stop him, but continued to carry out their duties, recording the process. Come on, everyone, show your IDs. The police recorded everyone's ID, including Li Mukin's, and everyone insisted they were there for a late-night snack. The police asked Li Mukin and Lin Manqing, and you too? We're also here for a late-night snack. Did they bully you? Not really bullying, but just affected our mood a bit, Li Mukin said. The police glanced at him and asked, who called the police? I did. The barbecue shop owner timidly stepped forward. Why did you call the police? Nothing much, it's just that at this hour we usually close up, but suddenly so many people arrived, I was a bit scared. The police nodded. At that moment, one of the officers' phones rang. He answered, responding with a few ahas, and glanced at Lin Xiaoheng with a hint of disgust and helplessness in his eyes. After hanging up, the officer said to the owner, just focus on your business. If anything happens, call the police immediately. All right, sign here. The owner signed the police report handed to him. The police signaled to their partners and walked back to the police car. Lin Xiaoheng watched coldly from the side, full of disdain. Suddenly, Li Mukin spoke up. Officer, you haven't checked this person's ID yet. The police turned back to see Li Mukin pointing at Lin Xiaoheng with one hand, holding his phone to record. Lin Xiaoheng's expression changed angrily, saying, Li Mukin, are you looking for trouble? Li Mukin feigned innocence. I'm just responding to the government's call and actively cooperating with the police. How can you say I'm looking for trouble? The police already knew Lin Xiaoheng's identity. A call had come from above, and they had initially intended to let it slide since nothing serious had happened. But with Li Mukin's words, they couldn't ignore it anymore. ID, please. The police walked up to Lin Xiaoheng and extended their hands. I didn't bring it, Lin Xiaoheng said angrily. Then we'll have to take you back to the station to register, the police replied. Lin Xiaoheng was furious. You know who I am. Do you want me to call Director Yi again? The police said, Lin, I know your name, but we're enforcing the law now. Please cooperate with us. Damn it. Lin Xiaoheng cursed and angrily walked to the car, opening the door and pulling out his ID from a bag inside. Once the police finished registering him, they drove away. Li Mukin kept filming with his phone. Lin Manqing watched, wanting to laugh, and asked, what are you filming this for? Li Mukin replied, just for fun, the smartphone you bought me, I haven't really used the camera function yet. At that moment, Lin Xiaoheng approached. He slammed his hand on the table in front of Li Mukin. Surnamed Li, today you're dead meat. Li Mukin smiled. Oh really? Young Master Lin seems to have forgotten that the police have already registered your ID. If anything happens to Manqing and me tonight, you won't be able to escape responsibility. Lin Xiaoheng's face turned pale with anger. Li Mukin realized that the so-called young Master Lin was nothing special. This person had neither cunning nor courage. Such a person could never be the mastermind behind the harm done to Lin the Elder. Mu-chun, Lin Manqing gently called out. This was the first time she addressed Li Mu-chun in such a manner, and she couldn't help but feel a slight blush. Li Mu-chun originally intended to deal with Lin Xiaoheng tonight. However, he was now 100% certain that Lin Xiaoheng had no connection to the person who harmed old Master Lin. Not even a conspirator. This guy was just a fool. There's a saying, one is not afraid of an opponent as formidable as a god, but fears a teammate as foolish as a pig. A schemer would never allow such a fool to be an accomplice. Li Mu-chun looked down upon the idea of acting against such a person. Hearing Lin Manqing call him to leave, he replied, all right, let's go. There were many follow-up moves planned for today, but it seemed they wouldn't be needed. Lin Xiaoheng, seeing them stand up to leave, angrily asked, where are you going? Of course we're going on a date. Are we supposed to stay here and sulk with you? Li Mu-chun shook his head, took Lin Manqing's hand, and walked away. Lin Manqing trembled slightly, but ultimately did not resist allowing Li Mu-chun to lead her. Seeing the two walking side by side looking intimate, Lin Xiaoheng was so enraged that he flipped the table. He pointed at the barbecue shop's couple owners and shouted, was it you who called the police just now? The barbecue shop owner timidly nodded, afraid to reply. Lin Xiaoheng barked, smash it. Destroy his shop. The tables outside were all flipped over and dishes shattered all over the ground. Those men rushed into the shop beating and smashing everything they could. "Stop smashing. Please, the shop owner's wife, crying, tried to stop them. The owner grabbed her, signaling her to remain silent. Lin Xiaoheng, clearly unsatisfied, walked up to the owner and slapped him hard. "You called the police." Slap. Another hit. "You dare to report again. I'll be waiting right here." "I won't dare again. I'll never dare again," the owner said with a sorrowful expression. But Lin Xiaoheng wouldn't let them go, lifting his leg and saying, "You can go free if you crawl through my legs." The owner initially refused, but Lin Xiaoheng's men kicked him, then held him down and started to beat him. Lin Xiaoheng pointed at the owner's wife and said, "If your husband won't crawl, you do it." The shop owner's wife shook her head desperately. The bruised owner mumbled, I'll do it," and crawled on the ground, going through Lin Xiaoheng's legs. Lin Xiaoheng laughed heartily, as if the anger he had just suffered from Li Muchun and Lin Manqing had finally been vented. He had initially intended to target Li Muchun today. This unexpected son-in-law of the Lin family posed a threat to his status within the family and his future inheritance. The identity of being Lin Kaisheng's son-in-law was not particularly important. The key was that he had cured old Master Lin's illness. This had significantly elevated the status of Lin Kaisheng's family. Upon learning that Li Muchun and Lin Manqing were on a date, he quickly gathered his men. He originally intended to call Kai Tao, who had more experience with this kind of thing. But since something happened at Kai Dao's dog breeding ground, he couldn't spare any manpower. Lin Xiaoheng heard that Kai Tao had chopped off Zhou Lijun's hand and began to worry, unsure if he should distance himself. After all, Zhou Lijun was a bully in Wuzhou with considerable influence throughout the entire Nanjing province. Although the Lin family was not afraid of him, offending such a person would affect his and his father's position, and thus he hurriedly gathered some other men who were quite different from those who really engaged in the underworld. They were merely half-baked. What Lin Xiaoheng did not expect was that before he could make a move, the police arrived. The key point was that due to Li Muchun's interference, the police recorded his ID. Just as Li Muchun had said, if anything happened to him and Lin Manqing tonight, he wouldn't be able to escape blame. He was not afraid of the police, but he feared the older generation of the Lin family, especially old Master Lin. Thus Lin Xiaoheng naturally vented his anger on the one who reported the police. He couldn't openly act against Li Muchun and Lin Manqing, but he didn't care about hitting someone who ran a barbecue shop. Let alone just giving them a lesson. Even if he killed someone, he could easily smooth things over. Lin Xiaoheng only felt half of his anger released after the owner crawled through his legs. One of his subordinates suddenly pointed at the owner's wife and said, "Lin Xiao, this woman isn't bad." Lin Xiaoheng then noticed the owner's wife, who while somewhat older still had quite a bit of charm. However, he was not interested in women of that age, saying, "You all can have your fun." His subordinates were overjoyed. Then, "Lin Xiao, we won't hold back." With that, several of them moved forward, starting to touch the owner's wife. She tightly covered herself, pleading, "Please, I beg you, let me go." The more she pleaded, the more the men laughed. Suddenly the owner, who was on the ground, got up, picked up a kitchen knife from inside, charged out, his eyes wide with rage, and swung the knife wildly. "I'll kill you bastards." His swings were completely uncoordinated and not very powerful, yet it still frightened the group of thugs, causing them to retreat in fear. The owner flailed about wildly, nearly injuring Lin Xiaoheng. Lin Xiaoheng, startled, shouted, "Damn it, you useless bunch, you can't handle just one person." In the past, it was Kai Weiman who helped Lin Xiaoheng with such tasks, fighting and dealing with people. Every time Kai Weiman handled it cleanly and efficiently. Thus Lin Xiaoheng had always thought such matters were very simple. Among those who came with him today were two rich second-generation heirs he usually hung out with, along with a few of their sycophants. On ordinary days, they boasted about their experiences, claiming to have sold powder in Yunnan and fought people in Hong Kong. But when it came to real combat, all they could do was smash chairs, and when faced with someone wielding a knife, they all fled as fast as they could. Hearing Lin Xiaoheng's displeasure, they finally stopped retreating and started to use tables and chairs to defend against the barbecue shop owner's knife. After all, the numbers were in their favor, and the owner was quickly knocked down again. Lin Xiaoheng stepped forward, pressing his foot on the owner, picked up a broken chair leg, and smashed it down hard on the owner's head. However, just as his club was in midair, it was suddenly grabbed tightly by someone. Lin Xiaoheng struggled a couple of times, but the stick remained motionless, and when he looked up, he saw Li Muchun's piercing gaze. Lin Manqing was standing next to Li Muchun, her eyes filled with shock and disgust. For some reason, Lin Xiaoheng felt a hint of fear in his heart, especially from Li Muchun's gaze. That killing intent made the surrounding air seem to freeze. He unconsciously loosened his grip on the club and took 2 steps back. "What are you all back for? Lin Xiaoheng, you've gone too far." Lin Manqing went over to help the owner's wife, who was cowering in the corner, trembling in fear. Li Muchun then helped the owner up. After checking, he found the owner's injuries to be quite severe, with 2 broken ribs and some signs of internal bleeding. He originally thought Lin Xiaohang's target was himself and Lin Manqing, and that after they left Lin Xiaohang would also leave or send someone to follow them to find another opportunity to strike. But he never expected that this fool not daring to act against them would vent his anger on the barbecue shop owner and his wife, and do so ruthlessly. Li Muchun was extremely angry. This shop owner was a kind person, having come to remind Li Muchun and Lin Manqing that the surrounding people might pose a threat to them. After Lin Xiaohang appeared, he proactively reported to the police. One could say that the owner had done them a favor. If they were just ordinary people, the owner's actions might have saved their lives. Li Muchun pressed a few acupoints on the owner to stop the internal bleeding, helped him sit down on a chair, then turned around and coldly glared at Lin Xiaohang. Lin Xiaohang, if it weren't for old Master Lin, you would already be dead. Lin Xiaohang was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. You want me dead? Ha ha ha, come on. I think you're the one looking for death. I originally wanted to let you go, but since you insisted on coming back and throwing yourself into the net, then don't blame me. Before he could give the order, he suddenly felt a violent cramp in his stomach and was flung out. With a loud bang, Lin Xiaohang crashed heavily to the ground, landing right next to the chair where the barbecue shop owner had been sitting. He hadn't even gotten up when he saw Li Muchun once again standing in front of him. What do you want to do? Lin Xiaohang's eyes showed a look of terror, forgetting even the pain in his body. You need to crawl through the owner's legs, just like you asked him to do just now. I'll count to 10, and if you haven't crawled through by then, I'll break one of your legs. Lin Xiaohang was furious, shouting, Li Muchun, you wish. Are you all dead? Come over here. His subordinates finally reacted and surrounded him. Li Muchun remained calm, merely observing how Lin Xiaohang was digging his own grave. At first, Lin Xiaohang was a bit scared, but seeing Li Muchun not making a move and his men protecting him, he felt reassured. One's fists cannot defeat 4 hands. No matter how strong a person is, they cannot take on dozens. Ha ha, Li, weren't you just arrogant? Dare to hit me. I will make you wish you were dead. Lin Xiaohang touched the blood at the corner of his mouth. Everyone go for it, hit him hard, don't kill him. I want to torment him slowly. Stop. Lin Manqing shouted. Lin Xiaohang, are you going too far? Aren't you afraid, Grandpa? Don't use the old man to scare me. Lin Xiaohang's face twisted with malice. You want leave today? Brothers, deal with Li, and this woman will be yours. My sister is the most beautiful woman in Huqing. If it weren't for that old man being disgusting, I'd want her myself, haha. The men who followed him looked at Lin Manqing with greedy eyes filled with lust. You. Lin Manqing's face turned pale with anger, but she was also somewhat frightened. Just then a hand tightly grasped hers. The warmth from the hand made her feel safe. Li Muchun shook his head coldly, stating, Heaven's punishment can still be forgiven, but self-inflicted punishment cannot be endured. Lin Xiaohang laughed loudly, still putting on a brave face. Everyone go for it. Go. Cripple him. The crowd surged forward, and Li Muchun and Lin Manqing were instantly engulfed by the mob. Lin Manqing, scared, closed her eyes tightly and leaned against Li Muchun's shoulder. She heard a series of thuds followed by wails echoing all around. When she opened her eyes, she saw people sprawled on the ground, clutching their stomachs or supporting their legs. None of them could get back up. Last time at the bar, Lin Manqing knew Li Muchun was very strong, but she still found it hard to believe. Even more shocked than Lin Manqing was Lin Xiaohang. Dozens of people rushed up, and just like that they all flew out. What kind of combat power is this? Don't come over. Lin Xiaohang trembled in fear, all his previous ferocity evaporating, leaving only terror. Kneel. Li Muchun commanded. Lin Xiaohang was scared out of his wits by the shout, and dropped to his knees with a thud. Do as I said just now. Li Muchun said coldly. Lin Xiaohang glanced at the barbecue shop owner sitting in a chair, desperately shaking his head. No. 10. Li Muchun began to count. 9. No. No. At that moment, Lin Xiaohang desperately wished the 2 police officers from earlier would return. But he had just called their chief, so he knew very well that they would not come back. Lin Xiaohang realized what it meant to dig his own grave. At this moment, the only lifeline he could think of was his father Lin Liphone. Lin Xiaohang trembled as he took out his phone, dialed, and shouted into it, Dad, come save me. 8. 7. Li Muchun continued counting. Dad, save me. Fast. Lin Xiaohang's voice was already hysterical as he began to cry. Li Muchun didn't care about him calling for help. Based on what he had just done to the barbecue shop owner and what he had said to Lin Manqing, he had to pay the price today. 6. 5. Li, don't be too arrogant. My dad is on the way. Lin Xiaohang seemed to regain some confidence. However, Li Muchun ignored him and continued counting. 4. 3. As he reached 3, he started walking towards Lin Xiaohang. 2. Lin Xiaohang desperately retreated. Don't come over. Don't come over. My dad is coming soon, just wait to die. 1. Li Muchun's voice abruptly halted. The scene instantly fell silent. Even the insects hiding in the grass ceased their chirping. Li Muchun approached Lin Xiaohang and kicked him in the calf. With a crisp crack, Lin Xiaohang's calf snapped, followed by his earth-shattering scream. The insects in the grass and the cicadas in the trees also began to cry out, as if they were the backup singers waiting for this moment's harmony. The dull summer night became lively and joyous. Li Mukin looked coldly at Lin Xiaohang and said, "I will count to 10 again. If you don't crawl, it'll break." Lin Xiaohang was so frightened that he forgot about the pain in his leg. "It'll crawl, it'll crawl." He dragged his broken leg sideways, crawling towards the barbecue shop owner's legs. The shop owner and his wife had long been scared silly, not daring to move, merely watching Lin Xiaohang crawl by. Lin Manqing didn't pity Lin Xiaohang, but the scene before her still felt somewhat surreal. The Lin family had always been strict, yet this Lin young master was arrogant and domineering with no one. Uncle Lin Lifeng was protective and had always spoiled this Lin young master, while the old man felt indebted to them, turning a blind eye. In a large family like the Lin family, having one or two troublemakers was quite normal. As long as they didn't go too overboard, no one cared. But today Lin Xiaohang had fallen into Li Mukin's hands. What he did was absolutely intolerable in Li Mukin's eyes. Lin Manqing was still a bit worried, reminding him, "Mukin, my uncle is very protective. He has several bodyguards around him, and they seem to be mercenaries, quite capable, so be careful. Don't worry, your fiancée is capable of both literary and martial prowess." Lin Manqing stifled a laugh, shaking her head. Unknowingly, she seemed to have naturally accepted him referring to himself as her fiancé. Lin Xiaohang crawled out from under the barbecue shop owner's legs, crying, "Can I leave now?" "Leave?" Li Mukin's expression darkened. "You think you can just walk away after smashing their shop like this? What do you want? Of course you have to compensate. Final pay, you'll pay. How much?" Lin Xiaohang wasn't afraid of paying. 50,000, no, 100,000. 100,000 should be enough. Li Mukin turned to the shop owner and his wife. "Calculate how much total damage has been done." No need for compensation." The owner quickly shook his head. He just hoped these people would leave soon. "Yes, no need for compensation, no need for it." The owner's wife echoed. Li Mukin asked in confusion, "Why not? Why not take the money?" The owner looked pained. "Sir, thank you, but how long can you protect us? Once you leave, they will come back tomorrow. Whatever they lost today, they can get back tenfold tomorrow. If it were just a little money, it would be fine, but we can't handle the hassle." Li Mukin understood. They were afraid Lin Xiaohang would retaliate. But it seemed to be true. Ordinary people facing such situations really could only endure and swallow their grievances. "Lin Xiaohang, they refuse to take your money." "Then there's no helping it, you'll just have to break your other leg," Li Mukin stated. Lin Xiaohang was terrified upon hearing this, quickly saying, No, I'll pay, I'll definitely pay. You don't have to calculate, I'll do it. A 500,000, no, 1 million, 1 million should be enough." Saying this, he took out his phone and scanned the payment code on the wall to make the payment. The owner's wife's phone chimed with the notification, "Ding Zifubo received 1 million yuan." The shop owner and his wife were dumbfounded. This small shop didn't need 1 million at all. Li Mukin remarked, "The owner was injured by you, don't you want to pay some medical expenses?" He'll pay. Lin Xiaohang prepared to make another payment. Li Mukin, however, said, "Not you, but all of you. How about this, everyone pays 500 yuan and notes it as medical expenses for the beating. Of course I'm not forcing you, you don't have to pay, and 1 leg will be left for each person. We will pay. Hearing this, those lying on the ground scrambled to get up and took out their phones to scan. Listening to the incessant sound of payments, the couple who owned the barbecue shop were once again left dumbfounded. Normally this sound would bring them immense joy, but now they were filled with trepidation, fearing that those people would come to take revenge tomorrow. Li Mukin understood their concerns and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, no one dares to retaliate against you. Keep the transaction records from today safe. If anything happens to you, everyone who transferred money to you today will be a suspect, one and all. If the police won't help, come to me, and they'll take care of it." The shop owners finally understood that having these people transfer money served this very purpose. They were afraid of retaliation, while these people were even more afraid of Li Mukin coming to settle the score. Thank you. You truly are a hero in real life." Lin Manqing smiled, knowingly surprised that Li Mukin could be so cunning. In the distance, the roar of an engine echoed. Soon a sharp screech of brakes pierced through the quiet night. A black Mercedes-Benz pulled over to the side of the road. Following it were 2 Land Rovers. 2 people got out of the Mercedes. First one was the driver, and the other was a middle-aged man in a suit appearing to be in his 30s. The middle-aged man stood upright, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. The driver bent down to open the rear door. A person emerged from the back seat, composed, not very tall, yet exuding an air of authority. This man was Lin Xiao's elder brother, Lin Lifeng. Although Lin Xiao was the head of the family, nominally managing the Lin family's assets, in reality Lin Lifeng's position in the family was not much lower than Lin Xiao's, and the scale of the industries he controlled was also considerable. From the Land Rover behind, 7 or 8 strong men jumped out. As soon as they got out of the car, they quickly dispersed, forming a protective perimeter around Lin Lifeng from multiple directions. The middle-aged man who got out earlier stood beside Lin Lifeng. Lin Xiaoheng began to excitedly shout as soon as the convoy stopped. Haha, my dad is here. My dad is here. Li Mukin, you're dead. He shouted into the distance, Dad, I'm over here. Hurry and save me. Dad, Uncle Yang, save me. Lin Lifeng walked over and saw Lin Xiaoheng lying on the ground with a broken leg. His expression changed drastically. The middle-aged man beside him stepped forward, crouched down, and pinched Lin Xiaoheng's leg. Lin Xiaoheng let out a terrible scream. The middle-aged man raised his face and said, Young master's leg is broken. Lin Lifeng frowned and asked what happened. Lin Xiaoheng pointed at Li Mukin and said, It's him, he broke my leg. Only then did Lin Lifeng notice Li Mukin. It's you. Lin Lifeng was somewhat surprised. Why did you hurt my son? You should ask your precious son what he did, Li Mukin responded. Lin Lifeng's face darkened. No matter what he did, you shouldn't have hurt him. In He City, no one dares to touch the son of Lin Lifeng. Lin Manqing stepped forward and said, Uncle, let me explain. It was my cousin who brought people to trouble us, first smashing this shop and injuring the owner. That's why Mu Chun had to intervene. Be quiet. Lin Lifeng interrupted. Intervene. Haha, what a joke. When my Lin family does things, when did it become an outsider's place to intervene? Manqing, you have always been well-behaved and cautious. Why have you become so reckless since this kid came along? Uncle, what are you talking about? Or have I been reckless? Still saying you haven't. Out in the middle of the night, instead of staying at home, you're here on a date with a man. What an embarrassment. Lin Lifeng adopted a parental tone. I'm embarrassed for you. If your father finds out, how can he still have the face to be the head of the family? Lin Manqing's face flushed red from his words, feeling angry, yet unable to refute. Li Mukin chuckled. So the Lin family's family values mean allowing your son to rampage outside, right? You. Lin Lifeng did not expect Li Mukin to speak, so boldly momentarily rendered speech. Dad, why are you wasting words with them? Hurry and help me take revenge. I want this kid's life. Lin Xiaoheng's face twisted in rage as he pointed at Li Mukin. Li, you're finished. You're dead. You'll know the consequence of opposing me. Li Mukin suddenly turned his head and glanced at Lin Xiaoheng. Lin Xiaoheng was startled, shrinking back. Upon realizing Uncle Yang was right beside him, he finally felt at ease. The Uncle Yang he referred to was Yang Zihua, the bodyguard hired by his father Lin Lifeng. This person was a formidable fighter, having served in an overseas mercenary group, a true king of soldiers. The bodyguards beside Lin Lifeng were the ones who got out of the 2 Land Rovers, all trained by Yang Zihua himself. Each one was capable of taking on 10 opponents. The people Lin Xiaoheng brought with him were nothing compared to these. Although Li Mukin displayed extreme combat strength, Lin Xiaoheng believed that as long as Uncle Yang made his move, even 10 Li Mukins would not be a match. Uncle Yang, hurry and kill him. Lin Xiaoheng shouted. Young master, don't be agitated. Let me first help you set your bone. Yang Zihua didn't even glance at Li Mukin, focusing solely on kneading Lin Xiaoheng's calf. Lin Lifeng watched with concern, and only after Yang Zihua stopped did he ask, how is it? It won't be serious, right? It's nothing, just a fracture. I've already set the bone. A trip to the hospital will suffice. After saying this, Yang Zihua finally raised his eyes to look at Li Mukin, a glint of killing intent flickering in his eyes. How should we handle this person? Lin Lifeng frowned, a hint of hesitation apparent. Li Mukin had just saved the old man's life. Moreover, the old man seemed to hold this person in high regard. He nearly sent Yin Huimin back to her family in Meiqing for him. The old man was usually gentle, and it was rare for him to risk a falling out with the Yin family over someone. More crucially, Lin Manqing was also present. Killing Li Mukin in front of Lin Manqing was certainly not an option. Manqing, you'll send someone to take you home. It's too late, your parents will worry. Lin Lifeng said. Lin Manqing's heart raced, sensing something ominous. No need, uncle, I can go back by myself. What? You won't even listen to your uncle's words. If I tell you to go back, you go back. As Lin Manqing hesitated on how to refuse, Lin Xiaoheng suddenly shouted, Dad, you can't let Manqing go. If she goes back, she will definitely tell Grandpa. Lin Lifeng shot him a glare. What do you mean by that? Lin Xiaoheng replied, Dad, why not just eliminate both of them? That old man is so sick, without Li Mukin treating him, he won't live for many days. By then, the Lin family's assets. Before he finished, Lin Lifeng approached and slapped him. This useless son was truly driving him to despair. Even if he had such thoughts, how could he say them out loud? Dad. Lin Xiaoheng looked aggrieved. Lin Lifeng sighed. That slap was still a bit late. He glanced at Li Mukin and Lin Manqing, a flicker of killing intent flashing across his face. Li Mukin took a step back, pulling Lin Manqing with him, and said, Lin, young master, you really want to go for the kill, huh? Lin Xiaoheng thought Li Mukin was afraid, laughing heartily. Li, now you know fear, huh? Let me tell you, it's too late. You broke my leg today, I want your life in return. Li Mukin said, Lin, young master, since it's death anyway, could you at least let me die with some clarity? You say you can't stand me and want me dead, that's understandable. But Manqing is your cousin, why won't you let her go? Lin Xiaoheng sneered her. Who told her to be Lin Xiao's daughter? The Lin family originally belonged to us. The head should be my dad. Why should it be monopolized by Lin? So you sent people to follow Manqing. Those two who tried to kidnap her on the road last time were dispatched by you, right? Lin Manqing was taken aback. As Li Mukin questioned, he observed Lin Leifeng's expression. Upon hearing this, Lin Leifeng showed signs of shock. He realized that the kidnapping of Lin Manqing was the doing of this young master. Indeed, a troublesome brat. Lin Xiaoheng noticed his father's displeasure and lowered his head. Seeing his broken leg, he raised his head again and steeled himself. Yes, it was me who sent them. So what? You won't leave here alive today. Lin Leifeng shook his head at Lin Xiaoheng, letting out a long sigh, and said to Yang Zihua, make your move. Yang Zihua stood up and gently waved his hand. The 8 bodyguards he brought stepped forward, surrounding Li Mukin and Lin Manqing in the center. Li Mukin ignored them and looked at Lin Leifeng, saying, are you really going to make a move? Lin Leifeng's eyelids twitched. He knew very well that once he took this step, there would be no turning back. Eliminating Li Mukin was one thing, but Lin Manqing was different. She was Lin Kaisheng's daughter and the apple of the old man's eye. However, Lin Xiaoheng's words left him with no way out. If this matter reached the Lin family, the old man might not do anything to him, but his position in the Lin family would surely plummet. He couldn't understand why he had 2 sons, yet they were completely different. One was clever and capable, while the other was as foolish as a pig. While having hidden his capabilities for so many years, it was time to strike. You should have anticipated this step when you broke Xiaoheng's leg. Lin Leifeng said coldly. Is that so? Then did you think about the next step? Seeing Li Mukin's indifferent expression, Lin Leifeng felt a bit uneasy. Next step? What are you trying to say? It's nothing. Li Mukin replied. I just want to ask you one more question. Was it you who leaked the old man's birth date? Lin Leifeng's body trembled slightly, though he did not respond, instead turning to Yang Zihua and saying, Zihua Manqing is my niece, do not harm her. Take her to the Linjiang villa and leave this to you. After saying that, he glanced at Lin Manqing and turned around, striding towards the car with the driver accompanying him. Li Mukin understood. The mole in the Lin family was Lin Leifeng. He was using a cloud of darkness to gradually bring the Lin family to ruin. When Lin Xiaoxing found that no matter how hard he worked, he could not save the Lin family's decline, the losses in business would only grow. The Lin family would naturally need to consider whether he was suitable for the position of family head. With the old man's health declining each day for the sake of the family's future, they had to seriously consider who should be the successor. While Lin Xiaoxing struggled in his career, Lin Leifeng remained steady, and he had a younger son who was regarded as a genius. Thus, Lin Leifeng could logically become the head of the Lin family and inherit most of the family's assets. Perhaps it was Li Mukin's appearance that made Lin Leifeng feel threatened. If Lin Xiaoxing had an additional son-in-law, and it was the one the old man had designated early on, then the chances of Lin Leifeng's plan succeeding would diminish significantly. So he changed his strategy, hoping for the old man's quick demise to win in the chaos. He probably never expected that Li Mukin would actually cure Lin Shanji's illness. Hence, Lin Xiaoheng looking for Li Mukin might have been something he deliberately allowed. If successful, he could smoothly eliminate his hidden worry. If things went awry, he would shift the blame onto his foolish son, as Lin Xiaoheng was used to being arrogant, and everyone in the Lin family knew it. Li Mukin couldn't help but admire Lin Leifeng's cunning. Even at this moment, he wanted Yang Zihua to cripple Li Mukin but keep Lin Manqing alive. This was likely not out of any familial affection, but because Lin Manqing posed no threat to him. Keeping her around could become a good card to play against Lin Xiaoxing in the future. Truly calculating. As soon as Lin Leifeng turned to leave, Yang Zihua asked Li Mukin, how do you want to die? Li Mukin shook his head. I don't want to die. Lin Xiaoheng mocked. Li Mukin, weren't you very impressive just now? Why are you cowardly now? If you don't want to die, then beg for mercy. Kneel before me and kowtow a few times, maybe if I'm in a good mood. Even then, I won't let you off, ha ha ha. Li Mukin couldn't be bothered with him and took out his phone to check the time. It's about time, they should be here soon, he muttered to himself. Yang Zihua waved his hand. Make your move. The bodyguards rushed forward. A figure suddenly appeared, descending from the sky like a deity, inserting itself into the crowd and blocking Li Mukin and Lin Manqing effortlessly, sending the 8 bodyguards flying. As soon as this figure appeared, Yang Zihua moved as well. His movements were incredibly swift, taking a step forward and launching a punch towards the side of the person's temple. The person turned and met the punch with an open palm, engaging in a hard confrontation with Yang Zihua. With a light sound, Yang Zihua's fist was caught in the person's palm. The person twisted and turned, causing Yang Zihua to lose his balance instantly. However, Yang Zihua was no easy target. During his Bodis rotation, his other hand had already drawn a dagger, which he swung towards the person's neck. The person dodged to the side, loosening their grip and letting go of Yang Zihua. Yang Zihua took the opportunity to twist his body, drawing a handgun from his waist and aiming it at the person. But before he could pull the trigger, the gun was already seized by the person. With a swift motion like lightning, the gun was disassembled, leaving only the grip in Yang Zihua's hand. Then a powerful force surged, lifting Yang Zihua entirely off the ground. Yang Zihua executed a backflip and landed on the ground, still holding the dagger in his left hand and the gun grip in his right, crouching down to stabilize himself, preparing to launch another attack. Upon clearly seeing the newcomer, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "Second uncle." Lin Xiaoheng and Lin Manqing also shared his shock. The two simultaneously shouted, "Second grandpa." However, Lin Manqing's face was filled with joy, while Lin Xiaoheng was filled with fear. The person who arrived was Lin Chanming, who had long been by Lin Shanji's side. At that moment, Lin Lifeng had just reached the roadside, preparing to get in the car, when he heard the commotion and felt a great shock inside. Lin Chanming, while not a true member of the Lin family, was Lin Shanji, most trusted person, and the only one who made Lin Lifeng feel apprehensive. The car door was already open. Lin Lifeng stood beside the car, unable to decide whether to get in or leave, feeling somewhat at a loss. The summer night breeze was strong, even colder than the autumn chill. Standing there for just a few seconds felt like decades to Lin Lifeng. He knew he had to face it, quickly formulating a response in his mind before turning around to go back. "Second uncle." Lin Lifeng approached Lin Chanming. "Why are you here? If I hadn't come, how did you plan to end this situation tonight?" Lin Chanming's voice was not loud and his expression was calm, yet it exerted immense pressure on Lin Lifeng. "Second uncle, it's just the younger generation playing around. It's nothing serious." "Playing around?" Lin Chanming glanced at Yang Zihua. "Is this how you play around? Guns have been drawn." "Second uncle, it was just a bit too excessive. That's why I sent Zihua over, just to teach them a lesson," Lin Lifeng explained. Lin Chanming turned around and asked Lin Manqing, "Manqing, what happened?" Lin Manqing roughly recounted the events that occurred. She had already been very tactful in her explanation, not revealing Lin Xiaoheng's disgraceful words, but even so it made Lin Chanming frown. Lin Xiaoheng was scared out of his wits. "Second grandpa, don't listen to her. It wasn't like that at all. It was Li Mukin who broke my leg first, and I was only retaliating," Lin Lifeng said. "Yes, second uncle, I originally didn't want to say much. He is the old man's designated son-in-law, and he just cured the old man's illness. No matter what, I should give him some leeway. But look at what Xiaoheng did wrong. At most, he just spoke out of turn and was a bit reckless, which everyone knows. Yet he was beaten to this extent. Oh, what do you want me to do? Are you implying that Manqing just lied to me? Manqing has always been a good child, but this Li character might not be a good person. Manqing must have been seduced by him, otherwise how could our Lin family's daughter follow a man to a place like this in the middle of the night for a date? I couldn't stand it either, so I scolded her a few times, but unexpectedly she retaliated with words despite how much we cared for her." "You?" Lin Manqing had never seen someone so shameless, and was momentarily at a loss for how to retort. Lin Chanming frowned. Indeed, Lin Xiaoheng was the one injured, which was a fact. However, regarding the other matters, it was only Lin Manqing's side of the story, and there was no evidence. "Manqing, you must take responsibility for what you just said," Lin Chanming reminded her. Lin Manqing replied, "I guarantee with my integrity that everything I said is the truth." "Nonsense. What can you guarantee? Do you have evidence?" "Without evidence, you're just slandering," Lin Xiaoheng shouted loudly. Even he knew that this matter was serious, and those words he just said were something he could never admit to. Suddenly Li Mukin said, "You want evidence, right? It's simple. Huang Sen, come out." Coming. Everyone turned to look as a person crawled out from the scattered crowd. He had originally pretended to be knocked down by Li Mukin while blending in with the thugs Lin Xiaoheng brought lying on the ground groaning. Now he held a cell phone. "Young Master Li." Huang Sen walked up to Li Mukin, bowing slightly, and handed over the phone. "As you instructed, I recorded everything that just happened." This is a plan that Li Mukin had arranged long ago. From the moment he made an appointment with Lin Manqing to have barbecue, he had already thought of this plan. First, let Ma Shan find a way to leak the message to Kai Weiman. Through Kai Weiman's reaction, he would determine whether this person could be of use. Since Lin Xiaoheng wanted to move against Lin Manqing, he would definitely come. This was a rare opportunity. Li Mukin needed to investigate whether Lin Xiaoheng had been targeted by the spell of the Nailhead Arrow book and whether it was Lin Xiaoheng's doing. However, because Lin Xiaoheng was still a member of the Lin family, especially after Lin Manqing informed him that his grandfather had always felt indebted to Lin Leifeng's family, Li Mukin knew that this matter must find a strong witness. Thus he thought of Lin Chanming. Coincidentally, at the hospital, for the sake of directly contacting Lin Xiaoheng, he added Lin Chanming's WeChat and phone number. The development of the situation left Li Mukin feeling disappointed. He was certain that Lin Xiaoheng was a fool, a total wastrel, and the matter of the Nailhead Arrow book should have nothing to do with him. In that case, he planned to just teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, Lin Lifeng came in person. Li Mukin had already determined that Lin Lifeng was definitely related to the Nailhead Arrow book. Even if he wasn't the mastermind, he was surely an accomplice. When he saw Huang San come out with a phone, Li Mukin smiled. This was something he had arranged earlier. Originally this role was to be played by Ma Shan, but Ma Shan was too conspicuous and would easily be recognized. Huang San was very suitable. He looked like a second-rate person blending in well with the crowd, truly a natural performance. Huang San was indeed serious and put in his best effort. In his eyes, Li Mukin was a god wielding thunder and controlling life and death. With such a great opportunity to perform, how could he not give his all, and how dare he not? Li Mukin instructed Huang San to open the video. Huang San was clever. While playing it, he fast-forwarded through the irrelevant content, stopping at the crucial moments. When he heard Lin Xiaoheng in the video laughing grotesquely, saying he wanted to reward Lin Manqing, to those thugs Lin Qianming's expression changed. But he still calmly continued watching. Until later, when Lin Xiaoheng admitted to kidnapping Lin Manqing and said the old man won't live for long. Lin Qianming snatched the phone away. Lin Xiaoheng was already pale with fear. Second uncle, let me explain. Lin Lifeng was still making his last effort. No need to explain to me. Lin Qianming angrily said, go back to the Lin family ancestral hall and explain to the ancestors. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves. Young Master Li Manqing, let's go. Li Mukin said, you take Manqing away first. I still have some accounts to settle with this young Master Lin. Lin Qianming was taken aback and said, they have their family rules in the Lin family. Why do you have to go to such lengths? Li Mukin smiled slightly. The Lin family has their rules, and I, Li Mukin, have my principles. Lin Qianming said no more and just nodded. Manqing, let's go. Lin Manqing felt a bit worried, but even she couldn't tell whether she was worried about Li Mukin's safety or concerned that he would be too ruthless. She cast a lingering glance at Li Mukin and said, be careful. Don't worry, go home and get a good night's sleep. If you want to eat barbecue, just message me. Welcome back to this restaurant. Li Mukin said. Lin Manqing smiled knowingly and then followed Lin Qianming away. As he watched their figures disappear at the intersection, Li Mukin turned his gaze to Lin Xiaoheng. What do you want to do? I believe I mentioned that if you play tricks, I will break your other leg. What tricks? I have already, but you called your dad over. Doesn't that count as playing tricks? Moreover, you said many inappropriate things to Manqing, my fiancé. Your mouth is foul. I really dislike people like you, so I'm thinking about how to guess and wager on that mouth of yours to prevent you from coming out to stink up the place again. As Li Mukin stepped forward, Lin Xiaoheng stammered, don't come any closer. He retreated in fear. Yang Zihua quickly moved to block Lin Xiaoheng, looking coldly at Li Mukin. Lin Lifeng said, Li, don't go too far. If you dare to touch Xiaoheng again, I will kill you. Don't think just because my second uncle is here, I won't dare to do anything to you. Huang San's eyes lit up. This was a big shot from the Lin family, a prominent figure in Huqing. He was looking forward to seeing who was stronger, the renowned figure of Huqing or this god wielding thunder. Li Mukin chuckled lightly, let's see if you can kill me first. Lin Lifeng was filled with rage. After planning for half his life, he was about to make a name for himself in the Lin family, only to be disrupted by this kid. He was very clear that tonight he could not return to the Lin family. Even if the old man favored him, the ancestral family rules were ruthless. It was not something he could bear. Fortunately, he had left himself a retreat. As long as the old man did not drive him to death, giving him some time to conceal himself, he would have a chance to rise again. You are looking for death. Lin Lifeng poured all his resentment onto Li Mukin. Zihua, kill him. Yang Zihua was already prepared. Upon hearing the order, he charged forward. He struck with lethal intent, and the dagger in his hand drew a white light, the tip carrying a hint of sword chi cutting through the air, heading straight for Li Mukin's throat. However, he did not expect that when the dagger was only 2 inches away from Li Mukin, it suddenly halted. It was actually pinched between Li Mukin's 2 fingers. Yang Zihua did not see how Li Mukin made his move. He pushed forward with all his might, but could not advance a single inch. He tried to withdraw the knife, but still remained motionless. It was as if it had been fixed in place by a vice. Yang Zihua gasped. This finger strength was simply unimaginable. Just like that, in the pause, Li Mukin gently moved his fingers. The pure steel military dagger suddenly shattered into several pieces, clattering to the ground. Yang Zihua was stunned. Li Mukin then flipped his wrist, grasping the back of Yang Zihua's hand, giving a gentle shake and a push. Yang Zihua flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. He looked at Li Mukin in disbelief. Li Mukin said, your martial arts foundation is quite good, but unfortunately you have gone astray, taking pleasure in killing and neglecting the true essence of martial arts. You have merely touched the door of hidden strength, while Lin Yi has already reached the peak of hidden strength. With an opportunity, he can step into the threshold of transformation. You should feel the gap between you. Lin Yi just now disarmed you with your gun using the same technique to push you away. I broke your knife using the same method as Lin Yi, pushing you out with hidden strength. What do you think comparing me to Lin Yi? Yang Zihua was greatly shocked. You are a master of transformation. He shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. Impossible. Li Mukin no longer explained, but walked towards Lin Xiaoheng. Lin Xiaoheng cried in fear, Dad, save me. Dad. Lin Lifeng finally changed his expression, anxiously saying, "Wait. Let my son go. Whatever you want, I can give it to you." Li Mukin shook his head. "What I want you cannot give." After saying that, he gently waved his hand. His fingers swept across Lin Xiaohang's cheek. Before Lin Xiaohang even realized what was happening, a mouthful of his teeth had already fallen out. He spat them out and incoherently called out a few times, "Dad," then began to wail like a child. Yang Zihua stood by, not daring to intervene. Li Mukin raised his leg and placed his foot on Lin Xiaohang's other leg. Lin Lifeng finally felt fear. Watching his son being harmed and having no way to act, it was a humiliation and helplessness he had never felt in his life. "Li Mukin, what do you want in order to let my son go?" Lin Lifeng shouted hysterically. Li Mukin gently moved his foot away and said, "Then tell me, where is the shaman who cast the Nailhead Arrow spell?" The Nailhead Arrow Scroll. Lin Lifeng clearly heard the term for the first time, his face clouded with bewilderment. Li Mukin couldn't help but wonder, had his judgment been mistaken? "To whom did you disclose Elder Lin's birth date and time?" He rephrased the question. Lin Lifeng hesitated slightly, but upon glancing at his son lying motionless on the floor, he sighed deeply and said, "If I tell you, will you spare my son?" Li Mukin let out a cold, mirthless laugh, a sound that sent a shiver down Lin Xiaohang's spine. "Very well," Li Mukin replied disdainfully. "To me you are no more than ants crawling beneath my feet. So long as you do not court death yourselves, you shall live. However, if you dare deceive me, it will not be merely your son's life that is forfeit." These words struck deep into Lin Lifeng's heart. He had lived half a lifetime without ever enduring such humiliation. "Fine, I'll tell you." It was Zhao Qinyang. His body trembled faintly as he struggled to maintain composure. Seeing Li Mukin still wear an expression of utter blankness, Lin Lifeng continued. "In Huqing there are 4 great clans: Lin, Zhaofeng, and Cha. The Cha family's roots lie in Haiqing." Seeing Li Mukin still wear an expression of utter blankness, Lin Lifeng continued. "In Huqing there are 4 great clans: Lin, Zhaofeng, and Cha. The Cha family's roots lie in Haiqing, and they maintain little contact with the others. The remaining 3 families each possess distinct advantages, competing fiercely while occasionally cooperating. At present, both the Lin and Zhao families are surging ahead of the Fengs, making their rivalry especially intense. Openly and covertly, each deploys its own stratagems. Whichever prevails shall become Huqing's undisputed foremost power. Is winning mere prestige really so vital? It is far more than prestige alone. To reign supreme in Huqing means wielding decisive influence over policy-making and urban development, commanding the lion's share of local resources, and securing greater favor from provincial and even higher-level authorities. So, you betrayed your own clan to aid the Zhao family. Would I truly serve Zhao willingly? I merely think further ahead. Lin Xiaoxing is indecisive by nature. Under his leadership, countless golden opportunities have slipped away unclaimed. Just a few years ago, we held clear advantages in real estate and photovoltaic industries. Yet in the end, the Zhao family matched us stride for stride, even allowing the Fengs to carve out a share. The massive Lingshan Lake development project, seized entirely by the Fengs. Just a few years ago, we held clear advantages in real estate and photovoltaic industries. Yet in the end, the Zhao family matched us stride for stride, even allowing the Fengs to carve out a share. The massive Lingshan Lake development project. Watching Lin Lifeng seethe with fury, Li Mukin believed this might indeed be truth. Lin Xiaoxing's temperament is gentler, more sincere than Lin Lifeng's, charmingly described as a modest gentleman, harshly as naive and rigid. Lin Lifeng, by contrast, is a man who stops at nothing. Li Mukin may know little of commerce, but he understands human nature profoundly. Like cultivation itself, reckless haste and short-term gains inevitably lead to stunted growth, like pulling up seedlings to hasten their height. Were Lin Lifeng to manage the Lin family's enterprises, perhaps for several years the Lin clan would indeed dominate Huqing, but in time inevitable decline would follow. Thus, Elder Lin's choice of Lin Xiaoxing as patriarch was no act of paternal favoritism. Yet in Lin Lifeng's eyes, the elder had shown blatant partiality. He felt himself superior to Lin Xiaoxing in every respect, yet remained perpetually overshadowed. This injustice festered within him until over time it twisted his psyche, breeding deep-seated hatred toward both Lin Xiaoxing and Lin Xiaoxing. Li Mukin saw Lin Lifeng utterly transparent. "Do you know what Zhao Qinyang intends to do with Elder Lin's birth date and time?" "Yes, I know. They engaged a feng shui master reputedly skilled in Yinyang arts, capable of calculating lifespans. They took Elder Lin's birth data solely to determine how many days remain in his life. Is that truly all? What else could it possibly be?" Li Mukin shook his head. "You've been used as a pawn and remained blissfully unaware. Yes, they hired someone, but not a feng shui master. A sorcerer. They acquired Elder Lin's birth data to perform the Nailhead Arrow Scroll, a dark sorcerous art. Once enacted, the victim perishes violently within 7 to 14 days. no exception. This cannot be true. Lin Lifeng exclaimed stunned. Humph, mere mortals like you could never comprehend such esoteric arts. Tell me, when Zhao Qinyang obtained Elder Lin's birth data, did he also take yours? Did he claim he would calculate whether you possessed the destiny to ascend as Lin family patriarch? Lin Lifeng stared thunderstruck. A veteran of countless commercial battles and seasoned judge of character, he grasped the implication instantly. If Li Muqin spoke truth, if such a sorcerous art truly existed, then Zhao Qinyang could today employ the sorcerer to slay Elder Lin. And tomorrow he could just as easily extinguish Lin Lifeng's life at will. Lin Lifeng had imagined leveraging Zhao's power to first usurp Lin Xiuxing's position, then, armed with cunning and capability, topple the Zhao family entirely. He never imagined his own life now hung suspended by a thread in Zhao's hands. At this realization, cold sweat broke out across Lin Lifeng's brow. No, it's impossible. Such sorcery cannot exist in this world. Even now disbelief gripped him, refusing to accept either the existence of such arcane arts, or that Lin Lifeng had been so thoroughly deceived by Zhao Sihai's son. The next day, Li Muqin reported to work at Qimin restaurant as usual. Business was extraordinarily brisk. Many unfamiliar faces arrived, some singly, others in clusters of 3 or 5. All were generous patrons, ordering only the restaurant's most expensive dishes. The kitchen staff made 2 extra trips to the farmer's market to restock. With insufficient staff, even the owner donned an apron and served tables, darting about in frantic circles. Behind the bar, the owner's wife tallied receipts and counted cash, her face radiant with delight. She abandoned her hair appointments and mahjong games entirely. Only after 3 p.m. did the rush finally subside. When Chef Rong and his assistant Xiao Yang emerged from the kitchen, they were drenched head to toe, like drowned chickens. Chef Rong fanned himself with his cap and grumbled, "Boss lady, what special occasion is today? If every day were like this, I'd need a raise." His apprentice, Xiao Yang, chuckled beside him. "Raise, raise, raise." The boss lady beamed, blossoming like spring flowers. "If business stays this lively, daily raises are guaranteed. Just look how exhausted Chef Rong is." Chef Rong was stout, broad-head, thick-necked, the very image of a traditional cook, yet his skin was remarkably fair, even paler than the boss lady's. Sweat glistened on him like jade submerged in water. "Hey Shaoli, why aren't you sweating? You've been rushing about just as much. Surely you haven't been slacking off." Li Muqin smiled faintly. "It's innate." "Huh, a celestial being." Chef Rong marveled. "My master once told me, once one ascends to immortality, the skin becomes smooth as congealed cream, blood transforms into luminous white essence. Even cast into a furnace, one would not perspire." The boss lady retorted, "Well, I don't sweat either. Does that mean I'm nearing immortality too? Please, while you've sat comfortably behind the bar all day bathed in air-conditioned coolness, where would sweat come from?" "Nonsense. I've helped clear tables too. Am I truly as lazy as you claim?" She shot Chef Rong a sharp, reproachful glance. Chef Rong laughed heartily. "I'm just a humble cook. You pay my wages and feed me. How dare I presume to critique you?" A thought stirred in Li Muqin's mind. "Chef Rong, your accent suggests Beijing origin." "Ah, this tone's been with me since childhood. Decades have passed, yet home dialect clings stubbornly." A flicker of wistfulness dimmed his eyes, perhaps stirred by memories of his native city. "How long have you been away from Beijing?" "Oh, that's a long time indeed. Over 20 years, I'd say. When I first left Beijing, I was just as dashing as you. Long-haired, carrying a cleaver strapped across my back, far more stylish than any guitar-toting rock star. Ah, time spares no one." He rubbed his partially bald crown and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Then Chef Rong, tell us tales of old Beijing." Li Muqin feigned deep fascination with the capital. Old Beijing holds countless stories. The swindles of Lulikang, the legends of Tianxiao, the romantic intrigues of the 8 great alleys. Which tale shall I recount? If imperial court chronicles interest you, you've come to the wrong person. Ask a eunuch instead. "Ha ha," Li Muqin said, "tell us instead of Beijing's aristocratic families." "A wealthy family." Master Rong was taken aback. "There are countless rich people in the capital. What counts as wealthy? Is someone who rides a bicycle to work and lives alone in a courtyard considered wealthy? If every item in the house is an antique, even the cat's bowl, made of yuan blue and white porcelain, does that count as wealthy? Or if someone runs a ranch raising 10,000 sheep just to make their pet sheepdog happy, is that considered wealthy?" "Wow." Xiao Yang gave a thumbs up. "I wonder what these rich people eat. Do they really have to eat something worth thousands every meal?" Master Rong said, "Rich people are still human. They can fill up on half a gene of meat, but would surely vomit if they ate 3 genes. Do you think they have such extravagant meals every day? Are they the Empress Dowager Cixi? However, I have seen true wealth. In this lifetime, aside from the period under the emperor, I have never heard of anyone as wealthy as them." "Master, please stop teasing us. What exactly is so extravagant about it? Did they eat bear bile or tiger paws? Huh, what's that compared to? Master Rome scoffed. Back in the day, the Lee family in the capital hosted a distinguished guest with a lavish banquet. Now, that's what I call wealthy. If we're talking about wealthy families, that's a true wealthy family. Lee Myukin's spirit was lifted as he listened intently. Come on, master, do tell us, don't keep us in suspense. When others hold a banquet, the maximum is a Manchu Han imperial feast, which has 108 dishes, and they would need at least 5 top chefs, or even more than 10 if they wanted to be exquisite to prepare it. Master Rome spoke of this with a radiant expression, as if a general reminiscing about past battles. But the Lee family actually invited chefs from all 36 renowned restaurants in the capital to their home. With the help of apprentices, there were over 100 chefs just for the cooking, preparing all the famous dishes from the 8 major cuisines. What a spectacle! Who among you has seen something like this? Wow! Xiaoyang listened dumbfounded. Even Sister Mei was captivated by the story. Only Boss Wang remained perpetually cheerful, leaning against the bar. How much did that cost? Xiaoyang exclaimed. How much? Master Rong replied. Don't even mention the 800 dishes. Oh, just think about the expenses for the ingredients, and over 100 people. To arrange this, all 36 big restaurants had to close for a day. Can you imagine the loss? Hiss. Xiaoyang gasped. Would those restaurants agree? Hey, that's what true wealthy families do. Some things can't just be solved with money. If you asked today's billionaires to try, do you think those restaurants would be willing to close for them? You must understand, those 36 big restaurants are not ordinary establishments. They are supported by large groups and powerful forces. Many notable figures dine there daily. Master Rong, how come I've never heard of this? Sister Mei asked. Back then the information wasn't as developed as it is now. The media didn't report it, so outsiders naturally didn't know. How could such a big event not be reported? The Lee family didn't allow it to be reported. Who would dare to report it? Then Master Rong, how do you know so much? Me. He. Master Rong beamed with pride. My master was one of the chefs from those 36 restaurants. I was fortunate enough to assist him back then. I witnessed those 800 dishes prepared by the 36 chefs with my own eyes. Wow, master, you're amazing. Xiaoyang flattered Master Rong. Lee Myukin asked Master Rong, do you know who the guest was at the Lee family banquet? How would I know that? Lee Myukin asked Master Rong, do you know who the guest was at the Lee family banquet? However, I do know that the guest was a woman, because the Lee family's steward specifically instructed us to consider the unique preferences of female diners while preparing the dishes. A woman? Lee Myukin pondered. She must be a very important figure. If I can find her, perhaps I can uncover some clues. Master Rong, how much do you know about the Lee family? Lee Myukin asked. I'm just a cook. Once I finished helping my master, I packed up and left. How would I know about their affairs? Moreover, let me tell you, the prominent families in the capital are very low-key. I only learned about the Lee family during that incident. Just as Master Rong finished speaking, Boss Wang, who had been behind the bar, suddenly interjected. Master Rong, you had the chance to visit a wealthy family. Didn't you take anything? Master Rong's expression changed, and he angrily replied. Hey, you Wang Lao, what are you talking about? Do you know what is most important for a chef? Reputation. Do you understand? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll chop you. Boss Wang, being called Wang Lao, was not angry at all, and continued to smile. If you didn't take anything, then you didn't take anything. Why are you so worked up? You're acting as if you did take something. Hey, I'm telling you, Wang Lao, are you asking for trouble? Master Rong stood up, blowing his beard and glaring. Do you believe I will really chop you? Come on, chop me then. Boss Wang still smiled. Master Rong was about to rush into the kitchen to grab a knife, when Xiaoyang hugged him. Master, calm down. Calm down. Lee Myukin felt that these two were a bit strange. Sister Mei smiled and winked at him. Don't mind them, they are always like this. Lee Myukin seemed to understand something. Unable to get any more information from Master Rong, he asked Sister Mei for leave as he needed to visit the Lin family. Lin Shangyi had already been discharged from the hospital. Now that he knew the Zhao family was up to no good, there was no need to continue pretending to be sick in the hospital. After Lin Shangyi was discharged, he called Lee Myukin, urging him to visit before 5 in the afternoon. Lee Myukin had to help Lin Shangyi with acupuncture to extend his life, so he naturally agreed. Arriving at Beishi Mountain Villa, Lee Myukin saw Madame Lin Yanhuimin and Lin Manqing standing at the entrance. As soon as Lee Myukin appeared, Yanhuimin pointed at him and said, he's here. Suddenly she picked up a broom from the side and began sweeping the ground outside the door. Lee Myukin was dumbfounded, wondering what on earth was happening. He walked over to greet her. Madame Lin Manqing. Muching is here. Madame Lin responded with a smile, but her hands continued to sweep the ground, sweeping right to Lee Myukin's feet. Lee Myukin quickly stepped aside, moving 2 steps to the side. But as soon as he moved, Madame Lin followed suit. Wherever he went, she swept behind him. While sweeping, she said, Muching, come here, follow me. As she spoke, she swept and retreated, actually clearing the path for Lee Myukin to walk. Madam, what are you doing? Lee Myukin asked in surprise. What's with the madam? Call me auntie. Yin Huimin laughed, waving her broom. Looking at her clumsy movements, it was clear she didn't usually sweep. Li Mukin glanced at Lin Manqing. Lin Manqing could no longer hold back her laughter, and said, "Did you forget? Before you treated my grandfather you made a bet with my mom, right?" Li Mukin suddenly realized, and looked at the smiling Yin Huimin, whispering, "Seeing how happy your mom is, I feel like I lost. You're taking advantage, and still acting smart." Lin Manqing rolled her eyes at him. Li Mukin chuckled. Under Madame Lin's sweeping, he stepped onto a particularly clean thoroughfare entering the Lin residence. This scene left the security guard at the door dumbfounded. Madame Lin personally greeted him and swept the ground all the way in just like a doorman welcoming a guest. Seeing her like that, she seemed quite happy, as if she had just won the lottery. Who is this young man? Madame Lin actively tidied up the entrance, but it wasn't solely because she lost a bet. No one would be joyous and bustling about after losing a wager, even if Li Mukin demonstrated miraculous medical skills and cured the elder's ailment. She was elated due to the events of the previous night. Upon hearing that Li Mukin had broken Lin Xiaohang's leg, Yin Huimin was so delighted that she almost jumped up. This was something she had longed to do, but could not. That scoundrel Lin Xiaohang not only caused trouble outside, but had also bullied Lin Manqing and Lin Yun since childhood. Yin Huimin had long been displeased with him, but felt powerless. Li Mukin had avenged her. How could she not be happy? The key was that Lin Lifeng had also encountered troubles. This cousin from the Lin family had always been a major concern for Yin Huimin. She was well aware that Lin Lifeng was an ambitious man, always eyeing the position of the family head. As long as the elder was alive, he wouldn't dare to act excessively. Once the elder passed, no one knew what he might do. What worried her most was that Lin Lifeng had a genius son currently in the East Japan, rumored to be thriving. The elder even intended to designate a successor from a younger generation, planning to have Lin Xiaoping return to take over. Yin Huimin naturally disagreed, but her voice was weak and she was powerless. Yet her husband, being sentimental towards his brothers, was completely unguarded against Lin Lifeng. Now Lin Lifeng had encountered trouble. Although she wasn't quite clear on the specifics, Yin Huimin knew that Lin Lifeng had fallen and could no longer compete for the position of family head. The greatest threat to her husband's position had been eliminated. Yin Huimin viewed Li Mukin with newfound appreciation. The elder's insight truly was exceptional in this regard. She felt inadequate. This son-in-law was not only capable, but also a blessing for their family. The only thing that deeply worried her was that the last time Li Mukin came, he mentioned he was there to annul the marriage. At the time, she thought he was just looking for an excuse, but now she feared it might be true. Yin Huimin had deeply realized that she must tightly hold on to this future son-in-law and not let him slip away. She swept the floor all the way while welcoming Li Mukin into the house. The living room already had quite a few people seated, including Lin Xiaoxing and two couples. Everyone looked at Li Mukin with curiosity. Lin Manqing told him that these were her aunt and uncle. The younger one was her aunt named Lin Xiaofeng, who was her father's biological sister. Next to her sat her uncle named Shen Mingchuan from the Shen family in Gu City. Li Mukin speculated that the Shen family in Gu City must also be a significant family. Shen Mingchuan looked like he came from wealth, with an ingrained air of arrogance that was evident even while seated. In contrast, the other man beside him was completely different. This man was named Sun Guangfu, the husband of Lin Manqing's fourth aunt Lin Yue. The couple's attire and demeanor were vastly inferior to that of Shen Mingchuan and his wife. Moreover, Sun Guangfu had a sullen expression, clearly not enjoying the atmosphere. Lin Manqing mentioned that the elder had summoned everyone from the Lin family. These two couples were closer to her father Lin Xiaoxing, while a few others who were close to Uncle Lin Lifeng were currently in another villa. "Muching is here, come sit," Lin Xiaoxing called out warmly. "Hello, Uncle." Li Mukin sat down on the sofa next to Lin Manqing, then sat next to Madame Lin. As soon as she sat down, Madame Lin said, "Why are you sitting here? I still need to make tea. Go sit next to Mukin." Thus she was sent over. Lin Manqing blushed, and seeing that there was only an empty seat next to Li Mukin, she went to sit down. Madame Lin instructed someone to set up the tea set, and began to personally boil water and brew tea. The first cup was given to Li Mukin. "Mukin, here, drink tea." Watching Li Mukin take the teacup and sip the tea, Madame Lin happily began to brew tea for others. "Oh, sister-in-law personally brewing tea, this is a rare occurrence. Manqing, I'm lucky to have this fortune." Lin Xiaofeng took the teacup, talking about Manqing, but looking at Li Mukin. Madame Lin said, "Look at what you're saying. Ever since you married into the Shun family, you've forgotten your roots. Did you think about coming home while I was brewing tea? Isn't that coming back? Sister-in-law, you all should have informed us that Manqing's boyfriend was coming, and we weren't Lin Xiaofeng said cheerfully. Madame Lin replied, "We are all family, there's nothing to prepare. Mukin, don't mind your little aunt, is just talkative." Li Mukin felt awkward. How did he become her little uncle? Lin Xiaofeng said, "According to old customs, when the son-in-law arrives, we should give a red envelope." Mingxuan, do you have cash on you? Let's prepare a red envelope. Shin Mingxuan replied. Who carries cash these days? How much do you need? I can have someone bring it over. Yan Huimin hurriedly said, oh, no need for a red envelope, it's not like we're hosting a banquet. Lin Xiufeng insisted that won't do. With the new son-in-law visiting, we must give a red envelope, otherwise people will say the Lin family has no manners. Let's do it this way, I will transfer the money via mobile. Mukin, let's add each other on WeChat. Li Mukin felt a dark cloud over his head. Ooh, what was going on here? This enthusiastic little aunt of Manqing was a bit too much. He noticed that fourth uncle Sun Guangfu had an unpleasant expression. Li Mukin was unwilling to add Lin Xiufeng on WeChat, but felt it was hard to refuse. Just as it became awkward, the main door was pushed open and a man and a woman entered. The woman appeared to be in her 50s, plump, adorned in jewelry. The man was of similar age, tall and imposing, exuding an aura of authority. As soon as they entered, Lin Xiufeng immediately stood up, exclaiming, elder sister, brother-in-law. Yan Huimin's face turned sour, but she stood up. Others followed suit to greet them. Lin Manqing called out, aunt, uncle. Only Li Mukin remained seated. Lin Manqing gently tugged at him, but he remained unmoved. There were two reasons for his inaction. The first was that Li Mukin had no habit of standing up for others unless it was for his master. The second was that he sensed the ill intentions of these two individuals. Oh, quite a lively gathering, said the woman called elder sister with a cold smile. We are all descendants of the Lin family, all staying at Beishi Mountain Villa, but why is it so quiet in the other house? I sat over there and realized what it means to understand the world's warmth and coldness. Lin Xiufeng quickly replied, elder sister, that's not true. My younger siblings just arrived and should have come to greet you long ago. Indeed, elder sister, brother-in-law, please sit down and have tea together, Yan Huimin added. No tea for me. I heard the new son-in-law arrived, so I came to take a look. I presume this is him. The woman's gaze fell on Li Mukin. Li Mukin still did not move. The woman's expression darkened. With the new son-in-law visiting, I haven't prepared any gifts. According to old customs, I'll just give a red envelope. The woman took out a thick stack of cash from her bag. A total of 44444. Consider it my small gesture. Saying this, she flicked her hand, throwing the cash towards Li Mukin. The money flew through the air. The people in the room were stunned. To throw money at someone's face was a huge insult. Moreover, to package it in such an unlucky number showed great animosity. The money fluttered down to the ground. However, not a single bill touched Li Mukin. It was as if there was an air wall around him, with the red bills swirling around and falling like autumn leaves. The woman sneered. The red envelope has been given and the customs have been observed. Now we should settle accounts. I heard that you broke my nephew's leg last night. Lin Kaisheng's expression changed slightly. Elder sister, this matter has its reasons. Shut up. The woman glared at him. I'm not asking you now. If you protect him, I'll deal with you together. Lin Kaisheng's face turned cold, a hint of anger brewing within him, but due to the other party's status, he held his tongue. What? Not daring to admit it. Weren't you very heroic last night? Now you're acting like a coward. Li Mukin looked at her and asked, who are you? The woman was taken aback and laughed coldly. You dare to ask who I am? Ask them who I am. Lin Manqing whispered to Li Mukin. This is my elder aunt Lin Lai, the biological sister of my uncle. Beside her is my uncle Yuan Guocheng. What do you want? Li Mukin was not actually interested in who she was. He just needed to know who this person was since someone was throwing money at him. It's nothing. I just want to ask you, is it you who broke my nephew Xiaoheng's leg? Yes. If you admit it so readily, then tell me who instructed you to do this. Lin Lai's gaze swept over Lin Xiufeng. Lin Xiufeng frowned, while Yan Huimin's expression changed dramatically. No one instructed me, Li Mukin replied. Yan Huimin let out a sigh of relief. She truly worried that Li Mukin would out of fear say that it was Lin Xiufeng who instructed him to do it. This woman Lin Lai was not simple. She was bold and decisive. The old man said that if she weren't a woman, she would definitely be a fierce general of the Lin family. The key was that her husband Yuan Guocheng was from the Yuan family in Qiantang. Although Yuan Guocheng was not the head of the Yuan family, his status there was not low. The Yuan family was a prestigious family in Qiantang. It was second only to the Qian family and the Gao family. The Lin family was a top-tier family in Huqing, but compared to those prominent families in Qiantang, they still fell short. This elder sister was originally a formidable character, and with the Yuan family backing her, she was even harder to deal with. Lin Lai was the biological sister of Lin Lai Feng, and Lin Xiaoheng was her biological nephew. Lin Xiaoheng had become so arrogant not only because Lin Lai Feng had spoiled his son excessively after the early death of his wife, but also due to the influence of his aunt. Now that her biological nephew had his leg broken by Li Mukin, how could she not intervene? But Yan Huimin did not expect her to be so direct, coming to find Li Mukin to settle the score. Moreover, judging by her tone, it seemed she was attributing this debt to Lin Xiufeng. No one instructed you. Ha ha. Lin Lai laughed. With your courage you dare to touch my nephew. I don't believe you. Kid, don't let others use you as a pawn without realizing it. Elder sister, aren't you being a bit excessive? Lin Xiaoxing could no longer hold back, saying, this is my home. Today my fourth sister and younger sister are all here. It's rare for everyone to gather. If you are here to drink tea, we welcome you. But if it's about something else, it's best to wait until the old man finishes the family meeting to discuss it. Lin Lai snorted coldly. What are you trying to use the old man to suppress me? My brother is afraid, but I am not afraid. Yuan Guoqing chuckled and said, we are all family. Xiaoxing, it's not me, your brother-in-law, who is saying this, but you are at fault here. Everyone knows about the matters between you and Lai Feng, but you shouldn't involve the younger generation and injure someone. Your sister is angry, and you can understand that, right? Haha. Yin Huimin knew that Yuan Guoqing was just a smiling tiger. His words sounded nice, and as Lin Kaiasheng's younger brother, he really couldn't say much. But if he remained silent, all the pressure would fall on Li Mukin alone. Yin Huimin felt a bit sorry for her son-in-law. On the first day visiting, he was supposed to be happy, but instead he encountered this fierce woman. Li Mukin leaned back on the sofa looking at Lin Lai and saying, I was the one who hit him. If he is not convinced, I can gladly hit him again. Lin Lai was furious, pointing at Li Mukin and saying, good, you have guts. Just wait and see, you will get your comeuppance. My nephew has suffered so much, I will make you pay double. With that she turned and left. Yuan Guoqing shrugged at Lin Xiaoxing. Alas, Xiaoxing, I can't help you anymore. He shook his head and followed Lin Lai out. Suddenly Li Mukin said, wait a minute. The two turned around and looked at Li Mukin. What are you scared? It's not too late to be scared now. As long as you reveal the mastermind, I won't make things difficult for you, and can even give you a lot of money. Li Mukin bent down and began to pick up the money on the ground. Lin Lai coldly watched a smile unconsciously forming on her lips, while the others all frowned. Mu Qinyu. Yin Huimin felt even worse, as if she had swallowed a fly. Even Lin Manqing was puzzled. Li Mukin seriously picked up the money one bill at a time and stacked it in his hands. Then he stood up and walked in front of Lin Lai. The person who can instruct me behind my back hasn't even been born yet. If you want to take revenge on your nephew, feel free to come. I am always ready to welcome you. As for this money, I will return it to you. 44,004, not a single bill missing. With that he flicked his hands, scattering the money all over the place. Lin Lai was taken aback, not knowing whether to dodge or unable to dodge, as the money fell onto her face in a shower. The living room fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of bills fluttering filled the air, scattering all over the floor. Lin Lai was stunned. Throughout her life, she had always been the one in charge, and no one dared to treat her this way. Anger, shame, and unwillingness surged in her heart. Unable to bear it, she let out a desperate. Even her husband Yuan Guoqing was startled. Madam, are you alright? I want him dead. Yuan Guoqing frowned. He didn't regard Li Mukin as a threat, nor did he think much of Lin Xiaoxing, but after all they were in Huqing. The old man of the Lin family was still present. He pointed at Lin Xiaoxing, and then at Li Mukin. You little brat, you have guts. And then he helped Li Mukin remained unbothered, turning back to sit on the sofa, as if nothing had happened. The silence in the living room lasted for several minutes. Yin Huimin, with a worried expression, said, what should we do? That elder sister. Lin Xiaoxing also frowned tightly, but still reassured her, it will be fine. The elder sister is just angry, she will calm down in time. Humph. The younger aunt Lin Xiaoxing curled her lip. Brother, you know what kind of person the elder sister is. When has she ever suffered such a loss? With her personality, if it weren't for our old man still being alive, do you think she wouldn't have torn into you on the spot? Oh, my new brother-in-law, why are you even arguing with her? She's just an old witch. Nearby Shen Mingshan reminded, Xiao Feng, don't talk nonsense. That elder sister can say and do whatever she wants. If she says she wants the son-in-law dead, she will indeed take action. Our old man can keep her in check, but at most he can only stop her from making a move in the house. Once outside, no one can control her. What should we do then? Yin Huimin asked anxiously. Everyone's face was serious, and they couldn't think of a good solution. It was Lin Yue, the fourth aunt, who said, when soldiers come, we shall block them. When water comes, we shall dam it. Why are you all so afraid of her? Isn't it just relying on the Yuan family's power? Does the Lin family not have any strength to counter them? Lin Xiaofeng rolled her eyes. Fourth sister, you speak so easily. Do you know how much power the Yuan family holds in Qiantang? Who dares to confront the Yuan family aside from the Qian family and the Gao family? If they want to deal with Mu Chun, it wouldn't be difficult for them at all. I think we should still come up with a strategy, otherwise we will suffer a huge loss. The members of the Lin family began to discuss how to help Li Mukin avoid the revenge of Lin Lai and Yuan. Lin Manqing could no longer listen and said, Mom, Aunt, why do you speak as if this is only about Mukin? He clearly offended Aunt for the sake of our family. So we are trying to help him. Lin Xiaofeng said he was too impulsive earlier. Why throw money in Aunt's face? Wouldn't it have sufficed to let her vent her anger? Now look what happened offending the Yuan family. We may be fine, but you still have to go to Qiantang for school, Yin Huimin said. Why not go abroad instead? If it's just about dealing with Mukin, it's no big deal. At worst, he just won't go to Qiantang. What worries me is that the Yuan family might use this as an excuse to mobilize their family power against the Lin family. That shouldn't be the case. The elder brother-in-law is not a core figure in the Yuan family. They wouldn't mobilize their family power over such a trivial matter, would they? You can never be sure. The Yuan family has long wanted to extend their reach into Huqing, but they have refrained from competing openly with the Lin family due to their familial ties and cannot collaborate with the Lin family's rivals. This time, they've been given a perfect excuse to advance into Huqing. If they join forces with the Zhao and Feng families, the Lin family will be in peril. Shen Mingxuan, who understood the market dynamics, spoke confidently. I even suspect that the elder sister's commotion was incited by the elder brother-in-law, Shen Mingxuan said. What? Everyone was taken aback, finding his reasoning compelling. Then what should we do? Yin Huimin recalled how her husband had been struggling in business recently, and with the elder's poor health, if the Yuan family stirred trouble in Huqing, it would truly be a disaster. Sister-in-law, in my opinion, the only solution now is to have Mukin temporarily leave the Lin family and find a place to hide. You mentioned going abroad earlier, I think that's a good idea. Lin Xiufeng said. Yin Huimin nodded. All right, let's send them both abroad. Mom, this is too hasty, isn't it? Lin Manqing interjected. I am doing well at South River University. What do you know? This is for your own good. Yin Huimin urged earnestly. Li Mukin felt quite speechless as this entire family had been conversing as if he didn't exist. He stood up and left without caring about anyone else's opinion. The Lin family members frowned at his departure. Ha, truly ungrateful. Lin Xiufeng was quite displeased. Yin Huimin defended Li Mukin, saying Mukin has grown up in a different environment than us. Please don't take it to heart. What difference in environment? Having no rules means there are no rules. If that's the case, it's even worse not to have any brains. Did you think the elder sister was afraid to act against you just now? That's because you are in this room. You are the future son-in-law of the Lin family. Once you leave this room, you are nothing. Lin Xiufeng looked at Li Mukin with a hint of pity. I truly don't understand where you found the courage to throw money in the elder sister's face. Offending the Yuan family means you can only hide here to preserve your life. Xiufeng. Lin Xiu's voice rang out. Don't speak carelessly. Brother, I'm just looking out for you. He is the junior. Isn't it permissible for me as his aunt to say a few words? Besides, he hasn't even officially joined the family yet. Li Mukin smiled and continued walking, saying, thank you for your kindness, but I don't need anyone to protect me, nor can you protect me. As for the Yuan family, they are not worthy of my concern. He walked out without looking back. Lin Xiufeng was stunned. Sister-in-law, the son-in-law you found. She pointed to her head. Is there something wrong here? Uncle Sun Guangfu, who had been silent, watched Li Mukin's figure disappear at the door with a hint of envy in his eye. What a fine young man. Unperturbed by material gains or losses, even with humble beginnings, he does not fear power. Aware of the danger, yet still going his own way, that's the essence of a hero. TCH quoting classics. Lin Xiufeng muttered, turning her face away disdainfully. The others remained silent, as if no one took Sun Guangfu's words seriously. Only the fourth aunt Lin Yue wore a serious expression and shot Sun Guangfu a glare. Sun Guangfu sighed lightly and lowered his head. Young man, I hope you can hold on and not be crushed by the burdens of life. In my younger days, I was just like you, full of vigor, pointing out the world passionately, writing, viewing the wealthy as dirt. Alas, now I can only sit here struggling to even speak. Sun Guangfu felt an impulse to rise, just like Li Mukin, to stand up and walk out, leaving behind all these noisy women, including his own wife. But he knew he could no longer do that. After studying the classics for most of his life, he ultimately learned the hard lessons of life. Even Confucius cannot stand against capitalists. Li Mukin was unaware of what those in the villa were thinking, nor did he care. He walked along the garden path, moving around the manor. Beishi Mountain Villa is quite large. According to standard real estate projects, such a piece of land could easily accommodate at least 100 villas, and that would still be high-end. Yet there are only 17 houses in total, with the rest being greenery and pavilions. Instead of a villa area, it is more like a garden. Li Mukin looked up at the sky. The faint clouds still lingered, dimming the sky slightly, but ordinary people couldn't notice it with the naked eye. To break the situation of the clouds covering the peak is actually quite simple. But Li Mukin wasn't planning to do so now. Firstly, he wasn't sure who was casting the spell. Breaking the spell would alert the snake. Secondly, he felt that the internal problems of the Lin family were numerous, and encountering some hardships might be a good thing. If it weren't for repaying the old master Lin's kindness, he wouldn't care about this matter at all. The person who set the cloud covering formation is likely the same one who used the cursed arrow technique. This person should still be in the Zhao family. Mukin. Lin Manqing chased after him. Li Mukin turned back. What's wrong? Is there something? Oh, it's nothing. When the two were alone, Lin Manqing noticed her heart rate accelerating. What was happening? She didn't understand. When she first met him, she felt nothing at all. Even when he escorted her home and saved her halfway, she merely regarded him as a benefactor or a friend. Why did everything change once she learned he was her grandfather's designated fiancé? Did that engagement hold such magical power to alter a person's perception? Lin Manqing seemed to understand, yet not understand. I am afraid you might get lost. She lowered her head, staring at her toes. Li Mukin indeed didn't know the way. Then you can be my guide. Sure. Lin Manqing smiled, and the two walked side by side under the shade. Actually, don't take it too seriously. My aunts are just like that. Sometimes their words aren't pleasant, but they mean no harm, Lin Manqing cautiously explained, fearing Li Mukin would be upset. I don't care, Li Mukin replied. Really don't care? Really? Then. Lin Manqing looked earnestly at Li Mukin. What do you care about? Me. Li Mukin looked seriously at Lin Manqing. I care about you as long as you're different from them. Lin Manqing, I know you're just flattering me. You don't care about anything, but I'm still very happy. The two smiled at each other, sitting on a rock in the artificial mountain, watching the sunset on the horizon. Suddenly a sound of a bell echoed from somewhere, startling a flock of birds. Lin Manqing said the family meeting is about to start. Oh, I should go. At that moment Lin Haiming approached. Young master, Lin Haiming maintained that special form of address. The elder asked you to help him with acupuncture. Aren't we having a family meeting? Li Mukin questioned, puzzled, as the elder wasn't really ill, he just needed true energy to sustain his life until the spell was broken. Acupuncture and medicine have limited effects, it's more for show. Lin Manqing felt a surge of joy and whispered, Grandpa is inviting you to the family meeting too. You are still not a member of the Lin family. Only by using this method can you enter the ancestral hall with legitimate. The ancestral hall of the Lin family is located in the southwest corner of the Beishi Mountain Villa, where there stands a separate building entirely styled after ancient family ancestral temples. The hall is spacious, featuring not only the main chamber for honoring ancestral tablets, but also resting rooms and a meeting room. Lin Shangyi reclined on a rattan chair in the resting room, his eyes gently closed. Li Mukin sat beside him, his fingers resting on the old man's pulse. Lin Shangyi's energy was relatively stable. After the infusion of true qi, his vital signs had stabilized, yet his soul remained exceedingly weak. It was evident that the wizard who had cast the nail-head arrow spell had not given up. If that person were not found, Lin Shangyi would still perish within 3 days. Li Mukin was acutely aware of this. A strand of true qi flowed into Lin Shangyi's body, and he slowly opened his eyes. With a long sigh he remarked, "Oh, that feels good. It seems I can live a few more days with this old body of mine." Li Mukin chuckled, "Your health seems fine. With a solid foundation, barring any unforeseen circumstances, living past 100 is entirely feasible. Thank you for your kind words. I am already over 80, living past 100 matters little. In 100 years one often harbors worries of 1,000 years. Living a few more years only adds to the burdens of life. Right now all I want is to arrange my affairs properly, so there are no disturbances at home after I depart." Li Mukin chose not to respond to this. He was unfamiliar with the Lin family's matters and felt it was inappropriate to interject. However, the old man seemed to feel differently. "Mukin, my eldest nephew, is indeed a bit of a wastrel, lacking proper upbringing since childhood. For my sake, please do not hold it against him. Lai Feng is my brother's son. During the calamity that befell the Lin family, had it not been for my brother, I would have perished back then." Li Mukin understood the old man's meaning and replied, "I do not concern myself with Lin Shaoheng, but if they provoke me again, I cannot guarantee anything to you." Lin Shangyi nodded, sighed, and said, "All right, if they cause trouble again, I will not be able to protect them. You all go wait for me in the meeting room. I will speak with Chanming briefly and join you." The family meeting room was on the second floor of the ancestral hall. By the time Li Mukin entered, it was already filled with people. All eyes turned to him, and whispers filled the air. Seeing him beside Lin Manqing, those who had not met him before guessed that he was the new son-in-law designated by. However, they did not expect Lin Manqing to be so direct as to bring him into the Lin family's ancestral hall. According to the Lin family rules, only after a formal marriage could a wife or husband attend such family meetings. The meeting room was large, and Li Mukin noticed that the seats of the Lin family members were distinctly divided into two factions. One side centered around Lin Kaisheng's family, including Lin Xiufeng and Lin Yue, along with many faces he had never seen before. The other side was centered around Lin Laifeng, and included Lin Lai and Yuan Guoqing, with fewer members compared to the former. At this moment Lin Laifeng, despite sitting amidst a crowd, wore a troubled expression. Upon seeing Li Mukin enter, his face grew even darker. Lin Lai, upon seeing Li Mukin, was filled with anger, standing up to loudly question, "What are you doing here? This is the Lin family's ancestral hall, and a family meeting. What qualification do you have to attend? It's grandfather who allowed him." Lin Manqing attempted to explain, but she was interrupted by Lin Lai. "Don't casually bring up the old man. The Lin family's rules were established by our ancestors. Even if the old man designated a marriage arrangement until they are married, he is not a member of the Lin family. and has no right to enter the ancestral hall. Lin Lai, being the eldest sister of the Lin family, was always assertive and wielded significant influence owing to her husband's power in Shantung. Moreover, what she said was indeed true. The Lin family had such rules, and Li Mukin entering the ancestral hall violated them. People began to murmur softly, "Yes, how can he come here before marriage?" Young people these days really don't understand the rules. Some who were unaware asked, "Is this Manking's boyfriend? Which family is he from?" "I don't know, it seems the old man arranged this betrothal long ago." "What kind of young master is he?" "I heard he used to scavenge for scraps. Who knows how much the old man drank back then to arrange this marriage?" "A scavenger? That can't be true." Listening to these discussions, Lin Manqing felt extremely embarrassed. However, as a younger generation, she had no voice in such a place and did not know how to explain. Lin Madam Yan Huimin, feeling sorry for her daughter, stepped forward to say, "Sister, what you said is harsh. The younger generation is inexperienced. It's not that serious." Yan Huimin did not know that it was Lin Shangyi who had invited Li Mukin, and she thought that Lin Manqing had independently decided to bring him, and hence her words carried a hint of insecurity. Lin Lai sneered, "The younger generation is inexperienced, but are you also ignorant? Is violating ancestral rules not serious? It seems your Yin family's upbringing is lacking. But don't forget, this is the Lin family's ancestral hall, not your Yin family." Yan Huimin's face flushed red. Lin Lai's words were not just an attack on her, but also included her maternal family. Yet she found it difficult to refute, as her daughter had indeed acted improperly first. She glanced at Lin Manqing, inwardly chastising her for being so hasty. Lin Lai coldly regarded Yan Huimin and Lin Xiaoxing, saying, "What does the head of the Lin family not even take ancestral rules into account? Should we discuss whether to change the rules, or perhaps change the family head?" Lin Kaisheng's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Manqing, you take Mukin home first." Lin Manqing anxiously said, "Dad, it was grandfather who invited him." Lin Lai sneered, "Who are you trying to fool? The old man values rules above all. How could he allow an outsider into the ancestral hall for a family meeting? I think you are infatuated, bewitched by this man. A person with no father to teach him and no mother to raise him has no right to marry into the Lin family. If you marry him, how will your father have any face to sit in the position of family head?" Lin Manking's face turned crimson. A glint of cold light flickered in Li Mukin's eyes. Ignoring the scornful or sympathetic gazes from the crowd, he grasped Lin Manking's hand, maneuvering through the throng to stand beside Lin Xiaoxing and Yan Huimin, saying, "Manqing, have a seat." "And you?" Lin Manqing seemed to sense Li Mukin's intentions, looking at him with some concern. "Me?" Li Mukin smiled, "It seems some people do not welcome me." He turned around, slowly walking up to Lin Lai. "Who just said that someone with no father to teach them and no mother to raise them?" "I was referring to you." The word "you" had just left his lips. Slap. In the astonished expressions of everyone, he unexpectedly slapped Lin Lai across the face. The entire hall erupted in an uproar. In the Lin family, Lin Lai was the eldest sister, and apart from the old man, everyone was somewhat fearful of her. Even the old man had never struck her. Lin Lai stood there like a statue, unable to comprehend how an unwelcomed son-in-law had the audacity to strike her. Yuan Guoqing sprang up, raising his hand to strike Li Mukin, but upon seeing the icy glare from Li Mukin, he retracted his hand. You. Yuan Guoqing trembled as he pointed at Li Mukin. Lin Laifeng also stood up, abruptly glaring at Li Mukin, saying, "You dare to touch my sister? Li, do you dare to harm my sister?" Li Mukin coldly stared at him, saying, "I promised you yesterday that I would release your son. Today I just promised the old man not to hold it against you too. But if you provoke me again, do you think the old man can protect you?" Lin Laifeng glared at Li Mukin with venom. He had endured for so many years. If it weren't for this brat, his plans would have nearly succeeded. But he ultimately slumped down, for he knew he no longer had the chance to turn the tables, and today might be his last family meeting. Lin Xiaoxing also stood up, sternly saying, "Mukin, what are you trying to do? This is the ancestral hall. No disorder is allowed." Li Mukin replied, "It's nothing if this woman has a filthy mouth. If you Lin family cannot manage it, I will take care of it for you." Lin Xiaoxing couldn't help but feel some anger, not because Li Mukin struck Lin Lai, but because of Li Mukin's attitude. This was no ordinary unwelcome son-in-law. He was truly formidable. At this moment, the Lin family members could no longer sit still. They all stood up, glaring at Li Mukin. In the Lin family ancestral hall, in front of the ancestral tablets, slapping Lin Lai in public not only struck her face, but also the face of the entire Lin family. "Get out! Who do you think you are, daring to hit our eldest sister?" "Lin Xiaoxing, what do you mean? Are you deliberately bringing this person here to disgust us?" In an instant, the crowd was filled with indignation. Most of these people were unaware of what had happened last night, nor did they know the reasons behind Lin Lai's targeting of Li Mukin. Furthermore, they have always looked down on him, having heard that this uninitiated Lin family son-in-law came from a scavenging background. How could they tolerate a scavenger hitting the noble Lin family eldest sister? Some even directed their anger at Lin Xiaoxing, loudly demanding that he step down and relinquish the position of family head. Lin Xiaoxing wore a serious expression, unsure of how to explain the situation to everyone. He too felt that Li Mukin's actions were excessive, leaving him with no dignity. Yin Huimin was also anxiously pacing. Although slapping Lin Lai felt satisfying, they were in the Lin family ancestral hall, and such actions offended everyone in the Lin family. How could they ever set foot in the Lin family again? If it endangered her husband's status, it would be a loss beyond measure. Alas, this child truly had not seen the world and was too impulsive. Only Lin Manqing understood that Li Mukin was not inexperienced nor impulsive. He simply did not care about the attitudes of the Lin family members, including her father Lin Kaisheng's dignity. The Lin family regarded themselves as a prestigious clan, seeing themselves as superior, never imagining that someone would not hold them in high regard. In fact, in He City such a person had never existed before. But today that person had appeared. He was Li Mukin. Apart from Lin Manqing, her brother Lin Yun sitting beside her was probably one of the only two people in the room who did not find Li Mukin detestable. He looked at Li Mukin with curiosity, even with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Lin Yun was still in high school at the rebellious age. He had never liked this aunt who was domineering like an old witch. However, as a child of the Lin family, Lin Yun could do nothing. No matter how much he disliked her, he had to respectfully call her aunt, and if his tone showed even a hint of disrespect, he would be reprimanded by the adults. Today, Li Mukin did what he never dared to dream of. In his eyes, this was even more heroic than the heroes who defeated strongmen on television. From this moment on, Lin Yun recognized this brother-in-law. He quietly tugged at Lin Manqing's clothing, gave a thumbs up, made a face, and whispered, "Sister brother-in-law is awesome." Lin Manqing was worried and glared at him, saying, "Don't make a scene. Sister brother-in-law is becoming a public enemy. Won't you say something to help him?" Lin Yun said. Lin Manqing certainly wanted to speak up for Li Mukin, but in the ancestral hall, with so many elders present, she had no place to speak. She could only seek help from her mother. But Yin Huimin was also at a loss in this situation. She did not dare to overly defend him. After all, she was merely the Lin family's daughter-in-law. Moreover, she felt that Li Mukin's actions were problematic. While he vented his anger, he had put himself in a dire situation. With such a temperament, how would he protect Manqing in the future? A man with no background aside from some medical skills becoming a son-in-law in a prestigious family must learn to be humble, or else he would only suffer losses. Yin Huimin did not want her daughter to suffer alongside a reckless fool. She was already hesitating whether to acknowledge this marriage. Today, since Li Mukin had provoked public anger, perhaps she could take this opportunity to call off the engagement. Surely the old man would not oppose it. Of course, she was only thinking this. The key still lay in her husband's decision. As the head of the Lin family, Lin Xiaoxing was in a most difficult position. Supporting Li Mukin would mean facing the wrath of the entire family. However, if he were to expel Li Mukin, it would make him seem weak as the family head. Everyone knew that Lin Lai had always supported Lin Laifeng and had been competing with Lin Xiaoxing both openly and secretly. At this moment, those who yelled the loudest against Li Mukin were also close to Lin Laifeng's family. As for Lin Xiaofeng, Lin Yue, and others, although they also felt embarrassed, they remained silent. At this moment, Lin Lai, recovering from her shock, shouted, "Security! Security!" A few security guards rushed in. "Break his hand for me." Lin Lai pointed at Li Mukin and said. The security guards were unsure of what had happened and hesitated, unsure of what to do. However, seeing the Lin family members' furious expressions, they reluctantly moved closer to Li Mukin. "Wait." Lin Xiaoxing finally spoke up. However, seeing the Lin family members' furious expressions, they reluctantly moved closer to Li Mukin. "Wait." Lin Xiaoxing finally spoke up. At this moment, he could not remain silent. If he allowed Lin Lai to order the breaking of Li Mukin's hand, he would truly lose all face as the family head. Eldest sister, this is the ancestral hall. Hitting someone in front of our ancestors' tablets seems inappropriate, doesn't it? Lin Xiaoxing, are you still a member of the Lin family? Lin Lai sneered. Is it inappropriate for me to hit someone? But he can hit me. Has the Lin family fallen so low that we dare not retaliate when an outsider slaps us in the face? I don't want his life today, but I want his hand. Do the Lin family security guards have anyone capable? If not, I will call in my own bodyguards. As soon as she said this, people realized that today could not end peacefully. If Lin Lai called in her bodyguards, the Lin family would be thrown into complete chaos. This is the Lin family ancestral hall. As an uninitiated son-in-law, Li Mukin had already been criticized for entering, let alone her bodyguards. Lin Lai's bodyguards, who were also Yuan Guoqing's bodyguards, should not even be allowed through the Lin family's main gate, let alone the ancestral hall. Yuan Guoqing's face revealed a hint of excitement. If the Lin family were to descend into chaos, he could take the opportunity to seize the Lin family's power and assets, allowing the Yuan family to penetrate the He City market. His status in the Yuan family would naturally rise, and he might even have a chance to compete for the position of family head in the future. This foolish boy might be my lucky star, Yuan Guocheng thought, as he watched Li Mukin. Lin Kaisheng's eyelids twitched. He certainly could not allow Lin Lai to bring in her bodyguards. At this moment, he could only take Li Mukin away to quell the situation. After all, without his orders, the security guards would never break Li Mukin's hand. You all take him out first, Lin Xiaoxing ordered. No way, we must break his hand right here in front of our ancestors, Lin Lai insisted. Yuan Guocheng whispered something in Lin Lai's ear. Lin Lai nodded and loudly declared, if you Lin Xiaoxing let this kid walk out intact today, I will destroy the ancestral tablets. After all, the Lin family's face is already lost. Oh, what do we need the ancestral tablets for? Lin Kaisheng's face turned dark. He did not expect Lin Lai to say such harsh words. Just then a shout came from outside. I want to see who dares. The speaker was Lin Chanming. He pushed in a wheelchair with the elder of the Lin family, Lin Shangyi, seated in it. As soon as they entered, the ancestral hall fell silent. Lin Shanji's face was icy. He had been outside for a while and heard everything clearly. Mukin, you have slapped the Lin family in the face today, he said. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Manqing and everyone standing beside Lin Xiaoxing felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. However, Lin Laifeng felt a surge of joy. He thought that perhaps today would bring a turning point in his fate. Others looked at Li Mukin with mocking expressions as if they could already see the tragic ending awaiting this young man. It was impossible for him to become a son-in-law of the Lin family. How preserving his life might be the best outcome he could hope for. Li Mukin clasped his hands and said, Old sir, I meant no offense to the ancestors of the Lin family. My actions towards this woman were purely due to her foul mouth. If you think I slapped the Lin family's face, I apologize. His words were met with a chorus of laughter. Weren't you quite impressive just now? We thought you were something special, yet this is all you've got. What did you expect? Who does he think he is? Just a person from the streets? Manqing is such a wonderful girl, she represents the Lin family's face. How could she marry him? Exactly, the old sir must have been momentarily confused. Now that he's come to his senses, he's using this opportunity to kick him out. Is it really that simple to kick him out? Just wait and see how the eldest sister deals with him. If he can still breathe, he's lucky. Just as everyone prepared to watch Li Mukin's humiliation, the old man's next words left everyone dumbfounded. Well done. The old man suddenly raised his voice, coldly staring at the astonished people in the ancestral hall. Under his gaze, they seemed to be petrified. No one dared to speak, only the sound of their racing hearts could be heard. How many years has it been since the Lin family was slapped in the face? They've been living too comfortably. Uncle. Lin Lei's face turned pale, then flushed red. Despite holding the status of the eldest sister within the Lin family, and being able to act arrogantly, she dared not act recklessly before the old man. How could an outsider like him enter the Lin family's ancestral hall? I only spoke a couple of words and got slapped. I don't care about my face, but what about the Lin family's reputation? Does the Lin family even have a reputation anymore? Lin Shangyi exclaimed loudly, his face full of anger. Everyone was puzzled about what had happened and why the old man was so furious. Only Lin Laifeng felt a tightening in his heart, knowing he could no longer escape today. The person I brought in was him. My life was saved by him from the king of hell. Today during this family meeting, I fear my old bones won't hold up, so I asked Mukin to give me acupuncture. If this violates the Lin family's rules, then the fault lies with me. I will apologize to our ancestors. Are you all tired of me living so long? Don't be too hasty. I'm over 80 and won't live much longer. Uncle, that's not what I meant. Lin Lai said. Dad. Lin Xiaoxing said, lowering his head, I haven't managed this family while causing you worry. Lin Shangyi waved his hand. Enough, I don't blame you. The country's issues are not due to a single policy. I hold responsibility for the problems of the Lin family. Therefore today, I will announce a few matters as a way to address the descendants of the Lin family. The old man's words sounded like he was preparing for the end, which made the atmosphere in the ancestral hall extremely heavy, and people dared not even breathe. Lin Shangyi let out a long sigh, then beckoned Li Mukin. Mukin, come help me with acupuncture. Lin Chanming took out the prepared acupuncture tools. Li Mukin stepped forward and began to acupuncture Lin Shangyi in front of everyone in the ancestral hall. This time he didn't use any special techniques, it was just ordinary acupuncture. Having already infused true energy earlier in the lounge, there was no need to infuse again. He simply used acupuncture to help the old man circulate his energy, allowing the true energy already in his body to disperse better and nourish his aging limbs and organs. In just a short while, Lin Shanji's complexion became rosy, and there was a spark in his eyes. Li Mukin withdrew the needles. Lin Shangyi stood up from his wheelchair. He was tall and imposing. Although aged, he still exuded an extraordinary presence, standing there without anger, yet commanding respect. Only then did people believe that Li Mukin was indeed the one the old man had invited to help him recover. The old man's condition was severe, and just a few days ago, he had almost crossed into the afterlife, which everyone in the family naturally knew. However, except for close relatives, few knew that Lee Mukin was treating the old man. Even if they had heard, they only thought it was an exaggeration. Unexpectedly, this young man truly possessed miraculous healing abilities. No wonder the old man valued him so highly. As a result, many people's attitudes toward Lee Mukin began to change. Although Lin Lai was angry, she found it difficult to express it at this moment. If she continued to make things difficult for Lee Mukin, it would affect the old man's treatment. If anything happened to the old man, she would become the sinner of the Lin family. Yet she was not one to easily swallow her pride. Having been slapped, she had to find a way to retaliate. In her heart, she had already sentenced Lee Mukin to death countless times. She was just delaying the execution. "Dad, just tell us what you want." We're all listening, Lin Xiaoxing said. Lin Shangyi nodded, and said, "Today there are mainly two matters to address. The first matter is to deal with the family traitor." Family traitor. Most people were unaware of what had happened last night, so they felt puzzled by the old man's mention of a family traitor. "Charming, you announce it," Lin Shangyi said wearily. Lin Shanming stepped forward and pointed at Lin Lifeng in front of everyone, saying Lin family's ungrateful son Lifeng colluding with outsiders, conspiring with demons to harm the old man's life. The evidence is conclusive. Today, in front of our ancestors, we will execute the family law. Lin Lifeng, do you have anything to say? A commotion erupted below. Everyone knew that Lin Lifeng was one of the old man's most trusted individuals and a strong contender for the position of the Lin family head. There were even rumors that the old man intended to pass the position of family head to Lin Lifeng. Moreover, he had a genius son in the East whom the entire family held high hopes for, destined to inherit the family business. What could he gain by colluding with outsiders? Lin Lifeng, sitting in the front row, initially held a glimmer of hope, but upon hearing Lin Shanming's stern words and the mention of executing family law, he finally became frightened and knelt down with a thud. "Uncle, I was wrong, I confess. But I truly did not collude with outsiders, nor did I ever think of harm." Lin Shangyi said in a deep voice, "Since you know your false state clearly in front of everyone what your mistakes were before our ancestors." Yes. Lin Lifeng knelt before the ancestral tablets and recounted how he was deceived by the Zhao family, tricked into giving the old man's birth date under the pretense of fortune-telling, and how he brought a sorcerer to the house to read the phone, Shui, ultimately causing the old man to be afflicted by sorcery and nearly lose his life. He did not conceal anything, knowing it was impossible to hide it. It was better to be straightforward and show a sincere attitude. Perhaps he could gain some sympathy. Clap, clap. The sound of crisp slaps echoed in the ancestral hall. This was Lin Lifeng slapping himself. "Enough." Lin Shangyi shouted before our ancestors, "Don't put on an act anymore." Shanming, according to family rules, how should he be dealt with? Lin Shanming said, "According to the Lin family rules, those who betray the family shall drown in the river." Lin Lifeng was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. "Uncle, for my father's sake, please spare me." Below, many people began to plead for Lin Lifeng. "Old sir, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on Lifeng. It was all the Zhao family's scheme." Yes, Lifeng was deceived by the Zhao family's trickery. Would just forgive him this once. The old man, however, seemed oblivious, weary as he slightly closed his eyes. Lin Xiaoxing furrowed his brow. As the family head, he held a position just below the old man's in the Lin family, making his words very important at this moment. However, he found it difficult to discern his father's intentions. Did he want Lin Lifeng to die, or to spare him? If he wanted Lin Lifeng dead, there was no need for such complexity. Lin Shanming could execute the family law directly. But if he wanted to spare him, he shouldn't have come to the ancestral hall to announce it publicly, waiting for others to plead. At that moment, the old man opened his eyes and looked at Lee Mukin beside him, asking, "Mukin, what do you think I should do?" Lin Xiaoxing suddenly understood that the old man's actions today were entirely for Lee Mukin's sake. He was giving Lee Mukin an opportunity to win over people's hearts, thereby smoothly integrating into the Lin family, leaving no room for dissent. With an 18-year engagement in hand, having saved the old man's life, having slapped the Lin family's eldest sister's face, now Lin family's eldest brother's life also lay in his hands. With just a word from him to spare Lin Lifeng, no one in the Lin family would dare to oppose him from then on. Establishing authority with virtue. The old man's methods were indeed remarkable. Yet Lin Xiaoxing couldn't help but feel that this was less about choosing a son-in-law and more about selecting a successor. Everyone turned to look at Lee Mukin. Although most people did not understand why the old man asked for Lee Mukin's opinion, they could tell that he valued him highly. His next words would likely determine Lin Lifeng's fate. In the Lin family, Lin Lifeng held the third position, essentially being the third most important person in the family, yet his fate rested in the hands of a young outsider, which felt rather strange. At this moment, however, no one dared to voice their doubts. Lin Lifeng's eyes showed a hint of pleading, yet he did not dare to meet Lee Mukin's gaze. Even Lin Lai felt a bit nervous, her body trembling slightly. She hadn't expected that her brother's life would ultimately be in Lee Mukin's hands. Lee Mukin remained calm. In the adjacent resting room, he had already promised the old man that as long as Lin Lifeng and his son did not provoke him, he would let them go. At this time he certainly would not take advantage of others' misfortunes to seek lives. However, as a disciple of Tiandu, he acted solely based on his own heart. Even knowing the old man's intentions, he would not actively seek to please the Lin family. This is a matter for the Lin family, unrelated to me. The old man can handle it as he wishes, he said. Unrelated to you. Lin Shangyi looked at him with a faint smile. Aren't you a member of the Lin family? Or do you not want to be one? Li Mukin smiled slightly and replied, I am Li Wu, I belong to the Li family. This answer caused an uproar among the crowd. Some felt regretful for him, thinking the old man's intentions were so obvious and he missed the opportunity. Others gloated, calling him a fool for refusing such wealth right before him. Lin Lai sneered, what a great member of the Li family. Don't put on such a nice front. If you want to be a son-in-law of the Lin family, just say so. Why talk about being from the Li family? We look down upon people like you who act like a whore while wanting to build a reputation. Li Mukin didn't even glance at her, completely ignoring her. Lin Lai felt disrespected and was furious, yet recalling her previous embarrassment, she didn't dare to say anything too outrageous. She could only silently vow to herself that she must not let Li Mukin become the Lin family's son-in-law. Without the old man's protection, he was just a grasshopper after autumn, unable to jump for long. Sooner or later he would fall into her hands, easily crushed. Just when people thought the old man would be angry due to Li Mukin's words of ingratitude, Lin Shangyi burst into laughter. Li ha. Good, you remind me of your grandfather's demeanor back in the day. I truly did not misjudge you, ha ha ha. The old man's laughter left others baffled. Li Mukin felt a stir in his heart, unsure whether the grandfather he referred to was his grandfather Lin Yuquan from Huqing, or the former head of the Li family, Li Tiance. You are indeed a Li, but do not forget that you have a marriage contract in your hands with your grandfather's and my handprints on it. According to our agreement, you are at least half a member of the Lin family. Lin Shangyi paused, glancing at Li Mukin. 18 years ago, I made a marriage agreement with an old friend who happens to be Mr. Li Mukin's grandfather. According to the agreement, when my granddaughter Lin Manqing comes of age, she will be betrothed to Mr. Li Mukin as his wife. Although many in the Lin family already knew about this matter, hearing it from the old man's mouth still felt different. Lin Lai furrowed her brows, pondering how to break up this engagement. On the other hand, Yin Huimin was overjoyed, since it was the first time in many years that the old man personally mentioned a marriage proposal in the ancestral hall. The significance of this engagement was substantial, and her husband's position might become even more secure because of it. Manqing. Lin Manqing heard her grandfather calling her. She lowered her head, her heart in turmoil, uncertain of what to do. Yin Huimin gently pulled her. The old man is calling you. Lin Manqing finally raised her head, meeting the old man's warm gaze, and the equally warm gaze of Li Mukin, though his also contained a restless element that made her heart race. Manqing, come here, Lin Shangyi said. Lin Manqing stood up, and under the watchful eyes of the family walked to Lin Shangyi's side, standing next to Li Mukin. She felt countless gazes upon her, her face burning like fire. After all these years, she had never felt this way before. Lin Shangyi looked at the two of them, a smile appearing on his aged face. Truly a match made in heaven. He felt fortunate for making the right decision back then. Dad, Lin Xiuxing hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. Isn't it a bit early to discuss marriage when Manqing is still in school? Lin Shangyi nodded. I know, which is why I plan to first have them engaged. I am old and do not know how many days I have left. While I am still alive, I want to hold a grand engagement banquet for them 3 days later. What do you all think? No one opposed. It was clear to everyone that this was a plan the old man had long thought out. Additionally, I have another announcement. I have already set up a will, and once they are married, I will hand over half of the Lin family's assets for them to manage, Lin Shangyi stated. Oh. This time, everyone was truly shocked. Although managing them and giving them outright ownership were two different concepts, the former was management rights, while the latter was ownership. Nevertheless, half of the Lin family's assets. Even the current head Lin Xiuxing could not control half of the Lin family's wealth. Moreover, the old man would not only grant management rights without giving any ownership. To offer management rights over half the assets, he would at least have to give them more than 10% ownership, otherwise the management rights would be a worthless promise. Even Lin Xiuxing was taken aback by the old man's decision. He didn't know whether to be happy or worried. With his daughter and son-in-law holding management rights over half of the Lin family's assets, plus any shares they might acquire, their family's influence within the Lin family would become overwhelmingly dominant, unshakable by anyone. Moreover, the old man's arrangements indicated that he would not give any opportunities to his nephew in the East. However, this left Lin Xiuxing in an awkward position. As the head of the family, he found himself unable to control as much wealth as his daughter and son-in-law. If his daughter and son-in-law were on his side, that would be one thing, but what if Li Mukin did not share his views? On this matter, nearly everyone felt opposed, including Lin Xiuxing and Yin Huimin. Yet seeing the old man's resolute gaze and the ancestral tablets of the Lin family, no one dared to voice their dissent. What's wrong? Do you all disagree? Lin Shangyi sneered. I know you wouldn't agree, which is why I said this is merely an announcement, not a discussion. The old man's tone was undeniable. Muchen, you are now a member of the Lin family, he said with a smile directed at Li Mukin. No, Li Mukin said firmly. Old man, I cannot comply with this matter. The crowd gasped in shock. No one expected Li Mukin to oppose. Becoming the Lin family's son-in-law was something many dreamt of, yet he, coming from a background of picking up scraps, actually opposed. Oh, Lin Shangyi was evidently surprised as well. You oppose? Do you look down on the Lin family, or on Manqing? Lin Manqing bit her lip, looking down, feeling inexplicably emotional, her eyes moist. Li Mukin shook his head and said neither. Then why? Old man, I told you I came to Huqing to withdraw from the engagement. Li Mukin paused, continuing in the astonished gazes of the Lin family. The reason is simple. I do not want to be a son-in-law of the Lin family. I am a member of the Li family. No matter how much you offer me in terms of money or shares, I cannot accept it. If I am to marry Manqing, I will do so with dignity, allowing Manqing to join the Li family rather than me becoming a Livian son-in-law of the Lin family. Lin Shangyi nodded. Young man, having ambition is good, but you must also face reality. In this era, without capital, even with great ability, it is hard to make a mark. To properly marry my daughter from the Lin family will not be so easy. Li Mukin smiled slightly and said, give me some time, I will definitely achieve it. Lin Lai laughed loudly. Ignorant fool. Give you time. How much time? 3 years, or 10 years, or 30 years? Do you know how much wealth the Lin family has? Do you know the Lin family's status in Huqing, and even in Nanjing province? Uncle, this person is extremely arrogant, and is completely unworthy to be our Lin family son-in-law. He even slapped my face in front of the ancestral tablets, slapping the Lin family's face as well. He must not be allowed to leave here today. Lin Shangyi added. Yes, Mu Chun, if you do not want to be the Lin family's son-in-law, then I cannot protect you from the consequences of this slap in the face. Li Mukin's lips curled up slightly as he chuckled. No need to worry. I am only concerned about one thing right now. He turned to Lin Manqing. Manqing, will you wait for me? Off. Lin Manqing was taken aback, not expecting Li Mukin to ask such a direct question. Not for too long, Li Mukin said. If you are willing, just wait for me for 3 months. After 3 months, I will properly come to propose, and I will arrange a grand engagement banquet with my own means. Lin Manqing's heart raced, her fingers trembling. I am willing. 3 months. No one believed Li Mukin's words. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Lai scoffed. Do you think this is just child's play? Do you have any idea how many generations the Lin family has struggled to achieve today's glory? I know you have some medical skills which can earn you a decent amount of money, but that amount is nothing in front of a wealthy family. 3 months. What can you accomplish in 3 months? Are you planning to open a clinic or sell a batch of plaster? Her words drew a burst of laughter. Indeed, no one could go from rags to riches in just 3 months. Wealthy families are different from upstarts. They require accumulation. So even if your luck were to explode and you win the lottery, every time 3 months would only be enough for you to win a few dozen jackpots, emptying the prize pool. That amount is nothing in the eyes of a wealthy family. Lin Shangyi couldn't help but frown. This kid was too arrogant. Initially, he admired Li Mukin, including his decision to cancel the engagement upon arriving in Huqing, which showed he wasn't a greedy person. But now it seemed this young man was a bit too unaware of the reality. The Li family in the capital was once so glorious. To achieve a revival, it requires understanding the importance of keeping a low profile, not just for a family, but even for a country. Now, with only him left of the Li family, he should be utilizing every possible resource and forging alliances if there was to be any hope of revival. With his arrogant mindset, it would be hard for him to accomplish great things. Lin Shangyi had received great kindness from the Li family and didn't want to see Li Mukin go astray. Mukin, one must have self-awareness. You have talent and ambition, and I believe you will achieve success but 3 months is too short, and becoming Lin family's son-in-law doesn't require you to change your surname. You will still be a descendant of the Li family. This does not affect your ability to revive the Li family, and in the future you can take Manqing away with you. The old man spoke these words with utmost kindness, even hinting at a plea. If Li Mukin did not agree, he would truly be ungrateful. But he had his own principles. As a disciple of Tiandu, and now knowing his origins, he could not become the Lin family's son-in-law. Old man, thank you, but my mind is made up. You need not say more. Do you really intend to rely on yourself? Yes, Li Mukin firmly replied. If I cannot even get engaged properly, and need to rely on others for a banquet, how can I talk about reviving the family business? Lin Shangyi nodded. Good, you have ambition. Then I will give you 3 months. If after 3 months you cannot fulfill your words, that engagement will be void. By that time, if you wish to become the Lin family's son-in-law again, I will not give you another opportunity. Lin Manqing couldn't help but feel worried. Could he really accomplish this in 3 months? But his gaze was so confident that she had no reason to doubt. The moment she said, "I do," she knew she had to unconditionally trust this man. At the same time, she had also unconditionally chosen this man. No matter what happened in 3 months, she would follow him without hesitation. Thus her gaze also became resolute. Li Mukin sensed her change and looked towards her. Their gazes collided like the light of the sun meeting that of the moon. Soft, passionate intertwining. Clouds and rosy hues emerged from that moment, and the night sky brightened. However, apart from the two of them, everyone else felt that this engagement was already doomed. Lin Manqing was the daughter of the head of the Lin family, a jewel in the upper circles of Huqing. Without the old man's support, Li Mukin could never marry Lin Manqing. Many were already considering introducing other eligible bachelors to Lin Manqing, so that in 3 months they could take the lead. Half of the Lin family's asset management rights, such temptation was irresistible to anyone. It wouldn't make sense to give the position of son-in-law to Li Mukin alone while denying it to another suitor. Even if it wasn't half, granting a third, or even a 10th, would be remarkable. Lin Xiaoxing himself was also contemplating this matter. He was thinking about who to choose as a son-in-law to ensure they align with his interests. Even Yuan Guochang began to entertain similar thoughts, quietly speaking to Lin Lai beside him. "I think this kid definitely has no chance. Why not introduce Shijie to Manqing? What do you think?" Lin Lai replied, "That could work, but your nephew is not academically inclined and my cousin's family might not look favorably upon him. The Lin family is powerful in Huqing, but compared to our Yuan family, they are far behind. Moreover, Shijie is the son of my elder brother. What's not to like?" Yuan Guochang sneered. Lin Lai felt her husband's words made sense. If it could truly bring Yuan Shijie and Lin Manqing together, it would benefit both her and Yuan Guochang immensely. Glaring at Li Mukin, Lin Lai's teeth itched with hatred. "Uncle, since this kid is so ungrateful, we need not hold back with him anymore. If he doesn't acknowledge being part of the Lin family, then his earlier slap in the face to me was also a slap to the Lin family. The Lin family won't let outsiders insult them without retaliating. Ooh, everyone agrees, right?" Everyone also felt that Li Mukin was too arrogant and completely disregarded the Lin family, thus growing increasingly displeased with him and echoing Lin Lai's sentiments. "Exactly, strike back. Teach him a lesson so he can't take care of himself. Let's see if he remains so arrogant. There's no need to be too harsh. If we injure him, what will we do for entertainment in 3 months? Haha, what entertainment? He'll probably run away in 3 weeks. Do you believe that? What are you doing?" Lin Xiaoxing shouted. Seeing the old man's anger, everyone fell silent, but their faces displayed clear dissatisfaction. Lin Xiaoxing sighed and told Li Mukin, "Mukin, if you do not acknowledge being the Lin family's son-in-law, I can no longer protect you. Today you have slapped the Lin family's face, and you must face the consequences. Of course you just saved my life, and as long as you are in this house, I will never allow anyone to harm you. However, once you step out of the Lin family's door, I cannot control what others do." Lin Lai was overjoyed. Without the old man's protection, this kid was just meat on the chopping block ready to be slaughtered. She gently touched her cheek, her humiliation and anger transforming into an overwhelming killing intent. "Li, you are doomed," she thought to herself. Li Mukin said, "Old man, thank you for the care you showed to me and my grandfather back then. But I cannot live relying on your protection forever. To revive the Li family, I must rely on myself. As for the Lin family's reputation, I mentioned earlier that I never intended to offend. Out of gratitude for the old man's kindness, I will provide an explanation to you." "And how do you plan to explain?" someone asked mockingly. Everyone was eager to see what he would say, but if they were dissatisfied, they would surely rise against him. Lin Xiaoxing was also curious about what he would do to salvage the Lin family's reputation and satisfy them. Li Mukin smiled gently and said, "You have been emphasizing the Lin family's face, thinking that I embarrassed you by striking Lin family's eldest sister, and you probably wish to tear me apart. But have you forgotten that the old man has been cursed and has just returned from the gates of hell? That sorcerer is now at the Zhao family enjoying the finest offerings. Is this the face you desire?" As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into an instant silence. Indeed, it would be a tremendous embarrassment if news spread that the family head was schemed against. "War with the Zhao family," someone shouted loudly. This shout finally ignited the atmosphere. "Yes, war. Damn it, if you have the guts, fight with real weapons in the marketplace. Oh, what kind of trickery is this behind the scenes?" "War!" The cries for war erupted. Lin Xiaoxing could not help but frown. Fighting the Zhao family was not as simple as it seemed. The Lin and Zhao families had been competing for decades, and neither had a guaranteed victory. Looking at the furious clansman, Lin Xiaoxing shook his head repeatedly. He genuinely worried that once he left how this massive family business would progress relying on this group of people. His son Lin Xiaoxing was somewhat capable, but merely a guardian of the status quo. Moreover, he had only one son Lin Yun who was still young with average talent and currently showed no signs of brilliance. His nephew in the East Lin Xiaoping was indeed a genius, but with the current situation with Lin Lifeng, it was impossible for him to inherit the family business. It wasn't that the old man was unwilling, but rather it was hard to convince the masses. As for Li Mukin, he wasn't willing to marry into the Lin family. Enough! Lin Chanming, who was standing beside the old man, shouted sternly. War, what do you have to fight with? The old man's life is still in their hands. If that sorcerer isn't found within 3 days, the old man will be gone. Then we should ask the Zhao family for the person, demand them to hand him over. Would the Zhao family admit to such a thing? Lin Chanming sneered. If you want to catch a thief, you have to catch the stolen goods first. Who among you has the ability to go to the Zhao family and bring him back for me? This question instantly silenced everyone. War with the Zhao family was merely commercial competition, drafting plans and spending money. But going to the Zhao family to capture someone was a matter of life and death. Like the Lin family, the Zhao family was a prominent family in Huqing. Without solid evidence, who would dare to provoke them? Think about it. If the Zhao family sent someone to the Lin family to capture someone, the Lin family would undoubtedly refuse. Let me handle this matter. Li Mukin said, I will go to the Zhao family to capture the person right now. You just wait here, and I will bring him back tonight. What is this kid crazy? Going to the Zhao family to capture someone, just you? I think he's just boasting, looking for an excuse to run away. Yes, I can guarantee that once he leaves the Lin family door, this kid will disappear without a trace. How dare he go to the Zhao family? Li Mukin coldly looked at them and sneered disdainfully. Lin Shangyi frowned and said, Muchen, there are many ways to resolve our grievances with the Zhao family. Going in alone is not a wise strategy. Li Mukin replied, Old man, once tonight passes, what happens here will reach the Zhao family. Once they are on guard, it will be difficult to find that person again. You have done me and my grandfather a favor, so I will do this to repay your kindness. But Lin Shangyi still felt it was inappropriate. The Zhao family is a den of dragons and tigers, you alone. You need not worry, I have my methods. Li Mukin's lips curled up, revealing a hint of mischief. But what? Lin Shangyi asked. Whatever you need, just say it. I am not a member of the Lin family, so I cannot go officially. I need someone from the Lin family to accompany me. After all, you aren't worried about me escaping, so isn't it better to send someone with me? Li Mukin smiled, cheerfully scanning the people present. Everyone he looked at lowered their heads, as if a poor student faced a teacher's question. Damn, what a joke. Accompanying this kid to the Zhao family would be like seeking death. The ancestral hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Lin Xiaoxing stood up. At this moment, he had to stand up. If he didn't, the Lin family's face would truly be lost. I will go with you. However, Li Mukin shook his head, saying, You are the head of a family. If you go, it will be hard to manage the situation, and it would also give too much face to the Zhao family. It is merely about capturing a ghostly figure. There is no need for the head of the Lin family to take action. Lin Chanming said, Let me go instead. This was also Lin Shanji's suggestion. Lin Chanming was highly skilled. If a conflict arose between Li Mukin and the Zhao family, he could protect him. But Li Mukin shook his head again. Your prestige is too high. Once you appear, the Zhao family will inevitably become nervous. Maybe even before we get in, they will hide or run away. However, you could arrange people around the Zhao family to prevent the main culprit from escaping. Lin Xiaoxing asked, If neither I nor Uncle Chanming can go, then who do you want to bring? Li Mukin smiled and looked at the crowd. At this point, the heads of those people lowered even more. Li Mukin deliberately lingered his gaze on Lin Lai for a moment. Lin Lai felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. Her husband Yuan Guoqing was worried that Li Mukin, out of revenge, would make Lin Lai accompany him, and as the eldest sister of the Lin family, if she was chosen, she couldn't refuse. He spoke for her. Lai is married to me. She is already a member of the Yuan family, so it would not be appropriate for her to go. This remark naturally saved Lin Lai, but also drew a round of hissing. The position of the eldest sister of the Lin family was somewhat diminished in people's eyes. Li Mukin couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Yuan Guochang was indeed rather protective of his wife. But how could he give such an opportunity to them to steal the limelight? He continued to look at others. In fact, Li Mukin had already had someone in mind. That was Lin Manking's fourth aunt Lin Yue and her husband Sun Guangfu. This couple held a special status in the Lin family. They were of noble lineage, but perhaps due to their lack of wealth, their status was not high, and they even felt somewhat inferior. However, Li Mukin had a good impression of them. At least they were not the kind of snobbish people. Among those he scanned, this couple was also one of the few who did not lower their heads to avoid his gaze. Li Mukin intended to lend them a hand. Capturing the sorcerer from the Zhao family and saving the old man's life was an achievement that could not be compared to merely making a few billion in business. Lin Manqing, unaware of Li Muqin's intentions, said, "Then I will go." Before Li Muqin could respond, he suddenly heard a slightly childish voice say, "Why should my sister go? Does the Lin family have no men? I will go." The speaker was Lin Kaisheng's son Lin Yun, Lin Manqing's younger brother. Lin Yun stood up looking righteous, which was in stark contrast to his youthful face. This contrast, if it were any other time, would have made people laugh. But at this moment no one could laugh. "Nonsense!" Lin Xiaoxing shouted, "You have no say here." Yan Huimin quickly pulled her son, "Yuner, sit down. This is an adult matter, don't get involved." Lin Yun, however, refused, saying, "Dad, Mom, I'm serious. I am the only son of the Lin family head. Oh, I must take on the family's responsibilities." "Nonsense!" Lin Xiaoxing retorted angrily. "What responsibility can you take on? Why can't I take on responsibility? I am the third-generation heir of the Lin family. In terms of status, I am qualified to represent the Lin family. But I am young, and I won't draw the attention of the Zhao family. So it is most suitable for me to follow my brother-in-law. We can't let my sister go, can we? In such a large Lin family, is there truly no man?" Lin Yun's words made Li Muqin view him with new eyes. Lin Xiaoxing and Yan Huimin, of course, did not want Lin Yun to go. In their view, it was akin to seeking death. Even if the Zhao family considered the Lin family's revenge and let Lin Yun return, it would still be a disgrace. What if he were humiliated by the Zhao family? With such a stain, how could he inherit the family business in the future? Lin Xiaoxing slapped him angrily, saying, "He is not even your brother-in-law yet. How dare you call him that?" Yan Huimin exclaimed, "Why are you hitting him? Son, sit down. Don't get involved in this nonsense." Lin Yun had initially acted out of impulse, but with Lin Kaisheng's slap, rebelliousness surged within him, and he stubbornly said, "I want to go." "You?" Although Lin Xiaoxing was the head of the family, he couldn't go too far at this moment, and could only look. Yan Huimin looked at Li Muqin, hoping they would say something to stop Lin Yun's foolishness. Li Muqin smiled slightly, and said, "I think Lin Yun can go, let him go." This statement shocked Yan Huimin. Lin Kaisheng's eyes filled with anger. In his view, Li Muqin was doing this intentionally. Lin Manqing was also worried for her brother. "Muqin, my brother." Li Muqin interrupted her with a glance, and said, "Rest assured, I will definitely ensure his safe return." The yard in the west courtyard of the Zhao family was cleared of all flowers and grass, and a wooden stake stood upright in the center. A scarecrow was tied to the stake. The scarecrow had talismans pasted on its forehead and chest inscribed with the name Lin Shangyi and his birth date. In front of the scarecrow was a long rectangular table made of rosewood. The table was adorned with freshly offered sacrifices of 3 heads alongside a large bowl of fresh blood that had yet to coagulate. An elderly man in black clothing danced frantically before the table, muttering incantations. After a moment, he stopped, waved his hand, and a beam of cold light shot from his fingertips, piercing into the brow of the scarecrow. Then he resumed his frantic dance, continuing to chant. Upon completing a verse, he waved his hand again, and another beam of cold light shot into the scarecrow's chest. This was repeated 7 times. The 3 heads shriveled at a visible rate, as if they had been sun-dried for many days. The bowl of blood, which was fresh just moments ago, had turned black. The old man concluded his work and let out a deep breath. This breath coalesced into a long white mist before him. This old man was the feng shui master Wu Xian, invited by the Zhao family. Footsteps approached. "Mr. Wu, the family head requests your presence." "Understood, I will go immediately," Wu Xian replied, lightly gazing towards the northwest and slightly furrowing his brow. He turned and left the west courtyard, heading to the main building of the Zhao family. The family head Zhao Sihai sat in the living room, and upon seeing Wu Xian enter, said, "Mr. Wu, do you know that Lin Shangyi has been discharged from the hospital?" Zhao Sihai's expression was serious, with a hint of reproach in his gaze. Wu Xian's face changed slightly as he said, "I sensed something was amiss during my work today. I just calculated, and indeed someone intervened to extend Lin Shangyi's life. But rest assured, family head, he has merely extended his life without breaking the laws, and whether Lin Shangyi leaves the hospital or not, he will die in 3 days. Can you guarantee that?" Zhao Sihai's expression softened. Wu Xian snorted coldly, "If the family head doesn't believe me, I can leave. The feud between your 2 families has nothing to do with me." Zhao Sihai laughed heartily. "Mr. Wu, please don't be angry. I was just asking." At that moment, Zhao Sihai's son, Zhao Qinyang, hurried in. "Dad, Mr. Wu, we've just confirmed that Lin's old man has indeed been discharged, and the one treating him is the Taoist priest surnamed Li that they have been looking for these past few days. Is this person real?" "Yes. I also heard that the Lin family intends to recruit him as their son-in-law." "Is the information reliable?" "Absolutely reliable," Zhao Qinyang replied. "It was the hospital's director Yao who said it personally." "Mr. Wu," Zhao Sihai asked with concern, "what do you think? What is there to fear? Whether it's Li Daoist or Zhang Daoist, they haven't even broken through the formation of the dark clouds I set up. What is there to be afraid of from such a person? The decline of the Lin family is a foregone conclusion." Zhao Sihai said, still it's wise to be cautious. To be on the safe side, I have just reinforced the spell. As long as my altar is not destroyed, Lin Shangyi will surely die in 3 days. You can just wait for the feast. Zhao Sihai and Zhao Qinyang both laughed heartily. Mr. Wu is truly a living immortal. Wu Xian said with pride, I am no immortal, my master is the true immortal. In any case, as long as you don't let the Lin family find this place and destroy the altar, everything will be fine. Zhao Sihai sneered, find this place. Even if the Lin family is unaware of your divine arts, even if they know if they dare to come here, I will ensure they never return. Just as he said this, a servant came to report someone from the Lin family has arrived claiming to visit the family head. From the Lin family. Zhao Sihai was taken aback, saying Chow Chow and Chow Chow arrived. Who? How many people did they bring? The servant replied, it is a young master of the Lin family called Lin Yun, and he is accompanied by one person. Lin Yun. Zhao Sihai momentarily couldn't recall. Zhao Qinyang said Lin Yun is the son of Lin Xiuxing, still in high school. Oh. Zhao Sihai couldn't help but laugh. Is the Lin family out of people? How could they send a young kid? Zhao Qinyang also laughed. I've always said the Lin family is a paper tiger. Since he is Lin Kaisheng's son, he counts as a young master of the Lin family. Qinyang, go and attend to him. Understood. Zhao Qinyang's lips curled into a wicked smile. I will treat young master Lin well. Li Mukin and Lin Yun stood outside the gate of the Zhao family estate. Lin Yun had lost the bravado he had when he first came out. The cool summer breeze calmed his mind. Brother-in-law, will there be a fight later? What? Are you afraid? Li Mukin laughed. Not afraid. Lin Yun took a deep breath, but I feel that just the two of us charging into the Zhao family seems a bit. Then why did you impulsively come with me earlier? Earlier. Lin Yun pouted, I just couldn't stand those people fighting among themselves fiercely, but when it comes to the outside they act cowardly. Even my sister stood up, yet the men didn't dare to make a sound. Cowards. Li Mukin couldn't help but laugh, saying your words have offended the Lin family entirely. I don't care, Lin Yun replied. Li Mukin shook his head gently. He appreciated Lin Yun's pride. This was unlike the typical spoiled rich kids who bully the weak and fear the strong. On the contrary, truly proud people dare to disdain the powerful and resist tyranny. True pride is about overlooking everything. Just like Li Mukin himself. Brother-in-law, what should we do once we go in? Lin Yun asked. Do what needs to be. You are the young master of the Lin family. You came today to seek justice for your grandfather. Remember these 2 points, and I believe you will handle it better than I could teach you. Lin Yun nodded and clenched his fist tightly. Brother-in-law, if it really comes to a fight, I will protect you. Oh, you know martial arts? Li Mukin asked with interest. I am the champion of the youth group in the Huqing Taekwondo competition, and my second grandfather taught me internal martial arts and Qigong. How many can you take on? Lin Yun thought for a moment, and said about 10. Li Mukin nodded, all right, you handle. At that moment, a Zhao family steward came out, and said to them, young master Lin, my young master requests your... Lin Yun was slightly taken aback, but quickly adapted to his position as the main character, standing straight and proudly following the Zhao family steward inside. Li Mukin closely followed behind him. A line of luxury cars was parked a few miles away from the Zhao family estate. Lin Xiuxing sat in the middle of one of the cars, listening to the reports from those beside him. They really went in. Yan Huimin showed an anxious expression. Xiuxing, you need to think of a way quickly. Our little Yun is our only son. Oh, what if something happens? Lin Kaisheng's face was stern as he replied, this is what he asked for. Mom, you can't blame Mukin entirely, Lin Manqing said. You are really something. He is your brother. Why are you siding with him? Yan Huimin scolded. As long as Yun doesn't get into trouble today, if something happens you can forget about marrying that Li. 3 months, let's see what he can do in 3 months. Lin Manqing bit her lips and said softly, I believe. In another car behind them, Lin Lai and Yuan Guocheng sat in the back seat. They really went in. Lin Lai appeared delighted. Now they are doomed. Yuan Guocheng said it's not that easy to die. For the young master of the Lin family to die in the Zhao family's residence, it wouldn't make sense. Oh, at most he would just get a lesson. Lin Lai looked displeased and said, Guocheng, aren't you familiar with someone from the Zhao family? Yuan Guocheng was taken aback. What are you planning? If Lin Yun dies, the 3rd-generation successor of the Lin family will only be my little nephew Xiaoping in Japan. If you let your nephew marry Lin Manqing, then the entire Lin family will be in our hands. Moreover, if Lin Yun dies in the Zhao family, the Lin and Zhao families will inevitably go to war. You can then help the Lin family in name and rightfully represent the Yuan family in Huqing. When the business landscape of Huqing is rebuilt, do you think your family elder would consider making you the heir to the Yuan family? Yuan Guocheng suddenly realized and joyfully said, Madam, you truly are my Zhuge Liang. Lin Yun and Li Muchun followed the butler to the reception hall of the Zhao family. Zhao Qinyang sat on the sofa, not bothering to stand, smiling as he looked at the youthful yet pretentious Lin Yun. Young Master Lin, aren't you going to school today? How have your grades been lately? No need to trouble yourself, young Master Zhao. Lin Yun said, trying to maintain the demeanor expected of a young master from the Lin family. So young Master Lin, what brings you here today? Zhao Qinyang asked. I am here to seek an explanation, Lin Yun replied. You used sorcery to harm my grandfather, so hand over that sorcerer now. Huh? Zhao Qinyang sneered. Your grandfather is already half in the grave, how is that our concern? To say you used sorcery against him requires evidence, otherwise I could report you for defamation. You dare to do, but not admit it. The Zhao family is just as I thought. A bunch of cowardly turtles. What did you say? Zhao Qinyang was furious, standing up from the sofa and pointing at Lin Yun. Say that again if you dare, let's see if you can walk out this door. Do you dare to let us search your estate? Lin Yun countered. The Zhao family estate is not something you can search. Zhao Qinyang mocked. Not daring to let us search means you have something to hide. I told you you are just a cowardly turtle, isn't that right? Lin Yun declared loudly. These exchanges had not been discussed with Li Muchun beforehand. They were all Lin Yun's spontaneous responses. Li Muchun couldn't help but smile. This kid thought he was in a high school quarrel. However, being able to enter the Zhao family alone and face Zhao Qinyang without flinching, maintaining his verbal momentum, was already quite impressive. How could Zhao Qinyang stand being insulted as a cowardly turtle by a kid in his teens? Come on, take him down. I need to teach him a lesson on behalf of his parents. With a command, 4 burly men emerged from the small door beside the reception hall, clearly the Zhao family's hired muscle. The 4 rushed towards Lin Yun. When it came to blows, Lin Yun felt a bit nervous. Though he had practiced martial arts and won the youth division championship in Taekwondo, he had never experienced a real fight. As a young master of the Lin family, he had always been protected, leaving no opportunity for actual combat. The 4 approached from different sides, trying to pin Lin Yun down. Perhaps seeing Lin Yun's young age, they did not expect him to resist, so the first burly man was easily knocked down by Lin Yun's whip kick, while the second was struck in the ribs by a precise knife hand strike, followed by a back throw that sent him flying. When 2 were taken down, the remaining 2 finally reacted. But the third one still couldn't dodge Lin Yun's attack, and was caught by a bow stance choke hold. Lin Yun lunged forward, pinning the man against the wall, delivering an elbow strike with his left hand to repel the 4th man, who was attempting to sneak up from behind. These moves were executed swiftly and decisively, showcasing a bit of a masterful demeanor. However, Li Muchun shook his head. Taekwondo might look impressive, but was full of flaws suitable only for bullying weaker opponents. If he faced a seasoned fighter, he would surely suffer. Oblivious, Lin Yun did not pursue the advantage, letting go and brushing the dust off his hands, proudly looking at Zhao Qinyang. Li Muchun wanted to laugh even more if this kid thought he had won. Logically, the best opportunity at this moment would have been to take advantage of the situation to subdue Zhao Qinyang to ensure his own safety, while using Zhao Qinyang's life as leverage to compel the Zhao family to hand over the sorcerer. Yet Lin Yun clearly lacked experience. After the fight ended, he simply stopped. He seemed to think it was like a competition. The saying goes, opportunity knocks, but once, and having missed this chance, it would be challenging for Lin Yun to subdue Zhao Qinyang again. Indeed, several bodyguards had already appeared beside Zhao Qinyang. These individuals had sharp eyes and appeared to be professional bodyguards, clearly much stronger than the previous few thugs. So you know a few moves? No wonder you're so arrogant, Zhao Qinyang sneered. Lin Yun, if you can walk out of the Zhao family today, I will take your surname. From start to finish, Zhao Qinyang didn't spare a glance at Li Muchun. After the previous exchanges, Lin Yun's confidence soared, and with bravado, he declared, then bring it on. Suddenly, dozens of people surged out from the doors on either side, some wielding rubber batons. At Zhao Qinyang's command, they all rushed towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun, empty-handed, engaged in combat with these people. At first, he fought using Taekwondo, but after being hit several times with rubber batons, he finally recognized the deficiencies of Taekwondo and began to apply the internal martial arts taught by Lin Chanming. Li Muchun nodded to himself. Lin Yun could indeed take on 10 opponents. His internal martial arts were quite authentic. His muscles moved as a unified whole, having already developed a solid foundation. Moreover, he was breathing correctly, his dantian filled with energy, and he had begun to cultivate internal strength. He had the potential for martial arts. From the perspective of worldly martial arts, Lin Chanming had taught him well, but in Li Muchun's eyes, it was still not enough. Lin Yun lacked combat experience, and with so many opponents, he quickly started to struggle. After managing to take down 3 or 4 assailants, he himself had received several blows, causing him significant pain. From then on, he could only defend himself, relying on his agility to dodge and weave around the living room. Brother-in-law, run. I can't hold on any longer. While fighting, Lin Yun began to retreat. At a critical moment, he remained calm. Li Muchun laughed. Just because you called me brother-in-law, how could I leave? As soon as he finished speaking, he was already in front of Lin Yun. Bang, bang, bang. With several muffled sounds, the assailants before them were sent flying. Lin Yun was dumbfounded. What the hell, brother-in-law, how did you do that? Li Muchun smiled. You said you could take on 10, I'll leave the rest to me. Just watch closely today, it'll teach you what a real fight is. With that he charged into the crowd. These people could hardly touch the edges of Li Muchun, wherever he went people flew out. In no time the entire reception hall was filled with groaning injured individuals, leaving only Zhao Qinyang and a few close bodyguards beside him. You, who are you? Due to Li Muchen's astonishing performance, Zhao Qinyang was already pale with fear. The bodyguards beside him were also on high alert. My surname is Li Muchen said. So you are that Taoist Li. Zhao Qinyang found it hard to believe. He thought the highly regarded Taoist Li from the Lin family would be an old man in his 40s or 50s. How could he be so young? Yet the scene before him forced him to accept it. What Taoist Li? He is my brother-in-law, Lin Yun said, rubbing his painfully injured shoulder. Brother-in-law beat him up. Li Muchen replied, all right. As soon as he said, all right, he became like a whirlwind appearing before Zhao Qinyang in the blink of an eye. The bodyguards beside Zhao Qinyang were sent flying, just like the others. Speak. Where is that sorcerer? Li Muchen asked coldly. Did you summon him, or will you personally take us to find him? Zhao Qinyang trembled. Don't come any closer. If you touch me, don't expect to leave alive. Is that so? Li Muchen said indifferently. Zhao Qinyang yelled, Butler! Butler! Call someone. Quickly call someone. Call the White Tiger Hall. Li Muchen was not in a hurry, allowing Zhao Qinyang to call for help. After all, they would eventually call for that sorcerer, and this way he wouldn't need to go look for him personally. Lin Yun's heart skipped a beat as he reminded. I heard that the White Tiger Hall is a death squad raised at great expense by the Zhao family filled with desperate criminals. Brother-in-law, you need to be careful. What? The Zhao family has mobilized the White Tiger Hall. Lin Xiaoxing was taken aback upon receiving the precise news. What does the Zhao family intend to do? Do they really want to take Xiao Yun's life? Yan Huiman's voice trembled. No, that won't happen. Lin Xiaoxing shook his head. Zhao Sihai has always been cautious. He won't openly declare war on the Lin family without certainty. Xiao Yun will only suffer a little. He won't be in life-threatening danger. But what if? What if they decide to kill Xiao Yun? Yan Huiman exclaimed. And that Li Muchen, he's a lunatic. Xiaoxing, think of a way quickly. We only have Xiao Yun as our son. If anything happens to him, I won't live either. Lin Xiaoxing furrowed his brows, rolled down the car window, and said to the bodyguard outside, bring all our people overweight for my orders. If they dare to touch even a hair on Xiao Yun, I will make the Zhao family restless. The Zhao family has mobilized the White Tiger Hall. Lin Lai in the back of the car was both surprised and delighted. Guicheng, you really have a knack for this. One phone call, and the Zhao family mobilized the White Tiger Hall. Now that Li is doomed. Yuan Guicheng frowned, and said I can't take credit for this. I haven't activated the power of the Zhao family's White Tiger Hall. It's strange, only 2 people went. Why did the entire White Tiger Hall mobilize? As far as I know, the White Tiger Hall was formed at great expense by Zhao Sihai, and everyone inside is a skilled fighter, many of whom are desperate rogues. Lin Lai said, who cares? This is beneficial for us. It seems that the battle between the Lin family and the Zhao family is about to break out. Guicheng, shouldn't you start preparing as well? Yuan Guicheng nodded and said, don't worry, I've already informed my family to gather people to Huqing. White Tiger Hall. Lin Shangyi held the phone, his brows tightly knitted. Master, should I go in now and bring those 2 out? On the other end of the line, Lin Shanming was on the rooftop of a building not far from the Zhao family. According to Li Muchen's plan, he was stationed around the Zhao family to prevent them from relocating the wizard. Lin Shangyi wondered, over the years the Zhao family has only mobilized the White Tiger Hall once, and even the second son of the Feng family avoided it. This time it's just Li Muchen and Xiao Yun seeking an explanation. How could the White Tiger Hall be mobilized? Lin Chanming replied, the specifics are still unclear, but the intel from the inside should be reliable. Chanming, are you sure? In recent years I've trained personnel specifically for the White Tiger Hall. If I were outside, I would be confident in a fight, but within the Zhao family estate, I'm not so sure. Since you're not sure, don't act recklessly. Observe the situation first. Xiao Yun is just a child. Zhao Sihai won't harm him. Once you go, it will be hard to fix things. And what about Li Muchen? Lin Shangyi fell silent for a moment. Since he doesn't wish to become a member of the Lin family, he must take responsibility for his actions. If he can't even get through the Zhao family's defenses, then reviving the Li family is just a pipe dream. I hope his ancestors will bless him to survive. In the Zhao family reception room, 10 men dressed in uniform black clothing and white sneakers entered. Each had a white striped tiger pattern emblazoned on their chests. As soon as these men entered, Lin Yun felt an overwhelming pressure. They each exuded a steady aura, their eyes cold and filled with killing intent, making anyone who stood there shiver. Lin Yun had trained in martial arts. Although he hadn't yet cultivated true energy, he could sense the presence of martial artists. He knew that these men were definitely experts. Just a moment ago, he had been ambitious to take on 10, but now Lin Yun only felt a chill in his heart. These 10 people were not opponents he could handle. If it were up to him to deal with them, he might not even be able to defeat one. He couldn't help but look at Li Mukin with worry. Can my brother-in-law handle so many experts alone? Zhao Qinyang, who had been frightened moments ago, laughed arrogantly. Li, aren't you supposed to be tough? Let's see just how tough you really are. Come on, surround him first, and take him out, then we'll slowly play with young Master Lin. Hearing Zhao Qinyang's command, the White Tiger Hall members surrounded Li Mukin. The first person attacked, crashing a fist toward Li Mukin's temple, while simultaneously kicking at his groin. The attack was deadly from the start. Lin Yun's heart tightened. This person was superior to him in both speed and strength. If he had to deflect this punch and kick, he could only think of retreating. But there were enemies all around, and behind him was the enemy. In Lin Yun's view, there was no way to deflect it. It was very likely he would be seriously injured in just one move. He nervously watched Li Mukin, secretly worrying for him. The man's fist and foot were already halfway there, but Li Mukin stood still. The other 9 members of the White Tiger Hall also attacked simultaneously. Brother-in-law, be careful, Lin Yun shouted in terror. To him, what was already difficult to deflect had now turned into a group attack. How can this be fought? 10 masters, each with the strength of 1,000 pounds. With this, won't Li Mukin in the middle turn into mush? Lin Yun began to feel a bit scared. After all, he was still just a high school student. He even felt a bit guilty for trying to show off at the family meeting. If he hadn't come, there would have been no support for the Lin family, and perhaps Li Mukin wouldn't have come either, thus avoiding the White Tiger Hall of the Zhao family. Daili! Zhao Qinyang shouted excitedly. However, at that moment, a miraculous scene occurred. Neither Lin Yun nor Zhao Qinyang saw clearly what happened. They just saw the 10 experts of the White Tiger Hall fly into the air. It was as if an invisible landmine had been buried in the center, exploding at that moment and sending them flying. When 10 people landed, they formed a scattered circle with Li Mukin at the center. Then Li Mukin did not give them a chance to stand up, running around the circle and delivering 10 kicks at incredible speed, each landing on an ankle. They screamed in pain one after another, and none could stand again. Lin Yun's eyes widened, his heart filled with shock. How did he do that? At that moment, a thought suddenly sprouted in his heart. I want to learn martial arts from my brother-in-law. Zhao Qinyang, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. This is the White Tiger Hall. How much money and effort did the Zhao family spend to cultivate it? The White Tiger Hall, which made him so proud. A whole group, 10 members of the White Tiger Hall, were defeated by just one person. And they were defeated so thoroughly that they didn't even have a chance to fight back. Li Mukin walked up to Zhao Qinyang and picked up a fruit knife from the fruit plate on the coffee table, pressing it against his neck. Li Mukin walked up to Zhao Qinyang and picked up a fruit knife from the fruit plate on the coffee table, pressing it against his neck. Zhao Qinyang turned pale with fear. Well, what do you want to do? Nothing much, Li Mukin said indifferently. Tell me where the wizard is. Well, what wizard? I don't know, Zhao Qinyang argued. Don't know, huh? Then you are of no value. Li Mukin's knife tip traced a few lines on Zhao Qinyang's neck, lightly pricking the skin. Ah, Zhao Qinyang screamed in terror. I know, in the west courtyard. Then I need you to lead the way. Li Mukin tossed his head to Lin Yun and said, Xiao Yun, this person is in your hands now. Lin Yun jumped up happily and replied, sure. He put one arm around Zhao Qinyang's neck and took the knife from Li Mukin's hand. Let's go, young Master Zhao. What? Defeated? Zhao Sihai looked at the butler who had come to report with a shocked expression. He had spent a full 10 years carefully selecting and nurturing the White Tiger Hall. So far, the White Tiger Hall had only made a move once during the competition with the Feng family for control over river transport. It was during this encounter that the second master of the Feng family suffered losses at the hands of the White Tiger Hall, leading to his withdrawal from the river transport business. That time, the White Tiger Hall had only deployed 10 people. Zhao Sihai had concealed a bit of strength. In reality, the White Tiger Hall had developed to 36 members organized into groups of 10, allowing him to dispatch 3.5 groups. He had originally intended to reveal his true strength during the decisive battle with the Lin family when the time was ripe. He could even compete with the various families in Xiantang. But now, just to deal with a young member of the Lin family, he had lost an entire group. How did you lose? I don't know, that person seemed to have made only one move, and that was it. The butler said. One move? How is that possible? Zhao Sihai almost roared, his eyes nearly bulging out. Where are they now? They have coerced the young master to the west courtyard. West courtyard? Zhao Sihai looked towards Master Wu Xian. Wu Xian said, not good, my altar is still set up in the courtyard. Zhao Sihai ordered, let Zhao Shan take all the members of the White Tiger Hall along with the bodyguards and security personnel in the estate to the west courtyard. We must stop them. Yes. The butler turned and left. Wu Xian clasped his fist and said, Zhao family master, since they are coming for me, I should go. Moreover, that person subdued the White Tiger Hall with just one move, and it probably wasn't martial arts, but rather some kind of sorcery. Zhao Sihai nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Wu. After saying this, he walked out with Wu Xian. Still feeling uneasy, he turned back and took a handgun out of his desk drawer. Lin Yun was escorting Zhao Qinyang towards the Zhao family's west courtyard. Surrounded by Zhao family security, not a single one dared to come close. It was unclear whether they were afraid Lin Yun would harm Zhao Qinyang or if they were intimidated by Li Muchen beside him. Watching the fearful expressions of those security guards, Lin Yun's heart was filled with excitement, a surge of heroism rising within him. He had never experienced anything like this in his life. Here he was just two people on his side, facing the entire Zhao family. It was simply more impressive than Zhao Zilong breaking into Chao's camp 7 times in the legends. Glancing at Li Muchen beside him, Lin Yun's eyes were filled with admiration. His grandfather truly had an eye for talent, having chosen the perfect husband for his sister 18 years ago. Lin Yun had a very good relationship with his sister Lin Manqing. In the past, he always felt that no one in the world was worthy of his sister. At least among the rich young masters and second-generation wealthy individuals, he had seen none had caught his eye. He thought his sister would eventually marry far away, perhaps only those legendary young masters from the capital would be worthy of her. But unexpectedly, the ideal brother-in-law in his mind was actually in his city. Young Master Lin, be careful, be careful. Zhao Qinyang kept reminding him, afraid that Lin Yun might accidentally cut his throat with the knife. They soon arrived at the west courtyard. Wu Xian's altar was set up there. Lin Yun immediately spotted the straw man and the paper note attached to it. It really has Grandpa's name and birth date. Lin Yun exclaimed angrily. Li Muchen frowned. He looked at the straw man in the middle, lowered his head to smell the offerings on the table, and noticed the bowl that had already dried up with blood. This was no longer simple witchcraft. The nailhead arrow technique in ancient sorcery wasn't this complicated, nor did it require such a large straw man. Usually it was a small figure that could be held in hand. But this one was almost life-sized. Judging from the changes in the blood of the offerings, this was closer to demonic arts. The purpose of the practitioner was not merely to cause the target's death, but to use this kind of sorcery to capture their 3 souls and 7 spirits for their own use. However, what puzzled Li Muchen was that Lin's old man was not a practitioner and was already over 80 years old, his spirit exhausted. What use would capturing his soul serve? Direct absorption would be meaningless, and using his soul to fight would be even more impossible unless... Li Muchen thought of a possibility, his expression changing slightly as a sharp, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Exorcising evil and safeguarding the Tao is also the duty of the disciples of Tiandu. Heaven has a benevolent nature, but when dealing with demons, the disciples of Tiandu never hold back. Li Muchen grabbed Zhao Qinyang and asked who set up this altar. At the same time, he signaled Lin Yun with his eyes. It was Master Wu, Zhao Qinyang replied. What Master Wu? Be clearer. Li Muchen pointed the tip of the knife at Zhao Qinyang's eyes. I don't have much patience, you'd better say it all at once. His name is Wu Xian. He was invited by my dad as a feng shui master. He said he knows the nailhead technique, and as long as he gets the birth date of the Lin family's old master, he can curse him to death. Li Muchen saw that Lin Yun had already started recording with his phone and taking pictures, silently nodding in approval, thinking the kid was quite clever. Xiao Yun, go find a bag and take the straw man and the things on the table away. Oh, Lin Yun replied, and in a corner of the courtyard he found a burlap sack and stuffed all the altar items into it. But the straw man was too large to fit inside, so Lin Yun simply carried it on his back. Brother-in-law, we've taken the stuff, should we go? Suddenly a voice said, are you planning to leave? As this voice rang out, the Zhao family's security guards all made way and a group of people walked in. This group of people was dressed similarly to those from the White Tiger Hall, all in black clothes, with a white tiger pattern embroidered on their chests. Only the leader was wearing a black and white striped tiger pattern jacket. Upon seeing the newcomers, Zhao Qinyang seemed to see a savior and shouted, Third uncle. Third uncle, save me. Li Muchen asked Lin Yun, Xiao Yun, do you know this person? Lin Yun shook his head, I don't know him. Haha, you don't even know my third uncle, you're doomed. Zhao Qinyang taunted. Li Muchen was somewhat impressed by Zhao Qinyang's courage. You're in my hands, aren't you afraid? I'll kill you first. Try and touch him, I'll make you wish you were dead. The middle-aged man in the tiger-patterned clothing said coldly. Li Muchen sized him up, feeling no aura of cultivation from him, and asked, who are you? The master of the White Tiger Hall, Zhao Shan, the man replied. Li Muchen shook his head, I don't care if you're from the White Tiger Hall or the Black Tiger Hall. Bring out the one who set up the straw man. Zhao Shan felt slighted, his face showing anger as he struck a pose, saying, then let's see if you have that capability. With that, he shifted his feet, pushing off the ground with one foot and sliding his front foot, causing a cloud of dust to rise from the hard blue brick ground. His fists came rushing in the wind preceding them. A crackling sound filled the air. Hidden strength. Lin Yun was alarmed. Granduncle Lin Chanming had once demonstrated hidden strength to him. The explosive power was overwhelmingly powerful. He had witnessed Lin Chanming lightly press his palm on a thick wooden table and it shattered into pieces, leaving no intact piece the size of a palm from the table's surface to the table legs. Based on the intensity of the air explosion, Zhao Shan's power was not inferior to that of Granduncle. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Shan's fist was already in front of Li Muchun. Li Muchun reached out and grabbed his fist, astonished at what kind of palm strength could catch his earth-shattering. Before he could retract his fist, he felt a strange force coming from Li Muchun's slight push. Zhao Shan's body twisted, and then a tremendous force made him stagger back several steps. As he was about to crash into his subordinates, Zhao Shan forcefully exerted strength to stop himself. Although his body halted, he sustained internal injuries, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "All of you together," Zhao Shan shouted, and more than 20 members of the White Tiger Hall rushed forward. At the same time, Li Muchun pushed Zhao Qinyang to Lin Yun and charged forward. In Lin Yun's eyes, Li Muchun's figure turned into a blur, the speed so fast he had never seen before. The rushing members of the White Tiger Hall, as soon as they engaged with him, either fell on the spot or were sent flying. Lin Yun's shock rose once again. Just moments ago it was 1 against 10, and now it was 1 against dozens. Moreover, the opponents were masters from the White Tiger Hall, including a hall master who was as formidable as Granduncle. What kind of monster is this brother-in-law? In less than a minute, all the members of the Zhao family's White Tiger Hall, including the hall master, Zhao Shan, lay on the ground. Li Muchun stood there gently dusting off his clothes. "You?" Fear filled Zhao Shan's eyes, yet he was also filled with unwillingness. For the sake of the White Tiger Hall he had endured for over a decade. For these 10 years the outside world had no idea that someone like Zhao Shan existed. Even within the Zhao family, many people did not recognize him. He had originally hoped that by not making a sound he would achieve astonishing success. But now his own White Tiger Hall, which he had founded, had vanished just like that. His future, all his ambitions were destroyed along with it. How could he not hate this? "Who are you really?" "My surname is Li." "So you are the Taoist priest sent by the Lin family." Li Muchun was momentarily taken aback, not knowing when he had become a Taoist priest. The Kunlun sect was different from Taoist sects. The Tiandu Peak, where he was recognized as the foremost immortal sect in the world. Whether practicing martial arts, talismans, alchemy, or swordsmanship, all who achieved the status of a grandmaster aspired to ascend Tiandu. Only by reaching Tiandu Peak and entering the array of 10,000 immortals could one be considered a true immortal. Disciples of Tiandu who descended the mountain were generally referred to as immortal elders by fellow practitioners rather than Taoist priests. The difference of a single word reflected an immense disparity in status. Li Muchun looked at Zhao Shan and said, "Although your martial arts are lacking, once you enter the martial way you are a proper warrior. How did you end up guarding against the evil sorcery?" Zhao Shan, already injured, spat blood upon hearing this. What did it mean that his martial arts were just a bit lacking? You. He pointed at Li Muchun, so furious that he couldn't utter a word. "Where is Master Wu?" Li Muchun turned to Zhao Qinyang and asked. Zhao Qinyang trembled and said, "Wu. Wu." Suddenly his face brightened. "Master Wu, father, save me." Just then someone said, "Who is looking for me?" As the words fell, a group of people walked in from the corridor of the western courtyard, led by Zhao family's head Zhao Sihai. Beside Zhao Sihai was Wu Xian. Upon seeing Wu Xian, Li Muchun squinted his eyes. On the surface this person appeared ethereal and immortal, yet his divine sense sensed a sinister aura emanating from him. This was unique to those who practiced dark arts. Just like the southern sorcerer named Lai Shigong whom he had encountered last time at Feng Taiming's place, he had the same kind of aura. However, Lai Shigong's malevolence was evident, easily sensed even by ordinary people who could tell he was. In contrast, this Wu Xian, with his long white hair and elegant attire, gave off an illusion of a transcendent being. No wonder the Zhao family referred to him as master. "You are Li Daochong." Wu Xian scrutinized Li Muchun for a moment, his eyes filled with doubt. He could not sense the unique aura of a practitioner from Li Muchun, nor the vital energy characteristic of a martial artist. Regardless of whether one was cultivating immortality or martial arts at such a young age, even if one started practicing in the womb, how much could one achieve? The apprehensive Wu Xian finally felt relieved. He had always heard the Zhao family master boasting about how formidable his White Tiger Hall was, but it seemed it was merely bluster. "If you say so, then so be it," Li Muchun replied indifferently. Wu Xian cupped his hands and said, "Since you can see through my nailhead arrow talisman, you must also be a practitioner. May I ask which sect you belong to and under whose guidance?" "We are not of the same path," Li Muchun replied with some disdain. "All right, considering how difficult cultivation is, you will come with me to the Lin family to explain the situation and then abandon your cultivation. I will not pursue your past misdeeds." Wu Xian was taken aback, then suddenly burst into wild laughter. "Abandon my cultivation? Ha ha! Young man, are you too arrogant? I was initially willing to let you off for the sake of being fellow practitioners, but since you are like this, then I will send you to meet Yin Wang. With that, a yellow talisman appeared in his hand. He flicked his fingers, and the talisman ignited, transforming into a point of flowing fire that flew toward Li Mukin. The fire talisman struck Li Mukin, exploding with a loud bang, turning into a bright fireball that instantly engulfed Li Mukin. In the western courtyard of the Zhao family, the flames blazed fiercely bright as day, blinding to the eyes. People retreated in panic, fearing being scorched by the flames. Brother-in-law, Lin Yun shouted in alarm, wanting to rush over to save him, but the fire was too great, too bright, like a small sun. Getting even a little closer felt like being hit by waves of heat, as if one could be vaporized at any moment. Zhao Sihai looked at the flames in fear. He never expected that the feng shui master he invited could manipulate fire. Fortunately, he had not been negligent. If he had offended such a person, the Zhao family would likely face annihilation. Amidst the fear, Zhao Sihai's heart was also filled with ecstasy. With such a remarkable person assisting him, what was there to fear about achieving great things? What Lin family, what Feng family? In the future, the Huqing would only have the Zhao family in supreme status. Even when facing the Qian family and Gao family in Qiantong, he would not be afraid. Ha ha ha. Zhao Sihai laughed heartily. Mr. Wu is indeed a living immortal. Wu Xian stroked his beard and smiled. Just a trivial skill, please do not laugh at Zhao family master. Zhao Qinyang also took the opportunity to run over, standing beside Wu Xian, feeling an unparalleled sense of security. He exhaled a breath, recalling being threatened by Lin Yun with a knife to his throat earlier, and felt humiliated. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Yun, saying, Lin family's brat, your brother-in-law has already turned to ash. What do you have left to rely on? If you kneel and call me grandfather, I will let you go. Ha ha. Lin Yun stared blankly at the flames, unsure of what to do. Her brother-in-law was burned to death. How would she explain this to her sister? What about grandfather's illness? The poor child was unsure if she could survive, yet still thought about her sister's feelings and grandfather's illness. Seeing Lin Yun motionless, Zhao Qinyang ordered, someone take her down. The security guards of the Zhao family, initially stunned by the fireball, finally reacted upon hearing Zhao Qinyang's voice and were ready to rush forward. Suddenly someone said, that truly is a trivial skill. The fireball suddenly blazed brightly and then extinguished. People's eyes could not adjust for a moment, and the western courtyard of the Zhao family fell into darkness. It was so dark that one could not see their fingers, until a small light appeared. People slowly realized that the light was a piece of burning talisman. The talisman was in the hands of a person. That person was none other than Li Mukin, who had just been surrounded by the blazing fire. Li Mukin stood there, his clothes neat, without a single injury. Brother-in-law, Lin Yun exclaimed in surprise. Brother-in-law, are you all right? Of course I'm fine, Li Mukin replied. Since you called me brother-in-law, how could I possibly be in trouble? If I were in trouble, wouldn't your sister be a widow? Lin Yun chuckled. Wu Xian was taken aback. Who exactly are you to be able to break my divine mist purple fire? This is nothing but a form of divine mist purple fire. Li Mukin glanced at the talisman, which had burned halfway, shaking his head. At most it's just thunder fire, too weak for cooking. You? Wu Xian was infuriated, and realizing he lost face in front of the Zhao family, a cold light flashed in his eyes. You are seeking death. With that, he formed hand seals and mouthed incantations. Li Mukin was not in a hurry, still holding the half-burning talisman, smiling cheerfully as he watched Wu Xian. Suddenly Lin Yun let out a strange cry. Ah! The straw man that Lin Yun had on her back suddenly moved, reaching out its hands to choke Lin Yun's neck. Little Yun, I am your grandfather. I am hungry. The voice of the scarecrow was extremely unpleasant, as if a dull sickle was cutting through old grass. Anyone who heard this sound felt a chill run down their spine. Not only Lin Yun, even the Zhao family members were taken aback. Lin Yun plunged his hand between the scarecrow's arms in an attempt to break free, but found this creature to be frail, yet incredibly strong, coiling around him like a constricting python. Brother-in-law, save me. Lin Yun gasped for breath, his voice already hoarse. Save you? What do you expect him to use to save you? Wu Xian laughed heartily, his hands rapidly changing hand seals. The grass on the scarecrow began to grow wildly, and in no time it had completely enveloped Lin Yun. Lin Yun felt as if he were trapped in a cocoon made of straw, struggling to breathe. The dry grass from just moments ago seemed to ooze liquid, becoming sticky, as if the surroundings were coated in glue. Xiao Yun, it's Grandpa, I'm hungry. Lin Yun groggily heard the old man's voice. He felt a strange pulling force drawing something away from him. His strength gradually faded, and his consciousness became increasingly blurred. Lin Yun, hang in there, this is not your grandpa, this is a demonic soul. You must resist it. This is an excellent opportunity for you to cultivate your soul power. Brother-in-law. Lin Yun jolted awake. What is soul power? Soul power is the force that combines will and spirit. In martial arts cultivation, without soul power, one is ultimately just a mere martial artist. Only by combining true energy with soul power can one hope to break through to the realm of a master. Breakthrough. Master. Lin Yun, being a practitioner, had certainly heard of these terms, but he had only ever heard of them. Could it be true that such individuals existed in this world? Brother-in-law. Could it be that he is indeed a master of the breakthrough? Perhaps he is a true master. The more Lin Yun thought, the more excited he became. Brother-in-law, what should I do? Eliminate distractions. Use your will and your heart to resist it. Use the internal martial arts techniques taught to you by your second grandpa to circulate your true energy, protecting your meridians, not allowing it to erode even a fraction. Lin Yun tried to comply, but the old man's voice continued to echo in his ears. The sticky vial straw tightened its grip around him. Brother-in-law, I don't think I can do it. You can do it, he heard Li Muchen say. Remember how powerful you are entirely depends on your mind. Martial artists will inevitably face their inner demons. Today, brother-in-law will guide you through this trial, helping you break through. Once you pass this obstacle, as long as you do not become lazy, the path to mastery will be smooth for you. Hearing this, Lin Yun hesitated no more. He closed his eyes, focusing entirely, ignoring the tight grip of the straw and any other sounds, concentrating solely on his inner self. The pulling force still persisted. He circulated his true energy, guarding his 8 extraordinary meridians. At that moment, he realized that the essence being drained from him was actually his own vitality. Along with the loss of vitality, another substance was also being lost. This was something he had never seen before. Today, he finally recognized it, knowing that it was his soul. He struggled against the power that was siphoning his essence and soul, using true energy to protect his meridians, his heart to guard his soul, and his soul to protect his heart. Unifying heart and soul was indeed a formidable challenge. Just as he felt he could no longer hold on, a mysterious force appeared, accompanied by a voice ringing in his ear. Lin Yun knew that brother-in-law was right by his side. Confidence and strength surged within him. The straw seemed to have a consciousness, aware that Li Muchen was aiding Lin Yun, and some tendril-like strands grew from Lin Yun, quickly crawling to Li Muchen's feet. However, something seemed to frighten them, preventing them from getting too close, merely skirting around Li Muchen. Wu Xian was initially startled, but seeing Li Muchen standing still, without any countermeasures, he gradually relaxed. He sneered. So you have brought an evil-repelling talisman with you. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. The grass that had tightly bound Lin Yun continued to grow, wildly scuttling toward Li Muchen. Yet no matter how much it grew, it skirted around Li Muchen. Centered on Li Muchen, a circle with a diameter of 1 meter was formed. The grass, unwilling to give up, continued to grow wildly, spreading in all directions. Several nearby security guards were suddenly wrapped up by the grass and entangled tightly. The remaining guards stumbled backward. One guard, moving slower, was caught by a straw that wrapped around his ankle. The guard struggled to crawl while the straw pulled him back. Suddenly, with a tremendous force, the guard was flung into the air, and with a splat, several straws pierced his body, drawing blood from within him, flowing toward the body of the scarecrow. In no time, the scarecrow, wrapping Lin Yun and the grass sprawling on the ground, turned a vivid red. The guard with a bang fell to the ground, now a lifeless corpse. Everyone was horrified, their faces pale, fleeing in panic. Master Wu, stop! Don't harm your own people. Zhao Sihai tried his best to suppress the fear within. Everyone here is going to die. Wu Xian shouted, a crazed look in his eyes. Li Muchen sneered. At last you reveal your true colors. You are neither of the Taoist sect nor the shaman sect. You practice the demonic way. And so what? You young fool, do you think you can escape my soul-collecting ritual just because you have a talisman? I wonder how long you can hold out. Li Muchen glanced at Lin Yun, who was wrapped by the scarecrow, and sneered. Talisman? I do have a few talismans on me, but to deal with you there's no need to use them. The fire talisman in his hand was almost burnt out, leaving only a final corner still pinched between his fingers. Didn't you just mention the divine sky purple fire? I'll let you witness what true divine sky purple fire is. He added, Lin Yun, are you ready? Brother-in-law will help you break through. With that, he flicked his fingers, and the remnants of the talisman transformed into a streak of meteor shooting toward the scarecrow. In an instant, the scarecrow was ablaze. The purple flames spread rapidly along the straw, consuming everything in their path. The grass that had spread out was completely incinerated, leaving not even a trace of ash. Before long, Lin Yun was revealed. At this moment, Lin Yun had his eyes tightly shut, maintaining a peculiar stance, his arms crossed, as if in meditation. Yet on his back, the original scarecrow remained intact. The purple fire still burned on the scarecrow, but these flames caused no harm to either the scarecrow or Lin Yun. Moments later, Lin Yun suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Brother-in-law, I think I succeeded. Li Muchen nodded, grasping at the air, capturing the residual purple flames in his hand and flicking them away. 4 points of fire shot rapidly towards Wu Xian. Wu Xian was startled, trying to dodge, but there was no time. The 4 flames landed on his limbs, igniting 4 large fires instantly. Wu Xian desperately tried to extinguish the flames, but no matter what he did, the fire on his hands and feet would not be put out. Strangely, the flames only burned him, causing no damage to anything else. Amidst the flames, Wu Xian screamed in madness, "Ah, who are you? Who are you?" His voice gradually faded, his body slowly coming to a halt. As the purple fire extinguished, only a charred figure remained. A gust of wind blew, reducing it to ashes. There was no longer a Master Wu in this world. Li Mu-chun said to Lin Yun, "Let's go?" "Oh." Lin Yun nodded, carrying the scarecrow and picking up the burlap sack, following Li Mu-chun as they don't even think about leaving. Zhao Sihai suddenly pulled out a gun, aiming at them. "You all, none of you can leave." Lin Yun instinctively felt fear and panic upon seeing the gun. Li Mu-chun calmly said, "If you have the guts, go ahead and shoot." He kept walking, passing right in front of Zhao Sihai's gunpoint. Lin Yun saw this and hurriedly followed. Zhao Sihai trembled as he aimed at the backs of the 2. Knowing that there was someone behind him pointing a gun, Li Mu-chun still strolled leisurely. This composure made Lin Yun feel inferior. At this moment he was utterly in awe. "Brother-in-law, you are truly formidable. Our Lin family and the Zhao family have been at odds for decades, with neither side gaining an advantage. You alone could annihilate the Zhao family. If only I were as capable as you. Brother-in-law, when will you teach me martial arts?" Li Mu-chun chuckled. "I haven't destroyed the Zhao family, you shouldn't speak carelessly." Lin Yun replied, "That's only because you haven't done it yet. I believe that if you wanted to, the Zhao family would disappear from his city starting tomorrow." Li Mu-chun paused slightly, saying, "Xiao Yun, remember that life is a journey of cultivation. Whether practicing martial arts or spells, it is never about destroying others, but about self-cultivation and achieving personal fulfillment. Only with a fulfilled self can one step into the innate realm, uniting with heaven and humanity. When you practice martial arts in the future, avoid being reckless, otherwise you will surely fail, whether defeated by others or by your own heart." Lin Yun listened, somewhat understanding yet confused, and asked, "What if someone bullies me? Should I not retaliate?" "Of course not. As long as others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If they offend me," Li Mu-chun smiled, "then strike until they dare not offend again." Looking at the disappearing figures of Li Mu-chun and Lin Yun in the night, Zhao Sihai dejectedly lowered the gun in his hand. "Dad," Zhao Qingyang exclaimed, "why don't you shoot? If you let them go, what face will our Zhao family have left? What if I miss?" "Miss? Impossible. Can he avoid bullets?" Zhao Sihai sighed deeply, saying, "Whether he can dodge bullets I don't know, but we can't afford to gamble." Zhao Qingyang silently lowered his head. He knew his father was right. They couldn't afford to gamble. This Li family member could kill their entire family at any moment. "I didn't expect the Lin family to hire such a character." Zhao Sihai lamented, "Heaven does not favor our Zhao family. Dad, are we just going to let this go?" Zhao Qingyang was extremely unwilling. Today the Zhao family lost face. If they did not retaliate, they would forever be suppressed by the Lin family and could not hold their heads high. Zhao Sihai was silent for a moment and said, "Send the order down, at today's events must not be leaked. Anyone who speaks a word will be dealt with according to family law. From now on we will retreat 3 steps from the Lin family. As long as that Li person is with the Lin family, we will never compete with them." "Understood," Zhao Qingyang replied dejectedly. Zhao Sihai suddenly asked, "Does this Master Wu have any disciples? I heard there are several disciples walking in the martial world, gaining some fame in the feng shui circle. There seems to be one in Qiantang." Zhao Qinjiang's eyes brightened. "Dad, are you suggesting we invite them to help us?" Zhao Sihai shook his head, saying, "Not to help us, but to avenge Wu Xian. Since there are fellow disciples, their influence must be considerable. Find a way to inform them of Wu Xian's death. Remember, this has nothing to do with the Zhao family, we have no involvement whatsoever. Since there are fellow disciples, their influence must be considerable. Find a way to inform them of Wu Xian's death. Remember, this has nothing to do with the Zhao family." Zhao Qingyang admiredly gave a thumbs up. "You are still brilliant, Dad." "What? Xiao Yun has taken Zhao Qingyang hostage." Lin Xiuxing was startled when he heard the report from his subordinate, his eyes widening. Yan Huimin was even more shocked. "Oh no, what should we do? The Zhao family will not let him go. Xiuxing, hurry in and save him." "Are our people there yet?" Lin Xiuxing asked. "They have all arrived. You can give the order at any time," the subordinate replied. Lin Xiuxing still hesitated. If he led people into the manor, it would mean declaring war against the Zhao family. The crucial point was that he had no confidence in winning on the Zhao family's home turf. Just like if Zhao Sihai led people to storm the Lin family's Beishi Mountain Manor, he believed the Zhao family could not gain an advantage. "Xiuxing, what are you hesitating for? Xiao Yun could be in danger at any moment," Yan Huimin urged. Lin Xiuxing finally made up his mind and ordered, "Let's go." Watching the vehicles in front start up, Lin Lai became excited. "It's about to begin, it's about to begin." Lin Xiuxing has gathered his people. It seems they are really going to war with the Zhao family. Watching who do you think will win? If it's a business competition, the Lin and Zhao families are evenly matched, with the Lin family perhaps slightly stronger. But if it comes to a real fight, the Lin family may not be a match for the Zhao family. Moreover, this time they are fighting on the Zhao family's turf, where the Zhao family has the advantage. Lin Xiaoxing seems so anxious. It must be because his precious son is in danger. Yuan Guoqing nodded, saying, "My people are also on their way over." When the Lin and Zhao families clash, they will surely suffer losses, and the ultimate winner can only be me. Ha. This is called the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lin Lei's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. Guoqing, make sure to leave that Li Mukin for me to deal with. Rest assured I will spare his life and bring him back for you to play with as you wish, Yuan Guoqing said generously. The Lin family's convoy raced through the night, quickly arriving at the entrance of the Zhao family manor. The manor was quiet, the night hazy, resembling a mysterious painting. Master, should we charge in? A subordinate? Lin Xiaoxing frowned slightly, saying, strange, why isn't there even a guard? Yan Huimin urged. Xiaoxing, stop thinking and hurry in to save him. Lin Xiaoxing nodded and steeled himself, saying, all right, everyone go in. Remember, the priority is to rescue him. Do not engage the Zhao family unless absolutely necessary. As long as we rescue Xiao Yun, we will withdraw immediately. And Mu Chun, Lin Manqing reminded. Yan Huimin scolded sternly. You still care about him? It's his fault. Otherwise, how could Xiao Yun have intruded into the Zhao family and taken young Master Zhao hostage? He must have instigated him to do so. Lin Manqing bit her lip. Although she believed in Li Mukin, reality left her speechless as her brother was facing life-threatening danger. Master, a subordinate suddenly said, it seems someone is coming out. Prepare for battle, follow my orders. Lin Xiaoxing commanded. All the subordinates were ready. From the manor's large gate, two figures appeared. Due to the distance and darkness, it was hard to see who they were. The two walked slowly as if taking a stroll, occasionally chatting with each other. Gradually, they reached the entrance. Lin Manqing was the first to recognize them. It was Li Mukin. This figure, with such a composed and confident stride and an air of indifference, she had only seen in Li Mukin. Beside Li Mukin was Lin Yun. Lin Manqing opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. Her nose felt a bit sour and her eyes were slightly moist. The suppressed feelings finally found release at this moment. In the entire Lin family, she was the only one who supported Li Mukin and believed he could succeed. Now he had finally proven her right. Xiao Yun. Yan Huimin almost rushed over, hugging Lin Yun tight. Lin Xiaoxing wanted to pull back, but stopped when he confirmed that no Zhao family members were coming out, then felt relieved. Mom, Dad, sister, why are you all here? You silly child, how could we not come when you are doing something so dangerous? Yan Huimin looked Lin Yun up and down, afraid he might have lost a piece of flesh. Are you all right? Oh, what's this on your back? Why is there a straw man? Dad, Mom, look. Lin Yun took down the scarecrow. I found this in the Zhao family's west courtyard. It has Grandpa's name and birth date written on it. They really are trying to curse Grandpa to death. And these? After saying that, he opened the sack and poured it out. Pig heads, cow heads, sheep heads rolled out along with a congealed pool of blood. In the middle of the night, seeing this along with the straw man was particularly eerie. Lin Xiaoxing furrowed his brow tightly and glanced at Li Mukin, nodding to him, asking, are you all right? Where are the Zhao family members? Lin Yun said proudly, they were scared away, just a bunch of weaklings. Lin Xiaoxing glared at him, shut up. With your skills you could scare the Zhao family. Li Mukin smiled lightly, saying, Lin Yun's performance was quite good, he will have a promising future. Yan Huimin quickly spoke up for her son. Exactly. If it weren't for Xiao Yun taking Zhao Qingyang hostage, they wouldn't have escaped so easily. My son is the best. In a distant car, Lin Lai looked on in disbelief. How is this possible? How did they get out? What on earth happened? Yuan Guoqing, holding the phone, shook his head, saying, it seems the Zhao family has sealed off the news and doesn't know what happened. This time it seems your Lin family has won. The roar of car engines came accompanied by the screeching of brakes as a red Porsche sped in. Ma Shan got out of the car, looking at the situation before him, stunned for a moment. He had received a call from Li Mukin to come to the entrance of Zhao family manor to pick him up. Mukin getting in. Li Mukin nodded and walked toward the vehicle. As he passed by Lin Manqing, he smiled slightly, saying, remember, 3 months from now we will be together. Lin Manqing's heart raced. You're really going to marry the Lin family's eldest young lady? Ma Shan exclaimed, mouth agape, as he drove. Li Mukin gazed at the tranquil night beyond the window. The night was very dark, the streetlights dimmed the road, stretching away into the distance. There were scattered points of light. Within those flames flickered the joys and sorrows of countless households. This is the human world, the dusty realm of mortals. It is both bustling and indifferent. Joy and sorrow are known only to oneself, while life and death are met with helplessness. There are things I did not know before. Now that I know, I must do them, he said. Ma Shan did not fully understand, but he did not much mind. He was genuinely happy for his brother. Li Mukin, you're impressive. Only known her for a few days, and you've already settled her. That said, arranging an engagement banquet that will satisfy the Lin family will not be easy, especially with only 3 months. Why do I feel this is an impossible task? Li Mukin smiled faintly. Don't worry, it will be done. But I will need your help, brother Ma Shan. Ma Shan said, your affairs are my affairs. Tell me what to do, one word, and I'll climb a mountain of knives or descend into a cauldron of oil. If I so much as furrow my brow, then I am no longer your brother Ma Shan. Oh, by the way, Ma Shan suddenly recalled, Kai too has brought the money, 3 million in total. Shall we buy a house first, or will you take it to invest? Li Mukin exclaimed, wasn't it 8 million? Kai Tu said the extra 200,000 is a token of respect for you. He probably heard you broke Lin Xiaohang's leg yesterday and was terrified. Look how meek he was when handing over the money, ha. Li Mukin could imagine Kai Weiman's reaction upon hearing the news. To a man like Kai Tu, the Lin family was a colossal power. Lin Xiaohang could command him from on high ordering this, and that he would not dare utter a single negative word. So one can imagine how shocked he would be to hear that Li Mukin had broken Lin Xiaohang's leg. Kai Tu is useful, watch him closely. Li Mukin said, as for the money, let's use it to buy a house first. Our original intention was to give Ding Xiang a stable home, wasn't it? Erase the plan first, buy a 3-bedroom nearby, and put Ding Xiang's name on the deed. Then rent a villa with a yard. Privacy must be assured, I will have use for it. The next morning, Li Mukin and Ma Shan took Ding Xiang to view properties. The agent led them through several complexes. They saw no fewer than 20 units. Later they asked which one Ding Xiang liked. Ding Xiang, still in a haze as if dreaming, said, Brother Mukin, brother Ma Shan, can we really buy a house? Of course it's true, Li Mukin said. But where would we get so much money? Ma Shan laughed heartily. Your brother Mukin might be making money now. Besides, he's about to become the Lin family's son-in-law. No, rather, he's going to be betrothed to the Lin family's eldest young lady. Only then did Ding Xiang learn of Li Mukin and Lin Manqing. After understanding the circumstances, she was genuinely happy for him. Though she could not help a small pang of loss. She could not explain why. Ultimately, the three of them agreed on one particular home. The complex was pleasant. The apartment sat on the top floor, 1 unit per elevator with north-south ventilation, excellent light, and it came with a bonus loft and terrace. If there was a single flaw, it was that the floor sat rather high and felt detached from the ground. Ding Xiang breathed the thin, high-altitude air and said in disbelief, I still can't believe we have our own home. Li Mukin said, yes, this will be your home from now on. Ding Xiang added, it's our house. The three of us will never part again, okay? Of course, we won't part. Ding Xiang stretched out her hand. Pinky promise. Li Mukin and Ma Shan exchanged smiles and extended their hands as well. The three hooked pinkies and held them tight. Pinky swear hang and swing for 100 years, no changing. Ding Xiang chanted as she shook their joined hands. Watching her childish innocence, Li Mukin's spirits lifted. The sky above was a clear blue like the skies. With the house purchase settled, Ma Shan set off without delay to rent the villa. Ding Xiang did not know why they needed a villa, but she did not ask. In her eyes, the two brothers were doers of great things. If the adults from the old communal yard were still alive, they would surely be proud of them. When matters were finished, Ding Xiang returned to work at the Chimin restaurant. According to Li Mukin and Ma Shan, now that there was money, she needn't take odd jobs and could focus on her studies. But Ding Xiang felt she couldn't quit simply because they had money, as she had promised to work this summer, and abandoning that suddenly would cause trouble for others. In the sweltering heat, where would the restaurant find replacement staff? Li Mukin, however, could leave. He had been extra from the start, kindly taken in by Sister May, who gave him a bowl of rice. Still, Li Mukin had nothing else to do that day, so he went with Ding Xiang to the shop to bid everyone farewell. Perhaps because it was his last day, the landlady unusually had not gone to do her hair. Instead, she had Master Rong prepare a few fine dishes, and everyone sat down to a reunion meal. Each person rose to toast Li Mukin, blessing him with boundless prospects. Li Mukin was touched. These people had no worldly stake in him. Their kindness toward him and Ding Xiang was pure. As the wine flowed, conversation deepened. When it came to affairs in the capital, he spoke little. Even when Li Mukin gently steered the talk, Master Rong would inevitably drift to other subjects. When it came to affairs in the capital, he spoke little. Even when Li Mukin gently steered the talk, Master Rong would inevitably drift to other subjects. Boss Wang always listened with a grin, interjecting now and then to needle Master Rong, and the two would launch into a war of words. Master Rong was often riled. After a few drinks, he would threaten to grab a knife in the kitchen and go after the boss. At such moments, Xiao Yang would hold Master Rong tightly until he calmed. No matter how impulsive Rong became, Boss Wang remained perpetually smiling, his face as if smeared with honey. Sister May acted as if she had not heard, taking no notice of their quarrels. To an outsider, it might seem strange. How could a restaurant keep running with such fierce fights between owner and cook? Li Mukin had long since seen the truth. The real backbone of the shop was Sister May. Boss Wang and Sister May were not necessarily a real married couple. Both he and Master Rome fancied May, and so they bickered daily, trading barbs and sarcasm. And it was precisely because they both liked May that they stayed together. During dinner, a few uninvited guests arrived. The first was Lin Yun. "Brother-in-law, you actually work at a place like this?" Lin Yun sneered, glancing about slyly. "What's with this place?" Li Mukin asked with a smile. Lin Yun, somewhat excited, said, "This is a great hermitage hidden in the city, right? Brother-in-law, are there masters working in your shop?" Li Mukin glanced back at Boss Wang leaning on the bar, listened to the steady chopping from the kitchen, thought of Master Rome's past, and said, "More or less." "Brother-in-law, when will you teach me kung fu? Is that why you came?" "Not entirely." Lin Yun grinned. "I'm here to pass on a message from my sister." "Why didn't your sister come herself? She's embarrassed." "Also," Lin Yun whispered, "my sister is currently under house arrest and cannot go out." "Why, oi? It's because of you. You refuse to become the Lin family's in-house son-in-law, and the clan is very displeased." "Do all the daughters of the Lin family take husbands into the household?" Li Mukin asked in surprise. "But I saw your aunts. They all married out, didn't they, eh? Is that the same?" "Their husbands come from great houses, some even more powerful than ours," Lin Yun said. "Right now at home, and the only one speaking up for you." "Is that so?" Li Mukin smiled. "You wouldn't have told them everything I did at the Zhao family, would you?" "Well, I did mention a little." Lin Yun scratched his head. "Just a bit. They didn't believe me. They said I was bragging. If I told it all, they'd probably send me to a mental hospital." Li Mukin had expected such a reaction and laughed heartily. "Brother-in-law, when will you teach me kung fu?" Lin Yun asked again. Li Mukin said, "Add me on WeChat first, they'll contact you." Lin Yun happily scanned Li Mukin's WeChat code and said with a smile, "Don't worry, brother-in-law. If anything happens with my sister, I'll report it at once." Li Mukin patted him on the head and laughed. "All right, now tell me, what did your sister ask you to convey?" "My sister said you need not cross your own boundaries for the 3-month agreement. She admires you, your unique character. Being with you, even living humbly in a simple hut, she would be willing. But if you cease to be yourself, then even if you gave her the most magnificent wedding in the world, she would not marry. Oh, and one more thing. My sister asked me to warn you, my uncle's household has been driven out, and they must harbor resentment toward you. My uncle's youngest son, Lin Xiaoping, has already learned of the matter, and should return soon. You should be careful." Not long after Lin Yun left, the second uninvited guest arrived. The Zhou Su they had encountered at the Lanxiao bar. "Weren't you so cocky that day? Turns out you work in such a shabby little shop." Zhou Su sat there with his legs crossed, wearing an expression of contempt. "Bring the menu. Let me take a look." Li Mu Chun handed him the menu. Zhou Su did not even glance at it, pointing at Ding Xiang and saying, "Call her here." Li Mu Chun coldly replied, "This is a restaurant, not a KTV. You can only order dishes, not people." Zhou Su glared angrily, saying, "How can you speak like that? Don't you know that the customer is king? If you can't even do your job as a waiter, call your boss here." Sister May then swayed her hips as she walked over, playfully asking, "Oh, what seems to be the problem, sir?" Zhou Su replied, "Your waiter lacks quality. Oh, I demand a different person to serve me." "That's not a problem, right?" The boss lady said, "No problem, you pay, you're the king. How can we not satisfy the king's demands? If you're not satisfied with him, I'll fire him." Saying this, she turned and winked at Li Mu Chun, sternly ordering, "You go settle the bill at the counter, and you don't need to come back to work tomorrow." Zhou Su was very pleased, a smug smile spreading across his face. The boss lady continued, "I will have someone come to serve you right away. Old Wang, come take the order for this guest." Boss Wang from behind the bar hurried out, a thick smile on his face, bending slightly as he awaited Zhou Zu's order. Zhou Su was taken aback and said, "I don't want him, who I want her." The boss lady replied, "Oh, are you not satisfied with this one? How about I take your order instead?" Zhou Su looked at the boss lady a few times, suddenly seeming to discover a treasure, feeling that this woman had an irresistible charm that was even more captivating than Ding Xiang's purity. "You can serve me too if I'm pleased. I might just buy you and this little shop together," Zhou Su chuckled. The boss lattice expression suddenly changed, saying, "If you want someone to serve you, go home and look for your mother." Her voice was loud, drawing the attention of everyone in the shop. Even those outside stopped to listen. Zhou Su was stunned by her sudden change in demeanor, momentarily frozen in place. As he regained his composure and was about to get angry, he suddenly saw the curtain leading to the kitchen lifted, revealing 2 men at the door, one holding a ladle and the other a kitchen knife. "Boss lady, is everything all right?" Master Rong asked. "Everything's fine," the boss lady replied, picking up a fly swatter from a nearby table. "I don't know where that fly came from buzzing around, it's so annoying. If I hear it again, I'll swat it dead." Saying this, she slammed the swatter on the table with a loud smack, startling Zhou Su. The boss lady turned and took Ding Xiang away. "Sister May, thank you," Ding Xiang said. "No need to be polite, we are all on the same side. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell Sister May and he'll get back at them for you." The boss lady said, glancing back at Li Mu Chun. Us women must rely on ourselves. Some pretty boys are not trustworthy at all. Boss Wong behind the bar chuckled. Exactly what's so good about pretty boys? The boss lady rolled her eyes at him, saying, Go away, what does that have to do with you? Master Rome remarked. I thought someone was trying to dine and dash. Little Yang waved the knife in his hand, shouting, Whoever tries to dine and dash, I'll take care of him. Both of them glared fiercely at Zhou. Zhou, feeling humiliated, saw the fierce expressions of Master Rome and Little Yang and dared not say anything more, leaving in a huff. Once outside, he turned back and spat at the shop door, cursing, You all wait for me. Li Muqin did not regard someone like Zhou as a threat. As the boss lady said, he was merely a buzzing fly, a nuisance. However, with Ding Xiang working here, even though the boss lady and the others were protective of her, being targeted by such a nuisance was always a troublesome matter. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the thief who has you in their sights. Li Muqin then called Huang San. Huang San now worshipped him like a deity, following his every command. Although Li Muqin did not particularly like Huang San, he was also a nuisance. However, sometimes you need a nuisance to deal with a nuisance. Later that evening around 8, the shop received a third unexpected guest. This person appeared to be in his 50s with a short buzz cut, but long sideburns which were grizzled and connected to his beard, giving him an artistic vibe. Yet Li Muqin knew that this was a master. Since coming to Huqing, he had seen quite a few martial artists such as Tai Yihuang Hai Tai Chi Hong Tian Sheng and Lin's Lin Shan Ming, as well as Zhao Zhao Shan. The most formidable ones he encountered were Qian Kuan by Ling Mountain Lake and the elder Gu Yin Zhou by Chun Wen Shui's side. The prowess of the person before him was not inferior to those two. After entering, this man found a table and sat down. Li Muqin approached and asked, Sir, what would you like to eat? The man shook his head, pointed with his hand, and said, Call her here. Li Muqin followed his finger, and it pointed to the boss lady Mei Jia. This pattern seemed identical to that of Zhou, but Li Muqin knew that this person was certainly not the same kind. Sir, this is a restaurant, not a KTV. You can only order dishes, not people, Li Muqin repeated. What if I insist on ordering a person? The man asked. Li Muqin frowned. Mei Jia swayed over, pulling him aside, and sat down opposite the man, saying, Sir, do you want me to accompany you for a meal or for drinks? The man stared at the boss lady without blinking. Oh, do I have flowers on my face? The boss lady teased. The man exclaimed, I've heard that beauty pearls have miraculous effects for maintaining youth. It really is true. Mei Jia's expression changed slightly, and she replied, What beauty pearl? We don't have such dishes here, only ugly pigs. The man chuckled. Don't think that by hiding in such a small place others can't find you, Yi Mei. Who are you? Mei Jia's face finally turned serious. Boss Wong, who had been sitting behind the bar, also curiously looked over, still wearing a cheerful smile. Master Rong and Little Yang lifted the curtain, standing at the kitchen door like gatekeepers. Unlike Zhou Zu's encounter, Master Rong was holding a ladle in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other. The atmosphere in the shop became extremely tense. Li Muqin quietly stepped back a few paces, moving beside Ding Xiang to protect her. The man, however, appeared oblivious to everything in the shop, laughing heartily. Why so tense? I'm just a passing diner. He picked up the menu, looked at it for a moment, and said, He'll have a serving of 8 treasures tofu and a bowl of white rice. Mei Jia nodded at Master Rong. Master Rong understood, and he and Little Yang returned to the kitchen. Before long, the 8 treasures tofu was prepared and served. The man took a bite, smacked his lips a few times, and nodded, saying, Not bad, this is the flavor. He did not expect to find such authentic 8 treasures tofu in Huqing. He began to eat slowly, taking a piece of tofu, then a bite of rice, savoring every bit. Mei Jia sat quietly opposite him, waiting for him to finish. How much? The man asked. Mei Jia replied, It's not worth much, consider it my treat. The man was not courteous, saying, I haven't had such authentic 8 treasures tofu in many years. For this dish, I won't make things difficult for you today. Mei Jia said, Then thank you, but you must at least tell me who you are and why you are here. My name is Wang Zongsheng. Upon hearing his name, Mei Jia's expression changed slightly. Southern School Tai Chi Master. Li Muqin's heart stirred as he recalled Hong Tian Cheng, the Southern School Tai Chi's master of Huqing, who had been defeated by him at the Lanxiao Bar under the guidance of Ming Shu. Zhona had also warned him that Hong Tian Cheng had sought help from his sect, and the Southern School Tai Chi might send someone more formidable, over advising him to be cautious. However, looking at this man's demeanor, it was clear he was here for Mei Jia. It's just an exaggeration from my Jianghu friends, Wang Zongxing said with a smile. Taiji is all-encompassing. How can we distinguish between north and south? As for being a master, I dare not accept such a title. In South Jiang province there are only 2 acknowledged masters, Mei Jia said. I have no ties with the Taiji sect, so I wonder why Mr. Wang has come here. Wang Zongxing replied. I came to Huqing to handle some matters, and was asked by an old friend to relay a message to you. Oh, may I ask who your old friend is? Lu Jinsheng. Upon hearing this name, Mei Jie's expression turned exceptionally grim. Even Boss Wang, who was behind the bar, had his smile freeze on his face. My old friend said that stolen goods ultimately do not belong to you, and he hopes you can return them. Mei Jie bit her lip and said, but those things are not his, why should I return them? Wang Zongxing said, whether you return them or not is up to you. I'm just a messenger. However, considering the fact that you treated me to a bowl of 8 treasures tofu, I advise you no matter how valuable those things are, they are still just things. They have borne the blame for you for so many years, and now they simply ask you to return them. Mei Jie remained silent, not saying a word. Wang Zongxing stood up and said, all right, the message has been delivered. I shall take my leave now. Suddenly Mei Jie asked, how does Lu Jinxing know I'm here? He has always known. Wang Zongxing sighed as he walked out of the store, disappearing into the night. Mei Jie sat there in a daze, not moving at all. Li Mukin noticed tears welling up in her eyes. Boss Wang regained his smile and walked over, wanting to say something. However, upon seeing Mei Jie's expression, he opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent, letting out a sigh before returning to the bar. Master Rong stood silently at the back kitchen door holding a ladle. Ding Xiang, knowing nothing about these Jianghu matters, walked over to Mei Jie and cautiously called out, Mei Jie. Mei Jie seemed to awaken from a dream, took a deep breath, and said, all right, we are closing. Ding Xiang, Shaoli, you can go home now. Ding Xiang said, but we haven't cleaned up yet. Mei Jie replied, not today. Oh, by the way, Lao Wang, how much cash is there in the drawer? Pay these two their wages. If it's not enough, just transfer it via Alipay. Ding Xiang was puzzled and said, Mei Jie, I still have to work until the end of the holiday. Mei Jie said, I don't even know if the shop will open tomorrow. First, let's settle your wages. I can't let you work for nothing. Why not? Ding Xiang asked, confused. Mei Jie smiled sadly. There is no banquet that does not come to an end. Ding Xiang, you are a university student, study hard, and you will surely achieve great success in the future. Suddenly standing up, she pulled Li Mukin aside and whispered, Shaoli, Ding Xiang is a good girl, but she is too innocent. You must take good care of her in the future. Don't do anything to let her down. If I find out, I won't spare you. Li Mukin was baffled and said, Ding Xiang is my sister, of course I will take good care of her. Just a sister. Mei Jie glared at him. You have no interest in me at all. Could it be that your heart already belongs to Ding Xiang? Li Mukin was speechless. Mei Jie said, forget it, I won't listen. You definitely can't say anything nice. Boss Wang counted the money in the drawer and said, the salary is enough, and there's even a bit extra. Give it all to them, Mei Jie said. Boss Wang said, a bit pained, give it all. Mei Jie replied, what's the use of you keeping it? Can you take on Lu Jinxing? Boss Wang immediately shut his mouth, still smiling, neatly folded the money and handed it to Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang stubbornly refused, saying there was too much, and in the end, she only took her rightful wages. Li Mukin had only been there for a few days and took 200, returning the rest to Boss Wang. Mei Jie did not insist further. Then Mei Jie, we are leaving now. The two left the Qinchin restaurant. Ding Xiang still felt a bit reluctant and asked, Brother Mukin, is Mei Jie really going to close the shop? Li Mukin guessed what had happened and said, not necessarily, but even if the shop closes, we can still be friends in the future. Ding Xiang nodded and said that would be best. Mei Jie is a good person. Boss Wang and Master Rong are also good people, and although Xiao Yang can be a bit chatty, he is also a good person. It's a pity I don't have much ability to help them. Li Mukin comforted her. Good people will have good rewards, nothing will happen to them. The night was dim, and the two walked on the street under the dim streetlights, forming two shadows side by side resembling angels. In a nearby dark alley, Zhou Su leaned against the wall, fear evident in his eyes. What do you want to do? A dozen tattooed men with bare chests surrounded him, each revealing a fierce gaze. The crowd parted, and Huang San, with a cigarette in his mouth, illuminated his chubby face with the flickering ember. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will call the police. Zhou Su said. Slap. Zhou Su received a heavy slap. Call the police. Huang San grabbed Zhou Zu's hair and slammed his head against the wall a few times. Go ahead and report it. Zhou Zu's face was wet. He couldn't tell if it was from the wall or his own blood. You guys want money? I'll give you money. Zhou Su took out his wallet. So you have money. Huang San again grabbed Zhou Zu's hair and slammed his head against the wall. I hate it when rich people show off in front of me. Zhou Zu's head buzzed. The pain and dizziness made him lose his resistance and drop his dignity. He began to plead for mercy. Please. Let me go. I am friends with young Master Zhang from Yongqing Group. Young Master Zhang. I might as well be Zhang Tian, sure. Huang San kicked Zhou Su in the stomach. Zhou Su bent over in pain. Huang San waved his hand, and his subordinates rushed in, pummeling Zhou Su relentlessly. The alley echoed with Zhou Zu's miserable howls. Enough, Huang San commanded. The crowd retreated, leaving Zhou Su bruised and battered, lying on the roadside. If you dare to bother Ding Xiang again, I will dig out your organs and feed them to you. You dare to touch our boss woman. You are living on borrowed time. Huang Xin spat fiercely, leaving his cigarette butt and spit on Zhou Zu's face. The footsteps faded away. Boss. When did Ding Xiang become their boss woman? Zhou Zu's heart was filled with fear and despair. Ma Shan called, asking Li Mukin to come to Blue Mountain Bar, saying that Na Jie had something to find him. Li Mukin sent Ding Xiang home before heading to the bar. Ma Shan was now a true senior executive at Blue Mountain Bar with his own office. Ma Shan brought Li Mukin to the office and said, Na Jie will be here soon, just sit for a while. Li Mukin asked him, how's the house hunting going? Ma Shan replied, not so fast. Your requirements are a bit high, it needs to have a large yard and good privacy. Such places are only found in wealthy areas. However, houses in wealthy areas are good to buy, but hard to rent. But today I did see a nice place that meets all the requirements, but what? It's just that the house has a bit of a strange vibe. What kind of strange vibe? Ma Shan scratched his head and said, I can't quite explain it, I just felt that it was very cold inside when I went in. Even though the weather was hot and the house was sunny and well ventilated, it was still cold inside. The agent who showed me around was evasive and didn't know anything when I asked him, so I figured there was a problem. Later I caught him and scared him a bit before he admitted that someone had died in that house, and not just once. Oh, Li Mukin frowned. How did the person die? I don't know the specifics. The house has been unoccupied for a long time and the agents have changed several times, so no one can clarify. What about the landlord? Seems to be abroad. Just then the office door opened and Zhou Na walked in. What are you looking to rent a house? Yes, we want a villa with a large yard. Na Jie, do you have any leads? Ma Shan asked. He'll ask around for you, Zhou Na said. Li Mukin knew Zhou Na had a wide network and said, thank you first, Na Jie. Zhou Na smiled and said, why are you being so polite with me? Mu Chen, do you remember Hong Tianqing, the one you defeated last time at the bar? Yes, the head of the Southern School Taiji, and Huqing, right? Li Mukin replied. Zhou Na said, Uncle Ming asked me to remind you that someone from his sect has come likely to seek revenge for him. You need to be careful. Li Mukin recalled Wang Zongxing, whom he had seen at the restaurant today. It seemed he was the one. Uncle Ming said that the person coming is a true expert. The Southern School Taiji has ties with the Feng family, and it is not convenient for him to mediate. He asked me to ask you. Zhou Na said cautiously and hesitantly, do you want to avoid it for a while? Li Mukin smiled and said no need. Lin Shangyi walked along the shaded path in the villa feeling refreshed. The chirping of cicadas makes me feel like I've returned to my youth. Beside him, Lin Shanming said, congratulations, old master, on your full recovery. The Lin family can thrive for another 100 years. Lin Shangyi smiled and shook his head, saying, with my few unworthy descendants, it would be good enough to keep this family business intact. Xiao Sheng is too loyal and can only preserve what we have. I originally hoped that Xiaoping could return from the Easting to take over, but now it seems he's been banished. The old man suddenly felt a surge of sorrow as he spoke. Lin Shanming said, Lin Lifeng brought this upon himself. The old master has shown enough mercy by not using family discipline. There is no need for further self-blame. As for the successor, Lin Yun is actually quite good too. Lin Shangyi nodded and suddenly asked, do you think what Xiao Yun said upon his return is credible? Lin Shanming shook his head and said, I know the Baihu Hall of the Zhao family well. I don't believe that Li Mukin defeated the entire Baihu Hall alone unless he has already reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage. I don't understand the terms you are using, but they did indeed come out of the Zhao family safely, so how do you explain that? The Zhao family must have used sorcery. If Li Mukin could break the sorcery, he must have some skills. I believe that their safe return must have involved some kind of special means. Lin Shangyi suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. It's strange to say that my life has been saved by the Li family twice. Perhaps it is fate. The Li family is indeed my benefactor. Then why won't the old master allow Manqing to marry him? Lin Shanming asked, puzzled. It's not that I refused, it's that he is unwilling to become a son-in-law of the Lin family, Lin Shangyi replied. He does not wish to marry in. With his current status, how can I marry Manqing to him? Furthermore, this young man is too arrogant and needs to be tempered. Restoring the glory of the Li family is no easy task. The two continued walking and arrived at a pavilion where a scarecrow stood in the open area outside. This scarecrow was brought back by Lin Yun from the Zhao family. The family suggested burning it, but Lin Shangyi refused. He wanted to use this thing to constantly remind himself. This scarecrow is like him, who has already died once. Footsteps approached and Lin Xiaoxing rushed over. Dad's second uncle. Lin Xiaoxing said respectfully. What is it? Dad, someone from the Yuan family has come claiming they are here for a marriage proposal. A marriage proposal? Lin Shangyi raised his eyebrows in surprise. Who are they proposing to? It's Yuan Baoan's son, Yuan Shiji. Oh, Yuan Baoan's son. That does have potential. He could have a brighter future than Yuan Guocheng. Which young girl from the Lin family do they have their eyes on? It's... Lin Xiaoxing hesitated slightly. It's Manqing. Manqing. Lin Shangyi and Lin Shanming were both taken aback. What a shrewd calculation by Yuan Guocheng. Dad, if you disagree, he'll directly refuse them. You are the head of the family, and Manqing is your daughter. You decide for yourself, Lin Shangyi said. Lin Xiaoxing wanted to read his father's expression to determine whether he agreed or disagreed. However, the old man's face was like freeze-dried land full of wrinkles, yet completely motionless. Nothing could be discerned. Is there anything else? Lin Shangyi asked. Although it was still morning, the sun had already risen high, and it was stuffy and hot. Lin Xiaoxing wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Dad, I feel useless. Recently business has not been improving, and many projects have encountered problems. Lin Shangyi nodded and said, I know about this. I've reviewed the materials. Some issues are not your fault. It's purely bad luck. However, as the head of the family, you still need to find solutions. You cannot let things slide. A family is like a large ship, and you are the captain. Sailing smoothly in calm waters doesn't count as a skill. The true test of your ability is to keep the ship steady and moving forward even in a storm. Understood. Lin Kaisheng's forehead was getting sweatier, and his back was soaked. Dad, the third son of the Chun family from Xinzhou, has come to Huqing saying he wants to invest here. I want to meet with him. The Chun family. Lin Shanji's expression shifted. The Chun family dominates the maritime trade in Xinzhou. If we can cooperate with them, it would be a long-term path for development. Even if it means giving up some of our interests in Huqing, it would be worth it. However, the Chun family has always only done maritime business. Why would they come to Huqing to develop? Lin Xiaoxing said, currently their plans are still unclear, but this time young Master Chen's arrival has drawn the attention of all major families in Huqing. Everyone is interested in cooperating with the Chen family. Even several families from Qiantang have sent representatives. Tomorrow at the Haizhou Hotel, young Master Chen will discuss specific cooperation matters with the major families, and it's still hard to say who they will ultimately cooperate with. Lin Shangyi nodded and said, good, then you should go in person tomorrow. You must find a way to secure the cooperation with the Chen family. You can utilize all the resources of the family without needing to ask me. Understood. With the old master's permission, Lin Xiaoxing felt as if he had received an imperial edict, and his confidence surged. Li Mukin had already gone to look at houses with Ma Han early in the morning. The house Ma Han mentioned is located in the suburban north of the city. It is an old-style courtyard with a There was a sign hanging at the gate, Wutong Residence. Besides its slightly remote location and lack of surrounding amenities, everything else was quite good. Li Mukin only took a glance outside the main gate and already had a sense of what to expect. The person showing them the house was a young man from a real estate agency. What exactly is going on with this house? Is there some secret that hasn't been revealed? Ma Han asked, resting a hand on the young man's shoulder. The young man seemed somewhat fearful of Ma Han and said, Big brother, I've told you everything I know. What do you mean by that? Ma Han glared. You can't even clarify how many people have died here. The young man said with a bitter expression. I specifically asked our manager when I returned. He said he didn't know either. We are not the first agency to handle this house. It was transferred from another company. To be honest, if it weren't for your special request, I wouldn't want to bring you here at all. Why? Who would want to enter a place like this? I had nightmares all night last night. The young man said. Li Mukin asked, have you seen the landlord? The young man shook his head and said, I've never seen them. To be honest, I doubt that this house even has a landlord. Ma Han exclaimed, nonsense. If there is no landlord, where did you get the keys? Where's the rental right? You real estate agents don't have a contract. Would you dare to rent this house? The young man said, there is a contract, but we don't know who signed it. No one has seen that person. It said that they came from the capital and later went abroad, never to return for many years with no contact information. The lock on the yard was replaced by our company. I've heard colleagues say that the owner of this house is very likely a ghost. Li Mukin laughed and said, are you not afraid that this house will be hard to rent out with such talk? The young man said, I'm more afraid that you will die inside. If the house can't be rented out, it won't be a loss, but if you die, you'll be in big trouble. All right, let's go see the house, Li Mukin said. The young man sighed, took out the keys, and opened the yard's gate. As soon as the door opened, a gust of wind blew out from inside, cold and chilling. The young man shivered from the cold wind, his face turning pale with fear. You two can go in and take a look yourselves, he said, handing a bunch of keys to Ma Han. Aren't you a bit too timid? Ma Han remarked. Aren't you afraid we might take the things inside? The young man replied, take whatever you like, I won't go in again. Each time I enter, it costs me 10 years of my lifespan. Li Mu Chun took the keys from Ma Han and said, let's go. The two entered the courtyard. The courtyard was spacious with fallen leaves scattered across the ground, and weeds were already growing wildly in the corners. On one side of the courtyard stood a towering phoenix tree, while on the other side was a well. The courtyard was flanked by side houses with the main house in the center. Li Mu Chun first circled the side house before heading to the main house. He unlocked the main door, and as it swung open, a gust of cold wind rushed out. The wind swept through the courtyard, rustling the fallen leaves behind them. As they stepped inside, the temperature suddenly dropped, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Ma Shan said, "It was like this yesterday. Oh, I got goosebumps all over." The floor was paved with green bricks, and the living room was furnished with traditional Chinese furniture, all of which was covered in dust. Li Mu-chun wiped his hand across the table and said, "It hasn't been inhabited for at least 2 years." This implied that the last death here was 2 years ago. The two then headed upstairs. The upper floor was covered with wooden flooring creaking under their steps. The rooms upstairs were also furnished with traditional Chinese furniture, but the style was different from that downstairs. The upstairs furnishings appeared much more antiquated, both in craftsmanship and materials far superior to those below. Ma Shan imitated Li Mu-chun and wiped his hand across the table. "Wait a minute," Ma Shan exclaimed, surprised. "Why is it that there's not a speck of dust upstairs?" Li Mu-chun frowned, slightly glancing at the ceiling and then at the window. Outside, the shadows of swaying trees danced. There was a faint scent in the room that only Li Mu-chun could detect. After inspecting the second floor, they proceeded to the attic. The attic was thick with dust. "Let's go," Li Mu-chun said. As they exited the house, the sunlight suddenly blazed down as if a gentle girl had turned into a shrew. Ma Shan rubbed his face and said, "Damn, I got goosebumps again." The young agent approached and said, "I must tell you, each time you walk through this place, it costs you 10 years of lifespan." Ma Shan retorted unhappily, "Are you cursing us?" The young man replied, "I didn't mean it that way. Since you've already seen it, you probably want going again. Let me take you to see other houses. There are plenty of better villas than this one." Li Mu-chun said, "All right, I'll take this house. Let's go back and sign the contract." The young man was momentarily stunned. "Big brother, are you serious?" Even Ma Shan looked at him in surprise. To Ma Shan, while the house was spacious and independent and the price was low, all its merits could not offset its flaws. It really did cost years off one's lifespan. Regardless of whether there were ghosts or not, just the coldness alone would surely cause rheumatism after a few years. Li Mu-chun smiled and said, "Of course I'm serious." The young man gave a thumbs up and said, "All right, big brother, you're impressive. I'm convinced. But I must clarify, if anything happens in the future, don't blame me." The three returned to the agency and discussed the rent. The agency staff probably didn't expect them to actually rent the house, and were very worried they might die there, so they strongly insisted on raising the rent or requiring a hefty deposit. Ma Shan naturally disagreed, asking why a haunted house should cost more than a regular one. Finally, the manager of the agency suggested, "Why don't you just buy the house? I see you two aren't short on money. If you really like this house, why not just buy it?" "Do you have the right to sell this house?" Ma Shan asked in surprise. The manager replied, "We have full authorization from the homeowner. According to the initial agreement, after 10 years of management, if he doesn't return, we can sell it. Moreover, over the years, we've been unable to contact the homeowner through various channels. This house actually belongs to our company now. If you buy it, even if there are disputes in the future, the landlord will only sue us, not you." "How much?" Li Mu-chun asked. "According to market prices, a villa of this size in that area would start at 10 million. However, given the peculiar nature of this house, we can offer a discount." The manager held up 2 fingers and said, "A flat price, 8 million. Ma Shan looked at Li Mu-chun. Li Mu-chun replied, 3 million, I'll buy it." The manager was taken aback. "I opened at 8 million and you're offering 3 million, cutting more than half. Brother, this is a house, not a market for vegetables. I can guarantee that no one except me would dare buy this house," Li Mu-chun stated confidently. 3 million, sell it to me, and I'll get the money ready. If not, then forget it." As he spoke, he stood up and began to walk out. Before he could take a step, the manager said, "Sold," and then laughed heartily. The two sides happily signed the contract, and Ma Shan paid a deposit of 100,000. Li Mu-chun made a request that they give them the keys before the full payment and house handover. The manager gladly agreed, as they weren't worried about any tricks now that the deposit was paid. A haunted house let them stay if they wish. 10,000 is enough for several months of rent. On the way back, Ma Shan asked Li Mu-chun, "Are we really going to buy that house?" Li Mu-chun replied, "This house meets all my requirements, and for 3 million, where else can you find such a large villa?" Ma Shan said, "But that house feels eerie, otherwise why would they sell it so cheaply?" Li Mu-chun smiled and said, "Whether it feels eerie or not depends on who it is for." "Indeed, I for one don't believe in the supernatural," Ma Shan proudly stated. Suddenly remembering the situation in the house, he asked, "Why was there so much dust downstairs, but none upstairs? What is the principle behind this?" Li Mu-chun replied, "That's because someone has always lived upstairs." Ma Shan, who was driving, felt goosebumps all over upon hearing this. Upon returning home, Li Mu-chun wrote a list and asked Ma Shan to help him prepare some items. Ma Shan, looking at the strange things written on the note, asked, "What is this for?" Li Mu-chun replied, "Once you have everything ready, I'll take you to catch ghosts." What Li Mu-chun needed to consider next was how to gather 3 million. Even though the deposit had been paid, the agency wasn't in a hurry. However, the longer the night, the more dreams. Li Mu-chun didn't want that house to fall into someone else's hands. He always felt that there was a story behind this house. After thinking for a while, he thought of a place. After lunch, Ma Shan accompanied Ding Xiang to handle the property transfer procedures. 3 million, they bought a house, and after paying the deposit for the villa, there was a little over 600,000 left. Li Mu-chun took 50,000 in cash, packed it in a backpack, and left the house. The sign at the entrance of the popular restaurant read, "Temporarily closed for business." Li Mu-chun stood at the door and took a glance, then walked towards the street corner. He knew that at this time, Mei Jia must be getting her hair done. Upon entering the beauty salon, he asked, "Where's Mei Jia?" The barber, having seen him before, and knowing he was familiar with Mei Jia, replied, "She's upstairs." Li Mu-chun went upstairs, knocked on the door of room 3, and heard a voice from inside, asking, "Who is it?" Li Mu-chun said, "Mei Jia, it's me, Shaoli." The door opened, revealing the same beautician from last time, who curiously glanced at him. Mei Jia was lying on the beauty bed, just like last time, with only a towel covering her waist. Her back was smooth and glistening, and the 2 mounds in front spilled out from either side. Her beautiful hips were lifted, and her long legs were exquisite. The tiny towel, unable to conceal her alluring curves, while the air was filled with the scent of essential oils mixed with her body fragrance. "What brings you here?" Mei Jia turned her face, her beautiful eyes smiling. The beautician, catching on, said, "Mei Jia, you too, chat, I'll step out for a bit." As she spoke, she turned and exited, glancing back at Li Mu-chun with a peculiar expression as she closed the door. Once he confirmed the beautician was far away, Li Mu-chun said, "Mei Jia, I want to go to the mahjong parlor across the street to play a bit." Mei Jia was taken aback, looking at Li Mu-chun in confusion. Li Mu-chun opened his backpack, revealing a full bag of money. Mei Jia sat up abruptly from the bed, covering her waist with just the towel. "You little brat, where did you get so much money?" "Earned it," Li Mu-chun replied. Mei Jia surely didn't believe he could earn so much, suddenly glaring at him and saying, "I heard you became the son-in-law of a wealthy family. This isn't money from selling your body, is it?" Li Mu-chun facepalmed. Mei Jia's imagination was too vivid. "I really earned it myself. I found a house for 3 million, but I only had 50,000 on hand, still short by over 200,000. Mei Jia stared at Li Mu-chun's face for a long time, then suddenly chuckled and said, "Are you trying to set up a game with me to go against Qian Dao Balu?" Li Mu-chun laughed mischievously, but said nothing. Mei Jia thought for a moment and said, "I can help you, but what's in it for me?" Li Mu-chun replied, "No matter how much we get, I'll take 250,000. The rest is all yours." "But what if it's not enough to reach 250,000? Mei Jia laughed. "Wouldn't that mean I worked for nothing?" Li Mu-chun said, "Then it's all yours. In any case, you can't take less than me. You're not greedy at all." Mei Jia laughed as she stood up, the towel slipping to the ground. She gently arranged her hair and asked, "Do I look good?" "You look good," Li Mu-chun answered honestly. "How do I compare to Ding Xiang?" Mei Jia stepped forward, standing in front of Li Mu-chun, with an enchanting demeanor, a hint of cunning in her eyes. Li Mu-chun shook his head and said, "It's hard to compare." Mei Jia then asked, "What about the eldest daughter of the Lin family?" Li Mu-chun was momentarily stunned, but quickly replied, "Also hard to compare. You can't even flatter, yet you somehow managed to win women's affection." Mei Jia seemed satisfied, yet a bit disappointed. She slowly turned around to start getting dressed. "Alright, I've always found that scoundrel Qian Dao Balu unpleasant. Since he won't be in his city for long, let's go and deal with him properly today." After discussing their plan, the two headed straight to a Liu's mahjong parlor. The parlor was as lively as usual. Mei Jia found a casual table to join. Li Mu-chun, carrying his backpack, stood behind her. When handing money to Mei Jia, he purposely opened the zipper of the backpack wide. From afar, or through the cameras, it was evident that the bag was stuffed with cash. A Liu's mahjong parlor focused on mahjong, not a big venue. Usually a day's game only resulted in a few thousand in wins and losses. A few high-stakes regulars were playing in private rooms, but it was just a few tens of thousands going back and forth. It was rare to see someone like Li Mu-chun coming in with a large bag of money. I must say Mei Jia's skill at playing cards was indeed high. She won more than she lost without needing to change cards. But today, to set up a game, she started off by changing cards. After a few rounds, Mei Jia had already won several thousand. Soon someone at her table quit, pushing their cards away and cursing as they left. Mei Jia deliberately said loudly, "It's rare to have such good luck. With no one else to play with, this is just boring." Soon a short-haired guy approached Mei Jia and said, "Miss, would you like to play a couple of hands in a private room?" "Is there a game?" Mei Jia asked lazily. "Of course, we've been waiting for you," the short-haired guy replied. Mei Jia then stood up and winked at Li Mu-chun, indicating that the bait had been taken. The two followed the short-haired guy to the private room. The room was empty, with not a single person inside. Mei Jia asked, "What's going on? Wasn't there a game?" As expected, the person who entered was none other than Qian Dao Balu. His eyes were bandaged, and over the bandages rested a black eye patch. Seeing Qian Dao Balu like this, Mei Jia felt quite curious and said, "Oh Lu Yi, what happened? How did you become a one-eyed dragon?" Qian Daoba Lu thought Mei Jie and Li Mu Chun were in cahoots intentionally mocking him, and felt a sharp. He glared at Li Mu Chun with hatred, and said, "You didn't take the road to heaven, yet you barged into hell. Kid, I was planning to settle the score with you in a few days, but I didn't expect you to come to me for death." Mei Jie didn't know about the dog racing incident, and thought Qian Daoba Lu was still angry about losing face last time. She said, "Oh dear Lu Yi, you're a big boss, you wouldn't hold a grudge, would you? What, death or life? We're here to play cards. If there's no game, we'll leave." Qian Daoba Lu sneered, "Of course there's a game. How could there not be? Today I'll personally play with you." He then sat down opposite Mei Jie. "It wouldn't just be the two of us playing, would it?" Mei Jie said. The short-haired guy from earlier came over, slightly bowed, sat down, and said, "Mei Jie, I'll join you and Lu Yi for a couple of rounds." "That's still only 3 people. How do we play with 3 missing 1? Mei Jie said. Qian Daoba Lu pointed to Li Mu Chun and said, "Isn't there still young Master Li?" Mei Jie was taken aback. She didn't expect Qian Daoba Lu to refer to Li Mu Chun in that way. She then chuckled and said, "Well then, young Master Li, let's sit down and play a bit together." "I don't really know how to play," Li Mu Chun said. Mei Jie was stunned. This wasn't the line they had agreed on beforehand. "You really don't know how to play, do you?" Mei Jie asked him with wide eyes. Li Mu Chun truly didn't know how to play mahjong. When he was young, he had only played cards with Ma Shan in them, and later when at Tian Du Peak, where would he learn mahjong? Saying he didn't know much was because he had watched Mei Jie play a couple of times, and had somewhat understood. Mei Jie glared at him. "You little brat, not knowing how to play mahjong, but dare to come to Qian Daoba Lu. Wasn't that pushing her into the fire pit?" Qian Daoba Lu said, "Not knowing much means you know a little. Mahjong isn't complicated, mainly relying on luck. Perhaps young Master Li has good luck today." Li Mu Chun understood that Qian Daoba Lu would not let him off today. Last time at the dog racing venue he lost his idea to gambling, and today he was definitely looking to win it back through gambling. Besides that, he probably also had his eyes on the money in Li Mu Chun's bag. "Alright then." Li Mu Chun hesitantly sat down. Seeing Li Mu Chun like this, a smirk appeared on Qian Daoba Lu's face, and a glimmer of killing intent flashed in his one eye. He asked Mei Jie, "How big do you want to play?" "I don't mind as long as the money runs out, that's it." Mei Jie replied. Qian Daoba Lu glanced at Mei Jie's freshly beautified face and her alluring chest, and smiled. "If the money runs out, there are still other things to bet." At the very beginning, Li Mukin fumbled with the cards, appearing quite clumsy. This was not something one could feign. Scarface Lu observed him closely, his single eye filled with disdain and a cold smile on his face. Even Sister Mei shook her head repeatedly. What Li Mukin wanted was precisely this effect. Only in this way would the big fish take the bait. After a few rounds, Li Mukin gradually became more skilled. Although he didn't play well, it didn't mean he couldn't observe. He understood that Scarface Lu was confident in opening. He and Sister Mei aimed to outsmart Scarface Lu, and Scarface Lu also sought to outsmart them. It all depended on whose methods were more refined. Moreover, Scarface Lu was in his home turf and could manipulate the props. For instance, this mahjong table was definitely problematic. After a few rounds, Scarface Lu and the buzzcut guy had exceptionally good luck, almost always winning in turns. Relying on her ability to change cards, Sister Mei occasionally won a couple of rounds. Li Mukin, on the other hand, was unfortunate and didn't win a single hand. Of course, he could also change cards. Moreover, his speed in changing cards was certainly not slower than Sister Mei's, and he didn't even need to use his hands. He could also discreetly swap out the opponent's cards without them noticing. But now was not the time. Until the critical moment, he would not make his move. Additionally, today's main character was Sister Mei, and Li Mukin wanted to see how she would break such a situation. After a few more rounds, Sister Mei had lost quite a bit of money. The 500,000 brought by Li Mukin had already dwindled by over 100,000. When the buzzcut guy won a clean 7 pairs, Sister Mei angrily pushed her cards away, saying, "This luck is just too bad." Scarface Lu pressed the button on the mahjong machine and laughed. "Luck comes and goes, maybe it will turn around soon." Suddenly there was a loud click and the card table went silent, waiting for an eternity without seeing the mahjong tiles rise. Damn, what a broken table. Scarface Lu slammed the table several times, but it still didn't respond. Only Li Mukin knew that at the end of the last round, Sister Mei had secretly used a hidden technique to toss a tile into the machine, hitting the internal axis. Her strength was perfectly measured. The axis didn't break immediately, but only snapped after a round during the next shuffle. Scarface Lu said, "The machine is broken, oh, let's change rooms." Sister Mei replied, "Change what? Just play with a broken machine. By the way, you guys aren't hiding any issues with your machine, are you? What problem could the machine have?" Scarface Lu glanced at the buzzcut guy, who nodded, then said, "If the machine is broken, then it's broken." Thus the 4 of them began to play with a broken machine. At this moment, Sister Mei obtained the opportunity to showcase her talents. Although Li Mukin didn't understand card tricks, his keen eyes could tell that Sister Mei was using techniques to arrange the tiles. Once the game with the broken machine began, both he and Sister Mei started to draw good hands. It was evident that the buzzcut guy was also an old hand at this. He could arrange and swap tiles, but his techniques were far inferior to Sister Mice, at least in speed. However, he and Sister May still lost more than they won. Lee Mukin knew that Sister May was doing it on purpose. This was the plan they had agreed upon beforehand. In no time, half of the 500,000 was already lost. Sister May slammed the cards down and said, "I'm not playing anymore, my luck is just too bad." Scarface Lou replied, "Are you really quitting? Didn't you just say that you wouldn't stop until the money was gone?" Sister May responded, "We still need to check on the store later." Scarface Lou smirked and said, "Your store has a sign saying it's temporarily closed. Who are you trying to fool?" "Haha, it seems you're sure of winning today, even knowing whether my store is open or closed." Sister May retorted, "Don't say such harsh words, we're just playing for fun." Scarface Lou with a lewd grin said, "Playing? What are we playing? I don't have that much time. Anyway, I'm not playing mahjong anymore. Let's make it decisive, one round to determine the winner, and if I lose, I'll leave with nothing." "You said it, if you lose, you'll leave with nothing." Scarface Lou laughed heartily. Sister May declared, "I always keep my word. How do we decide the winner in one round?" Scarface Lou asked. Sister May pointed at the tiles on the table and said, "We each draw 14 tiles. Whoever wins with the most points wins." Scarface Lou seemed a bit hesitant and said, "Sister May, I know you're fast, and you can change tiles." "Damn, who said I would change tiles? Did you see me swap any tiles? If I could change tiles, would I lose so much to you?" Sister May exploded, resembling a crazed woman who had just lost. Scarface Lou replied, "Fine, then let's decide the winner in one round. After all, you don't have much money left." Sister May exclaimed, "Who said I don't have money?" She took out a bank card and said, "This card has 5 million on it. You're not one of those places that can't take cards, are you?" Scarface Lou was momentarily stunned, then a greedy look appeared in his single eye as he joyfully exclaimed, "Of course, we can. How much do you want to swipe?" Sister May said, "Since it's winner takes all, I'll just swipe it all at once." Scarface Lou frowned slightly, showing a bit of hesitation. 5 million was no small amount, and he was also worried about potential tricks. "What's wrong? Afraid I might trick you?" Sister May sneered. "If you're afraid to gamble, then let's go, shall we? We're leaving." Wait. Scarface Lou certainly wasn't going to let them leave just like that. Today he wanted to collect his money and take revenge. He glanced at the buzzcut guy, who nodded slightly with a confident expression. "Let's gamble then. Bring the card machine here." However, Sister May didn't swipe her card, but said, "I must see so much cash first before swiping. How do I know you have that much cash here?" Scarface Lou, of course, couldn't produce that much cash at once and said, "I only have about 2 million in cash here. How about you swipe 2 million first?" Sister May replied, "That's not right. If I swipe 2 million, then you're giving me cash. What about your stake? I can only swipe 1 million first." "Fine, then let's swipe 1 million first." Scarface Lou sneered, instructing someone to bring the money. 2 million in cash was placed on the table. Only then did Sister May swipe her card. After swiping 1 million, the gambling officially began. Sister May and the buzzcut guy sat facing each other. Both of them continuously shuffled and rubbed the cards on the table, with tiles passing through their hands one by one. Then, at a very fast speed, they each drew the tile they wanted and placed it on the table. Before long, they had each drawn 14 tiles. "Let's reveal the tiles," Scarface Lou said. The buzzcut guy revealed his tiles first. Upon seeing his hand, Scarface Lou's expression changed drastically. It was just a very ordinary mixed hand, not qualifying for any points. However, the buzzcut guy did not show any signs of disappointment, but appeared very confident. "Sister May, it's your turn," he said. Sister May flipped her tiles and revealed a great 4 winds hand. Seeing the 4 sets of east, southwest, and north, Scarface Lou cursed in near despair. Damn it. However, when Sister May flipped the last 2 tiles, Scarface Lou burst into laughter. Because those 2 tiles were a white tile and a 9 of wands, not a pair. "You lost," the buzzcut guy declared. Sister May slumped back in her chair, murmuring, "Impossible. It can't be." The buzzcut guy smugly said, "Do you know why I only drew the smallest hand? It's because I knew you were going for the great 4 wins, so I let you try, but I split the pairs you needed, so you couldn't win. Oh, according to the table rules, that's a complete loss." Scarface Lou laughed. "Sister May, are we still playing? If not, you'll have to do as you said and walk back bare-bottomed if you lose." "Huh?" Sister May replied, "Of course we're playing. Swipe the card." She swiped another million and repeated the previous routine. This time Sister May lost again. Then she continued to swipe her card. After swiping 4 times in a row, she lost every time, leaving only 1 million in her card. Scarface Lou advised her, "Sister May, why not save some for a rainy day? Losing money is better than losing yourself. You can stake yourself to cover the million. Oh, what do you think?" "If Sixth Master wants me, you should have said so earlier," Sister May replied with seductive eyes and a soft. May Jie swiped the last 1 million yuan from her card. Before her now lay 1 million yuan in cash, the final stake of her gamble. If she lost this round, she would truly fulfill Ba Lu's wish, and have no choice but to wager herself. Fortunately, in this final round she won. Huh. At last, I've won. Mei Jie let out an exaggerated cackling laugh, like a brooding hen just laying her first egg. In stark contrast, Ba Lu's face darkened with grim fury. To an outsider, it would seem Mei Jie had triumphed, while Ba Lu stood on the brink of ruin. Though 2 million yuan lay before Mei Jie, she had already charged 5 million yuan to her card. In truth, she remained 3 million yuan in deficit, making Ba Lu the true victor. Yet Ba Lu refused to accept it. Such is the gambler's delusion. Once money passes through his hands, he believes it irrevocably his. Moreover, funds in a bank account are invisible. Cash, however, strikes the eye like lightning. Li Mukin could not help but admire Mei Jie. With a single round, she had utterly reversed the psychological tide. Just moments before this round, Mei Jie had lost 4 consecutive games. Ba Lu needed only one more win to seize every cent she owned, and even claim her person. Yet after losing merely 1 round, he had exhausted all the cash on hand. 2 million yuan, the entire reserve fund of Ba Lu's mahjong parlor. Suddenly, that sum belonged to Mei Jie. How could Ba Lu bear it? He glanced sharply at the man with the crew cut, who nodded silently in return. Let's go again. Ba Lu growled, his face as black as storm clouds. In his eyes, Mei Jie's victory was mere fluke. I've turned my luck, sixth master, she replied. Aren't you afraid I'll keep winning? Luck can't hold back fate, she added with a sly smile. Ba Lu sneered. 1 win means nothing. Speak again when you win this round. Now I hold 2 million yuan, Mei Jie said, glancing at the pile before her. While your table holds not a single coin, how exactly shall we wager? My establishment is vast, Ba Lu retorted. Do you doubt my wealth, or my integrity? It's not distrust, sixth master. It's casino protocol, no cash, no game. Ba Lu snorted, snatched up his phone and dialed. Brother Hai, send 2 million yuan in cash, urgently. Mei Jie settled into her chair, crossed her legs, and smiled comfortably. Won't be long, I hope. Relax, Brother Hai is family. When my venue needs funds, he's always prompt. Ba Lu boasted proudly. Mei Jie fell silent, waiting patiently. Li Mukin surmised Brother Hai must be a loan shark specializing in high-stakes gambling, where interest accrued daily. He knew without doubt that Ba Lu's doom was sealed today. Soon a man in sunglasses entered carrying a large case. Sixth master, playing big tonight. The man placed the case on the table and opened it on the spot, filled to the brim with cash. 2 million yuan, shall I count it? No need, Ba Lu replied. Would I doubt Brother Hai? Very well, enjoy your game. If funds run short, call me. I've another 2 million in the car. Brother Hai cast a cool glance at Mei Jie and Li Mukin before stepping out. Funds secured. Shall we continue? Ba Lu asked. Or perhaps change the rules? Not at all, Mei Jie countered. I've just found my rhythm. Same as before, 1 round winner takes all. I'm betting the full 2 million. Ba Lu's cheek twitched. He flicked a sharp glance toward the crew-cut man, who nodded and began shuffling the tiles with Mei Jie. This time the crew-cut man proceeded with extreme caution, sliding each tile slowly, eyes never leaving Mei Jie's hands. Back and forth they pushed for nearly 10 minutes. Spectators beside them, all save Li Mukin, tensed visibly. Especially Ba Lu, his lone eye darted wildly, his eyelid trembling uncontrollably. At last both players drew their hands. The crew-cut man revealed a mixed honor tile hand. Mei Jie unveiled a rare double dragon flush. Mei Jie won. The crew-cut man stared, incredulous, muttering, impossible. It simply cannot be. Ba Lu slammed the table, roaring. Are you even competent? Could you two be colluding? Sixth master, I don't know what happened. I swear. The crew-cut man pointed at Mei Jie. I swore I'd already swapped her bamboo tile. Worthless fool. Ba Lu spat the curse, then jabbed a finger at Mei Jie. You stinking witch. Did you cheat? Ba Lu, she retorted coldly. If you can't play fair, don't play at all. You accuse me of cheating the moment I win, but never questioned your wins earlier. Shall we collect the money? We're leaving. She rose, casting a contemptuous glance, feigning departure. Had she walked away, then Ba Lu would still have profited 1 million yuan. But gamblers are slaves to greed. Faced with 4 million yuan in crisp bills, reason dissolves entirely. Ba Lu seized his phone again. Brother Hai, didn't you say there's another 2 million in your car? Bring it here. This time the sunglasses-wearing man entered almost instantly. Knew your game tonight wouldn't be ordinary. I stayed downstairs smoking a coke. Sure enough, money arrives faster than smoke clears. He set down the 2 million and remained watching silently from the side. Ba Lu dumped the cash onto the table. Continue. Sixth master, Mei Jie mused. I now hold 4 million, yet you bring only 2. Ba Lu turned pleadingly to Brother Hai. The latter waved him off. Sixth master, your venue's worth is clear to me. 4 million is enough. Fail to repay tomorrow. I'll seize your parlor. Brother Hai, we're kin. Surely you trust me. No kinship in finance, came the flat reply. Even brothers settle accounts openly. I have funds in the bank. I'll wire you immediately. First settle today's debt, then dispatch another 2 million in cash. Balu pulled out his phone to transfer. Brother Hai shook his head. No transfers. Gambling debts leave no trace. My trade demands cash. Today's loan is cash. Your repayment must be cash. No exceptions. Fail tomorrow. I take your parlor. Balu's face twisted, yet fear restrained him. He dared not provoke Brother Hai. Mei Jia laughed softly. Sixth Master Brother Hai refuses transfers, but I accept them. Wire it to me. Didn't you hear him? Balu snapped. No names on gambling debts. No mobile transfers. Unless you have a card machine for me to swipe. Li Mukin didn't grasp the distinction between card swiping and mobile transfers. But one thing was unmistakable. Balu refused to relinquish the 5 million yuan he'd already consumed. Mei Jia giggled. A POS terminal. I have one. I run a shop, remember. She pulled out her phone and dialed Boss Wang. Old Wang, I'm at the Mahjong parlor. Bring our POS terminals for Sixth Master to swipe. Bring several. Our machines have low limits. I fear they won't suffice for his appetite. Within minutes, Boss Wang arrived clutching a large bag. From it, he withdrew a dozen POS terminals, one by one arranging them neatly across the table. Here they all are. Hope it's enough. Boss Wang grinned innocently. Spectators gaped speechless. Li Mukin finally understood Mei Jia had planned to outwit Balu from the very beginning. Sixth Master, the machines have arrived. Please swipe your cards, Sister Mei said with a charming smile. Scarface Lu squinted his single eye. Even a fool could tell that the woman before him was well prepared. Sister Mei said, the limit on my machine is small, so I need you to swipe a few times. Start with 1 million, so we both have 3 million in cash, and well bet it all at once to determine the winner. Scarface Lu coldly chuckled. No need to complicate things, I can swipe 5 million for you at once. But with only 4 million in cash, if I swipe 5 million, you'll owe me 1 million after giving me the 4 million. Sister Mei, uncertain of his intentions, asked, what do you want to do? It's simple, you put yourself on the line. As I mentioned earlier, you are worth 1 million. So I'm really worth that much. Sister Mei laughed joyfully, casting a flirtatious glance. Alright, I'll put myself up. As long as you win him, yours. Scarface Lu said, but if I take 6 million in cash and bet your 5 million and you, I still feel disadvantaged, so you'll need to add something else. Sister Mei, curious, asked, what else? Scarface Lu pointed at Li Mukin. At his 2 eyes. Sister Mei frowned and said, that won't do. My bet with you has nothing to do with him. Not related to him. You came together, and you tell me he has nothing to do with it. Scarface Lu sneered, Mr. Li, are you daring enough to bet? Last time we gambled, I lost an eye. Today you're betting 2 of your eyes. Isn't that excessive? Sister Mei then realized that Scarface Lu had become one-eyed because of Li Mukin. Looking at Li Mukin, she revealed a trace of surprise. Li Mukin calmly said, that's not excessive. Scarface Lu laughed heartily, as expected of Mr. Li, straightforward. Sister Mei looked at Li Mukin with complex feelings. When a man trusts a woman so much that he dares to put his eyes on the line for her, any woman would be moved. Swipe the card. Sister Mei was confident in her gambling skills. This buzzcut guy was no match for her. But Scarface Lu also seemed quite confident. He swiftly swiped 5 million, and the machine brought by Boss Wang was almost fully utilized. Let's begin, Sister Mei said. Hold on. Scarface Lu interrupted. Sixth Master, what's wrong? This time let's change things up. You can't touch the card. Scarface Lu pointed at Li Mukin with ill intent. Sister Mei frowned and said in a deep voice, no way, how can I let someone else touch the cards in my game? Scarface Lu sneered, this isn't just your game. Mr. Li has even put his eyes on the line. You can't let him touch the cards. That's unreasonable, isn't it? Sister Mei hadn't expected Scarface Lu to resort to such tactics, but she had no reason to refuse. From the moment Li Mukin agreed to bet his eyes, he had fallen into Scarface Liu's trap and became part of the game. If Sister Mei insisted on touching the cards herself, it would clearly imply that she was cheating. Brother Hai, do you agree with me that letting Mr. Li touch the cards is fair? Scarface Lu asked. Brother Hai replied, that's fair. Scarface Lu smiled smugly. Brother Hai said it's fair, Sister Mei. You're not trying to cheat, are you? This left Sister Mei genuinely in a difficult position. She had already seen Li Mukin's skill level. Before today, he couldn't even play Mahjong. How could he possibly win? Even Boss Wang's smile froze on his face. Scarface Lu coldly watched them. Sister Mei maintained a serious face, deep in thought about how to break the deadlock. Suddenly Li Mukin said, Sister Mei, let me give it a try. Sister Mei shot him a glare. This wasn't the time to show off. Things had deviated significantly from their original plan. Li Mukin originally intended to slowly play with the 500,000 he had on hand. Lu's first win later, using the gambler's mentality to bait Scarface Lu. But he hadn't expected Sister Mei to directly bring out 5 million, which was entirely out of their prior plan. Later, a phone call made Boss Wang quickly bring a pile of card machines, seemingly well prepared. Lee Mukin realized that Sister May had long been scheming against Scarface Liu. However, Sister May hadn't anticipated that Scarface Liu would specify Lee Mukin to draw the cards. At the table, she could see clearly that the buzzcut guy's technique was far slower than hers. She pretended to be weak to confuse the buzzcut guy, making Scarface Liu dare to gamble with her. She was 99% confident she could win against the buzzcut guy, but if Lee Mukin were to take her place, they would undoubtedly lose. Yet this kid had voluntarily stepped up. What heroics are you trying to show? Can you even draw a winning hand? Sister May said irritably. Lee Mukin replied, isn't drawing cards just based on luck? Maybe I'll get lucky today and draw a good hand. Sister May was so furious she nearly jumped up to curse. This wasn't just about drawing one card, it was about drawing 14 winning cards. Where was the luck in that? Scarface Liu laughed. Sister May looked Mr. Lee says it's fine, maybe his luck is good. If you still disagree, I can only assume you're cheating. Sister May glared at him, stamping her foot in frustration. If you lose, I won't even have my capital left. You'll have to support me from now on. Lee Mukin, feeling a wave of frustration, thought, what kind of logic is this? Sister May stood up, giving her seat to Lee Mukin. The game officially began. The buzzcut guy began pushing cards on the table. Lee Mukin, however, remained still, leaving the buzzcut guy puzzled. Brother, it started. He specially reminded him. I know, go ahead and draw, Lee Mukin replied. The buzzcut guy was taken aback, feeling particularly speechless. It was his first time encountering such an opponent, unsure whether he was foolish or just dim-witted. He quickly drew the first card. Lee Mukin also drew one from the table. The buzzcut guy picked another card from the pile, slamming it down in front of himself. Lee Mukin picked up his second card too. He neither shuffled nor selected. He merely took a card from the Sister May watched with a frown. Although the cards on the table were scattered, as a master of card tricks, she had memorized the position of each card clearly. She saw clearly that the buzzcut guy had drawn all tens, indicating he was aiming for a pure hand. However, Lee Mukin's hand was a disordered collection of cards, making it impossible to win. This guy really trying to rely on luck. But his luck was also poor, with all scattered cards, not even a pair. Sister May sighed inwardly, realizing that today's situation was already beyond salvation. She exchanged a glance with Boss Wong, subtly shaking her arm, concealing a small knife in her palm. Meanwhile, Boss Wong was smiling as if too engrossed in the intense game. No one noticed as his hand slowly turned crimson, resembling two hot iron brands. All 14 cards were drawn. The buzzcut guy asked, who goes first? Lee Mukin replied, how about you start? The buzzcut guy smiled slightly, his fingertips gliding over the 14 cards laid out before him. He then slammed his hand down on the table, flipping all 14 cards over at once. This move was incredibly impressive, resembling a scene from a movie. However, when the cards were revealed, he was dumbfounded. All 14 cards were scattered, unable to form a winning hand. Sister May was also taken aback, along with the buzzcut guy. Among those present, only Sister May could clearly see that the buzzcut guy had clearly drawn a 9 lotus lamp. Damn it! Scarface Liu swore, his heart sinking to the bottom. He still held on to a glimmer of hope that perhaps the cards opposite were worse. It was Lee Mukin's turn to reveal his cards. He didn't have such impressive techniques, simply flipping them one by one. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. When he revealed 3 1,000s, the crowd's breathing began to grow heavy. Scarface Liu's heart sank further. Meanwhile, Sister May had already put away her small knife, her mouth agape, in surprise, a smile at the corners of her lips and eyes. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. Lee Mukin gently flipped the last card. 5,000. 9 lotus lamp. With a loud clap, Lee Mukin slammed the last card onto the table, plunging the room into a deathly silence. The complete sequence of characters on the table clearly revealed the outcome. In this round, Lee Mukin won. Sister May looked at him, her gaze filled with a sense of wonder and joy akin to discovering a new world, yet inexplicably tinged with a hint of resentment. But the only remaining eye of Scar 6 was filled with frustration and unwillingness. Little Flathead suddenly pointed at Lee Mukin, shouting, "You cheated." Lee Mukin calmly stood there and asked him, "What do you mean by cheating? You switch cards." Little Flathead said, "You clearly had a hand of scattered cards while I had a complete sequence. This 9 lotus treasure lamp is mine. You switched my cards." Scar 6 finally reacted, "So you were pretending all along. I should have realized it. How could someone who can gamble on dogs in a dogfighting arena not know how to play mahjong? You little brat, cheating in my establishment. Someone chop off his hand." Sister May mocked. Scar 6 can't take cheating, must be caught in the act. You can't just say he switched cards because you lost money, can you? She knew Little Flathead was speaking the truth. Lee Mukin had definitely switched cards, but how he did it she couldn't fathom. She believed that if she couldn't see through it, Scar 6 and Little Flathead wouldn't be able to either. Scar 6 sneered, "Don't forget I have cameras here. Dare to watch the replay." Sister May frowned and looked. Lee Mukin replied indifferently, "Sure, go ahead." Scar 6 signaled, and one of his subordinates brought over a notebook, connected the cables, opened the video, and started playing the recording of the earlier game. The video fast-forwarded to the part where Lee Mukin and Little Flathead were gambling, then slowed down. Everyone was completely focused, not daring to blink, fearing they might miss a detail. Sister May felt conflicted, both worried and a bit expectant. She didn't want Lee Mukin to be caught cheating, but she was also very curious to see how he had switched cards. After playing the video in full, the result was disappointing. Lee Mukin had simply drawn cards casually, and all the cards he touched were from his own side, having no interaction with Little Flathead. Scar 6 was unconvinced and shouted, "Slow it down, slower." He definitely cheated. The video played again, frame by frame, at the crucial moment. "Slower, slower." Scar 6 yelled. "6, that's as slow as it gets," his subordinate replied. Scar 6 angrily picked up the laptop and slammed it against the wall. Little Flathead looked at Lee Mukin with disbelief and asked, "How on earth did you do it?" "Just lucky, that's all," Lee Mukin replied nonchalantly. No one believed his words, but no one could challenge him. At such a slow playback speed, even the world's best magician couldn't have switched out 14 cards from across the table without leaving a trace. Could it be that he truly had such incredible luck? "Old one, what are you waiting for? Collect the money," Sister May said. Boss Wong grinned as he went to gather the money on the table. Aside from the tens of thousands in loose change at the beginning, the rest was all packed in boxes, making it easy to Brother Hai, wearing sunglasses, said Scar 6, "Since it's over, let's settle our accounts. Are you paying back, or am I taking over your venue?" Brother Hai. Scar 6 seemed quite wary of the man in sunglasses. "You go back first. I'll return the money with interest early tomorrow morning." Brother Hai, are you thinking of running away? Scar 6 said. "Come on, why would I run away? These people cheated in my venue, and after I handle them, I'll return the money to you. Do you think I'm blind? The venue is yours, and you've seen the footage. Regardless of how he did it, if you didn't catch him, you can't say they cheated. That's the rule of the casino. Don't break the rules and become an enemy of the underworld." Scar 6's eyes flickered as he said, "Since Brother Hai said, so I won't say he cheated. However, I want to settle other accounts with him today. You won't stop me, will you? Your matters have nothing to do with me. Oh, I just want my money back." "All right, Brother Hai, once I finish settling accounts with this kid, I'll return your money." Scar 6 abruptly reached out and pressed down on the last money box that Boss Wong was about to take. "You think you can just take the money like that? It won't be that easy." Boss Wong still smiled, but no one noticed that his palm had already turned red. Sister Mai's expression turned cold. "Scar 6, trying to play dirty, are you? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Scar 6 pointed at Lee Mukin and said this eye of mine was blinded by him. "Today, as long as he leaves behind one eye and a hand as interest, I'll consider it a loss and let you take the money. What if we refuse?" Sister May asked. Scar 6 sneered and told his subordinate, "Clear the room. Call for backup." The subordinate acknowledged and left the private room, evacuating all the guests who were playing mahjong at dozens. At the same time, a dozen young men rushed in from outside, 2 of whom Lee Mukin recognized as the ones who had come to collect protection fees at the People's Restaurant. Scar 6 looked at Sister May and sneered, "You filthy bitch, do you really think you're worth something? Today I'm going to—" Then he ordered his subordinates, "Tie them all up for me. I want to personally gouge out this kid's eyeballs and enjoy this filthy woman's taste with my brothers." Everyone here had seen Sister May before, some even quite familiar with her, and had long been drooling over her. Hearing Scar 6's words, they all began to laugh lewdly. Scar 6 glanced at Boss Wong, who was still holding the money box, and said, "You're this woman's husband, right? Soon I'll let you see with your own eyes how my brothers and I make your wife comfortable, ha ha." Boss Wong still smiled, as if what Scar 6 said had nothing to do with him. Just when everyone thought he was a fool, he unexpectedly raised his hand and slapped Scar 6. This slap didn't seem heavy, yet Scar 6 howled in pain. On one side of his face was a red handprint. The skin bubbled up as if there was even a wisp of smoke, and a burnt smell permeated the air. Scar 6 screamed, trying to touch it, but it hurt his hand. "Kill them for me." His subordinates finally— Just as they were about to make a move, the outer door was slammed open and screams erupted in the hall. Everyone looked outside to see Master Rong charging in like a furious golden statue holding a ladle. Several of Scar 6's subordinates lay on the ground, each with a bump on their heads, moaning in pain. Little Yang followed behind, holding a kitchen knife. Master Rong knocked down one with the ladle, and Little Yang rushed in with the kitchen knife, swiftly slicing, turning that person's head into a bald crown. As the two entered the private room, a few more at the entrance met the same fate, becoming bald. "Let's see who dares to move you first," asked my ladle. Master Rong stood there pointing around with the ladle. "And my knife?" Little Yang raised the kitchen knife in his hand and walked over to Master Rong's side, quietly asking, "Master, how's my knife skills?" Master Rong replied, "Passable." In fact, without them needing to lift a finger, just the slap Boss Wong gave Scar 6 earlier had already scared this group of thugs out of their wits. They all squatted on the ground, hugging their heads, not daring to move. Scar 6 was still howling in misery. Sister May picked up a mahjong tile from the table, Without any visible motion, the tile transformed into a beam of light and flew out, striking the other side of Scar Six's face. With a puff, the mahjong tile actually pierced through Scar Six's cheek, drilling into his mouth. Scar Six's howls came to a sudden halt. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood along with a mahjong tile and several broken teeth. Scar Six fell to the ground with a thud, mumbling, "Grandfather, spare me. And spare me." Boss Wong chuckled, "Spare you? Give me a reason to spare you." Brother Hai suddenly said, "Everyone don't kill him. Oh, I still need him to pay me back." Boss Wong looked at Sister May. Sister May glanced at Li Mukin. Li Mukin said, "I don't care, he's just a pest." Sister May was taken aback, then suddenly laughed and said, "All right, since Brother Hai spoke, we'll spare him this time. Let's take the money and go." Master Rong and Little Yang came over to help with the money. 6 million, all packed into 4 boxes, while the rest of the loose change was in the backpack Li Mukin had brought. On the way back, Sister May asked Li Mukin, "Little Li, young Master Li, how did you do that earlier?" "What? That hand. I know you switched little flathead's cards. I've been in this business for years and have never seen such superb card switching skills." "That's not card switching. Then what is it?" "It's celestial magic," Li Mukin said. Sister May pouted and feigned anger, saying, "Fine, don't tell me then." Li Mukin shrugged. "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." Sister May sighed. "Forget it, I know the rules of the Qianmen. Consider me too talkative." They didn't return to the popular restaurant, but instead went to the beauty salon across the street. Li Muchun then realized that this shop was also run by Sister May. No wonder she comes here every day for her hair and beauty treatments. Sister May gave the staff a day off and locked the door. She took out 3 million and handed it to Li Muchun, saying, "Let's split it 2 ways, half for each. You don't mind it being a bit low, do you?" Li Muchun took out 500,000 from the box and said, "I promised I would take 250,000. The rest is all yours." Sister May smiled, not bothering with pleasantries. "Sister May, you must have been planning to deal with Scar Six for a long time, right?" Li Muchun asked. Sister May laughed. "What do you think I go to him for every day playing mahjong?" Boss Wong said, "Scar Six's subordinates collected quite a lot of protection fees from us today. Is just getting back what's owed with interest." Li Muchun chuckled. "Did they collect 6,000 in protection fees? You took 6 million from him. Do you call that interest?" Master Rome said, "People like Scar Six are a menace. We are doing this for the benefit of the people, robbing the rich to help the poor." Xiaoyang said, "Today we should resolve him with 1 strike." Boss Wong chuckled. He borrowed 4 million from Brother Hai at high interest. Brother Hai is a tough guy, or if he can't pay it back, he's doomed. Sister May frowned and said, "Don't underestimate Scar Six. He has the backing of Cha Ming Hui from the Cha family in Haiqing. Brother Hai might not dare to touch him." "Is the Cha family really that powerful?" Xiaoyang scoffed, raising the knife in his hand. "Let's give him a few cuts and see how arrogant he is." "You don't understand anything," Master Rome said. "If these noble families were afraid of your little knife, they would have gone bankrupt long ago." Sister May looked at Li Muchun and said, "Today's matter won't end like this. Scar Six will definitely come back for revenge. We won't be affected. Oh, we can just leave." "What are you planning to do?" Xiaoyang said, "Little Li is with us. Wasn't today a pleasant cooperation? From now on, Xiao Li will follow me. I'll teach you how to use a knife." Master Rong tapped Xiao Yang's head with a ladle. "With your meager skills, do you dare to take a disciple? If Xiao Li wants to learn, he should learn from me." Boss Wong said, "What will he learn from you?" "Cooking. Xiao Li is talented. How could he possibly follow you too as a chef?" "Xiao Li, don't listen to them. I take me as your master, and I'll teach you the vermilion sand palm." Suddenly, several people began to fight over the disciple. Li Muchun stood there momentarily stunned, not knowing whether to feel flattered or speechless. "Xiao Li, don't listen to them. I take me as your master, and I'll teach you the vermilion sand palm." Suddenly, several people began to fight over the disciple. Boss Wong, being an eyewitness, smacked his lips and said, "Oh dear, I forgot about this. Xiao Li, it turns out you are also a master of the Qianmen." Master Rong and Xiaoyang hadn't seen the final betting match and didn't know what they were talking about. Boss Wong then vividly recounted that thrilling match, leaving Master Rong and Xiaoyang dumbfounded. "Really? Even in slow motion you can't see it?" Xiaoyang looked skeptical. Sister May said, "Enough, no more talk about it. We are also like clay Buddhas crossing the river, unable to protect ourselves. Young Master Li has his own fortune. Let's part on good terms." "Sister May, are you really going to leave?" Li Muchun asked. "Young Master Li, since you are also a fellow practitioner, I won't hide it from you." Sister May confirmed that Li Muchun was a skilled con artist. "All of us have dirty hands. We originally planned to hide in Haiqing, open a small shop, and live a quiet life, but unexpectedly, we were still found out." "Wang Zongxing?" Li Muchun asked. Sister May nodded. Li Muchun thought for a moment and said, "Actually, you don't need to leave." "Not leave?" Sister May sighed. "I wish I could. But we are alone and helpless. Don't be fooled by our skills. In the eyes of powerful families and sects, we are nothing. We can only drift in the martial world, Only the martial world can be our support. I can protect you, Li Muchen said. You? Sister Mei was slightly taken aback, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. Boss Wang laughed heartily. Xiaoli, do you know who Wang Zongxing is? He is the master of Southern Tai Chi. Many years ago his martial arts had already reached the level of transformation. If I say this you might not understand. Oh, let me show you. He extended his palm, and the center slowly turned a vermilion color, pressing it down on the ground. On the hard floor tile a 2 centimeter deep palm print appeared. In my early years I practiced the iron sand palm, and later switched to the vermilion sand palm. The martial world gave me a nickname, Iron Hand Tathagata. You Sister Mei are from the Qianmen, but later entered the martial arts world. Because of your skillful hands you mainly practice hidden weapons, and you also have a nickname in the martial world, Thousand Hand Guanyin. Sister Mei replied unhappily, why are you saying all this? Isn't it to let Xiaoli know? Li Muchen chuckled inwardly. Iron Hand Tathagata and Thousand Hand Guanyin, these two really make a pair. Master Rong scoffed. What Iron Hand Tathagata? Did you come up with that yourself? Xiaoli, don't listen to him. His nickname is Laughing Buddha. Just look at that face, it's a name you can easily remember. Xiaoyang eagerly said, Master, won't you demonstrate your skill? Master Rong said, alright, I'll show Xiao. He took an apple from the fruit plate on the coffee table and grabbed the kitchen knife from Xiaoyang's hand. The apple was tossed up and the knife flashed. The apple landed in his hand, still the same apple. Gently squeezing it, the apple split into 7 pieces, each side cut away, leaving a perfect square in the center. In other words, in that brief flash he had already made 6 cuts. How fast and skillful must that knife technique be to slice a small apple with 6 swift cuts? After finishing, Master Rong returned the knife to Xiaoyang and said, my master was a knife master from the Rong sect hiding in the restaurant kitchen. Later I inherited the craft and practiced the knife techniques he taught me. When I was in the capital, I once used a kitchen knife to cut 100 flower banquet, earning me the nickname, One Cut of Spring. He glanced at Sister Mei and continued, actually your nickname isn't Thousand Hand Guanyin, it's officially called One Branch of Plum. This time Li Muchen truly found it amusing. Well, now these two. Iron Hand Tathagata, Thousand Hand Guanyin. One Cut of Spring, One Branch of Plum. Li Muchen seriously suspected that these nicknames were self-given just to match with Sister Mei. Is that Wang Zongxing stronger than you? Li Muchen asked. Boss Wang and Master Rong exchanged glances. Boss Wang spoke first. If it were just Wang Zongxing, we wouldn't necessarily be afraid of him. It's just that we despise inner family over outer family. If we join forces we might be able to fight him. But the one Sister Mei offended is not Wang Zongxing, but Lu Jinxing. Who is Lu Jinxing? Haven't you heard of the martial arts grandmaster? Li Muchen shook his head. Boss Wang said the highest realm of martial arts is the grandmaster. What about above the grandmaster? Above the grandmaster? Boss Wang was taken aback. That must be an immortal, right? And there are not many grandmasters. Looking at the entire South Jiang province, there are only 2 grandmasters. One is He Changchun, who lives in Qiantang, and the other is Lu Jinxing from Yongcheng. Sister Mei added, Lu Jinxing is not only a grandmaster, his Lu family is also the most powerful family in Yongcheng. Sister Mei, what kind of grievance do you have with Lu Jinxing? Li Muchen asked. Sister Mei's face darkened, and she turned her face away, her gaze seemingly penetrating through the walls, looking far into the distant horizon. Li Muchen knew she had her reasons, so he said, how about this, Sister Mei? You don't leave just yet, give me 3 days. After 3 days you can decide again. When Ma Shan returned, Li Muchen had already arrived home. These items you wanted are really hard to find. I practically ran all over Huching. Ma Shan complained as he dumped a large bag of items onto the ground. Phosphor or iron or mica agate graphite, gold powder brass cinnabar, and $2 silver from the 1920s, finally a stack of yellow paper, 2 brushes, and a bottle of Realgar wine. Li Muchen casually picked up a stone, weighed it in his hand, then put it down. So everything seems fine, right? Ma Shan vaguely guessed what Li Muchen was planning. Li Muchen said, the quality is average, but it's still good to find such things in the city. It's enough for our needs. It's just that the cinnabar and yellow paper are too off. Ma Shan said, then he'll go buy more. Li Muchen thought for a moment and felt it was unfair to ask Ma Shan to procure these items, so he said, forget it, brother Ma Shan, he'll find a way. Tomorrow you go to the intermediary to handle the property transfer procedures. As he spoke, he pushed 2 money boxes in front of Ma Shan. Ma Shan was taken aback and opened the boxes. Although Li Muchen had done many astonishing things before, when he saw the 2 boxes full of money, he nearly dropped his jaw in shock. My goodness! Muchen, where did you get so much money? He shook his head repeatedly and sighed. Now I believe it, I truly believe it. What do you believe? I believe you can organize a wedding that will satisfy and even surprise the Lin family in 3 months. Oh no, an engagement ceremony. Anyway, from now on, whatever you say, I will believe it. Li Muchen smiled and said, let's go call Ding Xiang, and let's go have a nice meal. The next day, Ding Xiang called Sister Mei and learned that the Qingmin restaurant would continue to operate for at least 3 more days, so she went to work. Ma Shan drove to the intermediary to handle the procedures. Li Mukin looked at the items Ma Shan had procured and pondered where to buy authentic cinnabar and yellow paper. He thought there should be practitioners in Huqing, but the only ones he had encountered were Wu Xian from the Zhao family, Lai Shigong from the Cha family, and if the hidden, who came with Wu Zhou's Zhou Lijun from the dogfighting arena counted, that made a total of 3. The key was that all 3 had strayed from the righteous path and had already been killed by him. After thinking it over, he could only go find Feng Tianming. This person had a wide circle of friends and surely knew many characters from the unorthodox sect. Li Mukin called Feng Tianming. Uncle Ming, do you know where I can buy authentic cinnabar and yellow paper? I have an urgent need. Uncle Ming pondered for a moment on the other end of the line and said, I do know a place where the items are guaranteed to be authentic. How about this, come over to my place for a meal first? I just happen to want to discuss something with you. In the afternoon, I'll take you there. Li Mukin said, all right, send me the address and I'll come over shortly. Uncle Ming replied, no need, I'll have Zhou Na come pick you up. Around noon, Zhou Na drove over to pick up Li Mukin. She took him to a private club owned by Feng Tianming. During the meal, Feng Tianming smiled and asked Li Mukin, Mr. Li, what do you need the cinnabar and yellow paper for? It can't be to draw talismans to exorcise ghosts, right? Just for fun, Li Mukin casually replied. You can do that. Zhou Na looked at Li Mukin with some curiosity. Li Mukin said, I learned a little from my master in the mountains. Zhou Na then said, can you also read feng shui? When will you help me take a look? I have a friend whose life has been going poorly as she suspects there is a problem with her house. Li Mukin non-committally replied, we'll see when the opportunity arises. Zhou Na didn't press the issue further. Halfway through the meal, Feng Tianming said to Li Mukin, Mr. Li, do you remember Hong Tianqing? I remember, he's from the southern school of Tai Chi, Li Mukin replied. Feng Tianming pondered for a moment and said, Hong Tianqing was defeated at the hands of Mr. Li. Now the head of the southern school of Tai Chi has personally come to Huqing. Logically speaking, in Huqing, since you are both guests and have some relations with me, I should mediate between you. However, to be honest with Mr. Li, since the head of their faction has come personally, they probably won't leave without regaining some face. So what? Li Mukin asked with a smile, then raised an eyebrow. Do you want me to bow my head and admit my— Feng Tianming saw Li Mukin's expression was not good and quickly denied it, saying, not at all, not at all. I understand the rules of the Jianghu, life and death are minor matters, but face is paramount. How could I let Mr. Li bow his head voluntarily? I was thinking that perhaps it would be better for Mr. Li to go out and avoid this just in time for a large gambling event in the south. If you are interested, I can accompany you just to relax, and with some luck you might even make some money. Li Mukin frowned and said, gambling can be profitable, but now is not the right time. Uncle Ming, there's no need to put yourself in a difficult position. If Wang Zongxing wants to find me, let him come. Feng Tianming was taken aback. He had not mentioned Wang Zongxing's name. Mr. Li, do you know Leader Wang? I've met him once. Feng Tianming nodded. Since you know each other, then it's easier to handle. Would you like me to arrange a meeting for ever? Li Mukin smiled slightly and said, how about this, since he wants to regain face, let's have a match 3 days later. I can compete with him. Feng Tianming was greatly shocked. Wang Zongxing was the head of the southern school of Tai Chi, known as a half-step master. Throughout the entire southern river, apart from a few individuals who would dare to claim victory over Wang Zongxing. But seeing Li Mukin's confident demeanor, it seemed he was quite assured. Was he truly that strong, or was he unaware of Wang Zongxing's prowess? Then, what about the specific time, place, and rules for the match? Feng Tianming asked. Whenever he likes, Li Mukin said casually. It can be any time within 3 days. Feng Tianming was even more astonished. This Li Mukin was no longer just confident, he was utterly arrogant. To leave the rules up to the opponent, how audacious must one be to say such a thing? Mr. Li, this is not a joke. Leader Wang is the head of the southern school of Tai Chi and has not been defeated in many years, Feng Tianming kindly reminded. Then perhaps his undefeated record will come to an end. Li Mukin chuckled. Uncle Ming, you might as well open a betting market on the side. Perhaps you can earn a little. Feng Tianming was left speechless. Open a betting market. It was likely that 99% of people would bet on Wang Zongxing winning. However, this was indeed a good idea, just the odds needed to be carefully designed. At the Haizhou Grand Hotel, the security guard stood a bit straighter than usual, and the smiles on the waitstaff's faces were more radiant than usual. Chairman Zhang Dongheng was in high spirits and stood at the entrance of the hotel to welcome guests himself. Beside him were other senior managers of the hotel along with Zhang Yiping from the Yongqing Group. Zhang Yiping felt somewhat nervous. Today was a significant day for the Yongqing Group, as well as a life opportunity for Zhang Yiping. The Haizhou Hotel was a 5-star hotel controlled by the Yongqing Group, and aside from the Yongqing Tower, it was the second most important asset under the Yongqing Group. Today Chun Wenxue, the son of the Chun family from Shenzhou, would represent the Chun family to meet the heads of various prominent families and businesses in Huqing in the presidential suite of the Haizhou Hotel, discussing the Chun family's first collaboration project in Huqing. Zhang Yiping knew very well that such opportunities were rare or even non-existent. The Chun family from Shenzhou was a true aristocratic family. The prominent families in Huqing were not even worth mentioning in front of the Shenzhou aristocracy. If he could befriend young Master Chun and thus establish a connection with the Chun family, it would greatly benefit him and the future of the entire Yongqing group. Moreover, today representatives from various prominent families in Huqing would also come. These were all significant figures within their families. Just a moment ago, Zhao Sihai, the head of the Zhao family, even came in person. Zhang Yiping couldn't help but feel that the disparity between him and young Master Chun was too great. Normally those prominent families looked down on him. Even his father Zhang Gunmao, the chairman of the Yongqing group, had to keep a low profile in front of these families. And now young Master Chen only had to send a notification and the families came to him voluntarily. At that moment a Maybach pulled up in front of the hotel. Zhang Yiping glanced at the license plate and felt it looked familiar. Meanwhile Zhang Dongheng had already hurried over to personally open the car door. Seeing who got out of the car, Zhang Yiping was once again stunned. The head of the Lin family had actually come in person. Director Lin, you are truly a rare guest. Zhang Dongheng, the chairman of Haizhou Hotel, smiled broadly as he extended his hand to shake hands with Lin Xiuxing. Lin Xiuxing shook his hand gently and said, "You're too polite, President Zhang. Director Lin, this is my elder brother's son Yiping, who is also working at the hotel. He arranged most of today's meeting affairs." Zhang Dongheng specially introduced Zhang Yiping to Lin Xiuxing. "Hello, Uncle Lin," Zhang Yiping greeted, stepping forward. "I am friends with Manqing. We have met before." Lin Xiuxing remembered that Lin Manqing had mentioned Zhang Yiping, and it seemed that his daughter did not have a very good impression of him. Out of politeness, he nodded slightly. Even so, Zhang Yiping was already flattered, his face filled with surprise, as if his relationship with Lin Manqing had progressed further. "Uncle Lin, we have prepared a VIP room for the Lin family. Oh, I will take you there," Zhang Yiping said. Lin Xiuxing looked at his watch and said, "The time I agreed with young Master Chun is about to arrive. Please take me to meet him directly." Zhang Dongheng hesitated and said, "Director Lin, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a moment. The people from Qiantang haven't come out yet. Master Zhao arrived an hour earlier than you and is still waiting." Lin Xiuxing was taken aback. Master Zhao came in person. He initially thought that as the head of the family, he would be the only one appearing in person. It seemed today would be a fierce battle. Which family from Qiantang is coming? The Yuan family. The Yuan family. Lin Xiuxing felt surprised again. Who is coming? It's young Master Yuan Shiji from the Yuan family. Director Lin. You didn't know? Zhang Dongheng looked at Lin Xiuxing in surprise. The Yuan family and the Lin family are in-laws. Lin Xiuxing frowned, realizing that Yuan Shiji was here to discuss cooperation with Chun Wenxue without notifying him in advance. If the two families teamed up, they would have a very good chance of securing a deal with the Chen family. It now seemed they not only did not want to join forces, but might even stab him in the back. And yet they still had the face to come proposing marriage. Lin Xiuxing felt somewhat angry, but he did not show it, laughing heartily. "Then let the younger generation discuss first. I will go catch up with Master Zhao." Zhang Dongheng quickly said, "All right, I will take you to meet Master Zhao." He led the way to the VIP lounge, where Zhao Sihai was resting. As the heads of two major families chatted, Zhang Yiping naturally had no qualifications to accompany them, so he only escorted them to the elevator entrance before returning to the hotel lobby to wait for the next wave of guests. At this moment, a figure sneaked in through the door and was caught by security. "Hey, I am a friend of young Master Zhang, but what right do you have to stop me?" the person shouted. Zhang Yiping heard the voice and hurried over. Upon seeing it was Zhou Su. He brought Zhou Su into the lobby and said, "How did you get here? Today the hotel is hosting important guests and security is very strict. You were acting so sneaky, it's no wonder the security stopped you." Suddenly noticing the bruises on Zhou Zu's face and neck, he frowned and said, "Those security guards are a bit excessive. How did they do this to you?" "I will find their captain later and have that guard fired." Zhou Su quickly waved his hands and said, "It has nothing to do with him. I got these injuries from something else." "Then what happened?" Zhou Su recounted how he had gone to the Qinfeng restaurant and later got beaten up by a group of hoodlums in an alley. After speaking, he looked very aggrieved. "Brother Zhang, you said you would protect me. I have reported your name. I can't swallow this anger." Zhang Yiping frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Did you manage to figure out who attacked you?" Zhou Su replied, "Where am I supposed to ask? It was dark in that alley, and I didn't see what they looked like. They told me not to have designs on their boss woman. I was thinking the woman they mentioned couldn't be Ding Xiang, right?" Zhang Yiping laughed and said, "What's so surprising about that? Why can't you have feelings for Ding Xiang? Just because you like her doesn't mean others can't. She must be with that hoodlum now, right?" No, it can't be. Zhou Su shook his head and said, Ding Xiang is so pure as she wouldn't be with a hoodlum. Zhou Su, wake up, you're not a child anymore. In this day and age, what purity is there? It's just about whether the money is enough or not. Zhou Su still didn't quite believe it. Zhang Yiping shook his head and said, all right, I will find someone to help you settle this later. Today is young Master Chen from Xinzhou discussing cooperation with various families. As long as I serve young Master Chen well today, I can rise to prominence in the future. Your little matters are nothing at all. Really? Zhou Su was overjoyed. Did you see Ding Xiang? Did you see that person with the surname Li? Zhang Yiping still had lingering thoughts about Lin Manqing. I saw her, Zhou Su said with a look of disdain, just together with Ding Xiang working as waitresses in a small restaurant. Just a waitress. Zhang Yiping was a bit surprised. You must be mistaken, right? How could I be mistaken? I had him place an order for me, Zhou Su said. Should we find someone to teach him a lesson and vent your anger? No need, people like that are not worth my effort to care about. Zhang Yiping relaxed and smiled, putting his arm around Zhou Zu's shoulders, and said, come on, I will get you a room to rest. Later I will take you to have a buffet. The dishes today are ones you usually can't get. Master Zhao, it has been a long time since we last met. As Lin Xiaoxing entered, he coldly looked at Zhao. Zhao Sihai's expression changed slightly, forcing a smile as he said, Director Lin, long time no see. How has the old man been? Thanks to you, the old man is in good health, Lin Xiaoxing sneered. Good and evil will be rewarded in turn. The time has not yet come. Some small people use petty tricks to harm others, but they will eventually bring about their own destruction. Zhao Sihai's face turned extremely grim. Zhang Dongheng, who was standing at the door, detected the smell. He did not wish to see the Lin and Zhao families clashing here. If anything happened, it would not be something the Haizhou Grand Hotel and Yongqing Group could bear. He stepped in to mediate, saying, Gentlemen, it is rare for both of you to gather in my humble establishment. I see that young Master Chen is still early. How about I arrange some entertainment for us to enjoy? No need. Zhao Sihai suddenly stood up, took a deep breath, and said to Lin Xiaoxing, Since Director Lin has arrived, I will take my leave first. From now on in the business world, whenever I encounter the Lin family, the Zhao family will retreat. After saying this, he waved his hand and turned to leave the hall. This left Lin Xiaoxing in a state of confusion. Zhang Dongheng, on the other hand, was somewhat astonished. The Zhao family and Lin family have always been evenly matched in strength. Why did Zhao Sihai show weakness upon meeting Lin Xiaoxing today, even saying something like retreating? This is a significant signal. Is the situation in Huqing about to change? Lin Xiaoxing was also quite surprised inside. He knew Zhao Sihai too well. He was known for his hardline style and being notoriously difficult to deal with. Retreat. What happened that could cause Zhao Sihai to make such a concession? Could it be? Lin Xiaoxing recalled some things Lin Yun had mentioned, which at the time they thought were just a child's boast. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoxing met with Chun Wenxue and the business team sent by the Chun family in the presidential suite. Lin Xiaoxing prepared a detailed cooperation plan and offered quite generous terms. According to his original plan, appearing as the head of the family along with this plan would be enough to impress the Chen family. However, Chun Wenxue did not show any excitement or satisfaction. Master Lin, thank you for coming in person to discuss today's cooperation, Chun Wenxue said, speaking elegantly in line with his name, exuding a sense of grace. However, in terms of the cooperation plan, you do not have a significant advantage compared to other families. Especially the Yuan family from Qiantang. Their proposal is hard for us to refuse. I admit that the Yuan family's overall strength is superior to ours, but their influence is mainly in Qiantang. Since young Master Chun intends to invest in Huqing, you should know that we are the most powerful family in Huqing. Chun Wenxue nodded, saying, That's right, we initially thought the same way. However, the Yuan family's plan changed my perspective. If I team up with the Yuan family to open up the markets of Xinzhou and Qiantang, Huqing is merely a link between Xinzhou and Qiantang. Moreover, the Yuan family, and you are in-laws right. My cooperation with them would also be beneficial to you. Lin Kaixing's expression darkened slightly. This statement was hard for him to refute. Huqing was indeed wedged between Xinzhou and Qiantang. Many industries had to rely on others. If the major industries of Xinzhou and Qiantang could form a healthy partnership, it would be beneficial for Huqing as a whole. However, for local powers like them, whether it would be good or bad was hard to say. Before he could think of a response, Chun Wenxue continued, Moreover, I have heard that the Lin family's recent business affairs have not been smooth, with many projects encountering problems, including the industries mentioned in your proposal. Chun Wenxue looked at Lin Xiaoxing with a smile. Young Master Chun, I believe you can feel our Lin family's sincerity. Lin Xiaoxing wanted to negotiate further. However, Chun Wenxue raised his hand to stop him from continuing. I know you are very sincere. How about this, Master Lin? I will give you another half a day to revise the cooperation plan. However, I feel there may be a generational gap between us. It would be better for you to send someone else. Send someone else. Lin Xiaoxing was taken aback, feeling somewhat humiliated. Yet for the sake of the Lin family's interests, he decided to endure. What kind of person does young Master Chen want to talk with? I prefer to talk with young people. Doesn't your Lin family have a son-in-law? Let him come to negotiate. Lin Xiaoxing returned home in frustration, slamming the contract on the table. Yan Huimin noticed his displeasure and comforted him, saying, "What happened, Xiaoxing? Did the negotiation? It's not a big deal if it didn't go well. It's just a collaboration and there will be more opportunities in the future. But it's not merely that it didn't go through, that young Master Chen actually wants me to send someone else to negotiate. How outrageous!" Lin Xiaoxing exclaimed angrily. "Send someone else?" Yan Huimin asked curiously. "Who does he want to replace you with? Does he want the old man to take charge himself?" There is a saying, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The Chen family is powerful, yet this young master thinks he can stand on equal footing with our patriarch. That is simply excessive. He's not asking for the patriarch to go. He wants the son-in-law of the Lin family to negotiate. Don't you think that's an insult to me? Son-in-law. Yan Huimin suddenly thought of someone, but dismissed the idea as too absurd. Which son-in-law does he want to negotiate with? Lin Xiaoxing roared, taking a deep breath. I'll go discuss it with the patriarch. The son-in-law of the Lin family. Lin Shangyi pondered after listening to Lin Kaisheng's report. Chaoming, what do you think? Let Xiaoxing make the decision regarding business matters, Lin Chaoming suggested. Lin Xiaoxing looked at Lin Chaoming with gratitude and said, Dad, Uncle Chaoming, no matter what young Master Chen thinks for the benefit of the Lin family, we must give it a try. Who do you think should be sent? Lin Shangyi asked. Lin Xiaoxing replied, there are many son-in-laws in the Lin family with enough status. The only ones who can make it here today are the elder brother-in-law and the fourth brother-in-law. Then let both of them come over. Prepare a proposal and have Mingshun negotiate first. If Mingshun fails, then let Guochang take over. Lin Shangyi nodded. Although the Yuan family has other plans, since young Master Chen clearly stated he wants to negotiate with the Lin family's son-in-law, Yuan Guochang can only represent our Lin family. I'm sorry to put you in this position, Xiaoxing. Lin Xiaoxing understood his father's intention and choked back tears, saying, Dad, it's nothing. Recently the Lin family's business has indeed faced issues, and I bear significant responsibility. As long as it benefits the family, I don't mind enduring some hardship. Suddenly Lin Chanming said, have you considered that young Master Chen might be referring to another son-in-law? Who? Both Lin Shangyi and Lin Xiaoxing asked simultaneously. Li Mukin, Lin Chanming stated. Lin Shangyi was taken aback and chuckled. Chanming, you really think highly of him, don't you? I was just thinking out loud. Lin Chanming chuckled self-deprecatingly. Lin Xiaoxing shook his head, saying, that's absolutely impossible. How could young Master Chen know Li Mukin? Besides, Li Mukin is not yet a son-in-law of the Lin family. Although he possesses some peculiar skills, he knows nothing about business. Even if young Master Chen is a wastrel, he wouldn't make such a reckless move. At the Haizhou Grand Hotel, Zhou Su enjoyed a sumptuous buffet meal with Zhang Yiping. Brother Zhang, today's dishes are quite good, Zhou Su remarked, still craving more. Zhang Yiping replied, what's this? The real feast is when it's served in the presidential suite upstairs. We are just riding on young Master Chen's coattails. I'm mainly benefiting from Brother Zhang's presence, Zhou Su laughed. Zhang Yiping enjoyed himself and patted Zhou Su on the shoulder, saying, don't worry, as long as you're with Brother Zhang, there will be moments of glory for you in the future. At this moment, another luxury car pulled up at the entrance. Zhang Yiping hurriedly went out to greet Zhang Dongheng and the others. It was Shen Mingchun who arrived. Shen Mingchun looked spirited, holding his head high. Aside from shaking hands briefly with Zhang Dongheng, he paid no attention to anyone else, including Zhang Yiping. Zhang Dongheng accompanied Shen Mingchun upstairs. Zhang Yiping returned to the lounge area. Brother Zhang, did the Shun family from Guqing come too? Zhou Su asked. Zhang Yiping said, he is here representing the Lin family. It seems young Master Chen specifically requested to negotiate with the Lin family's son-in-law. Zhou Su was puzzled, asking, does the weight of the Lin family head not surpass that of a son-in-law? Zhang Yiping found it amusing as well, but he felt he had no right to participate in such matters, lacking insight into the intricacies, and thus refraining from saying too much. Soon after, Shen Mingchun came back down. He went up with great confidence, but returned looking like a defeated rooster with a stern face, head down, and after Shen Mingchun left, Yuan Guocheng arrived. Unlike Shen Mingchun, he was fortunate enough to meet Chen Wenxue, but Chen Wenxue had no intention of negotiating with him. Mr. Yuan, your Yuan family has already presented a very attractive cooperation proposal which I am considering. If you are here representing the Yuan family, then there is no need for this unnecessary effort. As for the Lin family, please convey to them that if there are no other suitable son-in-laws, there is no need for further discussions. This was Chun Wengshu's exact words. Yuan Guocheng was quite satisfied with this outcome. Before leaving, he smiled at Chun Wenxue and said, young Master Chun, there's no need to wait any longer for the Lin family. Choosing to collaborate with the Yuan family will not disappoint you. Upon returning to Beishi Mountain Villa, Yuan Guochang relayed Chun Wengshu's words to old Master Lin verbatim. He believed that the Lin family had lost its opportunity in this business deal. Lin Xiaoxing felt very disappointed. This was the darkest day of his life. Lin Shangyi sighed, saying, "Forget it, although the Chun family controls the maritime trade in Shenzhou, they may not stir up any waves in Huqing. Old Master, are you really not considering Mukin?" Shin Mingchun and Yuan Guochang were both taken aback. That kid with the surname Li. Yuan Guochang scoffed, saying, "What qualifications does he have to represent the Lin family?" Shin Mingchun added, "Exactly, he knows nothing. I heard he's still working as a waiter in a small restaurant. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to have him represent the Lin family?" The question of embarrassment is secondary. The key is whether young Master Qin will negotiate with him. Even if there is a possibility, how can you expect me to ask him? Lin Shangyi looked at his son and asked, "Xiaoxing, what is your opinion?" Lin Xiaoxing pondered for a moment and said, "Let's give him a try, even if it's just a dead horse being treated as a live one." When Li Mukin received Lin Kaisheng's call, he was in Feng Tianming's car heading towards Tianqing Temple. Feng Tianming mentioned that the abbot Zhang Daoyuan was a master of the talismanic school. If one were to speak of Dansha Cinnabar and yellow paper, Tianqing Temple would be the epitome of authenticity. Every year, prominent families and influential figures from Huqing visit Tianqing Temple to pray for blessings. Zhang Daoyuan frequently descends the mountain to help people avert disasters. Feng Tianming was introducing Li Mukin along the way. Li Mukin could tell that this Zhang Daoyuan had considerable influence in Huqing's upper society, indicating some depth of knowledge. The phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. When Li Mukin answered and heard Lin Kaisheng's voice, he was somewhat surprised. After understanding Lin Kaisheng's intentions, Li Mukin directly refused, saying, "Uncle Lin, I don't understand commercial operations, nor am I skilled in negotiations, and I cannot represent the Lin family. Please look for someone more capable." He heard Lin Xiaoxing sigh, his tone surprisingly aged. "Mukin, this collaboration is very important for our Lin family. Just help me out and give it a try." Upon arriving at the Tianqing Temple, they were greeted by a young Taoist who led them into a side hall. "The master is currently practicing, please wait a moment." The Taoist served them tea and then stepped out. Li Mukin noticed a talisman posted on the side door of the hall and went over to take a look. It was indeed made of good paper and fine sand. After waiting for a while, Zhang Daoyuan finally arrived late, cupping his hands towards Feng Tianming and saying, "Master Feng, forgive me for the lack of a proper welcome." Li Mukin scanned with his divine sense and saw that although Zhang Daoyuan had true qi flowing in his body, his energy was scattered, indicating that he hadn't been practicing just now. It seemed he had come out late merely to maintain an aura of mystery and nobility. Feng Tianming also cupped his hands and said, "I apologize for interrupting the Taoist's quiet cultivation. Today I brought a friend and would like to request some dansha and yellow paper from your esteemed temple." Seeking dansha and yellow paper at a Taoist temple aside from making talismans, I truly cannot think of any other use for it, Zhang Daoyuan said, looking at Li Mukin. "It seems you are also one of our kind. May I ask how to address you?" Li Mukin replied. Zhang Daoyuan was slightly taken aback and looked Li Mukin up and down. The young Taoist beside him suddenly pointed and exclaimed, "So you are Li Mukin? Master Zhang knows Mr. Li?" Feng Tianming asked in surprise. Zhang Daoyuan laughed heartily, saying, "Oh, not at all. This little Taoist lives in seclusion. Here, how could I have the honor of knowing Mr. Li? Just a few days ago, the Lin family was searching everywhere for a Taoist surnamed Li. I presume that is you, Mr. Li." Li Mukin smiled slightly, choosing not to say much more. Zhang Daoyuan then asked, "May I ask where Mr. Li is cultivating on some blessed mountain?" Li Mukin replied, "Kunlun." Zhang Daoyuan chuckled and said, "Mr. Li truly loves to joke." Li Mukin did not elaborate. He knew several high-level practitioners of the talisman school, but Zhang Daoyuan's skills were too shallow, and explaining would be of no use. Seeing Li Mukin remain silent, Zhang Daoyuan felt somewhat displeased and said to his disciple beside him, "Go fetch some dansha and yellow paper for him." The disciple went out. The room fell into silence, and the atmosphere became slightly awkward. Feng Tianming broke the silence, saying, "Master Zhang, I have been feeling quite stifled and troubled lately. I would like to ask for your guidance." Zhang Daoyuan smiled and said, "I see Master Feng is in a fortunate time. You are likely to encounter a benefactor soon. As for your minor health issues, there is no need for concern. Let me draw you a talisman." Feng Tianming was overjoyed, as it was not easy to receive a talisman from Zhang Daoyuan. He did not expect Zhang to take the initiative today. "Then I must thank you, Master Zhang." The young Taoist brought over a packet of cinnabar, a jar of prepared cinnabar ink, and a stack of cut yellow talisman paper. Zhang Daoyuan picked up a brush from the side and dipped it in the cinnabar ink, beginning to draw the talisman. He moved his brush like a dragon and snake, his strokes flowing with grace. Even Li Mukin had to admit that the Taoist talisman drawing movements were exquisite. Unfortunately, true celestial arts are not meant for display. Zhang Dayuan's skill to the eyes of an outsider indeed possessed a bit of the demeanor of a master. However, in the eyes of Li Mukin, aside from the fluidity of his movements, there was nothing else to commend. Zhang Dayuan finished drawing the talisman and handed it to Feng Tianming. Feng Tianming received the talisman, expressing endless gratitude. Zhang Dayuan glanced at Li Mukin, and seeing him unresponsive revealed a slight smile of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He had intentionally omitted a stroke in the drawing. Any disciple of the talisman school would recognize it at a glance. Zhang Dayuan concluded that Li Mukin was merely a wandering sorcerer here to swindle money from the wealthy families of Huqing. Feng Tianming paid and prepared to take his leave. Suddenly Li Mukin said, "I want to test if this cinnabar is good." Without using a brush, he dipped his hand in the cinnabar ink and began to smear it on the yellow paper. In no time, he had drawn a chaotic mess on the paper resembling a child's scribblings. "Mr. Li, how is this cinnabar?" Zhang Dayuan asked with a smile. Li Mukin replied, "It's fine, just a bit too diluted." Zhang Dayuan coldly snorted, saying, "Then it is troublesome for Mr. Li to prepare it himself when you return. Escort him out." Li Mukin and Feng Tianming exited together. Suddenly, the young Taoist ran out again, calling Feng Tianming over for a whispered conversation. Li Mukin was far away, but his hearing was sharp enough to catch the conversation. The young Taoist said, "Master Feng, my master asked me to remind you that this Mr. Li is a con artist, to be careful." Feng Tianming glanced at Li Mukin with suspicion. After watching them drive away, the young Taoist returned to report to Zhang Dayuan. The young Taoist asked, "Master, is this surnamed Li really a con artist?" Zhang Dayuan held a blue and white teacup, gently blowing on the foam atop the tea, and leisurely replied, "He can't even understand the most basic talismans. Just look at the talisman he drew. Can it even be called a talisman?" The young Taoist glanced at the ghostly drawings left by Li Mukin on the table and burst into laughter. Reaching out to grab it, he felt a numbness in his fingers upon contact with the talisman paper. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a loud thunderclap sounded, startling Zhang Dayuan. "Go out." Zhang Dayuan hurriedly set down his teacup, causing tea to splash and fall right onto the ghostly drawing drawn by Li Mukin. The two exited the house, unaware that behind them the talisman paper was slowly dissolving in the tea and the strokes on it transformed into light shooting upwards into the sky. Zhang Dayuan stood in the middle of the courtyard, looking up to see several beams of golden light flying overhead. Thunder strikes from the ground, sword energy soaring into the sky. "Quick, quick, quickly bring incense. This is a sign of celestial beings descending. I must burn incense and pray, welcoming their divine presence." The young Taoist hurriedly brought incense and lit it for Zhang Dayuan. Zhang Dayuan knelt on the ground of the courtyard, holding the incense above his head and reciting incantations. Li Mukin returned home with the Dan Sha and yellow paper, hurriedly taking a taxi to the Haijiu Grand Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Li Mukin was stopped by security and questioned about his purpose. Zhang Yiping and Zhou Su were chatting in the hotel lobby. Zhou Su caught a glimpse of a familiar figure outside the main door. He nudged Zhang Yiping and gestured, "Zhang, go look outside. Isn't that Li Mukin?" Zhang Yiping looked outside and indeed saw Li Mukin seemingly trying to enter, but being stopped by security. "Let's go take a look." The two approached the entrance. "What's going on?" Zhang Yiping asked. Seeing Zhang Yiping, the security guard immediately stood at attention, saying, "Young Master Zhang, this person claims to represent the Lin family to discuss business with young Master Chen. I saw he came by taxi, so I asked a few more questions." "Representing the Lin family?" Zhou Su laughed sharply. "Li Mukin, weren't you working as a server at the Qingmin restaurant? When did you become a representative of the Lin family? Did your restaurant get bought out by the Lin family?" At this point, he was laughing so hard, he nearly cried. The security guard replied, "Fortunately, young Master Zhang, and your friend arrived, otherwise I might have been swindled." Then, feeling disgusted, he tried to chase Li Mukin away. Zhang Yiping found it quite amusing as well. Yet he maintained the demeanor expected of a gentleman in high society, stopping the security guard and saying to Li Mukin, "Your excuse is too far-fetched. No one would believe it. If you are here to stay at the hotel, we welcome you, but I must remind you that Haijiu is a 5-star hotel, and the rooms are quite expensive. Have you ever stayed in a 5-star hotel?" Zhou Su looked at Li Muchun with a mocking expression. "5-star, huh?" Li Muchun tilted his head, gazing at the shining sunlight reflecting off the neat and smooth facade of the building. "I really haven't stayed there before." "Oh, I forgot you just came from the mountains. There shouldn't be such tall buildings there, right?" Zhou Su continued his ridicule. Zhang Yiping smiled and said, "It's okay, not everyone can afford to stay in a 5-star hotel, so it's normal that you haven't been there. How about this, if you want to stay, I can book you a room by the hour so you can experience it." Brother Zhang is so generous. Zhou Su gave a thumbs up. Li Muchun shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'm not here to stay in a hotel." "Then what are you here for?" I told you I'm here to discuss business on behalf of the Lin family with young Master Chen. Li Mu Chun, how can you be so thick-skinned? You're just trying to curry favor with young Master Chen and looking for a decent excuse. Do you think young Master Chen is someone you can just meet? Zhou Su sneered. Li Mu Chun was a bit impatient and said, forget it, I can't talk to you about this. This hotel is open to the public, right? It's my freedom to go in. Zhang Yiping said originally it's your freedom to enter, but young Master Chen is a distinguished guest of the hotel. If you're going to disturb him, then that won't do. I can't let you in. Do you have that authority? Li Mu Chun looked at Zhang Yiping. I'm sorry, Yongqing Group is the largest shareholder of the Haizhou Grand Hotel. Zhang Yiping revealed a proud smile. Right now, I am the vice president of the Haizhou Grand Hotel. So you're saying I can't go in? Li Mu Chun asked. If you keep insisting that you're here on behalf of the Lin family to meet young Master Chen, then I can't let you in. Zhang Yiping. Brother Zhang, why be so polite to him? Just have the security throw him out. Zhou Su said. Li Mu Chun smiled faintly. Sure, but don't come begging me to let you in later. Huh? Zhou Su burst into laughter. Brother Zhang, did you hear that? He said we'll have to beg him to let us in. Huh? Zhang Yiping couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head, saying, forget it, let's go in. I don't want to see him. He instructed the security guard, keep an eye on this person, don't let him slip in. Young Master Zhang, rest assured. The security guard replied, glaring at Li Mu Chun as if he were a thief. Li Mu Chun looked around and noticed that the flower bed next to the hotel entrance was quite wide, so he sat down there. The security guard watched him closely. There were no regulations outside the hotel prohibiting people from staying, so he could only observe. Li Mu Chun took out his phone and dialed Kai Wei Min's number. Kai 2, it's Li Mu Chun. Young Master Li, what can I do for you? Kai Wei Min on the other end of the line was very excited, his voice trembling slightly. He didn't dare to contact Li Mu Chun at all, and even when sending money, he only dared to send it to Ma Shan. You have young Master Chun from Xinzhou's phone number, right? I do. Call him. Li Mu Chun hung up the phone and sat quietly by the flower bed. Just right, he hadn't practiced for many days, so he simply closed his eyes and focused on circulating his true energy. Zhang Yiping was leaning on the sofa in the lounge area, relaxing with his legs crossed. There shouldn't be anyone coming. In a while I'll go up and invite young Master Chen. The dinner I arranged for him today will definitely satisfy him. He muttered to himself. Brother Zhang, can you take me along when you have dinner with young Master Chen? Zhou Su flashed a sycophantic smile. Zhang Yiping said lazily, let's skip this time. Young Master Chen doesn't like unfamiliar faces. I've put a lot of effort into preparing this dinner. All right, next time. Zhou Su chuckled. Just then Zhang Yiping's phone rang. The manager upstairs notified him that young Master Chen had come downstairs. Zhang Yiping flipped over from the sofa and quickly adjusted his clothes, jogging towards the elevator. The elevator doors opened, and Chen Wenshui rushed out. Young Master Chen. Zhang Yiping bowed and was about to mention the dinner arrangements. However, Chen Wenshui didn't even glance at him, brushing past him and running towards the main entrance. Gu Yanzhou closely followed behind him, not leaving his side. Then came members of the Chen family's business team, streaming out one after another. Young Master Chen. Zhang Yiping called out, confused about why Chen Wenshui was in such a hurry, and followed him. Chen Wenshui burst out the door. The security guards knew this was a big shot. Everyone at the Haizhou Grand Hotel had been on high alert these past few days just to serve this gentleman well. No one dared to ask or stop him. Chen Wenshui stood at the entrance looking around when he suddenly spotted Li Mu Chun sitting by the flower bed. He breathed a sigh of relief, looking pleasantly surprised, and walked over to the flower bed, smiling. I finally waited for you. Young Master Li, it's really not easy to see you. Li Mu Chun smiled back. How could your occasion be larger than that of young Master Chen? I wanted to see you, but they wouldn't even let me in, so I could only sit here and wait for you. Chen Wenshui was taken aback, and then angrily said, how dare these people do this? Let's go in and see who dares to stop us. Li Mu Chun stopped him, saying, forget it, I think it's quite nice here, the air is fresh. If you don't mind, let's just sit here. And Chen Wenshui suddenly understood something, laughed heartily, and said, all right then, let's talk here. He sat down next. Gu Yanzhou slightly bowed to Li Mu Chun, respectfully calling out young Master Li. Li Mu Chun looked at Gu Yanzhou, frowned, and said, Gu Lao, I saw you were doing well a few days ago. Why do you seem to have internal injuries today? Gu Yanzhou, with admiration on his face, said, there's really nothing that can be hidden from young Master Li. I've indeed sustained some injuries, but it's nothing serious. Li Mu Chun nodded, and said, as long as it's okay, in a few days I'll make some pills for you to take. Gu Yanzhou was overjoyed. He had seen Li Mu Chun in action. It was truly a miraculous method, and the pills he provided were certainly not ordinary. He quickly said, thank you, young Master Li. You all take your time chatting. I'll keep watch for you. After saying this, he stood to the side, scanning the surroundings, his gaze fierce, exuding an aura that commanded respect. This scene left Zhang Yiping, who had chased to the entrance, dumbfounded. Zhou Su beside him gaped in shock, unable to utter a word, until after a long time, he said, Brother Zhang, what's going on here? Zhang Yiping was also puzzled. How could young Master Chen know Li Mu Chun, and they seemed quite familiar with each other? At this moment, other members of the Chun family also arrived at the hotel entrance. Chun Wen-shui waved his hand, and they all walked over. Thus a rather amusing scene unfolded at the entrance of the Haizhou Grand Hotel. Two young men sat on the edge of a flower bed surrounded by a group of elegantly dressed men and women in exquisite suits, some sitting on either side, others bending over to stand, and some even squatting on the ground. There was also a dignified old man in Tang's suit standing to the side with his hands behind his back, his eyes sharp as an eagle. Meanwhile, the hotel's security guards and staff formed a circle around them, unsure of what to do. Damn, what kind of luck did this kid strike? Zhou Su said indignantly. Brother Zhang, what do we do now? Zhang Yiping took a deep breath. He knew he had to lower his head and admit his mistake. He could no longer swallow this pride. Offending Chun Wen-shui meant not only offending the Chun family of Shenzhou, but also antagonizing all the big shots who came to negotiate with the Chun family today. Zhang Yiping walked to the edge of the flower bed, forced a smile, and said, Young Master Chun, everyone at our hotel has specially prepared a special dinner for you. It will be served shortly, so please head to the VIP lounge upstairs for now. Chun Wen-shui glanced at Li Mu-chun, and seeing that Li Mu-chun didn't even lift his eyelids, guessed what was going on. He couldn't help but curiously look up at Zhang Yiping. He wanted to see just how foolish a person would be to block someone like Li Mu-chun outside the hotel. Seeing the insidious smile on Chun Wen-shui's face, Zhang Yiping was so nervous he began to sweat. Young Master Chun Li. Zhang Yiping felt as if his lips were glued shut, making it hard to speak. Li. Mr. Li, it's quite windy here. Perhaps the two of you should go upstairs. Li Mu-chun finally raised his head, glancing at the smooth facade of the hotel building. The setting sun's rays reflected off the glass walls, shining with a strange brilliance. A five-star hotel, huh? It seems someone just wouldn't let me in. Zhang Yiping's face turned red as he said, I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I didn't know you knew Young Master Chun. Li Mu-chun interrupted him, saying, Young Master Chun, what do you think? Chun Wen-shui chimed in, it's great. As long as Young Master Li thinks it's good, then it must be good. Zhang Yiping was stunned. Young Master Li. The Young Master Chun from Shenzhou actually referred to him as Young Master Li. This was someone who didn't even give face to the head of the Lin family, and the likes of Shun Ming-chun from the Shin family and Guqing couldn't even meet him. Wasn't Li Mu-chun working as a waiter in a small restaurant? When did he become Young Master Li? Someone had already reported this to Zhang Dongheng, the general manager of the Haizhou Grand Hotel. How could this happen? Zhang Dongheng was furious after hearing the news, stomping his feet. Receiving the third young master of the Chun family from Shenzhou was a significant matter. There were more than just the Haizhou Grand Hotel among the five-star hotels in Huqing. In terms of rank and status, Haizhou was not the highest. Young Master Chun's choice of Haizhou was an honor for them. Moreover, Young Master Chun was to meet representatives from various prominent families in Huqing and Xiantang. If this event went well, Haizhou and even the Yongqing group would ascend to new heights. If it went poorly, everyone would suffer the consequences. The Haizhou Grand Hotel had been busy for days preparing for this event, fearing even the slightest mistake. After the Lin family left, Zhang Dongheng thought there was nothing more to worry about. As long as he arranged today's banquet properly, it could all come to a satisfactory conclusion. Even so, he still had Zhang Yiping stay in the lobby to prevent any unforeseen events. Little did he expect that this unforeseen event would occur with Zhang Yiping. Zhang Dongheng rushed to the entrance with the hotel executives. After finding out what happened, he shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yiping. If it weren't for the fact that he was the son of the group's chairman Zhang Ginmao, he would have wanted to slap him. He pushed through the crowd, trying to reach Chun Wengshu's side. Suddenly a figure flashed in front of him. Gu Yanzhou blocked his way. Zhang Dongheng quickly said, Old Gu, I'm sorry, I was rude. Young Master Chun, the banquet is about to start, shall we go in and sit? Chun Wenshu stretched and said, I'm actually feeling a bit hungry. Young Master Li, how about we eat something? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongheng finally relaxed. As long as they went in, any mistake could be remedied. Zhang Yiping also breathed a sigh of relief. Li Mu-chun said, if we're going to eat, let them bring it here. Zhang Dongheng was startled and quickly said, this won't do. The dishes are freshly made by the chef. We specially airlifted a batch of ingredients from France and even invited a Michelin chef from Shenzhou. I think that's a great idea. Chun Wenshu clapped his hands on the flower platform. Right here, squatting on the ground, eating French cuisine made by a Michelin chef. Just think about it, how interesting. Zhang Dongheng wore a pained expression. How could this be allowed? Zhang Yiping shot a resentful glance. Li Mu-chun said, if they're unwilling, we can just order takeout. Chun Wenshu said, that's fine, let's order takeout then. Zhang Dongheng quickly waved his hands. Gentlemen, there's no need to order takeout. He'll have someone arrange for the dishes to be brought here immediately. He was genuinely afraid. The young master of the Chun family coming to the Haizhou Grand Hotel and ordering takeout at the entrance. If this got out, the hotel would close down tomorrow. Zhang Dongheng stepped out of the crowd, instructed his subordinates to arrange the dishes, then called Zhang Jinmao. This matter was no longer just the hotel's issue, the Yongqing group would also be affected. Besides, it was Zhang Jinmeo's son who caused this trouble. If he didn't come, who would? Additionally, he also called the... Didn't this person, named Li, say he was representing the Lin family? Whether it was true or not, informing the Lin family couldn't make things worse. The sunset finally retracted, the last glimmer of light reflected on the glass curtain wall, and night. The cicadas in the trees were still chirping, and the insects in the grass also started to chirp back. The Haijiao Grand Hotel turned on all the lights, illuminating the entrance as bright as day. A large catering vehicle was pushed out. In the dazzling night, outside, a 5-meter-long temporary dining table was set up, surrounded by an array of fresh flowers. Candles were lit on the table. Exquisite silver tableware was neatly arranged on the table. Dishes were continuously being brought out. The aroma spread through the night. Zhang Dongheng went to invite Chen Wenxue and Li Mukin to eat. But the two were preoccupied laughing and chatting amongst themselves, ignoring him completely. Zhang Dongheng decided to let it be. He was waiting for Zhang Jinmao to arrive. Whoever caused the trouble should take the blame, and he didn't want to bear the... A luxury car sped into the scene. The hotel staff recognized it as their boss car. Zhang Jinmao practically jumped out of the car. Upon arrival, without saying a word, he slapped Zhang Yiping across the face. Then he went over to apologize to Chen Wenxue and Li Mukin. Gentlemen, I have failed as a father. Please don't hold it against me and let it go. Everyone around felt as if they were in a dream. This was the chairman of the Yongqing group. They had never seen their usually imposing boss so humble. Chen Wenxue smiled and said, "Why should you be so polite, Mr. Zhang? We're just sitting here chatting. Your son has been a great host, and we're grateful rather than having any grievances." Zhang Jinmeo's face turned dark as he turned back and shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yiping. "Kneel off." Zhang Yiping was startled, thinking he must have misheard. "Kneel. Apologize to the two young masters." Zhang Jinmeo's face was stern as he spoke harsh. "Dad." Zhang Yiping couldn't believe that his usually indulgent father would treat him this way. But Zhang Jinmao didn't care about father-son feelings at this moment. Offending the Chen family and half of Heqing's big shots meant the Zhang family wouldn't be able to survive. Compared to the visible losses faced, meant nothing. If this son weren't his own flesh and blood, he would want to kick him to death. Zhang Yiping was filled with dissatisfaction, but he didn't dare to defy his father. With tears in his eyes, he knelt down and said, "I was deceived by Zhou Su. He said young Master Li was just a waiter in a small restaurant, which led to my misunderstanding of him. Young Master Chen, young Master Li, I'm sorry, I was wrong, and I apologize to both of you." Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Wenxue enjoyed a roadside French rice dish with great satisfaction. No matter how much Zhang's father and son tried to persuade him, Chen Wenxue insisted on having the butler cancel the presidential suite at Haijiao Grand Hotel. He then personally drove his Bugatti Veyron, whisking Li Muchan away, disappearing into the night. The people at the hotel entrance maintained a tacit silence. As if a storm was about to break, everyone felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Only Lin Kaisheng's heart was filled with surprise, even igniting an impulse to sing a song. As for the humiliation he had suffered earlier, it was not forgotten, but paled in comparison to the impending benefits. As a rational family leader, he understood that business failure was the greatest humiliation. Once the family business declined, it wouldn't just be him facing humiliation, but his descendants as well. Lin Xiaoxing looked up at the sky. The moon was bright, and the stars few. It was indeed a fine night. He was still waiting for the Chen family team. Young Master Chen had followed Li Muchan and had no idea where they went, but the Chen family team was still upstairs retrieving their luggage. He intended to bring the Chen family team to the Lin family, so he wouldn't have to fear other families stealing their business. Although Zhang Jinmao appeared flustered today, he was still the owner of Yongqing. His status remained, and he approached Lin Xiaoxing for small talk. Having already offended young Master Chen, he couldn't afford to offend the Lin family again. "Mr. Lin, who exactly is that young Master Li?" After some pleasantries, Zhang Jinmao finally couldn't help but ask. Zhang Yiping perked up his ears nearby. Lin Xiaoxing chuckled, "Oh, he's my youngest daughter Making's boyfriend." The words came so naturally that even Lin Xiaoxing himself was a bit surprised. So he accepted this kid, just like that. It seemed there was no other choice. Oh, Zhang Jinmao realized. The Lin family son-in-law was not someone the Zhang family could afford to offend. He glanced at his son beside him, this disappointing child. The more Zhang Jinmao thought about it, the angrier he became. Zhang Yiping felt like he had swallowed 100 flies, uncomfortable. What young Master Li? Turns out he's a parasite. He hated it. He hated that he hadn't won Lin Manking's hearts. He hated even more that Li Muchan had snatched his love. The hatred buried his rationality, making him forget that if Li Muchan was just living off the Lin family, how could he make young Master Chen, who looked down on the Lin family, willingly squat on the ground to eat with him? Li Muchan told Chen Wenxue that if he wasn't satisfied with the French rice dish, he would take him to an even better place. Filled with anticipation, Chun Wenxue followed Li Muchan to the popular restaurant. Is this it? This was Chun Wengshu's first impression upon seeing the narrow facade of the popular restaurant. But once he stepped inside and saw the owner's sister, Mei, he was immediately captivated. In Chun Wengshu's words, sister Mei was like a fairy who had fallen into the alleys, exuding both an ethereal and worldly charm. Among these two vibes there was also a hint of the chivalrous spirit. Chun Wenxue considered himself well acquainted with women, but he had only seen such a woman in novels. He spoke these words right in front of Sister Mei. Sister Mei was amused by him and wanted young Master Chun to accompany her to get her hair done. Boss Wang sat behind the bar chuckling, but the smile looked somewhat awkward. Master Rong stood at the kitchen door with a ladle, while Xiao Yang next to him was skillfully playing with a kitchen knife. Li Muchan quickly stopped Sister Mei, saying that young Master Chun's main purpose for coming today was to taste Master Rong's cooking. Perhaps to dissuade young Master Chun from the thought of doing hair, Master Rong was particularly diligent today. A plate of stir-fried pork tenderloin conquered young Master Chin's discerning palate, and he kept exclaiming how delicious it was. When the second dish, scallion braised sea cucumber, was served, the refined young Master Chun couldn't sit still anymore and blurted out, "Wow! This flavor is even more Beijing than Beijing. Master Rong, your skills are no worse than those of the chefs at the big restaurants in Beijing." Master Rong smiled and said, "My master was the head chef at the #1 restaurant in Beijing back in the day." Chun Wenxue was taken aback, repeatedly saying, "I am in awe, I am in awe." Boss Wang, who was behind the bar, interjected with a grin, "Well, only the #1 restaurant? You've never even been to the second one, have you?" Master Rong shot back, "You can't even get into the first one." As the two were bickering, Ding Xiang, who had gone out to help the owner buy something, returned. The moment Chun Wenxue saw Ding Xiang, he was instantly captivated. Ding Xiang was different from Sister Mei, while Sister Mei had three aspects: ethereal, worldly, and chivalrous. Ding Xiang only had the ethereal aspect without a hint of earthly spirit. Thus she was a fairy. When leaving, Chun Wenxue felt reluctant standing outside and re-examining the narrow facade and simple signboard. He couldn't help but marvel, such a small shop, yet it is both gourmet food and beautiful women. On the way out, Chun Wenxue received a stern warning from Li Muchan. "You can enjoy the gourmet food, but don't touch the beautiful women, especially Ding Xiang. If you dare to have any improper thoughts about her, we won't remain friends." Chun Wenxue recalled Li Muchan's astonishing performance at the dog arena and shivered involuntarily. I understand she is a fairy and you are a deity." Suddenly thinking of something, he changed the topic and asked, "Hey, you only said Ding Xiang can't be touched. Does that mean Sister Mei can be touched?" Li Muchan chuckled, "If you have the guts, you can give it a try." Chun Wenxue thought for a moment and replied, "Forget it. I see that Master Rong and Boss Wang are definitely not easy characters. They'll stick to enjoying the food Master Rong cooks, which is more worthwhile." Li Muchan laughed heartily. This is what it means to know one's place and be a wise man, truly a proper heir of a noble family. In comparison, the judgment of the Zhang family's young master, and that Zhou Su, was far inferior. Li Muchan asked Chun Wenxue, "Why did you want me to represent the Lin family to talk to you? What you're doing makes the Lin family head lose face." Chun Wenxue smiled. "First of all, I wanted to see you. Besides knowing you are the Lin family's son-in-law, I really didn't know how to find you. Secondly, I also wanted to see the Lin family's patience and insight. If they lack patience or don't invite you to appear, then I wouldn't need to cooperate with them. If I don't cooperate, why should I give them face?" Suddenly slapping his thigh, he exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot. He is your future father-in-law. The young lady of the Lin family wouldn't give you a hard time for this, would she?" He burst into laughter. Li Muchan replied, "All right, let's go to the Lin family." Chun Wenxue said, "It's so late, can't we go tomorrow?" Li Muchan shook his head, saying, "If you don't go, the Lin family might not be able to sleep tonight. The old master of the Lin family has treated me with kindness, I cannot let him down." "All right then," Chun Wenxue said. "However, Brother Li, I must say this in advance, the Lin family's business has not been doing well recently. If they cannot adjust, I may change my plans, and I do not rule out the possibility of cooperating with other families. After all, I represent the Chen family, not just myself. That goes without saying." Li Muchan naturally knew what problems the Lin family faced. Now that Wu Xian is dead, the situation of the dark cloud overhead has resolved itself without attack, and things should return to normal in a few days. For business matters you can discuss with the Lin family. Just do as you see fit, don't worry about my thoughts," he said. Chun Wenxue was surprised, asking, "Aren't you participating, Brother Li?" Li Muchan smiled and replied, "I don't understand business. If I were good at doing business, why wouldn't I do it myself?" Chun Wengshu's eyes lit up, saying, "Doing business doesn't necessarily require understanding it. As long as you can grasp the big direction and know how to use people, that's enough." Li Muchan replied, "That's true for you, but it's not so easy for me. Where would I find funds and talent?" "Funding isn't a problem, I can chip in a bit. Let's start with small businesses and set a small goal. As for people, Chun Wenxue thought for a moment. I can recommend someone to you. This person is called Lang Yuan. He is a freeloader my dad raised with nothing to do and can be transferred at any time. You're giving me a freeloader? Li Muchan replied dissatisfied. You're quite a friend. Chun Wenxue laughed. Don't underestimate this Lang Yuan. He is a business genius, once a prominent figure in Jiangdong's marketplace, but unfortunately offended the wrong person and was set up by the powerful in Jiangdong, leading to bankruptcy and almost losing his life. Later he ended up in Xinzhou, eventually entering my Qin family, but my dad only kept him as a freeloader, afraid to use him. Afraid of offending people? Of course I am. Chun Wenxue said, in business harmony brings wealth. To offend the powerful of Jiangdong for one talent, who would do such a business? Li Muchan said, then you let me do it. Chun Wenxue laughed, saying, I have seen your capability, brotherly. If others don't offend you, it's a blessing from your ancestors. After pondering, I realized that only you would dare to use this Lang Yuan. The North Creek Manor was brightly lit at night. When Li Mucan and Chun Wenxue arrived at the manor, apart from the elder Lin Shangyi and some of the female relatives, all members of the Lin family, led by Lin Xiuxing, were welcoming them at the entrance. Lin Xiuxing had a beaming smile. A few hours earlier he had arranged for Chen's team to stay at a private club and completed the preliminary negotiations, just waiting for Chun Wenxue to make the final decision. This time competing with several major families from Huqing and Qiantong. The Lin family, which was originally at a disadvantage, managed to turn the tables. This was not merely about securing a collaboration, it demonstrated the strength of the Lin family. All the members of the Lin family in Huqing had arrived, and those who heard the news nearby came as well, including Xin Mingchun and Yuan Guocheng. Xin Mingchun wore a gloomy expression. He had gone to meet Chun Wenxue, but hadn't even seen him. Yet Li Mucan appeared and directly took him home, which he found hard to accept. Mingchun, what's going on? Lin Xiufeng asked her husband Xin Mingchun. Didn't you say the Qin family had already reached an agreement with the Yuan family and wouldn't cooperate with us? How would I know what's going on? Xin Mingchun replied irritably. Lin Xiufeng rolled her eyes at him, saying, what's there to be angry about? Young Master Qin coming to our house is not a bad thing for us. It's better than being taken away by the eldest sister only to come back and mock us. Xin Mingchun thought about it and could only accept reality. As for Li Mucan, he felt he must have hit the jackpot. He didn't believe he would be outdone by a reckless youth with no background. Yuan Guocheng couldn't understand either. Clearly young Master Qin had already reached a collaboration intention with the Yuan family, so why did he choose the Lin family instead? What's up with that kid Shiji? Lin Lai said. Didn't they say everything was finalized? Something must have gone wrong. It's likely that Li Mucan is stirring up trouble behind the scenes, Yuan Guocheng replied. Mentioning Li Mucan's name made Lin Lai furious, her teeth itching with hatred. What is he? What ability does he have to cause trouble behind the scenes? Don't underestimate him. I heard that Zhao Sihai has declared that the Zhao family will keep their distance from the Lin family's business in the future. Think about who Zhao Sihai is. Are you saying this has something to do with that Li kid? Lin Lai found it hard to believe. Yuan Guocheng said, I just called Zhang Dongheng from Haizhou Grand Hotel. He said that Li Mucan and young Master Qin definitely knew each other beforehand. They were very familiar as soon as they met. I suspect that the Chun family has set a trap, claiming they are coming to invest in Huqing, but their goal is to swallow the Lin family. And that Li Mucan might have already been bought off by the Qin family, otherwise why wouldn't he even accept being the Lin family's son-in-law? But even if the Qin family is powerful, they are in Xinzhou, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. How could it be so easy for them to eliminate the Lin family? Lin Lai said. It shouldn't be easy, but if there's an insider, especially one who is the future son-in-law of the Lin family. Yuan Guocheng sneered. Are you saying him? Lin Lai was shocked as she looked at Li Mucan getting out of the car with Chun Wenxue not far away. What should we do? Of course we sit back and watch the tigers fight. Yuan Guocheng had a scheming smile on his face. You can also go tell your useless brother, doesn't he have a very impressive son who is about to return from the East Japan? Mrs. Lin Yanhuimin stood next to Lin Xiuxing, beaming with delight. The Lin family had secured a business deal, and her husband's reputation was shining. Even though her husband hadn't personally negotiated it, Li Mucan was her son-in-law, and a son-in-law is half a son. A business deal made by her son-in-law was not much different from one made by herself. In her eyes, she had long regarded Li Mucan as family. However, this child was too stubborn, unwilling to become a son-in-law, insisting on relying on his own strength, even stating he would hold a satisfactory engagement ceremony for the Lin family in 3 months. Yin Huimin was well aware that this was not just about an engagement ceremony. To satisfy the Lin family, it wasn't simply about how much money you spend or how extravagant it is. What the Lin family valued was the strength behind you. Without strength, no matter how impressive your display is, the Lin family wouldn't look at it. Chun Wenxue got out of the car accompanied by Li Mucan, and Lin Xiuxing approached them. After some pleasantries, he began to introduce the members of the Lin family to Chun Wenxue. When he introduced Lin Manqing Chun Wenxue's eyes lit up as he said, "This must be young Master Li's fiancée. Indeed, she is a beauty of exceptional grace. No wonder even someone like young Master Li would be captivated," he said without any regard for the occasion, a fact that Li Muqin had already experienced. However, the Lin family members felt quite uncomfortable. Remembering that Li Muqin had publicly stated he would not be the Lin family's son-in-law, they couldn't help but feel awkward. Lin Manqing, on the other hand, was poised and smiled, saying, "Young Master Chen, you flatter me." Chun Wenxue laughed heartily. "I'm a person who can't hold back my words. I just say whatever comes to mind. Please do not hold it against me, Miss Lin." As they entered North Creek Manor, Li Muqin suddenly frowned. He raised his head. Although it was dark with the moonlight and sparse stars, he could still see a thin layer of dark clouds lingering. Something was off. Wu Xian was dead, and logically this dark cloud should have dissipated without a fight. Yet the ominous aura of the dark clouds had not yet dispersed. It seemed that there were problems within the Lin family itself which must have led to this calamity. Li Muqin chose not to speak about it. If it were an internal problem, forcing external help to assist them in overcoming their tribulation would only cover up the original issue. When the next problem erupted, it would be even more severe. Thus, many people sought monks, Taoists, or even shamans to help with disasters and pray for blessings, unaware that they might be digging their own graves. If one does not solve their own problems and constantly seeks external help, they fall into a sidetrack, potentially leading to madness and self-destruction. Anyway, Lin Manqing had the talisman he gave her, so she should be safe. Shenzhou International Airport. An international flight from Kyoto, East Japan landed in Shenzhou. A young man in his 20s stepped off the plane with a bright appearance and clear features, though there was a hint of shadow between his brows. After getting off the plane, whether it was the strong wind at the airport or just a habit, he pulled up the hood of his coat and tightened his collar, burying his face inside. In that moment, he seemed to vanish into the crowd, and no one around noticed his presence. In the terminal, Lin Lifeng was anxiously waiting. Watching the crowd continuously flow out, Lin Lifeng glanced at his watch and muttered to himself, "Is this the right flight? Why has everyone left and Xiaoping hasn't come out yet?" Just as he was about to lose patience, someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Dad!" Lin Xiaoping stood behind him. "Xiaoping?" Lin Lifeng was startled. "I didn't see you. When did you come out?" Lin Xiaoping smiled slightly. "If you saw me, then my ninja skills would have been for nothing. I didn't even buy a plane ticket this time. I just casually came over on a plane." Lin Lifeng breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. "I know you're capable. So this time you're back for good, right?" Lin Xiaoping said, "A senior brother of mine encountered something in the country, and I was ordered to return to investigate. After I clarify things, I still have to go back." Lin Lifeng felt a bit disappointed and sighed. "Going back is fine too." Lin Xiaoping looked around and asked, "Where's big brother?" Lin Lifeng's expression darkened as he said, "Your brother was beaten and has a broken leg. He's resting at home and can't come out." Lin Xiaoping's face changed dramatically as he shouted, "Who did this?" "It's a long story," Lin Lifeng said. "Let's go home first, and I'll tell you slowly." Back at the Lin family's temporary house, Lin Xiaoping listened as Lin Lifeng and Lin Xiaoheng, who was in a wheelchair, recounted the events. The next day, the Lin family and the Chun family sent out their respective business teams to begin discussing the details of the cooperation and investment. He only informed Lin Xiaoxing that the Lin family's misfortune was probably not over yet and advised him to be cautious. Lin Xiaoxing did not take it too seriously. Li Muqin noticed this and didn't say much. If they didn't believe him, it was pointless to argue. He had his own matters to attend to, and they were quite urgent. With the cinnabar and yellow paper ready, Li Muqin began to stay at home to draw talismans. It must be said that the materials from the Tianxing temple were quite authentic. He had no difficulty in drawing a few necessary talismans. Using talismans to manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is one of the most fundamental aspects of magical arts. The effectiveness of the talismans depends on the ability of the talisman maker. The stronger the ability, the greater the energy that the drawn talismans can attract, and thus their efficacy is naturally enhanced. With Li Muqin's ability, even without the help of cinnabar and yellow paper, he could still draw talismans in thin air. But today he needed to use these talisman papers to set up a temporary magic array. In addition to the talisman papers, he also needed some spiritual objects, such as the mysterious stone he bought last time, which was excellent material for array formation. However, that piece of mysterious stone had already been made into a protective talisman and given away. In this mundane world, he couldn't find such things for the time being, which is why he had Mashan by many ores back. Do not underestimate these ores. They are things buried deep in the mountains for millions of years. In fact, the mysterious stone is just a special type of ore. Of course, the ores cannot be used directly. They need to be specially processed with celestial techniques. After processing, Li Muqin put the ores in a bag and instructed Ma Shan to drive straight to the villa they had purchased. The transfer of ownership for the house went very smoothly, even faster than the one for Ding Xiang's place. Although the property certificate had not been obtained yet, the keys were already in Ma Shan's hands. To the agent, this house was like a hot potato. Now that someone was willing to take it over, they hurriedly handed over the keys. When they arrived at the villa, it was the height of the afternoon sun. But as soon as they entered the yard, it felt as if they had traveled from the south to the north, as if they had instantly crossed into another world. Fortunately, they had been here once before, so this time felt like a return to familiar territory. They went straight through the yard and entered the lobby on the first floor. Li Mu-chun placed a stone at each of the four corners of the lobby with a talisman paper pressed beneath each stone. Then he went upstairs. On the second floor, he arranged the stones according to the Chiman layout, placing 8 stones at the doors and windows of each room and in the corners of the corridors with a talisman paper under each stone. Ma Shan looked at him curiously and asked, "Will this really catch a ghost?" "Of course not. Right now we are just setting the net. We still need bait to lure the ghost in." "What bait?" "It's you," Li Mu-chun said mischievously as he looked at Ma Shan. "What the hell?" Ma Shan couldn't help but curse. "Then what are you going to do?" "I need to hide. If that thing sees me, it probably won't dare to come," Li Mu-chun replied. Ma Shan had always been bold. Although the house was creepy and strange, he was fearless and patted his chest, saying, "All right, what do you want me to do?" Li Mu-chun took out 2 silver coins already strung together with red thread with cinnabar dots on them. "Hang this around your waist." Ma Shan, confused, took the silver coin string and tied it around his waist, hiding the coins under his clothes. "I've heard of the 5 emperors' money dispelling evil, but I've never heard of using silver coins." Li Mu-chun replied, "Regardless of whether it's the 5 emperors' money or whatever the reason copper coins dispel evil, is that they are circulated for years, stored on a person, and absorbed human qi, which is yang energy that can dispel evil. Since modern times, copper coins have not been in use, and the closest we have is these silver coins." Ma Shan laughed and said, "So according to you, wouldn't RMB be the best? Paper money is easily damaged, and the ones circulated for a long time have been recycled. Besides, paper money is too thin to absorb qi. A certain quantity is needed. Would you be willing if I gave you 30,000 cash strung together with red thread to hang on your chest?" Ma Shan imagined the sight of 3 thick bundles of RMB hanging on his chest and laughed, cursing, "Damn, that's even more impressive than wearing a big gold chain around my neck." After hanging the silver coins, Li Mu-chun instructed Ma Shan to lie down on the bed in the room to rest. He then placed a stone on the bedside table with a talisman pressed below it. Ma Shan asked, "What comes next?" Li Mu-chun replied, "Next you just wait. Remember, if there's an emergency, knock over that stone on the bedside table. I'm leaving now." After saying that, he went out. "Hey, are you really leaving?" Ma Shan shouted. The sound of footsteps echoed down the stairs, gradually fading away. It was clear that Li Mu-chun had truly left and had no intention of returning. Ma Shan approached the window and looked outside. The sunlight was bright, flowers were blooming, and birds were chirping. In stark contrast was the coolness of the room. Ma Shan felt a chill creeping up his back, as if someone were breathing down his neck. He suddenly turned around. There was nothing in the room. The exquisite furniture, the spotless floor, and the old-fashioned redwood bed covered with bright red bedding. Normally, Ma Shan was very brave and wouldn't fear anything. Even though Li Mu-chun said he was coming to catch ghosts, he didn't think much of it, and even found it somewhat amusing. But once Li Mu-chun left, things felt a bit different. Especially since Li Mu-chun had been mysteriously arranging so many things in the room. The chill in the already cold room intensified. Ma Shan began to feel restless and wanted to go outside. But having promised his brother to act as bait, he thought it would be embarrassing to leave now. Damn it, Ma Shan recalled his glorious history of fighting and thought, "I'm not afraid of dying, why should I be afraid of a ghost?" He decided to relax and planned to return to bed for a nap. He guessed that during the day, even if there were ghosts, they wouldn't come out. But just as he took a couple of steps, he suddenly stopped, staring blankly at the bed. The bed was still the same old-fashioned one, covered with bright red bedding. However, on the floor in front of the bed, a pair of small red embroidered shoes had appeared at some point. Li Mu-chun walked out of the villa and circled around the wall to the back. Behind the villa was a green area. From the arrangement of the trees, it seemed to be artificially landscaped, but it had not been maintained for a long time and had become wild. Further back was the back mountain. The mountains in Huqing are not high, just a series of small hills. Li Mu-chun remembered that as a child, he couldn't even catch a rabbit in such places. However, he had heard that in recent years the environment had improved and wild boars had begun to appear again. He found a high vantage point to observe the entirety of the villa he had just purchased. From a feng shui perspective, this house had no issues with its location or structure. In fact, it could be said that the feng shui was quite good. The person who built this house must have put in some effort. Compared to the Lin family's North Creek Mountain Villa, this place was naturally a bit smaller. But small places have their own benefits. This place doesn't have signs of great prosperity. Becoming rich here isn't easy, but the spiritual energy is abundant, making it very suitable for personal cultivation. Suitable for humans to cultivate also means suitable for other entities to cultivate. Li Muqin quietly observed waiting. As the sunset night fell over the land, he believed that whatever thing it was would soon make an appearance. Ma Shan stared intently at the pair of embroidered shoes. At first he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Then he suspected his memory had faltered. Those shoes must have been there all along. He simply hadn't noticed them. This reasoning brought him relief. Bored and alone, he idled on his phone for a while before lying down to sleep. In a hazy, half-conscious slumber, he felt something pressing down upon him. He tried to open his eyes, but could not. He attempted to roll over, yet his body refused to obey. Not even a finger would stir. Ma Shan's breathing grew ragged as he strained desperately to command his muscles. Just one movement, any movement, and he knew he could break free from this suffocating grip. With every ounce of strength he possessed, Ma Shan finally threw himself upright from the bed. Huff, huff. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. Thankfully, it had only been a nightmare. He couldn't recall its contents, only that it had been deeply terrifying. He glanced around the room, remained unchanged, the bed just as it had always been. Yet outside night had fallen. Moonlight streamed through the window, spilling across the floor like scattered silver dust. Ma Shan reached over and switched on the bedside lamp, then rose from bed. But the moment his feet touched the floor, he froze once more. The embroidered shoes were gone. At that instant, a wave of profound dread crashed over his heart. What was happening? Had he truly dreamed it all? Had the sight of those embroidered shoes been nothing but a figment of his sleeping mind? Had his memory blurred the boundary between dream and reality? It had to be so. Ma Shan reassured himself with this thought. He took a deep, steadying breath, stood tall, and switched on every light in the room. He scanned the room again, nothing amiss. The few stones placed by Li Muqin remained exactly where they had been. Then Ma Shan walked to the window and gazed out at the moonlit night. The phoenix tree in the courtyard shimmered under the moon's silvery glow. A nameless bird perched silently upon its branches. Moonlight spilled into the well on the far side of the yard, casting the moon's reflection upon its dark, still water. Beside the moon's reflection, Ma Shan saw his own face. Something felt strange, yet he couldn't quite place what it was. Leaning forward, he peered down into the well, hoping to glimpse his full reflection. There the moon and his face overlapped perfectly. Within the lunar palace stood a tree, and upon it a bird. He frowned. How had the courtyard tree appeared within the moon itself? Yet one thing became clear: the creature wasn't a bird, it was a rabbit. Suddenly an irresistible urge seized Ma Shan, to grasp that rabbit. He lifted his leg, and climbed onto the well's rim, poised to leap downward. A strange force pulsed from the depths, pulling him inexorably inward. Just then a sharp pain pierced his waist. The 2 silver coins pressed against his skin. A surge of warmth rose from his waist, racing up his governing vessel straight into his mind, and instantly a sliver of clarity pierced the fog. Ma Shan abruptly recalled, hadn't he been standing at the window gazing at the moon? How then could he see the well's reflection, and his own face within it? That single thread of lucidity detonated in his skull, a cataclysmic world-depending explosion. When his senses reassembled, he found himself still standing before the window. Outside, blazing daylight blazed overhead. The sun hung high and fierce. Shadows of the phoenix tree sprawled across the ground, their gnarled branches weaving a black net that fell precisely over the well. He turned back inside. The room was just as it had been. No embroidered shoes waited by the bed. Ma Shan exhaled slowly, deeply. It had all been a hallucination born of tension. The glaring sun outside, and the faint chilling draft behind him, had seeded fear. And fear astonishingly had conjured illusion. Ma Shan, famed for his boldness, shook his head wryly. If word got out, he'd never dare show his face in public again. He hummed a light, careless tune as he strolled toward the bed and settled onto its edge. Just as he prepared to lie down, a cold, gentle breeze brushed the nape of his neck. Yet the phoenix tree's shadow lay utterly still outside. No wind stirred within the room. He turned and beheld a face of breathtaking beauty. Skin like flawless jade, eyes luminous and deep, hair like ink-spilled silk, and lips faintly crimson, radiating an irresistible allure. She wore a gown of vivid crimson, its soft satin flowing like liquid. On her feet rested a pair of red embroidered shoes. Ma Shan's breath caught. He had never seen such exquisite beauty. "Brother," she murmured, voice like honeyed silk. His very bones seemed to melt. "Brother, did you miss me?" she whispered, leaning gently against his shoulder. He murmured in reply, and without thinking his arm slipped around her shoulders. They sat together before the bed. Moonlight poured through the window, carrying the phoenix tree's silhouette, casting upon them a shifting lattice of black and white. A bird took flight from the tree, calling softly, then vanished into the distance. She slipped off her crimson outer robe, leaving only delicate undergarments beneath. Her fingers unfastened his shirt buttons, then traced the firm contours of his chest. "Brother, give me your heart." Ma Shan nodded, dazed yes. A chill bloomed across his chest. Her nails raked downward. His skin and flesh parted cleanly, as if unzipping. Then his ribs snapped apart. His heart lay fully exposed. "Brother, give me your heart," she cried. And Ma Shan reached into his own open chest and drew forth his beating heart. It pulsed steadily in his palm. At that moment the talisman hanging at his chest erupted with blinding white light. His hand trembled, and the heart tumbled back into his chest, resuming its steady rhythm. She shrieked, clutching her face as though the talisman seared her soul. "Remove it, now." The white light flooded his chest, pulsing with each heartbeat, surging through his blood and coursing through his veins. Clarity returned, fragile but undeniable. Memory surged back. He lunged for the bedside table, seized one of the stones, and slammed it hard onto the floor. That single motion drained him utterly. He collapsed spent. A sharp, crisp crack echoed as the stone struck the floor. Beneath it a hidden charm flared gold, and shot like an arrow toward the crimson-clad woman. She recoiled in alarm, crossing her arms to block the golden sigil, then leapt backward, dissolving into a streak of scarlet light aimed at the window. Just as she neared escape, a stone atop the sill shifted and revealed another charm. That charm blazed gold, weaving a radiant net across the window frame. Her scarlet light struck the net and rebounded violently. She veered toward another exit, but wherever she fled a charm materialized. Some wove golden nets, while others coalesced into blazing swords, each blocking her path. Soon golden light crisscrossed the room like woven silk, dense, inescapable. The crimson woman was ensnared within the golden formation. Then a figure glided silently through the window, landing lightly before it. He held a slender black rope, flicked his wrist, and it shot forth like a living serpent, darting through the golden light to coil tightly around the crimson woman. The golden light vanished instantly. Darkness swallowed the room. Ma Shan shuddered. His divine sense snapped awake at last. He cried into the void, "Mukin!" Light flooded the room. Li Mukin stood calmly at the window. Beyond him the night lay deep, and everything inside was as before, except for a hedgehog lying on the floor, bound tightly in a vine-woven cord. Ma Shan awoke as from a waking dream, recalling everything, and stammered in terror. "White immortal." In folk legends, there are 5 immortals: the fox, the yellow, the white, the willow, and the gray. The fox that has transformed is called the fox immortal. The weasel is known as the yellow immortal. The snake is the willow immortal, and the mouse is referred to as the gray immortal. The white immortal refers to the hedgehog. Although Ma Shan is not a practitioner, he has heard of the great name of the white immortal. Unlike ordinary hedgehogs, this one on the ground has pure white quills. When curled up, it looks just like a pile. Now this pile of snow is entangled by a thin black vine, as if several ink lines have been drawn on the snow mound. Li Mu-chun flicked his hand and withdrew the vine. The hedgehog, freed from its restraints, immediately rolled on the ground and transformed into a streak of white light flying towards the window. "You wretched creature! How dare you run?" Li Mu-chun raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning appeared in thin air, illuminating the window, making the white hedgehog shine like a beacon. The hedgehog rolled continuously in the air, spinning rapidly before landing on the ground, trembling. "Spare me, immortal. Spare me." The hedgehog spoke human words. Ma Shan was greatly astonished. "It can really talk." Li Mu-chun said in a deep voice, "You are but a small beast of the mountains. It is rare for you to awaken spiritual intelligence. I see your gray quills have turned white. You must have cultivated for at least 100 years, right? Heaven has kindness towards living beings, yet you choose to kill. Today I must act on behalf of heaven and eliminate you, this demon." The hedgehog prostrated on the ground, trembling, constantly mimicking a human to kneel and plead, "Immortal, spare me. I did not kill anyone. Oh, I truly did not kill anyone." Li Mu-chun snorted coldly. "Then what were you doing just now? Casting illusions to confuse people, is that not aimed at killing? Or were you hoping to find someone to marry?" No, the hedgehog hurriedly denied. "I was just absorbing a bit of human yang energy." Li Mu-chun furrowed his brow. "The white immortal does not need human yang. Why do you absorb it?" The hedgehog lowered its head in silence, not knowing whether it was frightened or had some unspeakable secret. "Have you nothing to say?" Li Mu-chun extended his hand, a sphere of white light glowing at his fingertip. Seeing the white light, the hedgehog shuddered in fear, tremblingly saying, "Immortal, spare me. I absorb human yang energy not for myself, but for whom? For the one in the well." "In the well?" Li Mu-chun was taken aback. "Is there someone in the well?" The hedgehog replied, "This story is long to tell. I was originally an ordinary hedgehog in these mountains, but upon awakening spiritual intelligence, I yearned for human life and often ran to bustling places. Later I was captured and nearly ended up on the dining table. Fortunately, Mr. who discovered me saved me and brought me back here, teaching me some methods to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. I settled in the woods behind, sometimes staying in the courtyard. Mr. who was kind. Whenever it rained or snowed, he would let me stay inside. Occasionally he would chat with me and tell stories of the world from all corners. Mr. who was a doctor and often went out sometimes for several months at a time. I was responsible for guarding the house, and I considered myself half the master of the residence. 20 years ago, Mr. who returned from out of town and suddenly announced he was moving, selling the house to someone else. I wanted to follow Mr. who, but he wouldn't allow it, saying my cultivation was incomplete and it was unwise to wander. He also said he had offended someone and could not ensure my safety. But before Mr. who could move, his enemies came to find him. They tied Mr. who with stones and threw him into the well. I saw my benefactor killed before my eyes, yet I had no way to help. The next day the new owner of the house came to tidy up. I knew all too well that Mr. who was dead, having been submerged in the well for a day. It was impossible for him to be alive. Yet I still held on to a glimmer of hope, wishing someone would go to rescue him. But when I opened my mouth to speak, the new owner, an old lady, was so frightened that she suffered a heart attack and died on the spot. Perhaps thinking it was unlucky the old lad's children did not move in and the house was left empty. Mr. Huss' unjust death, combined with the accumulated dark energy in the well, meant his resentment could never disperse. After realizing this, I remained by the well using the breathing techniques Mr. who taught me to collect the essence of the sun and moon, sending spiritual energy into the well. I had a fantasy that perhaps this way Mr. who could come back to life. Sure enough, Mr. Huss' resentment did not disperse. Instead, it became more concentrated, ultimately transforming into a vengeful spirit, what humans often refer to as a ghost. However, Mr. who lacked awareness. Apart from the heavy resentment, he knew nothing, not even who he was. Later the house was rented out and 2 tenants moved in. After they moved in, the house became infused with human yang energy. Mr. who in the well seemed increasingly restless and the resentment intensified. One day one of the 2 tenants came to draw water from the well and was pushed in by Mr. Huss' resentment. When that person was fished out, he was already dead. The other tenant, frightened, immediately vacated the house. Meanwhile, Mr. who absorbed the yang energy of the deceased, and his soul became even more refined. This made me realize that for Mr. who, human yang energy was more valuable than the essence of the sun and moon. However, I did not wish to kill anyone, nor did I want Mr. who to kill. Thus I would secretly go out to places with many people, and when no one was paying attention, I would absorb a bit of yang energy from them and bring it back to release into the well. I hoped that through this means Mr. Huss' soul could regain consciousness. Immortal, the hedgehog suddenly prostrated itself, pleading Mr. who was a good person. Throughout his life, he practiced medicine, traveling to the capital and the southern sea, saving countless lives, yet he met such a tragic end. It is truly unjust. I have heard that immortals can heal the dead, restoring flesh and bones. You, immortal, possess great powers. Please save Mr. who. Upon hearing this, Ma Shan sighed. You, a mere hedgehog, are quite loyal. Li Mu Chun, however, sneered. If there are vengeful spirits in the well, the killing intent would surely fill the sky. How could it escape my notice? Furthermore, you repeatedly claim not to kill, yet to my knowledge, several people have died in this house. What's the story there? The hedgehog replied. In response to the immortal, I do not know why Mr. Huss' spirit cannot emerge from the well. That has always puzzled me. As for the people who later moved in, it is true that a few have died, but there were reasons for that. Those people were not good individuals. In fact, I do not wish for anyone to move in, as I fear they might discover the secret of the well. I know that it is impossible for Mr. who to come back to life. If someone discovers the secret of the well and retrieves Mr. Huss' body, his vengeful spirit will surely disperse, rendering my years of effort in vain. Therefore, I have been extracting the malevolent energy from the well daily, and over time the courtyard and the rooms have become extremely cold. When ordinary people come, they dare not stay. Even if someone does move and they do not stay long. I have found that those who can endure living in such a place are not good people. First, there were 2 men con artists who specialized in tricking women out of their money. They falsely claimed to be rich heirs, saying the house belonged to them, and they brought different women back every day, engaging in debauchery. This was nothing unusual, as it was all consensual. So I only borrowed them a bit of yang energy. However, one time, they brought back 2 girls who were clearly still students and had been deceived. They wanted to force the girls to stay overnight, but the girls were unwilling, so they drugged the drinks. I happened to witness this and used my illusion technique to transform into a female form to deceive them. I made one of them drink their own drug, resulting in an overdose and death, while the other jumped from the upstairs and broke his leg. On another occasion, a tomb raider moved in, often bringing people to conduct unsavory transactions. He was attracted to the house's coldness, which preserved unearthed items well. One time a client came and admired the furniture in the house, and he sold all the first-floor furniture. Originally, he planned to sell the second-floor furniture too, but since they could not agree on the price, it was temporarily shelved. I, who owed Mr. who a great debt regarded this place as my own home. The belongings of Mr. who during his lifetime were dear to me, and I cherished them as treasures. Yet this tenant sold all the items on the first floor. I was extremely angry, and if I did not stop him, he would have sold the second floor too. This tomb raider had some skills, and was not afraid of the malevolent energy. My illusion technique did not work well on him. Thus I devised a way to lure him to the edge of the well, using Mr. Huss' vengeful spirit to push him into it. This should be the second soul completely absorbed by Mr. Who. Master, I speak nothing but the truth. If my sins are deep, it is because I wronged the old lady who died from my fright. You may punish me as you see fit, but please save Mr. Who. He is a good person, he shouldn't die unjustly like this. The hedgehog sat on the ground, mimicking a scholar as it bowed its head. Ma Shan, quite moved, said, Mu Chun, even beasts know how to repay kindness, unlike some people. Can you help him? Li Mu Chun shook his head, and said, even if we assume what it says is true, Mr. Who has been submerged at the bottom of the well for 20 years. How could he possibly be saved? The hedgehog said, but Mr. Huss' vengeful spirit still lingers. I absorb human yang energy daily to help dispel his malevolence and gather his spirit. Can't this bring back his original soul? This is precisely what you must not do, Li Mu Chun said. Nurturing a vengeful spirit with human yang energy will only intensify its resentment. However, according to your words, this well should be brimming with resentment. Yet I feel nothing amiss. There must be something unusual here. Take us there now, and if I discover you have lied, even a single word, I will make you vanish into ashes. With that he spread his hands, and said, gather. The hedgehog flew into his palm, transforming into a small creature. Having never witnessed such a spell, the hedgehog lay prostrate in Li Mu Chun's hand, repeatedly calling out, Master. Li Mu Chun and Ma Shan descended the stairs together and arrived in the courtyard. To the west of the courtyard stood a phoenix tree, while to the east was the well, one high and one deep. This was the meticulous design of the original owner when building this place, showcasing his deep understanding of feng shui. Arriving at the well's edge, Li Mu Chun leaned over to glance inside. Upon doing so, he discovered a problem. His divine sense probed downward, and indeed there was a very strong aura of malevolence. However, about 1 to 2 meters down from the well's mouth, there was an invisible barrier of qi sealing the well. The malevolent energy within the well was blocked by this qi and could not escape. No wonder he hadn't noticed any issues during his previous visits. Li Mu Chun frowned. This indicated that the person who killed Mr. Who was no ordinary individual. Instead of using other methods, they chose to submerge Mr. Huss' body in the well, likely for some special reason. Ma Shan, you wait here. Li Mu Chun floated upward and descended into the well, arriving at the location of the qi barrier. Li Mu Chun saw 8 symbols affixed around the well walls, arranged according to the later Heaven Bagua sequence. It was these 8 symbols that formed a formation, creating the qi that sealed the well. Upon seeing the talismans and the cinnabar ink on them, Li Mu Chun slightly furrowed his brow. The quality of the paper and ink was strikingly similar to what was used in the Tianqing Temple. Talismans vary in techniques and methods from school to school. Additionally, the materials each school uses differ. While paper might be commonly used, the preparation of cinnabar is a secret technique unique to each sect, not meant for public knowledge. The cinnabar given to Li Mu Chun by Zhang Daoyuan included not just the raw materials, but also a vial of prepared ink. Li Mu Chun was confident he would not misidentify it. This is he city aside from Zhang Daoyuan, who else would use this paper and ink? Li Mu Chun did not disturb the symbols on the well wall, but continued to descend. Passing through the qi barrier, a dense aura of malevolence rushed towards him. Just as Li Mu Chun landed on the water's surface, the air before him suddenly twisted. The hedgehog in his palm shouted, Master, be careful. Mr. Who is currently disoriented and does not recognize you. He may attack recklessly. The dark aura coalesced into a human shape, forming a vague and sinister face that lunged towards Li Mu Chun. Naturally, Li Mu Chun would not fear a vengeful spirit. He formed a seal with his left hand and silently recited the incantation. The vengeful spirit seemed restrained by some force, its clawing and thrashing unable to advance an inch. Li Mu Chun spread his right hand, presenting the hedgehog to the vengeful spirit, and asked, do you still recognize him? The vengeful spirit seemed momentarily stunned. The hedgehog, overjoyed, exclaimed, Mr. Who? Mr. Who? It's me, Jingjier. The vengeful spirit displayed a painful expression, clutching its head and shaking it repeatedly. Then it suddenly became feral again, lunging forward with claws outstretched. The hedgehog, almost in tears, cried out, Mr. Who? Mr. Who? It's me. Li Mu Chun said he retains only a sliver of his intelligence left before death, but it is entangled by resentment. The more you try to awaken him, the more pain he feels. The hedgehog asked, then wouldn't it be enough to disperse his resentment? Li Mu Chun shook his head. Once the resentment disperses, that sliver of intelligence will vanish as well. This is the nature of a vengeful spirit born of resentment, and sustained by it. He is no longer Mr. Who. The hedgehog fell silent, tears streaming down. Seeing the vengeful spirit in pain, Li Mu-chun felt sorrowful as well. He could certainly take this vengeful spirit out and even find a way to ensure its eternal existence. However, that would be akin to dark sorcery. For instance, some practitioners in the South Seas like to collect people's vengeful spirits to raise what they call family ghosts. This is used to manipulate fate. Especially with children's vengeful spirits, they are particularly easy to nurture, which explains the prevalence of the South Seas raising little ghosts technique. Even more egregiously, some healthy children are brutally killed and sold to those practitioners. The practitioners then sell these little ghosts to stars and wealthy individuals. This has formed an entire industry chain. It's not that all South Seas practitioners are evil. South Seas sorcery originates from witchcraft, and while its essence is righteous, the lack of major sects maintaining it leads to a deficiency of righteous energy, becoming increasingly deviant. This is also why the major cultivation sects look down upon them. Mr. Who, after being killed, was submerged in the well, and the well's mouth was sealed with a talisman formation. The killer's intention is clear: to prevent his vengeful spirit from dissipating. And as long as the vengeful spirit does not dissipate, its suffering will not end. One cannot know the grievances between them and Mr. Who. Li Mu-chun said to the vengeful spirit, regardless of your virtuous or wicked deeds in life, regardless of your grievances, all has turned to smoke and dust. Today I shall assist you in finding liberation. From now on, dissipate and return to the clarity of the heavens and the earth. With that he pointed. The vengeful spirit began to twist. Its body transformed into many rising black vapors slowly ascending. The talisman formation above emitted light, blocking the black vapors. Li Mu-chun pointed again, revealing a narrow gap in the formation's chi. The black vapors surged forth and slipped through the gap. Standing at the edge of the well, Ma Shan was peering down. Suddenly feeling a chill breeze rush at him, he startled and quickly looked up. He vaguely saw a wisp of black smoke rising from the well, soaring into the sky, and then scattering like a mushroom cloud. Rubbing his eyes to see more clearly, he found nothing remained. Before Li Mu-chun, the thick black vapors dissipated, leaving behind a white glow. It took the shape of a person with a clear countenance. The hedgehog saw clearly and shouted, Mr. Who. It saw Mr. Who glance at it as if smiling. Then it bowed to Li Mu-chun, and the light gradually faded, disappearing in a moment. Mr. Who. The hedgehog suddenly felt a wave of sadness and could not help but cry. Li Mu-chun formed a seal and began chanting a water-repelling spell, sinking to the bottom of the well. The bottom of the well was quite spacious, much larger than the mouth of the well. Indeed, a corpse lay at the bottom, still tied with stones. Strangely, after 20 years the body had not decayed. This should be due to the overwhelming resentment of the vengeful spirit combined with the heavy energy at the bottom of the well, preventing bacteria from surviving. However, this was fortunate. The well had not been contaminated. After dispelling the vengeful spirit, they could retrieve the corpse, and with a simple handling, it should be usable. Li Mu-chun lifted the corpse and floated out of the well. Ma Shan was startled and said, there really is a corpse. Li Mu-chun said, let's go to the back mountain and find a place to bury him. Ma Shan agreed and fetched a rusty shovel from the courtyard, then went with Li Mu-chun to the back mountain. They chose a spot, dug a hole, and buried Mr. Who. The hedgehog wept incessantly in front of the new grave. It then prostrated to Li Mu-chun, saying, thank you, Master, for allowing Mr. Who to rest in peace. I know my sins are profound, please, Master, punish me. Li Mu-chun said, your actions indeed have faults, but as for sins, they are not so grave. The awakening of your intelligence is a chance bestowed by heaven. Cultivation is not easy, and considering you can be grateful and loyal, I shall spare your life for now. However, from today onward you must stay here. Without my permission you are not allowed to leave this house or approach the area of Mr. Hu's grave in the back mountain. I will teach you the righteous path of cultivation. If you can comprehend it, then well and good. If you cannot, I will strip you of your cultivation so you cannot harm others. The hedgehog was overjoyed and said, Master, I bow to you. Li Mu-chun's expression turned stern as he said, do not call me that. I am merely imparting some basic Taoist principles. You can call me Master when you transform into a human. Feng Tianming called Li Mu-chun, requesting a meeting to discuss the details of the battle against Wang Zongxing. Li Mu-chun had initially shown little interest, having stated that apart from the time, location, and rules, everything else could be determined by the opponent. However, due to the similarity between the array materials discovered in the well and those from the Tianqing temple, he felt the need to probe Zhang Daoyuan a bit further. Then there was Mr. Who also seemed somewhat intrigued. According to the hedgehog, Mr. Who was a miraculous doctor, a true benefactor. Yet he had been buried in the lake, leaving behind a vengeful spirit that had struggled in pain for 20 years. It was still Zhou Na who drove to pick him up, taking him directly to Feng Timing's clubhouse. Zhou Na asked Li Muqing. By openly fighting Wang Zongxing this time, do you intend to make a name for yourself? Li Muqing smiled lightly. Is defeating a Wang Zongxing really enough to make a name for oneself? Zhou Na laughed. You seem quite confident in your victory. Wang Zongxing is the leader of the Southern-style Tai Chi, a notable figure in the national martial arts community. He originally did not want to fight you. If he doesn't fight me, how will he help his disciple? Hong Tianxing is only of mediocre talent among Wang Zongxing's disciples. Wang Zongxing has several formidable disciples, one of whom is said to have surpassed his master. With your lack of fame, if he calls a disciple to teach you a lesson, it's already a concession. Then why would he agree to fight me? He must have seen the footage of your match with Hong Tianxing. The surveillance at my bar was running that day while you fought. Uncle Ming said Wang Zongxing was quite surprised when he watched it, and even remarked it's actually him. Li Muqing chuckled. Wang Zongxing's surprise was likely due to recognizing him. They had met at the People's Hotel, but at that time Wang Zongxing had not regarded him as anything more than a waiter. His attention was likely on Sister Mei as well as on the vigilant boss Wang and Master Rong. Upon arriving at Feng Tianming's clubhouse, Feng Tianming informed Li Muqing that Wang Zongxing had not proposed any specific demands regarding the rules, meaning that both the competition rules and external aspects could be negotiated by them. Li Muqing sighed. It seemed that Master Wang still did not see him as a worthy opponent. Perhaps agreeing to compete with him was already quite a concession. There was really nothing much to discuss regarding the rules. At Wang Zongxing's level, matters of victory and defeat could not be manipulated. As for the external aspects, that naturally referred to the betting odds. Since Wang Zongxing did not object, it indicated his tacit approval. However, Master Wang made a strange request. Feng Tianming said. What was it? He said that if you lose, your friend should return the items. Feng Tianming looked at Li Muqing. Li Muqing smiled slightly. He knew what Wang Zongxing was referring to. Of course, he still wasn't clear about what exactly Sister Mei had taken from whom. That day, from their conversation, it seemed that Sister Mei had also made Lu Jinxing take the blame. You tell Master Wang that I cannot make decisions regarding my friend's matters, but if I lose, I will do my best to persuade. Li Muqing said. Feng Tianming was curious about what the matter was, but since Li Muqing did not say anything, and Wang Zongxing also remained silent, he felt it inappropriate to ask. Next, they discussed the opening of the betting. Since Li Muqing was not well known, if they revealed both their identities openly, it would lack any excitement, and the odds would definitely be one-sided. To maintain the balance of the odds, it would require adjusting the odds to make Wang Zongxing's odds very low, but doing so might also reduce its attractiveness. Feng Tianming planned to keep Li Muqing's information under wraps for the time being, promoting him as a mysterious figure. However, they still needed a vague identity that could not be fabricated, as that would be considered cheating. That identity would have to be determined by Li Muqing himself. Li Muqing said, then just say, I am young Master Li from the capital, challenging Master Wang. Young Master Li from the capital. Feng Tianming clapped his thigh. This is brilliant. Master Wang belongs to the southern-style Tai Chi, while the capital is in the north, thus suggesting a conflict between the north and south. There are no prominent families with the surname Li in the capital, making the title of Young Master Li seem very mysterious. However, if in the future your true identity is revealed, and it turns out you are not from the capital, Feng Tianming said with some concern, that would raise suspicions of forgery, which is very detrimental to one's reputation in gambling. No worries, I am indeed from the capital, no fake at all, Li Muqing replied. This is a perfect opportunity to promote my identity. From now on, I will navigate the martial world as young Master Li from the capital. Good, that's settled. Then Feng Tianming was momentarily taken aback. The duel was set for 2 days later at the city sports arena. Feng Tianming had already booked the sports arena. The audience would be by invitation only, no tickets would be sold, and there would be no media coverage. The competition rules were for unrestricted free combat, which was essentially akin to underground fights. Of course, among experts, they could also choose to stop at any moment. As the saying goes, when an expert makes a move, one can tell if there is skill or not. After their discussion, Feng Tianming did not forget to ask Mr. Li, would you like to place a bet? Li Muqing understood that Feng Tianming was testing him, gauging his level of confidence in the duel. He laughed heartily, saying, Uncle Ming, you and Sister Na have been good to me, so I'll speak frankly, just run this betting house, as if I can definitely win with no need to leave any fallback options. Feng Tianming was momentarily stunned. Li Muqing's directness left him at a loss for words. He couldn't fathom where the young man before him found such confidence. After all, he was a master of Southern-style Tai Chi. Uncle Ming, let me ask you about someone 20 years ago. Was there a doctor named Hu Yuntian? Have you heard of him? Oh. Feng Tianming still contemplating the duel, and the betting was caught off guard by the change of subject. Hu Yuntian. Wasn't he the former head of the Hu family? The Hu family head. Li Muqing expressed surprise. Is there another prominent family with the surname Hu in Huqing? Not in Huqing, it's in Xiantang. The Hu family is based in Xiantang. Although they are not among the top 10 families, their reputation is extreme. The Hu family has practiced medicine for generations. The Qiantang Tongqing Hall is their establishment, a national-level, well-respected traditional Chinese medicine brand, echoing the Baijiao Tang of the capital. The Hu Yuntian you mentioned is the previous head of the Hu family, also a renowned divine doctor in Nanjing province, known as the Jiangnan Saint Hand. Li Muqing found it somewhat strange. How could the previous head of the Hu family have lived in Huqing? According to the hedgehog, he had been living in Huqing for quite some time, at least several years. Did Hu Yuntian live in Huqing? I'm not sure about that. It is said that more than 20 years ago during the North-South Apricot Forest Conference, Hu Yuntian represented the South and competed against Bai Jingtian, a famous doctor from the capital who was also known as a Saint Hand. In the end, he lost regretfully and then went into seclusion, even relinquishing his position as head of the family. It seemed that even Feng Tianming did not know that Hu Yuntian had lived in Huqing. Yet someone must be aware, otherwise the hedgehog wouldn't have mentioned that people often sought Hu Yuntian for medical consultations. Before the incident, he had even traveled to the capital, which had attracted enemies. Could it be that the one who killed Hu Yuntian was from the Bai family in the capital? But at the North-South Apricot Forest Conference, the Bai family had clearly won. Why would they still want to kill him? Mr. Li, why do you suddenly ask about Hu Yuntian? Feng Tianming inquired. Oh, it's nothing, Li Muqing replied. I just happened to hear about this person and asked casually. By the way, Uncle Ming, what is the background of Zhang Daoren from Tianqing Temple? Do you know? He is from Longhu Mountain. I don't know his exact background, but his Dao skills are quite profound. In Huqing, anyone of note, whether from families, businesses, or political figures, has extensive dealings with him. Feng Tianming recalled Zhang Daiwan's warning to him that Li Muqing was a fraud. Coupled with Li Muqing's duel against Wang Zongxing, it raised concerns. If the betting design was completely based on his winning outcome, could this be a scam? Feng Tianming decided to visit Tianqing Temple again to inquire with Zhang Daoren. The Lin family's riverside villa. Lin Xiaoheng leaned on a cane, taking labored steps in the courtyard. He walked faster and faster, growing more excited, and suddenly tossed aside his cane, bursting into laughter. Ha ha, Xiaoping, you are amazing. I thought I would spend my entire life in a wheelchair, but unexpectedly, just a few days with you have restored me. This is simply celestial magic. Beside him, Lin Lifeng was also overjoyed. Xiaoping, I didn't expect that during your years in the East Japan you have mastered such incredible medical skills. Lin Xiaoping, standing to the side, smiled and said, Dad, big brother, what I used is not medical skills, but the ninjutsu of the East Japan. I became a disciple of Master Banpu Zhiliang of the Tianren sect in East Japan and learned ninjutsu. I'm not boasting. Compared to my ninjutsu, Huasha medical skills are worthless. If my brother's leg were treated with ordinary medical skills, even if it could be cured, it would take at least 3 to 5 months. I see. Lin Xiaoheng exclaimed, Xiaoping, teach me ninjutsu too. Lin Xiaoping laughed. Big brother, ninjutsu is not something just anyone can learn. The Tianren sect values talent above all, and one must endure hardships that ordinary people cannot. My master said I have exceptional talent, rare in 100 years. He had already retired, but made an exception to take me as a disciple. Even so, the hardships I endured are beyond anyone's imagination. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken through to the upper ninja realm in just a few years. What is the upper ninja realm? Lin Xiaoheng asked. Upper ninja, if compared to martial arts, is roughly equivalent to the transformation of strength. Lin Xiaoheng did not know what transformation of strength was, but Lin Lifeng did. His former subordinate Yang Zihua was an expert in the dark strength. Xiaoping, be careful. Li Muqing's skills are quite high, and your uncle Zihua is not his match. Lin Xiaoping replied dismissively, Uncle Zihua is not a true martial artist. He barely reached the threshold of dark strength through his own insight and foundation. That Li Muqing is only in his early 20s, younger than me by several years, and at most he is just at the peak of dark strength. How could he be my opponent? Lin Lifeng looked at his son with satisfaction and said with a smile, Xiaoping, having a son like you makes me proud. With your return, our family will surely rise again within 2 years. Lin Xiaoping coldly laughed. Dad, you are really getting old. It won't take 2 years. Tonight, I will take back what we have lost. Lin Lifeng was taken aback. Xiaoping, what are you going to do? Go to Beishi Mountain Villa. Lin Xiaoping's eyes revealed a hint of ruthless killing intent. I want to make the Lin family restless. Xiaoping, your second grandfather Lin Qianming is also a martial arts expert, Lin Lifeng said with concern. Moreover, he secretly formed a guard team in the Lin family to counter the Zhao family's White Tiger Hall. You must not be careless. Lin Xiaoping laughed heartily. An injured peak dark strength expert, what kind of team can he form? I heard Li Muqing went to the Zhao family and defeated their White Tiger Hall. Today it's just the right time for me to practice my skills. With that, his body sank down. He vanished into thin air in the courtyard. Lin Lifeng and Lin Xiaoheng were left dumbfounded. In such a large courtyard there was nowhere to hide. How could he have disappeared? The ninjutsu of the East Japan is indeed marvelous. Lin Lifeng sighed. Xiaoheng, get ready, we are going back to Beishi Mountain Villa. At Beishi Mountain Villa, the security guards at the entrance lay sprawled on the ground. Inside the gate, a group of security guards wielded rubber sticks, shouting into their walkie-talkies while stepping back. Before them, a young man in his 20s approached slowly, his cold demeanor and hands clasped behind his back. Any brave security guard who dared to approach him would immediately find himself on the ground. No one could see how he struck. The ferocity of his attacks was unprecedented. The guards on the ground were either seriously injured or had their necks broken. As he advanced, no one could stop him. Lin Xiaoping. Lin Xiaoming's face was frosted over as he appeared behind the guards. Behind him followed a group of people dressed in white training outfits. You have some nerve to come to Beishi Mountain Villa and make trouble. Lin Xiaoping looked at Lin Xiaoming and coldly laughed. Lin Xiaoming called Lin Xiaoyi out, let him kneel and apologize, and obediently welcome my dad and brother back to Beishi Mountain Villa, handing over the family business to them. Then I will spare his life. Lin Xiaoping looked at Lin Xiaoming and coldly laughed. Lin Xiaoming called Lin Xiaoyi out, let him kneel and apologize, and obediently welcome my dad and brother back to Beishi Mountain Villa, handing over the family business. He has shown you great kindness. How can you treat him this way? Are you even human? Or have you lost your humanity after spending so much time with those beasts from the East Japan? If it weren't for the favor he once showed me, would I still be here wasting my breath with you? As long as he admits his mistakes, welcomes my dad and brother back, and lets my dad become the head of the Lin family, I won't make things difficult for him. Not a chance. Lin Xiaoming said, they brought this upon themselves. Your grandfather has already shown mercy by expelling them from the Lin family. If they still do not repent, do not blame the Lin family for being heartless. Lin Xiaoping replied, since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he shifted his body slightly and suddenly disappeared, leaving only a piece of clothing fluttering in the air. Ninjutsu. Lin Xiaoming was startled. Quick, set up the formation. The group in white quickly dispersed, but before they could set up the formation, Lin Xiaoping had already appeared among them. With a few sounds of impact, white figures were sent flying. In the blink of an eye, several of the white-clad individuals were knocked down. Among those on the ground, several had their necks twisted while the rest were seriously injured, clearly destined to become crippled. Lin Xiaoming felt both heartache and anger. What a ruthless method. You little wolf cub. Lin Xiaoming charged forward, striking with lethal intent. He hadn't fought like this in many years. However, where his fist landed, Lin Xiaoping was already nowhere to be seen. Lin Xiaoming realized something was wrong. Ninjas excel at surprise attacks. He turned to prepare for the worst. However, as soon as he turned around, he heard the sound of wind rushing behind him. Lin Xiaoping was surprisingly still in the original position. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoming, having experienced many battles and with rich experience, managed to forcefully sidestep to avoid a fatal blow. Even so, he still couldn't evade Lin Xiaoping's attack. Lin Xiaoping's palm struck Lin Xiaoming's left arm. With a crack, Lin Xiaoming's arm bone shattered. A glint of excitement flashed in Lin Xiaoping's eyes as he pressed the attack, kicking Lin Xiaoming's leg. Lin Xiaoming fell to the ground. Just as Lin Xiaoping was about to move in for the kill, he heard someone behind him say, "Stop." Lin Xiaoping halted, for he recognized the voice as belonging to the Lin family's elder, Lin Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoyi looked at the corpses strewn about and felt intense heartache. "Xiaoping, I never expected you to treat the Lin family this way." Lin Xiaoping retorted, "I never expected you to treat my dad and brother this way." Lin Xiaoping taunted back. Lin Xiaoyi sighed. "Their wrongdoing is their own doing. Forget it, you likely won't listen. I tell me, what must you do to spare the Lin family?" Lin Xiaoping replied, "As I said before, as long as you kneel and apologize, then welcome my dad and brother back, publicly announce that my dad is to be the head of the Lin family, I will let you go and spare the Lin family." Lin Xiaoyi trembled all over, furious, pointing at Lin Xiaoping. You. Suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood. Dad, grandfather. The Lin family members rushed in one after another, led by Lin Kaisheng's family, including Yin Huimin, Lin Yun, and Lin Manqing. Lin Xiaoping. "You ungrateful dog." Yin Huimin scolded. "The old man treated you so well, how can you say such things?" Suddenly, without warning, Lin Xiaoping appeared in front of her from several meters away and slapped her across the face. Yin Huimin was knocked away, falling to the ground, her face covered in blood. "You dare hit my mom." Lin Yun rushed over, ready to fight Lin Xiaoping. Lin Yun had practiced martial arts and had a certain foundation under Lin Xiaoming's training. Even Li Mukin said he had a talent for martial arts. However, facing Lin Xiaoping, Lin Yun didn't even get the chance to strike. As soon as he charged forward, Lin Xiaoping grabbed him by the throat. Lin Yun felt difficulty breathing, powerless to struggle. "With your pathetic skills, you might as well find a block of tofu to smash your head against," Lin Xiaoping mocked. "How about this? If you say at once Lin Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoxing are bastard sons, I will let you go." "Impossible," Lin Yun stubbornly replied. "Lin Xiaoping, let Xiao Yun go. Whatever you want, we can sit down and talk about it." "Talk." Lin Xiaoping laughed heartily. Your lives are in my hands now. What qualification do you have to Lin Xiaoxing was furious, but helpless. Lin Yun's face turned purple, his eyes starting to roll back, yet he still refused to back down. Lin Xiaoping, don't be too arrogant. My brother-in-law will come to take care of you. Lin Xiaoping paused slightly, then suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha ha, brother-in-law. Ha ha, how could I forget about this? Lin Xiaoping's eyes filled with murderous intent. Li Mukin. He loosened his grip, and Lin Yun fell to the ground. He coughed repeatedly. I want to see how your brother-in-law will come to save you. Lin Xiaoping seized Lin Yun's shoulder. Crack, crack. His shoulder was crushed. Lin Yun cried out in pain. Lin Xiaoxing and Yin Huimin were both shocked and rushed over. Xiao Yun. Lin Xiaoping, you madman. Lin Manqing said, what do you want? Lin Xiaoping replied with a twisted expression. The way Li Mukin treated my brother, I will return it tenfold on you. After saying that, he reached out and crushed Lin Yun's leg bones. Then he pressed down on Lin Yun, breaking. Ha ha, our Tianren sect's method of breaking bones is such that even deities cannot save you. Lin Yun, you will never stand again in this lifetime. Remember, this is all thanks to your brother-in-law. Then Lin Xiaoping kicked Lin Xiaoxing and Yin Huimin twice, knocking them unconscious. Afterwards, he walked up to Lin Shangyi and sneered. Now it's your turn, old man. Lin Shangyi looked coldly at Lin Xiaoping. He felt no fear, having lived this long life, and death no longer mattered to him. But his heart was filled. Having lived a lifetime traveled through storms and hardships, enduring countless sufferings, he finally revitalized the Lin family. He thought his life had no regrets. Even if he died, he could face his ancestors with peace. But unexpectedly, in the end, he would die at the hands of his own descendants. And this person was precisely the future heir he had high hopes for and invested the family's resources in cultivating. Lin Shangyi was filled with hatred. It didn't matter if he died, the entire Lin family would be destroyed by this unfilial grandson. Lin Xiaoping, you beast. Even as a ghost, I will not let you go, and the ancestors of the Lin family will not let you go. You will face retribution. Wait until you become a ghost to say that. Lin Xiaoping said indifferently, as calmly as if looking at a dead person. Lin Xiaoping, don't touch my grandfather. Li Mukin is my fiancé. I'll come at me if you want. Lin Manqing said. Lin Xiaoping turned his head, looking at Lin Manqing, and smiled. Yes, you're right, which is why I'm keeping you until the end. When Li Mukin arrives, I will cripple him in front of you, then humiliate you in front of him, making your lives worse than death. You? Lin Manqing didn't expect Lin Xiaoping to be so twisted and heartless. Lin Xiaoping looked at Lin Shangyi and said, Old man, since you treated me well in the past, I will spare your life. But only temporarily, including your son and daughter-in-law's lives. I still say kneel down and apologize, let my dad be the family head. Otherwise you will all die. After saying that, he turned around and lightly tapped Lin Manqing, sealing her acupoints. He took out a pill and stuffed it into Lin Manqing's mouth. Old man, tell Li Mukin to come find me. He has only 24 hours. After 24 hours the drug will take effect, and his hair will probably turn green. As for you, old man, you'll have many grandsons-in-law, and maybe even a male dog, haha. Lin Xiaoping grabbed Lin Manqing's shoulder, his figure flashed, and he disappeared on the spot. Only a wisp of light smoke and his sharp laughter remained in the air. At the People's Restaurant. It was still early, and no customers had arrived. The proprietress sat at a table near the entrance, resting her chin on one hand, furrowing her brow as she looked at the bustling crowd outside, lost in thought. In front of her there was a red invitation letter. Young Master Li from the capital. Sister Mei murmured soft. Boss Wang behind the bar smiled as he looked at Sister Mei's back, his eyes filled with tender affection. Master Rong leaned against the kitchen door with a ladle, occasionally glancing at Sister Mei with deep affection and then casting hostile glances at Boss Wang. The two of them did not interfere with each other. What do you think? Who could this young Master Li from the capital be? Sister Mei suddenly asked. Who could it be? Master Rong said, the Li family in the capital has long been gone. Oh, where would this young Master Li come from? Sister Mei said, don't you think it's a bit strange for this young Master Li to challenge Wang Zongxing at this time? Could it be related to us? Boss Wang chuckled and said, what could it have to do with us? Young Master Li has nothing to do with us. Oh, little Li does though. At this point, all three suddenly froze. Little Li. Master Rong shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. I admit we underestimated him before. He can cheat, and his cheating skills are excellent. But to compete with Wang Zongxing, that's the master of the Southern Taiji. How could he fight? What would he use to fight? Boss Wang also said, yeah, fighting isn't gambling. You can cheat in gambling, but you can't cheat in a fight. Little Li versus Wang Zongxing. Either Little Li is crazy or Wang Zongxing is crazy. Master Rong said, I think both are crazy. Sister Mei also thought it was impossible, self-deprecatingly laughing and shaking her head. Forget it, maybe I'm overthinking it. Boss Wang said, stop guessing. Why don't we call him and ask? Sister Mei took out her phone and dialed Li Mukin's. However, the phone quickly emitted a busy tone. At this moment Li Mukin had just received a call from Lin Shangyi. A piercing screech of brakes echoed as the red Porsche skidded to a halt at the entrance of Beishi Villa, leaving long black marks on the ground. Li Muchen stepped out of the car and noticed that the dark clouds above the estate had thickened considerably. Entering the villa, he saw injured security guards sprawled on the ground, causing him to furrow his brow. The old man Lin Shangyi stood motionless like a withered old plum stubbornly rooted in place. Surrounding him were people lying on the ground, some dead, others injured. Even though the Lin family was no longer perfect, he refused to fall. Li Muchun quickly pressed the acupoints of the injured on the ground to prevent their conditions from worsening. Lin Shanming had fractured arms and legs and sustained internal injuries, but fortunately his profound strength ensured his life was not in danger. Lin Xiaosheng and Yin Huimin had nearly fainted, but were not seriously hurt and were already regaining consciousness. Only Lin Yun lay on the ground, barely breathing. When Li Muchun examined Lin Yun's injuries, an intense anger surged from his heart. Almost every bone in Lin Yun's body except for his head had been crushed using a special technique. Bone-breaking technique. The cruelty of this method was appalling. Grandpa Lin, what exactly happened? Lin Shangyi cracked his dry lips, his throat made some gurgling sounds, but he could not utter a word. His eyes stared blankly ahead. After making the call to Li Muchun, he had exhausted his final strength. Other than stubbornly standing, he could do nothing else. Li Muchun took out a qi-nourishing pill and placed it in Lin Shanji's mouth, then slapped his chest. Lin Shangyi coughed once, spitting out a mouthful of blood that had pooled in his throat. He finally managed to catch his breath. Li Muchun helped him to sit on a nearby stone bench. Muchun. Lin Shangyi was finally able to speak. He briefly recounted the events involving Lin Xiaoping. Hurry, go save Manqing. Li Muchun looked up at the dark clouds that had turned pitch black. The dark clouds loomed overhead. It turned out that the real disaster was today. The problems of the Lin family stemmed from that rebellious son who went to study in the East Ing. No wonder he hadn't discovered anything from Lin Lifeng. The old man had been too lenient with them. Where is he? Lin Shangyi shook his head. I don't know, he didn't say. Indeed, he was a treacherous character. He deliberately administered a drug to Lin Manqing that would take effect in 24 hours, luring Li Muchun to find him without revealing his location. This was a deliberate act of revenge meant to torment him psychologically first. Unfortunately, he encountered Li Muchun. How could mere East Ing ninjutsu deceive the discerning eye of a true immortal? An unnamed fury boiled within Li Muchun's chest. He formed a hand sign, counting in the air, chanting heavenly capital law manifest. The air rippled as a shadowy figure appeared. It was none other than Lin Xiaoping, who had already vanished using the ninjutsu. The apparition flickered and disappeared, and the next moment, several meters away, the air rippled again, revealing Lin Xiaoping's shadow. Although the East Ing ninja stealth technique was remarkable, it had a significant flaw. It disrupted the balance of space where it was concealed, leaving traces behind. The more powerful the ninjutsu, the lighter the traces left behind, and the shorter their existence. Li Muchun saw the direction Lin Xiaoping had escaped, and instructed, except for Lin Yun, get everyone else to the hospital as soon as possible. With that, he transformed his fingers into a sword gesture, shooting out a wave of energy. 10,000 immortals, unbound, pursue. The energy shot forth, directly chasing after the illusion left by Lin Xiaoping. In the Linjiang villa, Lin Manqing was slumped softly against the sofa. She had been acupointed and could not move at all. Lin family's father and son were sitting opposite her. Lin Xiaoheng stared at Lin Manqing's alluring figure, fire igniting in his eyes. Xiaoping, you really are something. I've wanted this woman for a long time. Having stayed here for a few days without touching a woman, I'll take her to a room to relieve my pent-up frustration. As he spoke, he moved to embrace Lin Manqing. Lin Lifeng frowned and said, Xiaoheng, after all. Lin Xiaoheng replied, Dad, you still care about that bit of kinship. When they kicked us out, they didn't consider you as a brother. Lin Lifeng fell silent. He just couldn't accept this chaotic ethics, but didn't mind taking revenge on the Lin Xiaoxing family. Lin Xiaoheng lewdly approached Lin Manqing. Lin Manqing glared furiously. Lin Xiaoheng, if you dare to touch me, you will not die a good death. Oh really? Lin Xiaoheng laughed. Instead of getting angry, I want to see how I won't die a good death. Is it that you will drain me of all my energy, or will I just die a quick death? Haha. Just as he was about to take action, Lin Xiaoping suddenly said, Brother, don't rush. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoping speak, Lin Xiaoheng halted, albeit with some dissatisfaction, saying, Xiaoping, are you also helping her? Lin Xiaoping smiled. Why would I help her? However, if you act against her now, when Li Muchun arrives, there will be no good show to watch. If you want to act, you should wait until he arrives. Doing it in front of him would be much more satisfying. Are you sure the Li guy can find this place? Lin Xiaoping coldly snorted. Humph, if he can't even find this place, he wouldn't deserve to be my opponent. By the way, I administered our Tian Ren Sec's special secret drug to Lin Manqing, which will take effect in 24 hours. At that time, don't say you, even a male dog will be eager for it. Lin Xiaohang's heart soared in delight. Wonderful. Wonderful. Brother, you truly deserve to have studied in the Easting. Only the Easting know how to play. Ha ha, I will make Li Muchen watch while his woman serves me like a female dog. Ha ha. Lin Xiaoping turned to Lin Lifeng and said, Dad, the Lin family has already suffered substantial damage. You should make some preparations now. Oh, tomorrow we can probably take over the Lin family. I suggest you find Annie and have her and uncle come forward. With the Yuan family backing us, the transition of business will be smoother once you take over. Lin Lifeng frowned. Your aunt will certainly side with me, but the Yuan family has a predatory heart and has long wanted to enter Huqing. I'm just afraid of inviting the wolf into the house. Lin Xiaoping smiled slightly. Dad, you can rest assured. Times have changed. If Yuan Guoqing dares to act like a wolf, I will make him turn into a dog. Lin Lifeng laughed. Good. With a son like you, what is there to worry about? I will go find your aunt now. Just as Lin Lifeng left the Linjiang villa, a wave of air fluctuations appeared in the courtyard. Immediately afterwards, a sword energy pierced through the bamboo forest in front of the courtyard. Bamboo leaves rustled and fell. They're here. Lin Xiaoping raised an eyebrow. Gently pressing on the chair, he had already arrived in the courtyard. At the same time, Li Muchen also appeared in the courtyard. The two stood facing each other. Li Muchen, Lin Xiaoping. They simultaneously questioned and confirmed each other's identities. Indeed, you came much faster than I expected, Lin Xiaoping said. Where's Man Xing? Li Muchen asked straightforwardly. Your fiancé. Lin Xiaoping laughed. You came too quickly. Her drug hasn't taken effect yet. How can I rehearse this good show? If I had known, I would have given her a larger dose. Lin Xiaohang heard a noise and walked out of the room. Upon seeing Li Muchen, he felt an inexplicable fear. Luckily, with his brother Lin Xiaoping in front of him, he felt a sense of security. A strong urge for revenge surged within him. Brother, how about I perform a live show with that bitch Lin Manchi? I have quite a bit of experience in being aggressive. Lin Xiaoping sneered upon seeing Li Muchen standing there still. You came so quickly I thought you had some skill, but it turns out you were just a waste. Brother, that woman is available for you to play with. Lin Xiaohang exclaimed joyfully. Haha, Li Muchen, open your eyes and watch how I play with your woman. Huh. He turned around and walked inside, preparing to embrace Lin Manqing. But suddenly he was startled to find Li Muchen right in front of him. Lin Xiaohang rubbed his eyes, thinking he had made a mistake. You. He pointed at Li Muchen in fear, but couldn't utter a word. Lin Xiaoping watched as Li Muchen vanished and was greatly surprised. When he turned around, he saw Li Muchen already gripping Lin Xiaohang's neck. 5 elements escape technique. Lin Xiaoping was taken aback. Are you a ninja too? Li Muchen scoffed. Just because you learned a bit of ninjutsu, do you think that is all there is in the world? The stuff from the East is merely a superficial aspect passed down from the Central Plains. I see you've reached the upper ninja realm, but what a pity with such an unworthy heart. How can you learn the true techniques of the immortals? Stop with the nonsense. If you have the ability, come and compete with me, and let my brother go, said Lin Xiaoping. Compete. Li Muchen shook his head. You are not worthy yet. Lin Xiaoping was infuriated, and with a movement of his hand, 2 shurikens turned into 2 streaks of dark light, flying towards Li Muchen. Li Muchen didn't even look, pushing Lin Xiaohang forward. With 2 soft thuds, both shurikens pierced into Lin Xiaohang's back. Lin Xiaohang cried out in pain. Just now you were gripping Lin Yun's neck like this, using the broken bones technique to shatter all his bones, right? Li Muchen asked. Lin Xiaoping frowned, but remained silent. Lin Xiaohang, however, was terrified. What are you going to do? It's nothing, just making you pay a price for what you said earlier. After all, your brother brings you blessings. With that, Li Muchen raised his hand, lifting Lin Xiaohang high above the ground, nearly 4 to 5 meters up. Li Muchen's hand had long since left his body, yet Lin Xiaohang's neck was still gripped by a tremendous force. Hanging in midair, he struggled desperately, like a person about to hang. Let him go. Lin Xiaoping roared, angrily shrinking his body and leaping upwards. In midair, he suddenly halted, the air around him heavy, as if submerged in water, and he floated there. At the same time, a ninja blade appeared in his hand. The blade resembled a samurai sword, but was much shorter, less than 50 centimeters long. Lin Xiaoping, suspended in the air, rolled forward and swung his blade. The blade's energy released a white light rushing towards Li Muchen. However, inexplicably, the strike went off course. The blade's energy struck the ground beside Li Muchen, carving a deep gash several inches into the earth. At that moment, Li Muchen lowered his hand. Lin Xiaohang fell heavily from the air. With a bang, he landed stiffly on the ground. Lin Xiaoping landed immediately after and rushed to check on his brother's injuries. But as soon as his hand touched Lin Xiaohang, there was a series of cracking sounds like a line of dominoes falling, the sound resonating continuously. Lin Xiaoping's face turned ashen. Li Muchen said, all the bones in his body have been shattered. You'd better not touch him, and remind him not to cough or speak loudly. Lin Xiaoping realized this was revenge for the methods he had used on Lin Yun. But this was even more ruthless. Lin Xiaoping roared, I will tear you apart. The ninja blade slashed again. The blade energy surged like a torrent. In a continuous assault of 16 strikes, each one cutting through the air like a rainbow. Yet not a single strike landed on Lim Yukin. These 16 strikes seemed to have drained all of Lin Xiaoping's strength. He knelt on one knee, panting heavily. "Bring out the antidote, and I will spare your life." "Antidote?" Lin Xiaoping laughed. "I didn't bring any antidote because I never intended to give her one. In just a few hours she will turn into a heat-driven bitch, ha." Lim Yukin felt no disappointment. He hadn't expected to obtain the antidote from Lin Xiaoping. "If that's the case, then you can die." "Is that so? Are you sure you can kill me?" Lin Xiaoping sneered. "I admit you are powerful, the strongest opponent I've ever faced, but if you wish to kill a high-ranking ninja from the Tianren sect, unless you are a master yourself, ha." Lin Xiaoping gripped the ninja blade tightly, his smile fading as he focused all his energy into the blade. The blade in his hand gradually turned red. "Fire ninja blade," Lin Xiaoping whispered to himself. Then he swung the blade. Man and blade almost fused into one. A red light surged forth like a long rainbow across the sky, a storm of sunlight imbued with heat, power, and the intent to destroy. Lin Xiaoping smiled at the corner of his mouth. Fire ninja blade could only be used by those at the upper ninja level. For a century, he was the first at the upper ninja stage to wield the fire ninja blade. He believed that as long as his opponent was not a martial arts master, they would find it hard to withstand this strike. Thud! The blade energy pierced into Lim Yukin's body, and with the rising heat his body turned to steam, vanishing into thin air. Lin Xiaoping landed and couldn't help but cough a few times. The cross-stage use of a high-level technique left him struggling with the energy consumption. But he had succeeded. The effect exceeded his expectations. His opponent was rendered to nothing, directly vaporized. "Huh." He laughed inwardly. "My swordsmanship has improved. The techniques of the upper ninja are nothing but this." Lin Xiaoping heard someone speaking behind him, and his heart raced. He turned around abruptly. Lim Yukin stood right behind him, wearing a look of disdain. "You." Lin Xiaoping couldn't believe it. He had clearly been struck by the blade. How could this be? How could this be? What fire ninja blade, calling it some random name? Do you really think it is an original technique of the East? It's merely a blend of Central Plains swordsmanship mixed with Zhuyang's true qi. Lim Yukin scoffed. You, a Huaxiao person, learn ninjutsu in the East, and think you are impressive? How pitiful. Today let me show you what true swordsmanship is. Let you die understanding. With that, Lim Yukin took a light step, with a single step, into the air without support. He extended his hand and called out, "Sword, come." The sky darkened suddenly. The wind surged, dust flying, bamboo leaves rustling. Between heaven and earth, infinite killing intent began to converge in Lim Yukin's palm. The surrounding air slowly solidified. In the void, a sword of nothingness emerged. Lin Xiaoping stared in awe. So this was swordsmanship. So this was Huaxia. The sword was formed. It struck down. The last thing Lin Xiaoping saw was that enormous sword blade, like the spiral arm of the Milky Way, slicing through his body. Then his body scattered into the void like stardust. The man died. The sword was sheathed. The killing intent of heaven and earth gathered and dispersed. The courtyard returned to tranquility. Only Lin Xiaoping half lay on the ground, afraid to move, afraid to cough, afraid to speak, afraid to breathe heavily. A few crows flew in, cawing noisily, as if they knew this person was about to die, waiting for a delicious meal. Feishi Villa. The other members of the Lin family rushed over upon hearing the news. Faced with the carnage and devastation, everyone was at a loss. The Lin family had never encountered such a situation in decades. These young heirs of prominent families, who usually commanded respect in the business world and social circles, were now gripped by fear in the face of real death, bloodshed, and sacrifice, their internal turmoil not much better than that of the security guards at the door. The old master Lin stubbornly stood there, his body resembling a withered tree, his hollow gaze fixed on the direction of the door. No matter how much his children and private doctor urged him, he refused to go to the hospital. He was waiting for a result. If Lim Yukin returned, the Lin family would survive. If it was Lin Lifeng and his son who returned, the Lin family would truly be finished. The old master refused to leave, and Lin Xiaoxing and Yin Huimin also stayed behind. They had to accompany the old master through this most difficult time. Elder brother, sister-in-law, your health is important. You've been injured, you should go to the hospital first. We'll stay here with Dad, Lin Yue advised. No need, Lin Xiaoxing sighed. I want to stay here with Dad. Whether the Lin family can get through this crisis depends on whether Mu Chen can return. What is going on, brother? Lin Xiaoxing asked. Yin Huimin recounted the events in fragments. Manxing has been taken away, and we don't know what has happened to her now. Lin Xiaoxing said with hatred. I always said Lin Xiaoping is a treacherous wolf. Dad used to protect him so much. Enough, let's not say more. Dad is suffering too. Seeing the old master's withered frame, the Lin family members silently shed tears. Shun Mingchun and Sun Guangfu coordinated the transfer of the injured and deceased. Don't move, Lin Yun. Yin Huimin warned. His bones are shattered, he must not be moved. Sister-in-law, if his bones are shattered, we should get him to the hospital quickly, Shin Mingchun said. Yan Huimin countered. No, Mu Chun said that before he returns we must not move. Thinking of Li Mukin made Shin Mingchun feel very uncomfortable. Why should an unwed son-in-law hold a higher position in the hearts of the Lin family than he did? It's Li Mukin again. What a jinx. Mingchun, what are you saying? Lin Xiufeng questioned. Nothing new, I just feel that since he came the Lin family hasn't encountered anything good, Shin Mingchun said. Lin Xiufeng instinctively wanted to argue, but upon reflection it seemed to resonate with the truth. The other members of the Lin family felt uncomfortable, but had no mind to address it at this moment. Sister-in-law, we should send Xiao Yun to the hospital. Delaying this could be disastrous, Lin Yue said. Lin Xiufeng shouted, Doctor, please come and check on Xiao Yun. The family's private doctor approached, gently examining Lin Yun and furrowing his brow tightly. Doctor, what's the situation? There are issues with all his bones. I'm not an orthopedic surgeon, so I can't judge. It's best to get him to the hospital quickly. If it's delayed, even if a surgery can be performed, there will be complications. Now Yan Huimin was at a loss. Should they continue waiting for Li Mukin or send Lin Yun to the hospital? She looked towards Lin Xiuxing. This man was also the backbone of their family. Lin Xiuxing glanced at the old master still standing there. Brother. Lin Xiufeng was greatly anxious. Why are you being so stubborn? This concerns Xiao Yun's life. Lin Xiuxing's voice was almost numb as he said, if Li Mukin doesn't return, the Lin family is finished. Not just Xiao Yun, but everyone including me will not escape disaster. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of those nearby turned grim. Within the Lin family, Lin Lifeng and Lin Xiuxing had always represented two opposing factions, and those present were undoubtedly all supporters of Lin Xiuxing. However, all alliance fronts in this world share a common point: interests. Only shared interests can bind a group of unrelated individuals together. Once interests are harmed or become inconsistent, the alliance faces the risk of collapse. The factions within the family are no different. Some people had already started to quietly withdraw, such as Shin Mingchun. The decline of the Lin family was nearly an inevitable sight. The Shin family and the Lin family were indeed allies, but once the Lin family fell, or if Lin Lifeng held power over the Lin family, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the Shin family. As an important member of the Shun family, Shin Mingchun had to consider family interests and decide what kind of relationship to maintain with the Lin family. Moreover, he did not believe that a single Li Mukin could change the current situation. Just then someone walked in from outside the door. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone's hearts began to sink, and all hopes were instantly dashed. The visitor was Lin Lifeng. Along with him were Lin Lai and Yuan Guocheng. Behind them followed a large crowd, clearly brought by Yuan Guocheng. The old master Lin Shangyi's withered body trembled, his hollow eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. Above Beishi Villa dark clouds gathered. Ha ha ha. Lin Lifeng laughed heartily as he walked in. Old master, your body is truly resilient. Lin Lifeng, what exactly do you want? Lin Xiuxing pointed at him angrily. My father has not been unkind to your family. You are simply worse than beasts. That's something you should ask yourself. Those who are unworthy of their position will face calamity. In what way have you ever been better than me? Why should you be the head of the family? Isn't it just because you are the old man's biological son? And this you call being unkind to me? Humph. Lin Lifeng scoffed, glancing at the old master. Old man, if it weren't for my father back then, you would have been dead long ago. It was my father who handed you the position of head of the family, yet you repay his kindness by treating me like a dog and letting your incompetent son take over as head of the family. Today I will take back what should have belonged to me, which my father lost. Lin Lifeng, don't be delusional. To become the head of the Lin family requires a family meeting, and more than 2/3 of the people must agree. If you have the guts, kill everyone here, otherwise you will never become the head of the family. Lin Xiuxing said angrily. Is that so? Lin Lifeng's face darkened with a cold smile. The old man is half dead. Do you really think the Lin family has that many supporters for you to become the head of the family? How about this? While the old man still has a breath left, let's consider this a family meeting today. I will ask everyone present who supports me, Lin Lifeng, to be the head of the family over Lin Xiuxing. I support Lifeng to be the head of the family. Lin Lai, standing next to Lin Lifeng, was the first to voice support, smiling at the other members of the Lin family. Me too. Yuan Guocheng stepped forward to stand beside Lin Lai. As a son-in-law of the Lin family, I am also a member of the Lin family and have the right to vote. Moreover, before I came I informed my family. My father and my elder brother both support Lifeng as the head of the Lin family. My father said that once Lifeng becomes the head, the cooperation between the Yuan family and the Lin family can deepen. As for those who do not support Lifeng, the Yuan family will not continue relations with them in the future. After saying this, he waved his hand, and the people he brought lined up. The implication of his words was clear: the Yuan family had fully intervened in the struggle for the head of the Lin family. Some individuals who had only been wavering felt more resolute now. The Chantang Yuan family is much stronger than the Lin family at its peak. A few people walked over and stood by Lin Lifeng. Brother Lifeng, we support you. They spoke while avoiding eye contact with Lin Xiuxing. Good, anyone who supports me is family, Lin Lifeng said with a grin. Once someone took the lead, others would follow. Soon more than half of the people had gathered around him. Shin Mingchun pulled Lin Xiuxing aside and quietly signaled with his eyes. Lin Xiuxing was startled, quickly understanding Shin Mingchuan's intentions, and angrily said, Mingchuan, what are you thinking? This is my elder brother. If you dare to support Lin Lifeng now, I will sever ties with you. Shin Mingchun initially intended to quietly step forward and stand behind, but seeing Lin Xiuxing show him no respect, he darkened his expression and said, Xiuxing, you married me, so you are a member of the Shin family. You should consider my position. Even if you don't care about the Shin family's interests, you should think about our children. Lin Xiuxing suddenly fell silent. Indeed, they had children. Nearby Lin Yue angrily said, Shen Mingchuan, you are so venomous, threatening my younger sister with children at this time. Are you even human? Shen Mingchun coldly laughed. I am doing this for her own good. Those who understand the times are the heroes. I don't want to be useless like your husband. Sun Guangfu beside Lin Yue remained expressionless and said, I really don't want you to be so wealthy, who I am just a teacher. But at least I have integrity and won't forget my principles for profit, merely a wallflower. Shin Mingchuan's face turned red and pale. Suddenly Yuan Guocheng laughed heartily and said, What great integrity. I've long heard that the fourth sister's husband is left with nothing but pride. Today, I want to see how strong your pride is. With a wave of his hand, the Yuan family thugs, he brought Serge forward. If it hurts, let out a cry. Yuan Guocheng wore a somewhat sincere smile. If you beg me or bark like a dog, I will have them stop. The thugs pounded and kicked. Sun Guangfu's face was covered in blood, his features distorted from the beating. Yet he gritted his teeth, not uttering a word. Guangfu. Lin Yue watched as her husband Sun Guangfu was surrounded and beaten by a group powerless to intervene. But she did not shed a single tear. She knew that showing any weakness at this moment would be a disrespect to her husband. The pride of a scholar is not something that can be subdued by a few thugs' fists. One of Yuan Guocheng's subordinates whispered in his ear, if we hit him anymore he might die. Yuan Guocheng did not care about Sun Guangfu's life, but today he was here to establish authority for Lin Lifeng, so there was no need to kill him. He ordered his men to stop. Sun Guangfu was already on the brink of death. Lin Yue rushed over, embracing her husband, tears welling in her eyes, struggling to hold them back. Sun Guangfu opened his eyes a crack, looking at his wife, a faint smile appearing on his swollen face. My lady, I have no money, but I haven't brought shame to you or the Lin family. Lin Yu's tears finally fell, mingling with the blood on Sun Guangfu's face. Shun Mingchun slowly walked up to Lin Lifeng, extending his hand. Brother Lifeng, congratulations on becoming the head of the Lin family. Lin Lifeng laughed heartily, shaking his hand. Our cooperation with the Shun family will continue. Yuan Guocheng added, the Yuan family also intends to cooperate with the Shin family. Shin Mingchun was overjoyed. Improving relations with the Yuan family and his status in the Shin family would surely rise significantly. Lin Xiuxing looked at her brother Lin Xiuxing with a sorrowful expression, but eventually walked toward her husband. At this moment there were hardly any people left around Lin Xiuxing. In times of trouble one sees true hearts. Even his own younger sister had left him. Lin Xiuxing sighed deeply, filled with endless sorrow. Ha ha, is there anyone else? Lin Lifeng, full of spirit, walked up to Lin Shangyi. Old man, I have become the head of the family. Shouldn't you congratulate me? Ha ha ha. The old man stood there, his appearance already withered like a dead tree in winter, stripped of flowers and leaves, yet his spine remained stubbornly erect. His gaze still hollow, he stared in the direction of the door. Ha ha, old fool, don't harbor any illusions. No one is coming to save you, Lin Lifeng said. Suddenly a wind arose in the villa. It was strong and howling, carrying an ominous tone. A rumble of distant thunder could be heard. People looked up at the sky. A thick, dark cloud hung low, and within the clouds numerous fine electric currents slithered like snakes. Suddenly a flash of lightning lit up the sky, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap. The clouds seemed to tear apart as rain poured down. Lin Lifeng was startled by the thunder and torrential rain, feeling an inexplicable anxiety. Looking back at the old man, his eyes illuminated by the lightning, they were no longer hollow, but gleamed with a strange light. Lin Lifeng turned his head and saw a shadow of a black umbrella at the entrance, slowly moving towards them. Others also sensed that something was off and turned to look. As the shadow approached, they could see two figures under the umbrella leaning against each other. They walked slowly. The scenery of the entire villa seemed to dim, leaving only this splash of color. It was Li Mukin. Lin Lifeng squinted. He felt a bad premonition. A strong sense of unease made his heart race wildly. Lin Manxing clung to Li Mukin's arm, quietly leaning against him, following in his footsteps. Step by step, They approached a spot not far from the crowd. They stopped. The gazes of the onlookers were complex, almost dreamy. Even amidst the raging storm, people could still hear their own heartbeats. Lee Mukin gently closed the umbrella. With a whoosh it opened. The clouds above, the torrential rain, the howling wind, and the dazzling lightning with the thundering sound seemed to have all been absorbed into the umbrella. The sky was bright with white clouds drifting above. The earth was like spring with willow branches dancing in the wind. Butterflies flitted across the grass and cicadas sang in the trees. Everyone is lined up properly. Lee Mukin looked at the distinct crowd and shook his head. He handed the umbrella to Lin Manqing, walked over to Sun Guangfu, squatted down to take a look, and said, "Rest assured it will be fine." Lin Yu's eyes revealed gratitude, choked up, unable to speak. For some reason this young man suddenly seemed so trustworthy, as if everything he said must be true. Lee Mukin stood up, walked up to Lin Lifeng, and gently nodded, saying, "The calamity of the Lin family has come to an end." Lin Shanji's withered body radiated newfound vitality. His eyes shone with the flames of revival from the ashes. A drop of murky hot tears overflowed from the old man's eyes, rolling slowly down his wrinkled, aged face. Lee Mukin turned his head and walked towards Lin Lifeng. Lin Lifeng felt a bit uneasy, but thinking of his elder sister Lin Lai and brother-in-law Yuan Guochang beside him, he gathered some courage. "Lee Mukin, I am now the head of the Lin family. You are on the territory of the Lin family, so you better not act recklessly," Lin Lifeng said. "Oh really?" Lee Mukin chuckled. "Is the head of the Lin family self-appointed? Or?" He pointed to the people around. "Did you all choose him?" No one spoke. Some had begun to regret, while most were merely observing. Lin Lifeng shouted angrily, "You better leave now, or don't blame me for being rude." "What do you mean by being rude?" "Like what you did to your son." Lee Mukin chuckled. Lin Lifeng's unease grew stronger, accompanied by an inexplicable fear. "What happened to Xiaoping? What have you done to him? You will never see him again." "You?" Lin Lifeng still couldn't believe it. "Impossible. You must be lying. My son Xiaoping is a master of the ninjutsu sect. Even Lin Shanming is no match for him. You must be lying to me." Despite saying that, he felt uncertain inside, especially when he saw Lin Manqing safely returning with Lee Mukin. "Kill him. Kill him for me," Lin Lifeng shouted frantically. Yuan family's subordinates hesitated, unsure whether to follow Lin Lifeng's orders. Lin Lai said, "What are you still waiting for? Move." Only then did the thugs rush forward. However, they could not get close to Lee Mukin at all. As soon as they approached, they were sent flying and fell heavily to the ground. Not even a grunt was heard. They could not tell if they were unconscious or dead. Lee Mukin stepped forward. By the time he reached Lin Lifeng, all the people from the Yuan family had already collapsed. Lin Lifeng looked at Lee Mukin in despair. You are not human. Who exactly are you? You are not qualified," Lee Mukin said, extending his palm to press forward into the empty air. Lin Lifeng heard a crackling sound coming from within his body. Then he felt his entire being go limp, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. But he did not die. His eyes remained wide open. The fear in his eyes had reached a terrifying extreme. Those members of the Lin family who had taken the wrong side quickly scattered. But he did not die. His eyes remained wide open. The fear in his eyes had reached a terrifying extreme. Those members of the Lin family who had taken the wrong side. A ridiculous scene unfolded. Just a moment ago, around Lin Lifeng, aside from his wife and the son couple, there was no one else. Now on the other side, only Lin Lai and Yuan Guochang remained. Yuan Guochang's eyes flickered as he rapidly contemplated what to do next. He was a clever man. He understood that resisting Lee Mukin under the current circumstances was futile. There was no way to escape. Submitting and saying a few flattering words might help him avoid disaster. The Lin family would not want to offend the Yuan family. If he died at Beishi Villa, the Yuan family would definitely seek revenge. As long as he preserved his life and returned to Qiantong, no matter how powerful Lee Mukin was, he would not fear. Yuan Guochang took half a step forward, forced a smile, and was just about to speak. His wife Lin Lai suddenly pulled out a handgun and aimed it at Lee Mukin. Ever since the last time Lee Mukin slapped her, she had kept the gun on her person. The woman's face was grotesque, revealing a mad expression, her hand trembling uncontrollably. Yuan Guochang's heart tightened, and he hurried to stop her, but it was already too late. Bang! The gun. People gasped in astonishment. Especially Lin Manqing, as the gunshot rang out. Her heart seemed to stop at that very moment. She felt as though all the blood in her body had frozen. The others held their breath. Some were frightened, some were secretly pleased, some were worried, and others were at a loss. In short, everyone was petrified. In the Lin family's garden, it seemed as if numerous stone statues had appeared. The human eye could not perceive the bullet. However, to everyone's astonishment, they saw the trajectory of the bullet. The bullet, spinning at high speed, pierced through the air, leaving behind a swirling, distorted space trail, at its tail appearing less than 2 meters from Lee Mukin's chest. The bullet continued to advance, as if encountering some barrier, its speed gradually decreasing. Finally, it stopped half a meter from his heart. Everyone was dumbfounded. The bullet had actually stopped. Yuan Guoqing's heart sank completely. The plan to appease had become untenable the moment his wife fired the gun. He knew there was only one path left. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Without hesitation, Yuan Guoqiang dropped to his knees. Mr. Li, Master Li, please have mercy and spare us a way out. Li Muqin coldly regarded him. The bullet before his chest continued to spin in midair, attempting to exhaust all its energy to pierce through the intangible barrier. I originally had no intention of killing you, not even a thought of it. But now, a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Remember, this bullet was fired by your wife. On the road to the underworld, you two should settle your accounts properly. With that, the bullet in front of his chest shot out suddenly, as if released from a slingshot. At the same speed as before, it pierced into Yuan Guoqing's forehead. Yuan Guoqiang knelt there, his eyes reflecting the last traces of fear and despair. Ah! Lin Lai screamed frantically, madly pulling the trigger of her gun. Bullets shot from the barrel, aside from one or two aimed at Li Muqin. The others all went astray, flying wildly. However, these bullets seemed to have eyes or were equipped with a guidance system, tracing an arc in the air before landing on Yuan Guoqing's body. Pop, pop, pop. Yuan Guoqiang was riddled with several bullet holes. After the bullets were exhausted, Lin Lai continued to pull the trigger until her finger bled. Ah! Lin Lai threw away the gun, frantically scratching her head before running out. Li Muqin did not care. Having personally shot her husband, living would be more painful than dying. The Yuan family would never tolerate a daughter-in-law who killed her own husband. Although they could find out with a little investigation that the true killer of Yuan Guoqiang was Li Muqin. You're insane. You're insane. Shen Mingchun trembled. Li Muqin, you've gone mad. You killed my sister-in-law and drove my sister insane. The Yuan family won't let you off. Li Muqin ignored him completely, turning around to squat down and examine Lin Yun's injuries. Among everyone, Lin Yun's injuries were the most severe. Almost all his bones had been shattered by Lin Xiaoping using a special technique of the Renzone. Recovery would be extremely difficult, especially since it was crucial not to allow the bones to shift. With so many fractures and the complex nature of the breaks, any slight movement could cause many bones to misalign. If that happened, even if he could be saved, there would inevitably be after effects. Shen Mingchun pulled Lin Xiaofeng and said, Xiaofeng, I just remembered something very important. Let's go back to Zuqing quickly. Lin Xiaofeng asked in confusion. Mingchun, what are you doing? Just now you forced me to stand on Lin Leifeng's side. I could understand that as a means to preserve our strength and survive. But now that Lin Leifeng is finished and Yuan Guoqiang is dead, it was Muqin who saved us. Oh, why do you still want to leave? He saved you. Shen Mingchun sneered. Do you not understand? The Lin family is finished. He saved you, but he killed Yuan Guoqiang. Will the Yuan family let him off? Will they spare the Lin family? Yuan Guoqiang is the son of Yuan Shoshan and the younger brother of Yuan Naiming. His death will surely enrage the Yuan family. Once the Yuan family goes to war with the Lin family, do you think the Lin family can hold out for a few days in this state? Lin Xiaofeng fell silent. She knew her husband was right. The Yuan family's wrath would bring disaster to the Lin family. Let's go, Shen Mingchun urged. No, Lin Xiaofeng shook her head. I can't leave with the family in this state. You go ahead. Without hesitation, Shen Mingchun turned and left the Lin family courtyard. He did not look back even once until his figure disappeared outside the gates of Beishi Mountain Villa. Lin Xiaofeng silently shed tears, took a deep breath, turned around, and began to clean up the current mess with her family. Li Muqin was indifferent to Shen Mingchun's departure. He had no time to care. Right now he needed to save people, and time was of the essence. Lin Yun's injuries were extremely severe and required immediate treatment. In a few hours the poison in Lin Manqing would act up. Li Muqin used his power to stabilize Lin Yun's bones and carried him into the villa room. As for the outside, the Lin family was in chaos, but he had no time to attend to that. The Lin family's private doctor brought him medical tools and common medicines. 1 hour later, the injuries to Lin Yun's meridians were repaired, and all his bones were reset. However, given the severity of the fractures, it would still take some time to heal completely. Li Muqin then taught him a set of qi circulation techniques to practice while lying on the bed, allowing him to cultivate and self-repair simultaneously. He also wrote a prescription for the Lin family to gather the herbs. After doing all this, Li Muqin glanced at the time. There were about 3 to 4 hours left before the poison in Lin Manqing would take effect. He started to check Lin Manqing's pulse. As his divine sense entered her pulse to investigate Lin Manqing's condition, Li Muqin furrowed his brow. The medicine used by Lin Xiaoping was specially refined with a potent lewd poison. Now the poison had already infiltrated her heart and would soon act up. The antidote could only be found at the headquarters of the Eastern Japan Tianren sect. Of course, Li Muqin could concoct the antidote himself, but unfortunately he lacked the materials. He wrote down the names of several herbs and showed them to the Lin family's private doctor and Lin Xiaoxing. After looking, they all shook their heads. let alone some herbs they had never even heard of. Even this 300-year-old purple spirit mushroom, there was nowhere to find it in a moment's notice. These herbs were common at Tiandu Peak, but with Kunlun being thousands of miles away, there was simply no time to make the trip. Without the antidote, the only option was to force the poison out using qi. Injecting his qi into Lin Manqing's 8 extraordinary meridians, cleansing her internal organs, and forcing the poison out. This process was extremely perilous. If Lin Manqing were a cultivator, it would be easier. Because cultivators generally have smooth meridians, qi flows without obstruction, making detoxification relatively easy. But Lin Manqing was just an ordinary person. This meant that Li Muqin had to first help her open the Rin and Du meridians and connect the 8 extraordinary meridians so that the qi could move freely within her body. This process would take at least 3 days. Of course, there was another impractical method to let the poison take effect, and simply find a man with strong yang energy to perform the rites of the Zhou Gong, with her releasing the lewd poison and balancing yin and yang, which would relieve the poison. After several times, the toxicity would be released completely, and she would be fine. But Li Muqin was unwilling to do so. Taking advantage of someone's vulnerability is not the mark of a true hero. Manqing, I will take you away now to help you detoxify, which will take about 3 days. During these 3 days, I will stay by your side, Li Muqin said gently. Lin Manqing had heard of this method of detoxification involving intimate relations between men and women. Many novels mentioned it. Though she believed that Li Muqin was a gentleman, hearing that she would have to be alone with him for 3 days made her nervous, and her heart raced like a frightened deer. She lowered her head, her delicate face flushed, her voice barely above a whisper, as she said, "All right. Time is of the essence, oh let's hurry." Li Muqin took Lin Manqing by the hand and dashed out. Yan Huimin shouted at their retreating figures, "Hey, where are you going? You don't need to go outside. There are plenty of rooms here." After they had gone far, she complained, "Why do they need to find a place to hide to get things done? This child, honestly." Li Muqin took Lin Manqing to the newly purchased Wudong residence. This once notorious haunted house was now incredibly quiet, making it the perfect place for him to detoxify and treat Lin Manqing. To avoid interference, he told no one except Ma Shan. Even Ding Xiang only thought he had gone on a business. The hedgehog left to guard the Wutong residence became Li Muqin's protector. The heavy yin energy in the courtyard had dissipated, leaving only the cool shade of the Wutong tree. Ma Shan had already drained the well using a high-pressure water gun to wash away the sludge at the bottom, and he drained the well water once more. Now the well was dry, and in a few days, as the groundwater seeped back in the well, would be usable again. Li Muqin led Lin Manqing to an upstairs room, telling her that she would stay there for the next few days and wouldn't go out. However, the two of them sat facing each other on the bed. The antique-style large bed was covered with a bright red brocade quilt reminiscent of the festive atmosphere of a traditional wedding. Lin Manqing felt a chaotic swirl of emotions in her heart, uncertain about what to do. She had mentally prepared herself for something to happen. Yet Li Muqin wore a serious expression, like a little teacher starting to impart some basic mantras and mental methods to her. At first, Lin Manqing felt flustered and couldn't remember anything. When Li Muqin sternly reprimanded her a few times, she finally became convinced that this man before her had no ulterior motives. He was simply teaching her. Lin Manqing gradually got into the role. She was intelligent and perceptive. Although she had never practiced before, she surprisingly understood much of what Li Muqin taught her at first listen. Of course, Li Muqin chose the simplest and most comprehensible teaching method, as time was pressing and efficiency was paramount. Had he taught like those old fellows on Tiandu Peak, it would probably take a week for Lin Manqing to even grasp the concepts of Huangya Yuya, how to navigate through the 12 levels, etc. Just as she began to have a slight understanding of the Bodhis meridians and true energy, the medicinal properties began to take effect. She felt a surge of heat rising from her lower abdomen, rapidly spreading throughout her body. Her face flushed, her heart raced, and she experienced an urgent need that was indescribable, making her uncomfortable, as if ants were crawling all over her heart, causing both pain and itchiness. Her gaze began to blur, and a fiery flame ignited in her pupils. The flame erupted, ready to ignite. She wanted to turn to ashes with the man before her in the flames. Li Muqin struck Lin Manqing's back with one palm, while his other hand swiftly pressed on 36 major acupoints on her body. A stream of true energy was injected into Lin Manqing's body, as if a clear stream was flowing into her heated body. A hint of clarity emerged in her mind. She recalled the mental methods and mantras she had just learned and unconsciously began to act on them. True energy surged within her like a torrent, breaking through barriers one after another. The well in the courtyard started to seep the first fresh spring water. Wang Zongxing, the leader of the Southern Tai Chi sect, was to duel with the mysterious young Master Li from the capital. After meticulous planning by Feng Tianming, the news quickly spread throughout Jiangnan province. On this day, the Huching Sports Center was bustling with the presence of notable figures. Martial artists from Jiangnan province, heroes of the martial world, and major families connected to the martial arts community were all invited. However, as people waited in anticipation, young Master Li did not appear. Wang Zongxing was unperturbed. He had never taken Li Muqin seriously. The reason he agreed to this duel was due to a misunderstanding. He thought Li Muqin was connected to Yi Mei. Yi Mei had a complicated relationship with Lu Jinxing. He gave face to Yi Mei as well as Lu Jinxing. In his view, this duel held no surprises, and Li Muqin would surely lose. In all of Jiangnan, aside from the two grandmasters Lu Jinxing from Yongcheng and He Changchun from Qintong, Wang Zongxing had never feared anyone. It was only natural that Li Muqin wouldn't dare to show up. However, he didn't expect the young man to be so cowardly. Today was not a life-and-death situation. If he came, he would only face a reprimand, and he wouldn't go all out. Feng Taiming's men searched everywhere for Li Muqin, but not a trace could be found. Zhou Na called Ma Shan, who hesitated and gave vague responses. Zhou Na couldn't help but doubt whether Li Muqin was truly as rumored afraid, and therefore reluctant to come. But upon second thought, she felt that couldn't be the case. Ultimately, amidst countless boos, complaints, and jeers, a duel that hadn't even begun had already concluded. According to the rules, those who did not participate were considered to have forfeited. Wang Zongxing won. This outcome infuriated Feng Tianming, who grabbed a loaded gun and rushed to find Li Muqin to confront him. He had followed Li Muqin's suggestions and fully adhered to the strategies that guaranteed Li Muqin's victory. The result was a complete loss. The Feng family was wealthy, but Second Master Feng was not the head of the family. He relied on his connections to maintain his status in the martial world. This amount of money wasn't enough to cripple him, but it still pained him considerably. No one's money came easily. If Li Muqin truly lost, Feng Tianming would accept it. In gambling, there are always wins and losses. Those who bet must accept defeat. However, this duel hadn't even started, and Feng Tianming had essentially made an empty bet. Losing this way was unacceptable to Feng Tianming. After everyone had left, he fired several shots into the sky in the empty sports center. It was Zhou Na who came over to console him. Perhaps Mr. Li encountered something urgent. What could be more important? I heard that something happened to the Lin family, Zhou Na said. Moreover, it seems the Yuan family in Qiantang has also encountered trouble. Although both families kept tight-lipped, and he didn't know what exactly happened. Perhaps I heard that too. Feng Tianming, calm down. Are you saying that the matters concerning the Yuan and Lin families are related to him? I don't know. Anyway, when he returns, we can just ask him, Zhou Na said. I hope he comes back. Feng Tianming angrily put away his gun. Let's go to Tianxing Temple. I want to ask Daoist Zhang. The door of the Qinfeng restaurant was closed, but the lights inside were on. This so-called young Master Li from the capital seems to be quite lacking. He doesn't even dare to show his face. I told you long ago there's no young Master Li. The Li family in the capital has long ceased to exist. He must be a fraud. Regardless of whether he's a fraud, he hasn't cheated me. This time I bet on Wang Zongxing and won hundreds of thousands. Haha, I said, old Wang, you're not being fair. You bet hundreds of thousands while I only bet a few tens of thousands. Tell me, do you have insider information? There's no insider information. It's obvious to even a fool that Wang Zongxing cannot lose. Boss Wang and Master Rong chatted happily. Sister Mei sat alone at a table near the door, resting her chin in her hand, lost in thought. Ame, let's go? Are you really going to wait for that young man, Shaoli? Boss Wang and Master Rong stood on the same side for the first time. Sister Mei turned her head, smiled faintly, and said, I can't leave. I've lost all the savings I've accumulated over the years. What? The two were shocked. You lost everything? Yes, I bet on the young Master Li from the capital to win. Ame, how could you? Master Rong slapped his thigh in frustration. Boss Wang still wore his signature smile, but it was stiff. Forget it, forget it. Losing is losing. We still have a little private money. We can use it as capital to open another restaurant in a different place. I don't want to hide anymore. I want to meet Lu Jinxing. Ame. Boss Wang and Master Rong stomped their feet in unison. That's not okay. At that moment, Dingxiang suddenly walked in from outside, calling out Sister Mei. Dingxiang, what are you doing here? Sister Mei was quite surprised. Didn't I tell you that we're closed today, and you don't need to come to work? Moreover, it's so late now. Dingxiang said, Brother Mu Chun asked me to deliver a message to you. What message? A glimmer of expectation flashed in Sister Mei's eyes. Brother Mu Chun said that there were some unforeseen circumstances, and the 3-day agreement from last time doesn't count. He asked you to wait for him for another 2 days. Sister Mei was momentarily stunned, unsure whether to agree. The hope that had just ignited in her eyes gradually dimmed, and she sighed softly. Master Rong said unhappily, he wants us to wait. Then what about Shaoli? Where is he? I don't know. It was Brother Ma Shan who conveyed this to me. Sister Mei hesitated for a long time, finally, making a surprising decision that astonished Master Rong and Boss Wang. She decided to open for business again tomorrow. I have long said that he is a fraud. Zhang Daoyuan from the Tianxing Temple leisurely sipped his tea. Feng Tianming sat opposite Zhang Dun, his face filled with respect, as he said, "Alas, if I had listened to your advice back, then the losses would not have been so great. May I ask, Master, do I have a chance to make up for it?" "Master Feng, as the saying goes, a loss may turn out to be a gain. Today you have stumbled, but you have also gained wisdom and seen through a petty person. This has helped you avoid even greater losses in the future. Being friend with the virtuous and distancing oneself from the petty is the golden rule for wealth accumulation." Yes, you are right, Master." "Hey, as a Taoist, how dare I lecture Master Feng? I merely offer a reminder. I see that Master Feng is on the verge of good fortune. This small loss should be quickly recouped." Feng Tianming quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your auspicious words, Master." He then took out a bulging envelope and placed it on the table. Zhang Daoyuan did not refuse and said to the attendant beside him, "Record Master Feng's merits in the ledger." "Yes." The attendant took the money and withdrew. "Master, there is another matter I would like to inquire about," Feng Tianming said. "Please, Master Feng, go ahead. I heard that the Lin family and the Yuan family of Qiantang have encountered trouble. Do you know what happened?" Although Tianqing Temple is merely a Taoist temple, it is more informed than a newspaper, as wealthy families often come here to seek counsel. Zhang Daoyuan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing serious. The two families are involved in the same matter, and this incident is somewhat related to your situation." "Oh." Feng Tianming was curious. "How is it related to my situation?" Zhang Daoyuan stroked his beard and smiled slightly. "Li Mukin killed Yuan Guochang at the Lin family's villa." "Oh." Feng Tianming was greatly astonished. This was undoubtedly shocking news. In just one short sentence, the amount of information was overwhelming. He wanted to ask more questions, but he knew that Zhang Daoyuan would not say anything further. To reveal this much information in a single sentence was already a rare exception. This was also Zhang Daoyuan's principle. If he casually divulged the intricate details of others' affairs, people would no longer confide in him. Feng Tianming returned home constantly reflecting on Zhang Daoyuan's words. It seemed that Li Mukin had fled. No wonder he did not participate in the martial arts competition. Having killed someone from the Yuan family would surely seek revenge. With Li Mukin gone, it appeared the Lin family would suffer. Old Master Lin Shangyi had returned to his sickbed once again. He was well aware of his own condition. He wasn't ill or injured, he simply felt a loss of spirit. Having weathered life's storms and experienced everything, he now faced betrayal from his closest kin in his old age. An elderly man devoid of spirit resembled a lamp without oil. He knew that this time, even if Li Mukin's medical skills were exceptional, he could not heal himself. Yet he had not taken his last breath because he could not. The Lin family was in great turmoil, and the hearts of the people were scattered. Lin Yun was gravely injured, almost rendered a vegetable. Lin Manxing had been poisoned and taken away by Li Mukin, and it was uncertain what her fate would be. Lin Chanming was not in life-threatening danger, but his injuries were serious. The protective guards of the Lin family, which he had built, vanished overnight. His son-in-law Sun Guangfu was also heavily injured. Lin Xiuxing was now presiding over family affairs while injured. However, the Lin family's business had already been struggling, and now it had plunged even further. Everyone was watching to see if the Lin family could withstand this crisis. What was most concerning was the Yuan family. Yuan Guochang was dead, and although it appeared that Lin Lai had shot him, Lin Shangyi had issued a death order. The details of that day's events must not be revealed to the outside world. However, with the Lin family in such a state, it was impossible to unite the hearts of the people. The Yuan family must already know the whole story. They would not let this matter rest. The Yuan family would certainly seek revenge. The only question was when. Once this war began, the Lin family would have no chance of winning. The only variable was Li Mukin. Lin Shangyi held on to his last breath, waiting for Li Mukin to return. Only Li Mukin could help the Lin family regain its vitality. Suddenly, Lin Shangyi found this thought somewhat amusing. Initially, he had wanted to let Li Mukin marry into the Lin family, even saying he would give him half of the family assets to help him restore the Li family. Lin Shangyi admitted he wished to repay the Li family, but he also had his own ulterior motives. Yet now the fate of the entire Lin family unexpectedly rested on Li Mukin alone. As the sun rose on the third day, the well water in the courtyard was already quite full. The hedgehog lay on the edge of the well, extending its head to see its reflection. It squeaked twice, then puffed out a breath, seemingly dissatisfied with its inability to transform into a human form. The curtains in the upstairs room were tightly drawn. Suddenly the curtains were pulled open. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating a beautiful face. The hedgehog was stunned. 2 days ago, when Li Mukin brought this woman, it thought she was beautiful. But at this moment, she seemed even more beautiful than 2 days ago. No, not just a little. She was a completely transformed beauty. The hedgehog observed closely. The woman's features hadn't changed. Yet she had truly become more beautiful. The hedgehog did not understand why this was so. It looked into the well where the water reflected its own face. It fantasized about becoming as beautiful as this woman one day. Li Mukin and Lin Manqing walked out hand in hand. Lin Manqing radiated with vitality. Abundant true energy flowed within her meridians unobstructed. She had never felt so relaxed, and the world before her was filled with life. Lin Manqing saw the hedgehog on the edge of the well and exclaimed with delight, "Ah, so cute. Is it protecting us?" Li Mukin nodded and said yes. "Can I pet it?" Lin Manqing tentatively reached out her hand. The hedgehog did not like being touched by others. It began to feel a bit annoyed with this woman. Just because she was beautiful did she think she could touch others freely. But it did not voice its objections. Lin Manqing placed her hand on the hedgehog's back and gently stroked it. "Does it have a name?" "I don't know either." Li Mukin suddenly remembered he had never asked the hedgehog this question. The hedgehog spoke up. "I have a name. I am Bai Jingjing, the thorn of the thorn bush." "Bai Jingjing." Lin Manqing repeated, "That's a nice name." She held the hedgehog's small paw and said, "Hello, Bai Jingjing, I am Lin Manqing." The hedgehog was momentarily stunned. It had never held hands with a person like this before. Did she treat me as a person? It felt respected for the first time, feeling equality for the first time. This woman did not seem so annoying anymore. When Li Mukin and Lin Manqing returned to Beishi Villa, the Lin family finally began to emerge from their gloom and sorrow. It was as if their return meant everything would be saved. Old Master Lin Shangyi lay in bed smiling with satisfaction. He knew that the Lin family still had hope. "Muqing, I entrust Manqing to you." The old man spoke, his throat clearing as phlegm rolled in and out. "It's a pity I won't be able to see your wedding." Li Mukin took the old man's pulse, channeling true energy, seeking the faintest sign of life within the weak pulse. Unfortunately, that sign of life was so weak. With the end approaching, Li Mukin felt powerless. "Grandfather, I will ensure that you live to see my engagement with, and don't worry, as long as I am here, I will definitely protect the Lin family." Lin Shangyi stared at the ceiling, a bright light flickering in his murky eyes. After helping the old man with acupuncture, Li Mukin went to visit Lin Yun. Upon seeing Lin Yun, Li Mukin frowned. He checked Lin Yun's pulse and found it stable with no immediate threat to life. However, the healing of the bones was far from ideal. At this rate, recovery would take at least 6 months. "Didn't I prescribe medication? Didn't you give it to him on time?" Yan Huimin said with a bitter face. "Mooching, the medicines in your prescription are too hard to find, and with the tight timeline in addition to the Lin family's troubles, the Yuan family has already issued a warning that anyone who helps the Lin family is an enemy of the Yuan family. Now, even if we can find the medicines, they wouldn't dare sell them to us." "All right, leave this to me," Li Mukin said. "Anyway, that prescription was a temporary one. I will give Xiaoyan a new prescription." Li Mukin thought for a moment. Since the Lin family couldn't handle this, he would have to leave it to an outsider. He called Kai Weiman. "Young Master Li." Kai Weiman was quite surprised. "I need to find some medicinal materials. I will send you the prescription shortly. Please help me gather them as soon as possible." Li Mukin did not waste words, speaking directly in a tone that was almost commanding. Kai Weiman, on the other end, fell silent for a moment, as if hesitating about something. Li Mukin was not in a hurry. He was waiting for Kai Weiman's response. 10 seconds later, Kai Weiman finally spoke up. "All right, young Master Li, send it over, and I will take care of it immediately." After finishing, he paused again. "Young Master Li, I heard that the Yuan family has issued a bounty on your head. 100 million. As individuals who once held a prominent reputation in the martial world, the three at the humble restaurant had naturally heard about the bounty in the Jianghu. Is this Li Mukin who is being offered a bounty by the Yuan family, the same little Li from our restaurant?" Master Roan wore an incredulous expression. Boss Wang chuckled. "I didn't expect little Li to be worth so much. A whopping 100 million worked at our restaurant for a week, and we had no idea. What on earth did this kid do to make the Yuan family put such a high price on his head? He must have cheated, or what else could it be? No wonder he ran away. He hasn't shown his face in days. This kid really has guts to cheat the Yuan family. If they are offering a bounty of 100 million, he must have won quite a lot. Why don't we just capture this kid and claim the reward?" Master Rong suggested. Boss Wang laughed. 100 million. Little Yang spun the cleaver in his hand excitedly, saying, "Master, 100 million is enough for us to live comfortably for years, right?" Master Rong slapped him on the head with a ladle. "If you lack experience, keep your mouth shut. You who can satisfy with 2 pigs trotters a day think 100 million is enough to support your great-grandson." Sister May had been silent, gesturing outside, saying, "Someone's here. You all go claim the reward." Li Mukin pushed the door and entered. The group froze simultaneously, unsure how to continue. It was Boss Wang who spoke up, cheerfully standing up and pouring a cup of tea for Li Mukin. "Little Li, where have you been these past few days?" Li Mukin glanced at Sister May and said, "Just had a little incident. I'm really glad you all haven't left. With you being worth 100 million, how could we possibly leave? You've come to bring us money today," Boss Wang added with a smile. Li Mukin knew what he was implying and simply smiled. Sister Mei asked, "What exactly did you do for the Yuan family to put such a high price on your life?" "Oh, not much, just killed someone. I heard it was the Yuan family's heir," Li Mukin said casually. Sister Mei gasped. Was it the eldest son or the second son of the Yuan family? "Yuan Guoqing, it should be the second son," Li Mukin replied. "Who would dare to provoke them besides the Qian family and the Gao family? Then why aren't you running away? Who would dare to provoke them besides the Qian family and the Gao family? Then why aren't you running away?" Sister Mei asked anxiously, "What are you doing here?" "It's nothing, just the Yuan family, really," Li Mukin responded casually. "You?" Hearing Li Mukin's tone, Sister Mei was enraged. "Do you know how powerful the Yuan family? If they want to kill you, it would be as easy as squashing an ant." Sister Mei's face was filled with concern, which touched Li Mukin. Boss Wang and Master Rong, while pretending to want to claim the bounty, looked at him with genuine worry. "Little Li, listen to Sister Mei and get out of here quickly. Even we know about the bounty, who knows how many people in Jianghu are eager to act. Isn't the Yuan family so powerful because they rely on bounties to take my life?" Li Mukin smiled. "They have money. Money is the best weapon. If they can solve you with money, it's the simplest solution." Master Rong earnestly advised, "That is the difference between the wealthy and ordinary people." Li Mukin felt that Master Rong made a valid point. For ordinary people, money is indeed the most practical and powerful weapon. Unfortunately, he is not an ordinary person. "Sister Mei, Master Rong, Boss Wang," Li Mukin said, "I came today to thank you all for taking care of me and Dijiang for so many days." "Tch," Sister Mei turned her head disdainfully, "don't be so sentimental. I've lost my teeth, so just say it if you have something to say." Li Mukin said, "The Jianghu is vast. If you want to leave, I won't stop you, but I hope you can stay." "Stay?" Sister Mei sneered. "Stay? Are you going to support us?" Li Mukin said seriously, "I can't." Everyone in the shop laughed. Sister Mei looked at him thoughtfully and asked, "Tell me, is that Li Gongzi from Beijing who challenged Wang Zhong?" "Yes," Li Mukin nodded. Everyone was shocked. Even Sister Mei, who asked this, had a look of surprise on her face. "Is it really you?" After confirming again, Sister Mei suddenly changed her expression, angrily pointing at him and saying, "You bastard. Since you challenged, why didn't you participate? Do you know I staked my entire fortune on you winning? You lost without fighting, and I lost everything. Now I have nowhere to go. If you want me to leave, I won't." This left Li Mukin stunned. He didn't expect Sister Mei to bet her entire fortune on him winning. "Sister Mei, how could you go all in? That's not your style. Were you so sure I could beat Wang Zongxing?" "Beat him? I thought you would cheat, like making Wang Zongxing have a stomach ache or something so he couldn't participate and you'd win by default." "Who knew? I guessed wrong." Boss Wang and Master Rong were secretly amused nearby. Sister Mei glared at them and scolded, "Laugh, laugh, laugh. What's so funny? The little money you won isn't enough to cover even a fraction of my losses. And don't forget, you also have a share. I will compensate for your losses," Li Mukin said. "Who asked you to compensate?" Sister Mei shot him a glare. "Forget it, a loss is a loss. At least we are still alive. Recently, don't go anywhere, just stay at our restaurant. We still have some face in the Jianghu. Oh, anyway, we can't hide it anymore, so let's make it clear. Let's see who dares to come knocking." Li Mukin felt a warm current rise in his heart upon hearing this. "Sister Mei, don't worry. From now on, this Jianghu is ours," he said. "Huh?" The three of them looked at him together. Boss Wang shook his head. "Alas, this kid has lost his mind." Li Muqin wanted to pay Kai Wei Min, but Kai Wei Min adamantly refused to accept the payment. Li Muqin did not insist any further. He understood that acquiring these herbs must have cost a significant amount of money. Even just the 300-year-old ginseng was worth tens of millions in market value. Even if Kai Wei Min procured them through the black market at legitimate prices, it would still amount to several million. Kai Wei Min's refusal of money indicated his firm intention to stick with Li Muqin. This was a gamble of a lifetime. If they won, it would not merely be a matter of millions or tens of millions. If they lost, they might even lose their lives, rendering the money meaningless. This was also where Li Muqin admired Kai Wei Min. It was not easy for a local thug to possess such insight. This time, gathering the herbs served as Li Muqin's final test for him. The Yuan family had issued a bounty of 100 million, making it hard for anyone to remain unmoved. If Kai Wei Min harbored ulterior motives, all he had to do was secretly inform the Yuan family. The absence of the Yuan family members at the tea house and the lack of assassins from the martial world indicated that Kai Wei Min was a reliable person. Before leaving, Li Muqin patted Kai Wei Min on the shoulder and said thank you. Ma Shan also patted Kai Wei Min's shoulder and winked at him. Kai Wei Min was extremely excited. He understood that he had finally passed Li Gongzi's test. Ever since that night at the dog-fighting arena, Kai Wei Min had come to regard Li Muqin as a deity. To hell with the Yuan family, to hell with the aristocracy. In his eyes, no matter how wealthy or powerful one was, it could not compare to a person who held the light and controlled life and death. Feng Tianming held a gun pointing the muzzle at Li Muchen's head. How dare you come looking for me? Feng Tianming recalled the money he lost, feeling a dull ache in his chest. Li Muchen faced the dark muzzle of the gun without a hint of panic. Uncle Ming, I apologized. There was an unexpected incident. An apology? Feng Tianming laughed in anger. Do you know how much money I lost? Is a simple apology enough? How much? Li Muchen asked. 200 million. Feng Tianming exploded in fury. It was you who proposed the deal. It was you who said it was a sure win. And what happened? I went to stake my claim, and you fled. I feel like a fool. If it weren't for the fact that there are people hunting you down everywhere, I would seriously suspect you colluded with them to swindle my money. Li Muchen merely smiled, not explaining, allowing Feng Tianming to vent his emotions. Losing 200 million, it was normal to be angry. After cursing a few times, Feng Tianming noticed Li Muchen's lack of reaction and felt it was becoming pointless. Aren't you afraid of dying? He raised the gun slightly, then brought it closer. Uncle Ming's gun isn't loaded. Oh, what do I have to fear? Li Muchen said with a smile. Feng Tianming was taken aback, then angrily slammed the gun down onto the table. You can tell that. He muttered, I don't load bullets not because I don't want to kill you, but because I'm afraid that if I get angry, I'll end up killing myself. Hey, you really aren't afraid of death. Even if you're not afraid of me, aren't you afraid of the Yuan family? You're quite valuable. Feng Tianming suddenly laughed. If I hand you over to them, I can recover half of my losses. That's only half. That's why I haven't handed you over, Feng Tianming said angrily. So tell me, what do you want from me? I need to find a millennium-old Huang Jing to treat someone's illness, Li Muchen stated plainly. Feng Tianming's face twitched angry. Do you think of this place as a warehouse? Really, there isn't any. If there's none that's 1,000 years old, 500 years old will do. Do you know how much a millennium Huang Jing is worth? Feng Tianming shook his head. About the same as your current wealth. Even a 500-year-old one would cost tens of millions. The key is that there's a price, but no market. In this day and age, where do you find something that's several hundred years old? So you're saying you don't have any? No. Li Muchen sighed, feeling a bit disappointed. Without Huang Jing, although there were alternatives, their efficacy would be significantly lower. Lin Yun was one of the closest people to the Lin family and had always wanted to learn martial arts from him. Li Muchen had agreed, considering him half a disciple. Moreover, the direct cause of Lin Yun's serious injury was also related to him. Li Muchen could not possibly ignore it. If all else failed, he would have to use the Tian Du Ling to seek medicine from nearby immortal sects. Would Tong Qing Tang have any? He asked. Tong Qing Tang. Feng Tianming paused for a moment. Well, they might actually have some. Many years ago, I heard that Tong Qing Tang had 3 treasures: a millennium ginseng, a millennium Heishou Wu, and a millennium Huang Jing. I just don't know if it's true. But what? Since they're the treasures of their store, why would they sell them to you? I can buy them with money. How much money do you have? Feng Tianming sneered. Besides, does the Hu family lack money? If it could be bought with money, this stuff would have long been out of the Hu family. Li Muchen nodded and said, I understand, but I still want to give it a try. Feng Tianming suddenly remembered. You can ask Master Kuan. He has a good relationship with the Hu family. Master Kuan. Li Muchen was taken aback. Which Master Kuan? Feng Tianming said in surprise. Old Master Qian Kuan from Qiantong. Don't you know him? Li Muchen exclaimed, realizing, oh, it's old brother Qian. Feng Tianming gasped. You. Are you on brotherly terms with Master Kuan? He looked down at the gun on the table, feeling grateful he hadn't loaded it. If the Yuan family knew that the person they had a bounty on was a brother to Master Kuan, they wouldn't know how to react. Thank you, Uncle Ming, Li Muchen said. I will find a way to compensate for your loss. Forget about compensation, since you understand antiques, and Jade accompany me to a gathering in a few days. There will also be stone gambling there, but it's a bit high stakes. Help me win something back, and we'll call it even. All right. Li Muchen readily agreed. After leaving Feng Tianming, Li Muchen took the herbs he had acquired and went to the Lin family. Kai Wei Min was quite clever. Although he couldn't obtain Millennium Huang Jing, he still placed several regular Huang Jing in the bag. These Huang Jing were also 2 or 3 decades old and had medicinal effects. Li Muchen first instructed the Lin family to brew some soup according to his requirements and to feed it to Lin Yun. They also concocted some medicinal ointment to apply to Lin Yun. During this time, the Lin family was eerily quiet with almost no visitors. Lin Xiaosheng had not yet recovered from his own injuries and could only rush in and out busily attending to things. Many things that used to be handled by others now had to be done personally. The Lin family had many injured members, but even He City Hospital refused to treat them. Those sent previously had either received hasty surgeries or quick bandaging before being discharged. The Yuan family had made it clear that no one dared to associate too closely with the Lin family. Most of them had been sent back to Beishi Mountain Villa to recuperate. Yin Hui Min and Lin Manqing had become the family's nurses and caretakers. Watching the harsh realities of life, Li Muchen felt deeply moved. Having experienced extreme poverty, he could empathize with the poor. Yet he had never experienced such a drastic change in a noble family. Often it is during such times that the depths of human nature become evident. The most genuine side of people is laid bare in the face of such upheavals. The pretenses were torn apart at this moment. However, what comforted Li Mu-chun was that the dark cloud hanging over the Lin family had finally disappeared. The sky was clear. On this day, as the sun rose again, the Lin family welcomed its long-awaited first guest. Chen Wenshui arrived with a large entourage at the Lin family home. In addition to his business team, there were also doctors and nurses. My collaboration with the Lin family will continue. The people of the Lin family must live well. This was what Chen Wenshui said to Lin Xiaosheng. Lin Xiaosheng knew that Chen Wenshui's timely assistance was not merely for the Lin family's reputation, but rather for Li Mu-chun. Mu-chun, my brother Chen Wenshui slightly changed his address. I've brought Lang Yuan to you. You can test him, but I remind you he will also test you. Whether this person can be of use to you depends on your own judgment. Lang Yuan in his 40s was somewhat slender, wearing glasses, and had a scholarly demeanor much like Chen Wenshui. However, unlike Chen Wengshu's refined charm, Lang Yuan carried an air of weariness and melancholy. Chen Wenshui called him Uncle Lang, and those around him followed suit, which eventually turned into Wolf Uncle. Li Mu-chun noticed that behind his thick lenses lurked a wolf-like gaze. Chen Wenshui urged Li Mu-chun to test Lang Yuan, confident in his abilities. Even his father praised Lang Yuan as a business prodigy, stating that he was shunned by the entire Jiangdong aristocracy due to offending them. Of course, Lang Yuan was not one to be subservient. People of talent often possess a deep-seated pride. Thus he too intended to test Li Mu-chun to see if he was worthy of his allegiance. Chen Wenshui believed this would surely be a captivating spectacle. He imagined a scene where the two engaged in a battle of wits, exchanging sharp verbal blows, ultimately recognizing each other's worth. However, the reality was that this meeting was exceedingly simple, so simple that Chen Wenshui began to doubt if it had even occurred. I heard that the entire Jiangdong cannot accommodate you. Yes, Lang Yuan replied candidly, without any pretense. I can offer you the entirety of Jiangdong. And how do you intend to do that? Li Mu-chun asked. Lang Yuan, unable to part with his cigarette, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, finally regarding the young man before him. Why should I trust you? He inquired. Because of this. Li Mu-chun produced a handgun, a gift from Feng Tianming. Feng Tianming had warned him that many wished to kill him. No martial skill could rival a bullet. Li Mu-chun recognized this was a gesture of goodwill and accepted it. Although he had no use for it, he could give it to Ma Shan. Is that all? Lang Yuan chuckled upon seeing the gun. I played with one when I was 10. He took a puff of smoke and blew out a large ring, expressing his disdain. However, Li Mu-chun's next action rendered him unable to laugh. His eyes widened in a mix of terror and excitement. Were it not for the lenses, he would have suspected his eyeballs might pop out. Li Mu-chun raised the gun to his temple and pulled the trigger, the muzzle barely 10 centimeters from his head. The gunshot rang out. Lang Yuan saw the bullet fly from the gun's muzzle, spinning closely against Li. Li Mu-chun slowly used his other hand to catch the ejected bullet, lightly dropping it into the teacup in front of Lang Yuan. With a hissing sound, a wisp of smoke rose from the cup. Lang Yuan was stunned. There was no better demonstration of strength, no more shocking display. The few powerful families of Jiangdong had once forced him out, relying on such power beyond mere business. In a fair competition, he had never feared anyone. What do you want me to do? Lang Yuan asked. In 3 months, become a powerful family. And within 3 years, achieve the #1 position in the capital. Li Mu-chun, unwilling to waste time, set forth somewhat harsh conditions. What is the capital needed? None, Li Mu-chun replied straightforwardly. Lang Yuan frowned. By common reasoning, this was an impossible task, yet the person before him was evidently exceptional, thus could not be judged by ordinary standards. Why the #1 position in the capital and not in Nanjing or Jiangdong? Because I come from the capital. Alright, it's a deal. Lang Yuan extinguished his cigarette and stood up to shake hands with Li Mu-chun. Chen Wenshui found it surreal. One claimed to offer the entire Jiangdong, while the other promised to help achieve the #1 position in the capital within 3 years. Had they really come to an agreement this way? Where did such trust and confidence come from? It was simply madness. Magical. Truly magical. However, compared to Lang Yuan, Chen Wenshui was not particularly surprised by Li Mu-chun catching bullets barehanded. Compared to that shocking scene from the dogfight, this was child's play. Can I invest? Chen Wenshui asked. Haven't you already invested? Li Mu-chun replied with a smile. Without your investment, where would our capital come from? Then let's make a grand effort. Achieving the #1 position in the capital in 3 years, just the thought of it makes it hard to sleep. However, the funds I can mobilize now amount to only 100 million. Then from now on I will entrust you with business matters, Wolfunkel. Li Mu-chun could feel Lang Yuan's trust in him, but he also understood that trust is not unconditional. 3 months would serve as his trial period. Just like new employees in a company have trial periods, his goal during this period was to help Li Mu-chun cross the threshold of becoming a powerful family. Lang Yuan lit another cigarette, exhaling a puff of white smoke, saying, "All right, 100 million it is. Business isn't hard, but becoming a powerful family requires more than just money. 3 months is too short. There's only one way." "What way?" Chen Wenxue asked. "Swallowing other powerful families," Lang Yuan replied. "Swallowing other powerful families?" Chen Wenxue was taken aback. "Who are we swallowing? How do we do that?" Lang Yuan glanced at Li Mukin and said the Lin family is currently in dire straits. It's a prime opportunity. The Lin family was one of the top powerful families in Huqing, and Li Mukin was the son-in-law of the Lin family. Taking over the Lin family's business would be entirely justified. Li Mukin shook his head. "No, the Lin family has been kind to me. I cannot do that." Lang Yuan frowned and said to achieve great things one cannot be overly compassionate. Moreover, if you don't eat the Lin family's cake, someone else will. If you take over, you can still take care of them, leaving them a little. If it were someone else, the Lin family would likely. Li Mukin still shook his head. Lang Yuan took a deep drag of his cigarette, slowly exhaling the smoke, a hint of disappointment showing behind his lenses. "Then you may seek someone else. I am sorry, but I cannot help you." He stood up ready to leave. Li Mukin suddenly said, "What about the Yuan family?" Lang Yuan paused, slowly turning back to look at Li Mukin. "The Yuan family. The Yuan family," Li Mukin repeated with a smile. "Are you serious?" "I am serious." Lang Yuan suddenly understood something and said excitedly, "If we can swallow the Yuan family, that would be great, but..." Li Mukin said, "The Yuan family has put a bounty on my head, offering 100 million for my life. Someone told me that money is the most powerful weapon, so they'll take the Yuan family's money and see how they still want my life." Chen Wenxue, feeling invigorated, rubbed his hands together and said, "Are we really going to go against the Yuan family?" "I'm a bit excited. But the Yuan family is one of the major clans in Qintang, second only to the Qian and Gao families. Swallowing them won't be easy. How should we start?" Lang Yuan adjusted his glasses and said, "Of course, we should start by registering a company." After deliberation, the company's name was decided as Jingli Group, with its registration in the capital. Lang Yuan would serve as the legal representative and CEO of Jingli Group, while Li Mukin would be the actual controller, not disclosed to the public. The only information known to the outside world was that the helmsman of Jingli Group was the young Master Li from the capital. Naturally, the current young Master Li of the capital had become a joke in Huqing, and even in the martial arts circles and aristocracy of the entire Nanjing. To expedite the registration of Jingli Group, Lang Yuan flew to the capital with the 100 million given by Chen Wenxue. During this time, Li Mukin made a trip to Qiantang. Coincidentally, the half-month deadline agreed upon with Qian Kuan was approaching. Qian Kuan received a call from Li Muchun and felt very happy, immediately deciding to send a car to Huqing to pick him up. Li Muchun politely declined and only asked Qian Kuan to send him a location. Just then, Ma Shan also wanted to take a trip to Qiantang, so Li Muchun let Ma Shan drive, and the two went to Qiantang together. Qian Kuan lived in an old-style villa by the lakeside of Qiantang. The scenery in this place was exceptional. From the balcony, one could see the entire view of Qiantang Lake. A small path next to the villa led directly to the Taoist temple on the mountain behind. The interior of the villa was also adorned in an antique style, but it was not extravagant. Qian Kuan said he lived here alone. It was Ma Shan's first time meeting Qian Kuan. He certainly knew the Qian family and had heard of Master Qian Tang Kuan long ago. He was a figure who seemed unattainable, yet today, he stood alive right before him. Curiously, he asked Master Qian, "Do you really live here alone? Not even a security guard or servant? This doesn't seem like the lifestyle of a big shot." Qian Kuan laughed and said, "What big shot? The true big shots all stay on the mountains, coming down only to experience the mortal world a little. The heavenly Jade City is their ultimate goal." As Qian Kuan spoke, he occasionally glanced at Li Muchun. Li Muchun said, "Brother, let me check your injuries." Qian Kuan then extended his hand for Li Muchun to take his pulse. Li Muchun felt Qian Kuan's pulse and smiled. "Brother, your health is even better than I expected. Your recovery is quite rapid." Qian Kuan waved his hand and said, "That's thanks to your medicinal spirit. I know how my old bones are." Li Muchun then performed another acupuncture treatment on Qian Kuan and explained some follow-up care instructions. "Brother, your injuries are fine now." But Li Muchun stood by the window looking at the scenery outside. "The view is nice here, but it's indeed not very safe. Aren't you afraid of those ninjas from the east coming for you?" Qian Kuan laughed heartily and said, "Just a few pests, they are not worth worrying about." Li Muchun asked, "Brother, how did you offend the ninjas from the East Ing?" "Well, that's a long story," Qian Kuan replied. "There is a financial group from East Ing that competes with our Qian family in business. Since they couldn't compete openly, they resorted to some despicable means. We kept tolerating them, but even the most patient person has their limits. More than 10 years ago, we had a fight with the East Ing people. That fight was quite satisfying. In the end, we achieved a great victory, and the East Ing people withdrew from competing with us. However, because one of their ninjas was killed, we became enemies with their sect." "And your injuries?" My injuries also came from that incident. I was ambushed by them. Li Muchen nodded and said, brother, you still need to be careful. A few days ago I encountered a disciple of a ninja sect in Huching. According to ninja ranks, he should have already broken through to the upper ninja level equivalent to the realm of martial arts. Oh, Qian Kuan was slightly surprised there are actually upper ninjas in Huching. He then laughed heartily, meeting you, brother Li. I suppose these eastern devils won't gain much from this. Li Muchen also laughed and said he has already gone to meet their ancestors. Good. Qian Kuan shouted, if it weren't for your strict prohibition on drinking, I would have really floated a big white one. Brother, this person disappearing in Huching likely won't end well. I'm afraid their sect won't let it slide easily. You should still be careful. Qian Kuan nodded seriously. Previously he had been unconcerned when a few lower and middle ninjas came to cause trouble. But this time an upper ninja had come, and he was killed by Li Muchen. The Easting ninjas who can reach the upper ninja level are undoubtedly the elite of their sect. With an upper ninja, missing their sect will surely send stronger people to take revenge. Li, you need to be careful too. These Easterners don't have real skills, but are full of tricks. They love to strike from the shadows. Don't worry, brother. Li Muchen said. After chatting for a while, he brought up his desire to find a 500-year-old Huang Jing to treat Lin Yun's illness. Qian Kuan frowned and said, Tongqing Tang does indeed have it. I can assure you of that, but this is their family heirloom. If you want it, it might not be easy. I can help you make a connection, but whether they will give it is uncertain. Li Muchen replied, it's fine, as long as I can meet them, I can at least trade something for it. Tongqing Tang is located at the foot of Chengluang Mountain, one of the most prosperous areas in Xiantang. The high courtyard walls surround an area of several thousand square meters in the bustling district, looking quite impressive. Inside the courtyard walls were clusters of antique-style buildings, each connected to the next. Entering through the main gate was the National Medicine Hall of Tongqing Tang, where people were coming and going all there to see a doctor, with a long line at the registration desk. Next to the National Medicine Hall was the National Medicine Pavilion, where a strong aroma of traditional Chinese medicine could be smelled as soon as one walked in. Beside it was a traditional Chinese medicine museum, showcasing many rare Chinese medicinal materials, ancient medicinal tools, and prescriptions written by doctors from the past. They did have Huang Jing here, but it was only around 30 years old. Although it was labeled as 50 years, it was actually 10 years younger. Ma Shan had no interest in medicinal materials and couldn't help with the Huang Jing matter, so he went off shopping by himself. He knew some friends in Qintong, so he wasn't worried about being alone. Li Muchen wandered alone in the museum. He then went to the adjacent National Medicine Pavilion. Qian Kuan told him that the old medicinal materials of the Hu family were all in the National Medicine Pavilion. The current owner of the National Medicine Pavilion is Hu Xiuyi, who is also the Deputy General Manager of Tongqing Tang. Hu Xiuyi's uncle is the current head of the Hu family, the famous national doctor of Qintong, Hu Shiyu. Li Muchen walked through the corridor of the National Medicine Pavilion and entered the inner door, which had a sign saying no entry for outsiders. A staff member stopped him, saying, hey, what are you doing? Li Muchen politely said, I'm looking for Manager Hu. Which Manager Hu? The staff member seemed to think he was a salesperson from a medicine factory and looked quite impatient. There are several Manager Hus here. Do you have an appointment? I'm looking for Manager Hu Xiuyi. Please inform him that I was introduced by Kuan Yi. What Kuan Yi Nyo Yi? Just wait. The staff member complained and went inside. When he came out, he had already put on a smile. You must be Mr. Li. Please come in, for our manager Hu is waiting for you. Li Muchen followed him through the hall and entered a room with an antique style. Hu Xiuyi was in his 40s, looking quite refined, slender, and wearing a dark blue tank suit. He welcomed Li Muchen with a smile and personally brewed tea for him. Li Muchen didn't hesitate and directly stated his purpose. Hu Xiuyi's expression became slightly serious. Logically speaking, since you were introduced by Kuan Yi, I should give Kuan Yi face in whatever you want. But this Huang Jing. Seeing his hesitation, Li Muchen said, I need this thing to save a life. Just name your price or any conditions you have. Hu Xiuyi shook his head and said, it's not a matter of price. In the past, our Hu family had some wealth. 1,000-year-old ginseng, 1,000-year-old Hishowu, 1,000-year-old Huang Jing, those were our family heirlooms. If those things were still around, I would gladly give you the several hundred-year-old Huang Jing. However, he paused. About 20 years ago, our family had 1,000-year-old Huang Jing that was taken to the capital to treat a noble. After that incident, our family established a rule that any family heirloom must be approved by a family meeting before it can be touched. Now that the 1,000-year Huang Jing is gone, that 500-year Huang Jing has also become a family heirloom. Not just me, even my father cannot make the decision to give it to you. Li Muchen believed that holding a family meeting was merely an excuse. The truth was they were unwilling to part with it. As for the claim that their clan leader took a millennium-old Huang Jing to the capital to treat someone, that was even less credible. How large is a millennium-old Huang Jing? A century-old Huangjing typically weighs at least dozens of pounds, a millennium-old one would surely weigh several hundred pounds. To treat someone in the capital bringing just 1 or 2 pounds would suffice at most. Li Muchun did not need much, just a small piece. He never expected to obtain it so smoothly. After all, it was a family heirloom, and a 500-year-old Huangjing was indeed rare in the mortal realm. However, he had become interested in another matter. Is your clan leader named Hu Yuntian? Yes, Hu Xiaoyi replied, somewhat puzzled, not knowing why Li Muchun asked about this. He is my uncle. Do you know him? I would say I know him somewhat, Li Muchun responded. Hu Xiaoyi looked Li Muchun up and down, snorted, and said, if it weren't for Lord Kun's introduction, I would have chased you away as a fraud. My uncle died 20 years ago. You look to be just over 20, how could you know my uncle? Li Muchun did not respond. He sensed something was amiss. Hu Xiaoyi said Hu Yuntian had died 20 years ago, not that he had gone missing, indicating he was very sure Hu Yuntian was dead. Otherwise, given Hu Yunshan's status in the Hu family, if he had merely gone missing even after 20 years, Hu Xiaoyi as a junior should not have referred to him as dead. According to Bai Jingjing, Hu Yuntian indeed died 20 years ago. However, Hu Yuntian had long been living in seclusion in Huqing, and with his body submerged at the bottom of a well for so many years no one ever discovered it, suggesting the Hu family was unaware of his death at Wudong residence. So how was Hu Xiaoyi so certain Hu Yuntian was dead? Li Muchun's first thought was internal strife within the family. Yet he felt that was unlikely. If Hu Yuntian had been killed by someone within the Hu family, they would not have allowed his body to remain at the bottom of a well, nor would they have let Wudong residence fall into the hands of outsiders. But if it wasn't death from internal strife, and the Hu family knew about Hu Yuntian, why had they not investigated for so many years? Bai Jingjing stated she had never met Hu Yunshan's family, and even Bai Jingjing was completely unaware of the Qiantang Hu family. This indicated that Hu Yuntian had not maintained contact with his family during his lifetime, nor had he mentioned the Hu family to Bai Jingjing. All of this exuded an air of peculiarity. Of course, it was also possible that Li Muchun was overthinking it. Hu Xiaoyi sneered. Young man, do not recklessly associate yourself with relations. When dealing with others, one must be honest and trustworthy. Li Muchun did not refute him. He did not care how the other party perceived him. Mr. Hu, I understand that Huangjing is your family's heirloom, so I mentioned earlier that we can discuss any terms. Hu Xiaoyi began to grow impatient, waving his hand and saying, there's nothing to discuss. I've said it before, no matter how much money you have, we will not sell this item. What if I offer something in exchange? Li Muchun said. Exchange? What can you offer in return? So that means it's negotiable, right? Hu Xiaoyi was slightly taken aback, his face reddening. He had blurted it out without thinking, but this statement effectively negated his earlier talk of holding a family meeting. Just tell me what you can offer in exchange. A millennium-old ginseng. Or a 10,000-year-old tortoise shell. Medical skills. Medical skills. You come to our Tongqing Hall claiming you want to exchange your medical skills for our treasured possession. Hu Xiaoyi laughed. Do you know how many national-level renowned physicians practice at Tongqing Hall? Not to mention them, just my father, the national physician, Hu Shuriwei of Qiantang, though he is older, still sees patients. Throughout the entire Nanjing, if he claims to be second best in medical skills, who would dare to claim the top spot? Hu Xiaoyi stood up, making a gesture to see him off. Young man, for Lord Koen's sake, I won't chase you away, you can leave on your own. Li Muchun stood up as well, saying nothing more as he exited Hu Xiaoyi's office. He left the Guiyao Hall and entered the adjacent Guai Hall instead. The Guai Hall was bustling with people, and there was always a line at the registration desk. Li Muchun glanced at today's number plate and did not see Hu Shiyu's name. He asked the security guard at the door, is Dr. Hu Shuriwei seeing patients today? The guard looked at him and said, Dr. Hu only sees patients half a day a week with a total of 10 spots. If you want his appointment, you need to book at least a month in advance. Young man, other doctors are quite good as well. I see you don't have any major ailments. You don't need to seek out Dr. Hu for ordinary illnesses. Li Muchun smiled helplessly and said thank you. Just as he was about to leave, a short middle-aged man approached and quietly asked, do you want to book an appointment with Dr. Hu? Li Muchun instantly understood he was a scalper. Do you have an appointment for today? He asked. The scalper looked at him as if he were foolish and said, today's appointment. What are you thinking? Dr. Hu's appointment is so difficult to get, people queue for a month and still can't get it, and you want a days. I have next week's appointment available for 1,500. Do you want it? 1,500. Li Muchun was unaware that Dr. Hu's appointments were so expensive. The nearby security guard had surely heard their conversation, but did not intervene, instead walking a few steps away on purpose. It seemed he had also received quite a bit of benefits. 1,500 seems expensive. Then you can forget about seeing Dr. Hu. I still have a few same-day appointments with renowned doctors, all 300. Do you want one? Li Muchun shook his head and said, I only want Dr. Hu's. It's not that I think it's expensive. If you had an appointment for today, I wouldn't hesitate to pay 5,000. Who for you kidding? You won't even pay 1,500 yet you want Dr. Huss' appointment. The scalper huffed in dissatisfaction and walked away. The security guard also wore a look of disdain, walking over and saying with 7 parts kindness and 3 parts sarcasm, "Young man, take my advice and book with another doctor. You can get treated just the same. 300 for an appointment isn't expensive." Li Muchen smiled without speaking. He did not leave because he saw someone enter at the door. That person also noticed him at that moment. The security guard noticed that person as well. The guard straightened his posture and respectfully called out, "Professor's son, you've arrived." That person merely nodded numbly, but his gaze fell upon Li Muchen. After a moment of shock, he exclaimed in joy, "Master, what brings you here?" The newcomer was Sun Lanqing, a professor from Nanjing University, who had been invited by the Lin family to treat the elderly Lin at Huqing Hospital. The guard thought he must have misheard. How could a 50-something old professor call a 20-something young man master? However, he quickly realized this young man must be a taxi driver. Li Muchen smiled and said, "I came to Qiantang to handle some matters. I've heard about Dr. Hu Shiyue's exceptional medical skills and wanted to pay a visit, but I didn't expect his appointments to be so hard to get." Sun Lanqing let out a hearty laugh, saying, "Dr. Hu is a national treasure in medicine. If appointments were easy to get, the threshold would be trampled. But you are different. You are my master. Just a few days ago I mentioned you to Dr. Hu, and he expressed a desire to meet you. Come, I'll take you upstairs." The security guard stood there dumbfounded. This time he clearly heard that Sun Lanqing was indeed calling him master, not master. Li Muchen was pulled into the inner hall by Sun Lanqing. After turning through several courtyards, they arrived at a new building. The security guard at the entrance clearly knew Sun Lanqing, while greeting him and voluntarily opening the door. This building was unlike the others. Its ancient architectural style was merely a facade, as the interior was completely modernized with high-end decorations and a clean environment comparable to the high-level patient wards of top-tier hospitals. As they walked, Sun Lanqing introduced to Li Muchen, "This is the inpatient department. Besides seeing patients, old who basically comes here every day to check on things." "Does Tongqing Hall also have an inpatient department?" Li Muchen had always thought Tongqing Hall was just a larger Chinese medicine clinic. Sun Lanqing explained, "There are always some ailments that cannot be cured just by taking a few prescriptions. Traditional Chinese medicine also requires hospitalization for observation. Of course, this is a medical facility, not a hospital, so calling it an inpatient department is not entirely. Ordinary people wouldn't come here for hospitalization. It is mostly influential figures, senior officials, or those with a connection to old who or patients from afar with more complicated conditions." Li Muchen nodded, indicating his understanding. He followed Sun Lanqing inside and took the elevator to the second floor, which also had security and restricted access, making it even more private than the first floor. Sun Lanqing led Li Muchen to one of the patient rooms. It was a suite with a small room for the nurse on duty outside and a living room inside. Inside the living room, there were 2 more rooms, one being the patient room and the other a caregiver's room. Sun Lanqing asked the nurse on duty at the door, "Is old Hu in?" The nurse replied, "Yes, he's currently giving a patient acupuncture." Sun Lanqing nodded and entered the reception room, with Li Muchen following him. Sun Lanqing stood at the door of the patient room, taking a glance without entering. He smiled apologetically at Li Muchen and quietly said, "Old Hu is seeing a patient. Let's sit here for a while." Li Muchen indicated that he was not in a hurry and sat down on the sofa in the living room. The nurse came in to brew tea for them. Upon hearing Sun Lanqing call Li Muchen master, she couldn't help but look at Li Muchen a few more times. After about a quarter of an hour, a person came out of the patient room. An elderly man in a white coat with a youthful appearance and gray hair seemed to be old Hu. He was accompanied by several others in white coats, likely his disciples. Additionally, there was a middle-aged man in his 40s walking alongside him. Old Hu was speaking to him, presumably a family member of the patient. Sun Lanqing stood up and called out, "Old Hu." Old Hu nodded at him. "Oh, Lanqing, you're here. I was just talking about you. I heard that the new neuroelectrotherapy device developed by your school works well, and I was wondering if we could try it on Madame Gao. Madame Gao has a blockage in her pulse, and at my age my vital energy is insufficient to enter her pulse during acupuncture. I still need some external force to assist." Sun Lanqing replied, "If Old Hu thinks it's good, that would be our honor. However, what's wrong?" Old Hu looked at Sun Lanqing in confusion. Is the school not allowing borrowing? Or is the technology not mature enough? The family member of the patient said, "Professor Sun, if there are any obstacles from the school, I will resolve them. Technically, it still requires your supervision." Sun Lanqing smiled. "Old Hu, Mr. Gao, it's not like that. I was just thinking perhaps it won't be needed this time." "Why?" Old Hu and Mr. Gao asked simultaneously. Sun Lanqing then pulled Li Muchen over, saying, "Allow me to introduce you. This is the master I mentioned last time, Mr. Li Mu-chun, whom I apprenticed to in Huching. He then introduced Li Mu-chun. This is the renowned national physician Old Hu, and this is Mr. Gao Zixiang, the chairman of Tongyi Group. Both Old Hu and Gao Zixiang were taken aback. If it weren't for Sun Lanqing stating it himself, they would never have believed that this young man in his 20s could impress the medical titan Sun Lanqing from Nanjing University enough to willingly become his disciple. Ha! Old Hu was the first to laugh. The Yangtze River pushes forward the waves. Today's youth are extraordinary. His voice was strong and hearty, making it pleasant to hear. Li Mu-chun smiled and said, Old Hu, you flatter me. Gao Zixiang's expression was not good, showing signs of anxiety. Upon hearing Sun Lanqing introduce Li Mu-chun, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by deep concern. Both Sun Lanqing and Li Mu-chun noticed that Gao Zixiang did not believe that such a young man could possess superior medical skills. However, it was not appropriate for him to say so in front of Sun Lanqing. Sun Lanqing also refrained from saying much. After all, Gao Zixiang was a family member of the patient, and he was the eldest son of the Gao family, the future head of the family, holding a prestigious position in Xiantang. The decision on who to seek treatment from was ultimately his. Old Hu looked at Li Mu-chun and then at Gao Zixiang, saying, Since he is here, we might as well ask Mr. Li to take a look. The situation can't get any worse. Hearing, the situation can't get any worse, Gao Zixiang's expression darkened, and he nodded, saying, All right then, well, trouble Mr. Li. Li Mu-chun did not refuse. He had originally come to see Old Hu, and now that he was being asked to treat a patient, if he succeeded, discussing the Huangjing matter would be easier. Additionally, he had a good impression of Sun Lanqing. Since he had accepted this cheap disciple, he naturally wanted to help uphold his reputation and prove that his apprenticeship was not a momentary whim. Upon entering the patient room, Li Mu-chun saw a woman lying on the bed. The woman looked unwell. Her skin was loose, her eye sockets were sunken, and her eyes were devoid of spirit, showing no signs of vitality. Old Hu said nothing, clearly intending to test whether Li Mu-chun could diagnose the patient's condition through pulse examination. If he couldn't even identify the ailment, there would be no need for a prescription. Sun Lanqing opened his mouth to say something, but remained silent upon seeing Old Hu's unyielding demeanor. He wanted to help Li Mu-chun, but he also understood that speaking up could very likely hinder him at this moment. The atmosphere in the patient room was quite strange, as a group of 7 or 8 people all looked at Li Mu-chun. Li Mu-chun stood at the bedside, neither sitting down nor checking the woman's pulse. He simply glanced a few times and said, The meridians are blocked. The neural signals cannot be transmitted, leading to the brain's inability to control the muscles. Sun Lanqing's face showed delight. Old Hu nodded repeatedly, but did not interject. At this moment, he could not affirm Li Mu-chun's medical skills. Even someone with a slight understanding of medical knowledge could guess a few things when seeing such a patient. Perhaps it was just a lucky guess. However, when Li Mu-chun proceeded with his next statement, Old Hu's expression changed. The patient has difficulty eating and hasn't eaten anything for several days, right? She can't even take in medicine, as she can only rely on intravenous nutrition to survive, and the treatment options are limited to acupuncture and massage. However, her intestinal flora is abnormally active, eroding her nervous system. Old Hu's medical skills are impressive. Acupuncture can circulate and unblock the patient's meridians, but due to the complete blockage of the patient's Chong meridian, the flow of vital energy cannot continue each time it reaches that point. Li Mu-chun paused for a moment, turned to look at Old Hu, and smiled. Old Hu, am I right? Old Hu's face was filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, I am truly impressed. Do I admire you wholeheartedly. Observing, listening, questioning, and feeling, the observation is paramount. Ancient renowned physicians like Bien Ke and Hua Tuo could discern ailments just by looking. I thought it was merely a legend until I saw it today. No wonder even Professor Sun has chosen to apprentice under you. Hearing Old Hu say this, Sun Lanqing felt a surge of pride. Gao Zixiang hurriedly asked, Mr. Li, do you think my wife can be saved? Li Mu-chun looked at Gao Zixiang and asked, Do you know what illness your wife has? Gao Zixiang replied, Before coming to Tongqing Hall, we visited all the major hospitals, and they said it was amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. It's deemed incurable, only manageable, not curable. We really had no options left, so we came to trouble Old Hu. I'm ashamed. I am also powerless against this condition. Old Hu sighed. Li Mu-chun then asked, What about the cause? Has anyone told you the cause? The doctor said it was caused by pufferfish toxin. Gao Zixiang said sadly, That day we ate pufferfish. My wife didn't even like it, but I insisted that pufferfish toxin. Li Mu-chun couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Sun Lanqing helped explain, Pufferfish toxin can block neural transmission. It could indeed trigger Lou Gehrig's disease. Mr. Gao, may I ask, did you eat pufferfish that day? Li Mu-chun inquired. I did. Then why are you fine and not poisoned? I don't know why. Because your wife was never poisoned. She doesn't have Lou Gehrig's disease at all. What? Then what illness does she have? Gao Zixiang along with Old Hu and Sun Lanqing looked at Li Mu Chun in astonishment. Poisoning. Gao Zixiang was greatly shocked. Hu Shiyue and Sun Lanqing also wore expressions of disbelief. Li Mukin understood their skepticism, so he sat by the bed and extended his hand saying, "Bring me a needle." Gao Zixiang was somewhat uncertain. After all, it was his wife. He looked at Hu Shiyue. Hu Shiyue slightly nodded, then gestured to his assistant. The assistant then brought over a box of acupuncture tools. Li Mukin took out 4 silver needles from the box and said to Gao Zixiang, "Help your wife sit up." Gao Zixiang walked to the other side of the bed and reached behind to assist the patient. Since the patient resembled someone suffering from ALS with severe muscle weakness, she could not sit up on her own, so a nearby nurse came to help, finally getting Gao's wife into an upright position. Li Mukin quickly inserted 3 silver needles into the Feng Qi and Feng Fu acupoints at the back of Gao's wife's head. After the needles were in place, he gently twisted them a few times, going deeper until almost the entire needle was embedded in the back of her head. Gao Zixiang watched in cold sweat, having never seen such an acupuncture technique. "Mr. Li, won't the needles be too deep?" he asked with skepticism. Li Mukin did not respond, merely pressed down on the needle tails with 3 fingers and continued to twist them. "Old Hu, what do you think?" Gao Zixiang was genuinely worried that Li Mukin was being reckless. He was afraid just watching the needles in his wife's head. Hu Shiyue furrowed his brows tightly, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "Mr. Li." Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Li Mukin raise his palm and slap it against Gao's wife's back. Gao's wife suddenly lurched forward, her mouth opening wide, as the 3 silver needles shot out from the back of her head, transforming into 3 points of silver light aimed at Li Mukin. At the same time, a shadow flew out of Gao's wife's mouth, moving like lightning toward the doorway. Li Mukin tilted his head just in time to evade the 3 silver needles. With a flick of his left fingertip, the 4th silver needle hidden in his hand shot out. With a soft thud, that shadow was pinned to the doorframe. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, they heard Gao's wife let out a sigh, followed quickly by a cough. As she coughed, her body trembled up and down. Those beside her were dumbfounded. The patient had ALS and muscle weakness, and even coughing should not trigger any bodily response. This meant that her nerve conduction function was recovering. Gao Zixiang was both shocked and delighted, hurriedly patting his wife's back, calling out, "Guixiao, Guixiao." Li Mukin said, "Don't move her yet, let her lie down and rest well. After such a long time, her nerves and muscles need time to recover." Gao Zixiang dared not doubt Li Mukin's words any longer, hastily laying his wife, Zhang Guixiao, flat on the bed, then quietly standing to the side, awaiting further instructions from Li Mukin. Li Mukin stood up and slowly walked to the doorway. On the doorframe, the silver needle was hanging alongside a grayish-blue thing, neither snake nor insect, still wriggling. Everyone felt uneasy at the sight, feeling nauseated at the thought that this thing had been inside the patient all along. "What on earth is that?" Gao Zixiang asked. "That is a goo parasitic inside your wife. Its secretions and eggs can attach to the nerves and block nerve conduction. So your wife appears to be suffering from ALS. Since you all ate pufferfish, you naturally assumed it was poison from the pufferfish. But we did so many tests at the hospital. Why didn't we find this creature? Because this thing is alive. A creature that knows how to evade detection. Of course the creature cannot, but its controller can." Gao, if what Li Mukin said was true, it meant that the person who poisoned her had always been by his side. "If I'm not mistaken, this goo was placed in the pufferfish meat while you were eating it." Li Mukin said, "This was a meticulously designed trap intended to make everyone believe that your wife died from eating pufferfish." Gao Zixiang punched the wall in realization. "I understand now. They intended to target me. My wife just suffered in my stead." Li Mukin chose not to say anything further. Someone of Gao Zixiang's status surely had numerous competitors and enemies. Even within the Gao family, there might be someone wishing for his downfall. Li Mukin did not want to intervene in such matters. The Gao family was not comparable to the Lin family.